Upon finding myself transported to the world of Dragon Ball, I discovered an incredible ability. My combat power automatically increases by 1 point every second. This means that within a minute my power increases by 60 points. And in an hour by 3600 points. Over the course of a year my combat power would surge by over 30 million points. Without even lifting a finger, I could become a Universe Emperor level entity within 3 years, boasting a combat power exceeding 1 billion. To put this into perspective, the ultimate combat power of the Universe Emperor Frisia is just 120 million. If I could find a way to live for 1 billion years, I could easily overpower the likes of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. In the entire universe no one would stand a chance against me. Except perhaps the Grand Zeno, and what's even more terrifying is that this is merely the level 1 battle power system. Once the system upgrades, my power will increase even more rapidly. It's unfathomable to think how formidable I would become if my power increased by 100 points per second. Currently the Dragon Ball timeline is at the point where Raditz has just invaded Earth. Our protagonist Son Goku has a combat power of just over 1000 points, while I have already surpassed 15,000 points. To quickly integrate myself with the main characters, I plan to befriend the Dragon Ball goddesses like Bulma and Android 18. By showcasing my immense power, I easily overpower Raditz, Goku and Piccolo in a skirmish. Raditz, desperate to survive, willingly becomes my subordinate. I then strategically reveal to everyone the future invasions of Earth by Vegeta and Frieza. To prepare against these formidable foes, Goku and Raditz are sent by Kami to the afterlife for training, eventually reaching King Kai's planet. Meanwhile, the other fighters undergo special training at the lookout with Mr. Popo. According to the original storyline, Vegeta will arrive on Earth a year later. However, with a combat power of only 18,000, I don't consider him a real threat. What concerns me is Frieza with his staggering power of 120 million. Even with my battle power system and rigorous training, reaching such an overwhelming level in a year seems impossible. In the original series, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan after Krillin's death to defeat Frieza. But achieving such a transformation myself might not be as straightforward. Fortunately, I have a trump card, a hyperbolic time chamber at the lookout. Training inside for a year equates to just a day in the outside world. Since initially each person can only enter twice, I would effectively have 2 years of training. This could boost my combat power to over 60 million points. Coupled with a year of intense training outside, when I finally face Frieza on Namek, even if I haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan, a combat power surpassing 1 billion should be more than enough to handle him. With a combat power exceeding 1 billion, he could withstand the might of Frieza. This was merely the foundation. After all, only by reaching a certain level of combat power could one stand on the same platform and confront face to face. Of course, he wouldn't rely solely on the system. Although his combat power could continually increase through the system, other aspects couldn't. He needed to put in effort and train himself. Techniques, skills, combat methods and battle experience, only. In this way could his actual combat power align with the strength he possessed. Despite the system being incredibly powerful, Lin Xuan always felt he could be stronger with his current abilities. Imagine having a combat power of over 1 billion yet only being able to exert a mere 10 million level strength. What would that be? In other words, if he relied only on the system, crushing Frieza in the near future wouldn't be an issue. But if he only had combat power equivalent to Frieza's final transformation, he would still be crushed by Frieza. If such a situation occurred, he would truly be a failure. Frankly speaking, Lin Xuan now had great confidence. Reflecting on the past on planet V3114, with limited resources and conditions, he could only elevate his strength to 15,000 combat power, let alone explore the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Simply put, his activated S cells weren't sufficient. How could he transform? The transformation of Super Saiyan had its methods in the Super era, so after a period of ineffective research, Lin Xuan found the reason. Now on Earth, there were countless possibilities. Just the training methods provided in the original works were numerous and applicable to him. For instance, gravity training was the most formidable training method of this era. In the original story, Goku trained on King Kai's planet. Not only did he benefit from King Kai's guidance, but the tenfold Earth gravity was also crucial. Later, after being severely injured and healed, Goku activated the Saiyan traits and became stronger, reaching 90,000 combat power under 100-fold gravity in just 6 days. Bringing his mind back, Lin Xuan shifted his gaze from the main hall of the lookout. At present, entering the hyperbolic time chamber seemed premature. It wasn't that he didn't want to become stronger quickly, but two problems existed. First, whether the hyperbolic time chamber was recognized by the system and whether it could boost combat power was unknown. After all, it was a bug. He had tried to contact the system but received no response, feeling that the system was incomplete, not even knowing how to level up. Second, even if the system recognized it, with his current ability at level 1, which increased combat power by 1 per second, spending 2 years inside would only boost his combat power by just over 60 million. However, if the system level increased in the future and combat power could increase by 10 or even 100 or 1000 per second, entering then would be the best choice. Patience is a virtue. After careful consideration, Lin Xuan made his decision. At least for now, he could completely rely on himself to become stronger. The system's enhancement in combat power could instead be considered merely supportive. Taking a deep breath to shift his thoughts, Lin Xuan glanced at Son Gohan nearby. He recalled the words Son Goku spoke before leaving, directly entrusting Gohan to him. This genuinely made Lin Xuan's mouth twitch involuntarily. Son Goku's intention was for him to guide Gohan a bit. It was a clever plan. He would go to influence his elder brother while using his son to build a good relationship with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan initially wanted to refuse, but seeing how obedient and proactive Gohan was, it became difficult to decline outright. So he agreed to look after him a bit, but accepting him as a disciple was out of the question, even though Gohan had terrifying potential and was destined to become the mightiest single warrior in the future if he followed Lin Xuan. What would become of Piccolo? Currently, Piccolo was still the great demon King Piccolo, and in the original story it was Gohan's companionship that completely changed him. Ultimately, Lin Xuan decided to take Gohan for now and look for an opportunity to send him to Piccolo later. Besides, with his teaching methods and habits, he was genuinely worried that if Gohan trained under him, he might end up spoiling him. After all, the kid was only 4 years old. Walking slowly forward, Lin Xuan left the edge of the lookout. He was about to approach Bulma to say something when her voice reached his ears. Really, how long is it going to take? Staying here is just waiting and waiting, it's so boring. Initially, she was full of curiosity about the lookout, but after wandering around every corner for over 20 minutes, she found nothing special and her curiosity turned into disappointment. Beside her, Krillin and Master Roshi were much more patient. They understood the situation better and knew they could only wait there for now. Alright Bulma, it's not the time to be impatient. Weren't you the one who insisted on coming up here? Krillin couldn't help but tease. He was about to continue when he saw his master's serious expression and he followed his gaze. Lin Xuan was approaching quickly and Krillin became wary, sweating profusely. From beginning to end, Lin Xuan had been too mysterious, too powerful. Seeing them tense and on edge, Lin Xuan didn't mind. Instead, he addressed Bulma directly. In a little while you won't be bored anymore, Kakarot. Never mind, I'll call him Son Goku as you're more familiar with. That, Son Goku should have already told you to help find the Dragon Balls on Earth for me. With those words, Lin Xuan awaited Bulma's response. After seeing off Kami, Son Goku and Raditz earlier, he hadn't said much else. Bringing it up now was just to confirm, as they would soon go searching. Some wishes Lin Xuan was eager to realize. To him, some time could be spent, but other time he did not wish to waste. Since Goku asked, of course I'll help you find them. But honestly, I'm curious, Bulma replied. You're already so powerful, what kind of wish do you need the Dragon Balls for? Is it immortality, world domination? Sun Wukong did say that if it's that kind of wish I should stop you, Bulma remarked, her face adorned with a peculiar smile that hinted at her mischievous spirit. And if I really wanted to make that kind of wish, how would you stop me? Lin Xuan's expression turned sly, a hint of conspiracy dancing in his eyes. This demeanor left Krillin, Master Roshi and Yajirobe visibly startled. Bulma, however, remained utterly unfazed. She seemed to know Lin Xuan wasn't the unreasonable and tyrannical kind of scion. That's why I call him a big dummy, Bulma said. How so? Lin Xuan asked, surprised. How so? Well, he already promised to help you find the Dragon Balls to make a wish, so by then what wish you make is a foregone conclusion. Who could stop it? Not even him, let alone a weak woman like me. Bulma rolled her eyes before swiftly changing the topic. But I'm not worried you'll make that wish now, because if you really wanted to, you'd just say it and no one on earth could stop you. As her words hung in the air, Lin Xuan couldn't help but regard her with a newfound admiration. Bulma was indeed exceptionally astute. She wasn't wrong either. What wish he intended to make truly from the very start was beyond anyone's influence. Unless of course the Dragon Balls were to be destroyed. Hey Bulma, are you that sure? Why do I have a feeling that's what he's thinking? Krillin's worry got the better of him, prompting him to interject. His words drew a sigh of exasperation from Bulma, clearly annoyed by Krillin's simplicity. In Bulma's mind, Krillin was usually quite smart, so how could he not understand after she laid it out so plainly? His strength is right there, what's the point in fretting over these things now? Bulma was right, and I also believe this scion. Lin Chuan wouldn't make an overly excessive wish. So Krillin, you needn't worry, especially with Goku training under King Kai now. You're the face of the earth, so don't always be so petty. Master Roshi chimed in, urging Krillin to be more generous. Master Roshi was concerned. He knew that if his disciple was too blunt it might upset the other party. After all, Lin Chuan was a scion newly arrived on Earth and immensely powerful. Although he seemed to be a good person, what kind of person he truly was still required time to reveal. Master Roshi actually understood Bulma's implicit message. With Lin Chuan's strength, they could only rely on him, not oppose him, at least not now. Kami. Suddenly, just as Lin Chuan was about to compliment Bulma, they all heard Popo call out. In the next moment everyone turned their gaze. Kami Piccolo was once again standing where he had vanished before, the only difference being he was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. It was evident that traversing between the realms of Yin and Yang was an extraordinarily taxing endeavor. This perhaps was why Kami Piccolo said he could only bring 2 people along. Naturally, King Yama of the other world could turn a blind eye, but he certainly wouldn't allow the same thing to happen twice. Thus, there are only 2 slots available, and this is a fixed number. Lord Kami, you have returned. Have Goku and his older brother Raditz already reached King Kai in the north? Master Roshi stepped forward, expressing his concern. He was eager to know the exact situation of his disciples. As it pertained to whether Goku could receive King Kai's teachings, rest assured, I have already sent them to the underworld, but whether they can meet King Kai depends on their ability to endure a trial. Only by successfully traversing the Snake Way can they reach King Kai's planet for training. Kami Piccolo replied after a pause, his voice weary. I see, as expected, one must pass a test to meet a higher deity, but I believe with Goku's talent and his brother's strength, they will surely succeed. Master Roshi mused. Kami Piccolo nodded, then turned his gaze toward Krillin and Yajirobe. Now that Goku and Raditz have gone to the underworld for training, it's your turn next. Kami Piccolo addressed them. Krillin's expression turned serious while Yajirobe seemed ready to back out. Please guide us, Lord Kami, Krillin asked respectfully, acknowledging Kami's supreme status in his heart. Kami nodded, satisfied, and after pondering for a moment said, training you is essential, but as mentioned earlier before, that you need to find Tien, Kaiotsu and Yamcha. Mr. Popo has a rough idea of the regions they might be in, but we need to pinpoint their exact locations. They've been moving around constantly. I hope you can accompany Mr. Popo, explain the situation and bring them here. Although my guidance may not compare to King Kai's, it's better than you training blindly on your own. Kami paused and Krillin immediately responded with determination. I will go with Mr. Popo to find Tien and the others. With them I'll be more motivated. He made a gesture of readiness, showing a pure and earnest spirit. Lin Chuan observed this, noting how in this era, as humanity steps into the cosmic age, everyone is eagerly seeking to become stronger. Krillin embodies this now, though it might be rare to see in the future. Suddenly Lin Chuan recalled that in the original story they quickly found Tien and the others by using Raditz's power level detector. Feigning ignorance, he suggested, though I don't know exactly who you're looking for, I assume they're some of Earth's stronger fighters. It seems you're unsure of their precise locations and can't find them quickly. Perhaps I can assist you with this. Lin Chuan's suggestion surprised the others, who were unsure of his intentions. Bulma, however, remained unfazed and unguarded, even expressing admiration. I didn't expect you to have such a helpful side, so warm-hearted. Don't get me wrong, I just want you all to wrap things up quickly. After all, I still need your help to find the Dragon Balls. Besides, this task is trivial for me and doesn't require my assistance. All that's needed is to fetch a scouter from my spaceship. As long as the power level meets the criteria, it can easily pinpoint the exact location of powerful beings on Earth, Lin Chuan calmly explained without accepting Bulma's offer of goodwill. A warm-hearted guy. Don't be ridiculous, he just wants to get this over with and leave as soon as possible. Moreover, he hopes to leverage alien technology to have Bulma build the spaceship and gravity training room he needs. A scouter, you mean the thing Raditz wore on his face? Krillin suddenly recalled the scene where his power level was reported earlier. He also remembered how Raditz acted so swiftly on Earth. Now he understood why Raditz was able to find Kame House and them so quickly. It was all thanks to the scouter. This device not only measures power levels to indicate how strong someone is, but can also lock onto targets and point the way. With such assistance, things would indeed be much more convenient. I see. I'm really curious about how your alien technology achieves this, Bulma said in disbelief, her words full of eagerness to see the scouter, and of course the spaceship. It must be said that she truly is a genius scientist with a mind that is second to none in the world. Once given a hint, she can create anything. In the future, she even manages to build a time machine. The scouter can be lent to you for use, but I'm not sure if you'll understand the text on it, Lin Xuan added, noting Bulma's reaction and knowing his bait had worked. The scouter specifically for Frisia's army uses a different language and numbering system from Earth's. Lin Xuan could understand it because the Scion heritage in his memory included this cultural information. Although he hadn't seen this world's Earth text, the original work mentioned this, so strictly speaking Raditz scouter in the original showed a bunch of gibberish to Earthlings. Later Bulma modified the scouter's language module, converting the text and numbers, making it comprehensible. If it's just a small problem like this, leave it to me, Bulma replied confidently. As long as it's not too complex a device, give me some time and I can modify the language module using Earth methods. Her words were light and decisive, revealing her confidence in herself. Are you sure? Lin Xuan asked, slightly squinting his eyes. What are you doubting my abilities? Bulma retorted. Unwilling to let anyone question her in her field of expertise, in her mind she had already decided that she must accomplish this task or else she'd be underestimated. So what you said about building a spaceship before was true, huh? If that's the case, even better. Come with me and while you're at it, help me fix the damage on my spaceship. Lin Xuan followed up on Bulma's words, fixing a spaceship? The topic shifted and Bulma was momentarily taken aback, soon followed by the others realizing the situation. If it weren't for the current invasion and the Scion threat a year from now, helping an interstellar friend repair his spaceship wouldn't be an issue. But these are extraordinary times. I'd be willing to help you, but I can't say for sure if I can fix it until I see the spaceship. Bulma didn't fully commit, continuing, by the way, you're not planning to have me fix your spaceship and then disappear after making a wish, are you? I must admit, that's quite a cunning thought. She indeed was sharp, able to consider such possibilities. Rest assured, Lin Xuan replied to Bulma's skepticism, even though I just arrived on Earth, I don't dislike this planet, so I'll be staying here for some time. Fixing the spaceship is merely for the convenience of future space travels. After all, I can't stay on Earth forever, I have my own matters to attend to. Oh, and I have a proposal. Since you're such a genius, if you could create a more advanced multi-person spaceship, I could take you along for space travel. Having someone like you as a technician would mean I wouldn't have to worry about the ship breaking down with no one to fix it. Subtly, Lin Xuan hinted, paving the way to gradually persuade Bulma to help him build some things in the future. Space travel, huh? It brought a tinge of sadness to Bulma's eyes as she recalled her sister Tights running away from home long ago, leaving Earth with a galactic patrolman named Jocko for space adventures. The last time they contacted each other was so long ago. Now, as an adult, she never expected to have another chance at space travel. If there's a chance for space travel, could I go too? A timid, soft voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned to see it was none other than Gohan speaking, the little guy daring to dream of space travel. He might be timid, but there's a certain bravery in wanting to go despite the risks. Gohan, you're still too young. This idea is very dangerous, Krillin interjected, seemingly concerned about Goku's child and trying to prevent any reckless behavior. His words carried a hint of education, reflecting a conservative and rigid mindset. He hadn't experienced space travel, so his views were quite traditional. It's interesting to think that in the original story, it was him boarding the spaceship to Namek that broadened his horizon. On the sidelines, Master Roshi silently observed Son Gohan, his expression hidden behind his sunglasses but with a hint of something intriguing. With his seasoned eyes, he had concluded that Gohan, the son of his disciple Goku, had limitless potential if guided properly. If you're scared, don't frighten the children, Bulma interjected, cutting off Krillin's attempts at fear-based education. She immediately remarked, what's wrong with wanting to travel the universe? Leaving Earth isn't such a big deal. It's good that Gohan has this idea, it shows he wants to see a broader world. Besides, our little Gohan aims to become a scholar in the future, so don't confine his thoughts. As Bulma's words landed, she looked at Gohan with admiration. A 4-year-old, already braver and more mature than she was at that age, even though she's a girl. Krillin, reprimanded by Bulma, felt rather embarrassed. At this moment, Son Gohan spoke up again, and Bulma, I was just thinking that if there was a spaceship, I'd like to go into space to see what Earth looks like, and also to see Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, and many other planets. His young voice was full of a mysterious anticipation for the stars and the sea with no trace of fear. Clearly, there was a fundamental difference between the new generation and the old. If your Aunt Bulma can really create a multi-person spaceship, then your wish isn't impossible to achieve. Lin Xuan chimed in at this point. This kid unknowingly had given a perfect assist, complimenting his own efforts. This also meant that without Lin Xuan having to say anything, Bulma kept this in mind. With Bulma's mindset, she should have already realized that if Earth doesn't have spaceships and Earthlings can't step into space, they will always lag behind aliens. Thank you, Uncle Lin Xuan. Son Gohan bowed politely, expressing his gratitude, which made Lin Xuan feel a bit embarrassed. This kid really is kind and pure to a fault. Well, no time to waste. We truly appreciate your help, Lin Xuan said Kami Piccolo, the Earth's guardian, urging them on. His emotions were in turmoil, quite anxious, so even though Son Gohan, the son of Goku, had such bold ideas, he chose to ignore them. After all, it wouldn't come true in the short term. Little did he know that what he ignored would become the strongest individual in the future. I've said before, I'm only doing this for myself, Lin Xuan replied nonchalantly to Kami Piccolo's goodwill. As the group reached a consensus, each began to take action. Lin Xuan took Bulma to find his spaceship while Krillin and Master Roshi returned to Kame House with Mr. Popo's help. Master Roshi needed to go back. His strength was naturally among the highest of Earthlings, and he was a revered figure. But ultimately, given his age, even Kami wouldn't have the nerve to ask him to keep pushing himself. At over 300 years old, Master Roshi was one of the oldest Earthlings alive. Meanwhile, Krillin had another task at hand during this trip back home: to find Chi-Chi and explain the situation to her. After all, Goku had already gone to the afterlife to train with King Kai, and he wouldn't be back for at least a year. Gohan couldn't return home either, fearing that Chi-Chi would immediately stop Lin Xuan from taking him away. For now, they stayed at the Temple of Kami awaiting Lin Xuan's further instructions. Goku, before leaving, had entrusted Gohan to Lin Xuan, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Krillin couldn't quite understand why Goku did this, but since Goku had made his wishes clear and Gohan didn't object, he had no power to intervene. This put a lot of pressure on Krillin, who was aware that Chi-Chi would not take the news well, knowing her husband and son would be gone for a year. Time ticked by, and over half an hour passed. Due to the slow speed of Bulma's aircraft, Lin Xuan decided to carry her as they headed toward the crash site of the spaceship. Initially, Lin Xuan considered visiting Corinne to get a flying Nimbus or some senzu beans. However, he decided to put that thought aside for now. The flying Nimbus wasn't too much of a problem since he had seen it before, but as for the senzu beans, he had no idea where they came from, having only recently arrived on Earth. He realized he might need to gradually integrate into the storyline to discover their origins. One thing he needed to address was dealing with Yajirobe. The reason for the scarcity of senzu beans in the original story was largely due to Yajirobe's actions. Lin Xuan had previously ignored him, not considering him important, but now, with the thought of acquiring senzu beans, he planned to intimidate Yajirobe at some point. Alternatively, he could also learn the method of cultivating senzu beans from Corinne. With Bulma's intelligence and skills, mass production of senzu beans in the future might not be impossible. The idea was there, but implementing it would have to wait. Carrying Bulma, Lin Xuan made his way back to the dense forest where the spaceship had landed. It wasn't easy, and he had to put in quite an effort. He had given his original scouter to Raditz, making it difficult to pinpoint the exact location, so he had to rely on his memory to retrace his steps. Fortunately, he didn't make any mistakes thanks to his over 20 years of survival experience on planet V3114, which meant he wasn't prone to getting lost. Otherwise, flying with an ordinary person like Bulma at a slower speed would have made the search much more challenging. However, Lin Xuan overlooked one thing: the abundance of wildlife in such a primitive forest. Although the crash of the spaceship had initially scared them off, it only took half an hour to an hour for the creatures to determine there was no danger and become active again. Without any threats around, the spaceship had become a plaything for these animals. Lin Xuan had assumed the spaceship would be useless upon arriving on Earth and chose to abandon it, not considering that Bulma could study it to create an even better spaceship. Having chased away the various wild animals, Bulma couldn't wait to free herself from Lin Xuan's embrace. Over time, she had grown accustomed to being held by Lin Xuan, no longer feeling awkward about it. Once on the ground, she earnestly began to examine what she considered a uniquely designed alien spaceship. Is this really a spaceship? It's so small, yet it can travel through space. Alien technology truly is incredible, she remarked, her curiosity piqued as she both observed and began to tinker with it. Despite its seemingly small size, the spaceship was actually a treasure trove of advanced technology. Bulma knew that if she could grasp its technical secrets, her knowledge in the scientific field would advance. Significantly, her heart brimming with curiosity, which translated into motivation, she was eager to dismantle the spaceship to understand its internal structure fully. Seeing her so ecstatic, Lin Xuan merely smiled without saying a word. He quickly walked over to the spaceship and, after a brief search inside, retrieved 2 spare power level detectors. These were unbound by any identity information and had never been activated. "Here, take this," he said, handing a detector to Bulma. "To use it, press the button on the side. The intelligence system can even analyze your brainwaves to provide corresponding feedback." As he spoke, Lin Xuan demonstrated the process. By putting on his own detector, Bulma, being the genius she was, had no resistance to such novel gadgets. After a brief session of tinkering alongside Lin Xuan, she had a general understanding of the power level detector's functions and usage. However, as Lin Xuan had mentioned earlier, the alien script was not easy to decipher and she couldn't understand it. "The data is indeed complex and I'm curious about its internal structure," she mused. With that, Bulma took out her trusty all-purpose key and used the finest screwdriver to touch the base's corner, opening the cover of the power level detector. The moment her eyes fell upon the internal circuit board and various components, Bulma was filled with astonishment. "I never imagined such a small detector could be this sophisticated. It's incredible. And this intelligent chip, it must be at least 10 to 20 years ahead of Earth. Still, having an intelligent chip makes things easier. I have several ways to quickly modify this detector. Luckily, I always carry my portable work equipment," she said confidently. As soon as she finished speaking, Bulma removed the pouch from her waist, retrieved a universal capsule from the capsule box and activated it. With a puff of white smoke, a workspace materialized, not quite a room, but similar, albeit without walls. A connected work area with 3 tables arranged in a wide long U-shape appeared, complete with a wheeled chair in the middle. The tables were covered with various types of equipment, none of which Lin Xuan recognized or understood. Without saying much more, Bulma swiftly sat in the chair and got to work, leaving Lin Xuan in awe. "This is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person," he thought to himself. Despite being a time traveler with extensive knowledge of the original story and broad experiences, his intellect paled in comparison to Bulma's, making him feel utterly outmatched. Lin Xuan stood quietly to the side, observing Bulma's actions with great care. He remained silent, not daring to make the slightest sound, fearing that any disturbance might lead to failure in her modifications. Although he was clueless about this field, he understood the complexity involved. Watching Bulma's series of operations, it was evident how meticulous and precise the modification process was, leaving no room for error. Any mistake could render the power level detector completely useless. One had to acknowledge that Bulma was truly a genius with both intellect and practical skills. In just a short span of 20 minutes, she completed the final steps and rebooted the power level detector. Seeing the triumphant smile on Bulma's face, Lin Xuan knew that her work was far more than just altering text information. Finally, it's a success," Bulma exclaimed excitedly, immediately placing the power level detector on her left eye. Upon restarting the device, the alien script displayed was now replaced with Earth's language. Lin Xuan couldn't help but express his admiration. "I didn't expect you to complete the modification so quickly. Although I anticipated it, witnessing it firsthand truly merits the word genius." His praise was evident, feeding Bulma's vanity a little. "Humph, now you know my capabilities are far more than just this," Bulma boasted, a proud smile on her face as she continued. "I didn't just change the text information on this detector, I also enhanced its detection capabilities to calculate higher power levels." Intrigued, Lin Xuan asked, "You mean you increased the detector's upper limit? What is its maximum index now?" Bulma thought for a moment before replying, "Although it's sort of a makeshift upgrade, assuming the detector initially could barely measure up to around 20,000 inch, it should now reach 40,000 to 50,000. I integrated a chip of my own design. Although it can't match the detector's primary chip, it aids in computational functions. Even Earth's intelligent chips, which historically couldn't compare to alien high-tech chips, were rapidly advancing. Under Bulma's craftsmanship, they had become remarkably formidable. In fact, some of Earth's technological fields had surpassed even the Frisia Force's level, like Dr. Jarrow's android technology and cutting-edge biotechnology. 40 to 50,000, huh? That could rival the Frisia Force's latest high-end power-level detectors," Lin Xuan muttered. The detectors they used were outdated models used for decades. The one Lin Xuan had seized from the guy he defeated was just a slightly advanced scout model with a detection limit of around 20,000 power level. According to Lin Xuan's understanding and the information provided by the original work at this stage, only the high-ranking personnel of Frisia's army would be equipped with the new advanced power level detectors. These detectors could measure power levels ranging from 50,000 to over 100,000. Just like in the original story where Sabo equipped himself with a new model and later the Jinya Force also used high-level detectors, calculating the timeline, these advanced detectors might still be in the development phase, and even if they were developed, they would likely be in the trial stage. Thus, in the storyline a year later, the majority of Frisia's soldiers were still equipped with detectors that couldn't measure beyond 20 to 30,000 power levels. After listening to Lin Xuan's explanation, Bulma understood that these detectors had different levels. However, the thought that she could casually modify one to reach an advanced level filled her with pride. Suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. Driven by curiosity, she pressed the button on the detector aimed at Lin Xuan. Beep 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 beep. The detector buzzed as it scanned, catching Lin Xuan off guard. Bulma was shocked by the result displayed. Power level, 100 points. Wait, could it be a malfunction? Your power level, only 100 points. Unconvinced, Bulma pressed the button again, puzzled by the results. Failures like this shouldn't exist in her dictionary. If it failed, it wouldn't even start right. Hearing her disbelief, Lin Xuan realized Bulma wanted to know his power level. He smiled slightly. Her modifications hadn't failed, he had merely controlled his power level to register at 100 points. The reason for this was twofold. Firstly, his training in controlling his energy had reached a certain mastery, allowing him to manipulate it as he wished. Secondly, power levels constantly increase. And if he always presented himself at his peak, wouldn't his aura be constantly escalating? Who could handle that? Your modification didn't fail, I just hid my energy so the detector couldn't pick it up, Lin Xuan explained. If you wanted to see my power level, you should have said so. Since you're curious, I'll show you, and we can test the level of your modified detector at the same time. With a gentle smile, Lin Xuan gave his answer and then summoned his inner strength. As he unleashed his energy, his aura surged rapidly and Bulma's detector began scanning at high speed. Power level 1000. Power level 5000. Power level 10,000. Power level 20,000. It's still rising. Incredible. Stunned by the numbers on the lens, Bulma turned pale. Her research on power detectors told her these numbers weren't arbitrary. Each level had a specific definition. For instance, a power level of 1000 could easily destroy a small satellite like the moon. Lin Xuan's power level began in the thousands, and by reaching around 10,000, it was enough to destroy a planet the size of Earth. However, when surpassing 20,000, still technically categorized as planet-destroying, Bulma could no longer fathom its implications. Lin Xuan's power continued to grow, though the numbers Bulma observed were no longer skyrocketing but increasing steadily. While showcasing his strength to test Bulma's modifications, Lin Xuan seized the opportunity to sense the extent of his current capabilities. From when he arrived at the base of Corinne Tower over 2 hours ago, with a power level reaching 21,675, his strength has now soared to 30,375, with each passing second adding one more point. This was an increase of 8,700 points in 145 minutes. It was only when Bulma upgraded the detector that Lin Xuan clearly felt surpassing the 30,000 mark. Incremental gains became natural once accustomed to them, but significant leaps offered a different experience altogether. Reflecting on his power, Lin Xuan realized that even without fully unleashing it, he could easily defeat 10 of his former selves. The sheer feeling of his strength growing and his body transforming filled him with ecstasy. Every 10,000-point milestone created a vast gap in power, leaving him to wonder how potent 100,000 or even a million-point power level might be. Only by reaching such numbers could one truly comprehend them. Your power level is over 30,000 and still rising. Wait, why did it just drop? Bulma's voice was a constant presence filled with astonishment. It wasn't until Lin Xuan explained that Bulma understood he had voluntarily retracted his planet-destroying strength. It's unimaginable how you've trained to such power. Goku has been training since childhood, yet his power level is only in the hundreds, and his brother's is just 1,500. Bulma marveled, her words conveying disbelief. Her ability to accept such realities was formidable. Others might have been terrified, but Bulma wasn't afraid. She saw Lin Xuan as a friend, not a threat to Earth. before long they too would experience rapid growth in their strength. Alright, now's not the time to dwell on this. Shouldn't we head to Master Roshi's island and give them the battle power detector? Lin Chuan suggested, brushing off the topic. With the detector modified, there was no need to linger. As for the spaceship, there would be plenty of opportunities later. True. Bulma nodded, agreeing with Lin Chuan. She swiftly packed up, storing her portable workstation back into a capsule, and then retrieved another capsule from her container. Time slipped by in a flash, and more than an hour had passed unnoticed. On Turtle Island, Master Roshi and Krillin had long since returned with Mr. Popo's guidance, and everyone was waiting for Lin Chuan and Bulma to arrive. As the minutes ticked away, the calm that had initially settled over them began to unravel, giving way to anxious thoughts and mounting psychological pressure. Krillin, in particular, was a vivid example of this, given his sensitive and overly worrisome nature. In contrast, Master Roshi maintained an air of relaxation. Upon returning to Turtle Island, he lounged on his sun chair, enjoying the ocean breeze and flipping through his beloved magazines filled with pictures of beautiful women. Mr. Popo, similarly unperturbed, displayed even more calmness than Master Roshi. After all, as an ancient deity's attendant who had lived for over a millennium, he was undoubtedly the true hidden master on Earth. Why aren't they here yet? Could something have gone wrong? Krillin muttered, standing by the sea with a heavy heart staring into the distance. He looked quite oppressed by his worries. After all, the burden of preparing for whatever lay ahead weighed heavily on him. Relax, Krillin, don't rush, keep your usual calm. Instead of worrying about things you can't control, think about how you will face Kami's guidance and become stronger, Master Roshi advised, glancing at Krillin from the corner of his eye. Krillin could only muster a wry smile and reply, yes, Master. Although he agreed his heart couldn't easily find peace, it wasn't until he reached a future transcendent state and truly understood the concept of selflessness that he could fully control his emotions. What is that scion named Lin Chuan planning? What wish will he make after gathering the Dragon Balls? Krillin pondered internally. If his goal was to rule the Earth, he wouldn't need the Dragon Balls, he could do it alone. Aside from immortality, what else could he desire? Krillin couldn't begin to fathom Lin Chuan's intentions with the Dragon Balls. His speculations were rooted in fear of potential harm to them or the Earth. The sheer difference in power was daunting. They couldn't comprehend Lin Chuan's capabilities. Raditz' arrival had been their first encounter with aliens, and the threat had been overwhelming. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the sky. Krillin had been watching, jolting him from his thoughts. They're here, he exclaimed as the spot grew larger, transforming into the silhouette of a jet, Bulma's jet to be precise. It wasn't the small aircraft they had initially arrived in, but a large jet. The main event had arrived. Master Roshi set aside his magazine and got to his feet, while Mr. Popo also came closer. Even the sea turtle, who had stayed at home all this time, felt a twinge of fear. Despite knowing the backstory, the prospect of facing a powerful and unfamiliar scion was undeniably daunting. Inside the jet, Lin Chuan sat in the co-pilot's seat, arms crossed, staring straight ahead. His combat power had increased yet again from 30,375 to 34,695 points. The hour-long flight was bearable only because his combat power was constantly rising. Otherwise, he admitted he wouldn't have had the patience. Initially, he planned to leave the spaceship alone, but Bulma insisted on taking it away, afraid it might get damaged if left behind. She treated the spaceship as if it were her own, leaving Lin Chuan speechless. Throughout the flight, Lin Chuan remained mostly silent, simply listening to Bulma's chatter. We're here, Bulma announced, and Lin Chuan saw the solitary island in the vast ocean. Even from a distance, his eyesight allowed him to see it clearly. This was Turtle Hermit Island. As Bulma landed the large jet on the island, Lin Chuan followed her out. Unlike Bulma, being on Turtle Hermit Island was a nostalgic experience for Lin Chuan, stirring memories from his past life. According to an old saying from the internet, in his previous life, Turtle Hermit Island was where the true storyline of Dragon Ball began. Had he arrived here just after his transmigration, Lin Chuan would have been excited, as coming here when weak meant gaining an opportunity to grow stronger. But arriving now, everything felt different. The only constant was the perception of Turtle Hermit Island as an idyllic, isolated paradise. Truth be told, Lin Chuan yearned for a peaceful and comfortable life, free from worldly concerns, especially after years of hardship. However, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, being a scion and having activated the unlimited combat power enhancement system meant such a life was unattainable for him, at least for now. Strolling Turtle Hermit Island alone allowed him to savor its serene beauty. After all, compared to the apocalyptic planets he'd seen, places like this were a rarity. Lost in thought for a while, Lin Xuan returned to the beach in front of the main house. By then, Bulma had evidently explained everything and was teaching Krillin how to use the combat power detector. Krillin couldn't help but complain about the discomfort of wearing the device in front of his eyes as it obstructed his vision. Under Bulma's guidance, he fiddled with the buttons. The detector immediately responded, first registering Popo's combat power at 1030 points, followed by his master, the Turtle Hermit, at 139 points. Knowing his combat power exceeded 200 points, Krillin was thrilled to have surpassed his master. In this era, surpassing one's master was an immense achievement for Krillin given the Turtle Hermit's revered status. It seems you've got the hang of it. Next you'll need to learn how to use brainwaves for some basic operations of the detector, Bulma explained. To locate someone with high combat power, you can hold down the button or use voice commands to control it. Bulma had quickly mastered the detector and even added her own modifications. As Krillin's words left his lips, he decided to give it a try. The moment he did, he started pressing down on the button of the scouter, activating its function to search for powerful combat strength. Beep 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 beep. The combat power detector emitted continuous sounds. In less than 20 seconds, it detected a formidable force approximately 3,000 kilometers to the southwest, with a combat power reaching around 250 points. Beside this force, there was another with a combat power of 150 points. One person possessed a combat strength of 250 points, and another had 150 points. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu. Besides the two of them, no one else on Earth should have these figures. Krillin immediately thought of Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu. As for the possibility of Yamcha, it was almost zero. Yamcha's strength had been slightly inferior to his for several years, not to mention he had heard from Bulma that Yamcha had been indulging in a life of pleasure these past years. After all, Krillin had been training diligently, so there was no way Yamcha could surpass his 206 combat power points. Since they had already pinpointed the location, they ought to set off quickly. Kami was still waiting for them to return to the lookout. Mr. Popo took the initiative to step forward. It was both a prompt and a desire not to waste any more time. As Kami's attendant, he couldn't be away from the lookout for too long. Now that the combat power detector was in hand, finding Yamcha after locating Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu should also be straightforward. Krillin hesitated for a moment as he was still worried about Lin Xuan and Bulma. However, after receiving a nod of approval from Master Roshi, he couldn't dwell on other thoughts and could only step onto Mr. Popo's flying carpet. Thus, the two departed from Kame House. From start to finish, Lin Xuan did not utter a single word. After they left, Lin Xuan approached Bulma to engage in brief conversation and communication. Of course, he didn't forget to greet Master Roshi with a nod. After all, this martial arts master was truly deserving of the title, or else he wouldn't have performed so brilliantly in the future Tournament of Power. So, he was worthy of Lin Xuan's respect. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours passed. After seeing off Krillin and Mr. Popo, Lin Xuan and Bulma concluded their discussion and, with the help of the Dragon Radar, began their search for the Dragon Balls. In what seemed a long yet short period, they managed to collect 5 Dragon Balls, including the 4-star Dragon Ball initially taken from Gohan's hat. They had 6 Dragon Balls in hand. Now, they only needed the last one to summon Shenron and make a wish. The location of this final Dragon Ball had already been marked by the Dragon Radar, situated in the coldest region on Earth, the extreme north. Known as the extreme north, temperatures there remained below -30 degrees Celsius throughout the year. To venture there, Bulma had specially prepared several sets of thermal suits to combat the harsh environment. However, Lin Xuan did not require the thermal suit Bulma prepared for him. To him, such harsh climates were not a big deal. On the Doomsday Planet he once lived on, the ecological environment and climate changes were far more severe than the cold of the extreme north. In the biting cold of sub-zero temperatures, Lin Xuan had experienced it all. As they journeyed northward guided by the Dragon Ball radar, Lin Xuan not only maintained his own body temperature with his energy but also created a protective aura to ensure Bulma, nestled in his arms, remained comfortable. It wasn't long before a peculiar and towering ice mountain nearly 1,000 meters high emerged in their sight. There it was, the final Dragon Ball, according to the radar, was nestled within this very ice mountain. To retrieve the Dragon Ball, it seemed they would have to break through the mountain. After confirming the location of the Dragon Ball, Bulma pointed ahead and spoke to Lin Xuan. "I see it, no problem." Without hesitation, Lin Xuan, looking at the majestic ice mountain before him, raised his hand to conjure a golden energy sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. The energy sphere departed from his palm and collided with the mountain. A thunderous explosion followed with flames shooting skyward, triggering an ice and snowstorm. Under the forceful blast of Lin Xuan's energy bomb, the entire ice mountain was obliterated. The unleashed storm roared like a primordial beast awakened, capable of engulfing everything. Of course, this had no effect on Lin Xuan. His strength was such that this residual impact was negligible. Bulma was also unharmed as Lin Xuan held her securely, maintaining an energy shield to protect her from any harm. Hey, you went a bit overboard, didn't you? I just wanted you to break it open, not blow up the entire mountain. What if the Dragon Ball got destroyed in the process? Bulma exclaimed, initially startled by the disappearance of the entire ice mountain, but her first concern was whether the Dragon Ball had survived the explosion. As a strong-willed woman, her time with Lin Xuan had emboldened her, making her speak her mind freely. Considering the size of that ice mountain, it would have taken ages to search through it. As you mentioned, the Dragon Ball radar has an error margin of about 50 meters. Instead of searching slowly, it was more efficient to blow it up. And as for damaging the Dragon Ball, that's not going to happen. The intensity of that blast wouldn't destroy an Earth Dragon Ball, Lin Xuan assured her, his gaze fixed on the Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's hand. Despite the change in marked location, the 7th Dragon Ball remained intact. Due to the explosion, it had been flung to the ice plain ahead, over there. Without giving Bulma a chance to argue, Lin Xuan flew forward, carrying her along. After traveling several kilometers, they landed on a vast white ice field. Besides the ice and snow, there were no living creatures or other objects in sight. If there was anything to be seen, it was the debris scattered across the plain from the explosion of the ice mountain. Setting Bulma down, Lin Xuan took the Dragon Ball radar from her hand. Stay here and don't move. There might be fissures beneath the snow and falling in could be life-threatening, he cautioned her before extending his senses to begin his search. Bulma stood rooted to the spot, too afraid to run around. Despite her bravery, she valued her life even more. It wasn't until several minutes passed that Lin Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he pulled the 7-star Dragon Ball glowing with an orange-yellow hue from an icy cavern. Finally, they had all been gathered. After more than 5 hours, they had found the Dragon Balls scattered across the world. Turning back, Lin Xuan glanced at Bulma and showed her the 7-star Dragon Ball in his hand. Seeing that the last Dragon Ball had been found, Bulma was overjoyed. For a moment, she forgot Lin Xuan's instructions and sprinted over. But just as she was filled with happiness, thinking she could finally leave this dreadful place, she suddenly found herself stepping into thin air. In an instant, her mind went blank, plunging her into a deathly despair. Witnessing the situation, Lin Xuan immediately understood what had happened. He cursed inwardly, foolish woman, and in the next second he burst into action. In less than a second, he grasped Bulma's body, which was about to fall into the icy abyss, and used his flying technique to lift them off the ground. Luckily, the distance was short. Didn't I tell you not to move? He scolded as he adjusted his position to hold her in a princess carry. If he hadn't reacted in time, Bulma could have been in real trouble. I just thought that since we found the last Dragon Ball we could leave here. Bulma pouted, her face full of grievance. The sudden brush with death made her feel even colder. She instinctively curled up, and Lin Xuan, sensing her discomfort, shook his head helplessly. He formed an energy shield and promptly left the frigid northern lands. They descended onto the northern plains, at the edge of a forest where the vegetation was relatively lush. Here, it was no longer cold. The temperature had risen to around 15 degrees above freezing. Though still not warm compared to the minus 40 or 50 degrees of the far north, this place felt like paradise. Are you sure you want to summon Shenron and make your wish here? Bulma asked as she began taking off her heavy thermal suit. Of course, if you could withstand the cold, we would have done it back there, Lin Xuan replied. Bulma rolled her eyes at him, then took the Dragon Balls from her spatial pouch. The 7 round Dragon Balls gathered together, resonating with a mysterious force and emitting flashes of dazzling golden light. Then let's begin. Come forth, Shenron, Bulma shouted, with her call. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with an incredibly brilliant light. At the same time, the sky was enveloped in thick black clouds stretching across the globe, plunging the entire world into darkness in an instant. This spectacle immediately caught the attention of the Z-fighters. As darkness cloaked the earth, the next second a golden pillar of light shot out from the 7 Dragon Balls, piercing the heavens. The radiant light coalesced into the majestic body of Shenron, hovering in mid-air, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. Earth's Shenron floated above Lin Xuan's head, radiating an undeniable sense of pressure. This isn't a suppression brought about by overwhelming power but rather the sheer awe that the divine dragon inherently carries. It's not an exaggeration to call it dragon's might. To those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish and no matter what it is the dragon can grant it. The familiar opening line, the familiar feel. In that brief moment Lin Xuan was reminded of the scenes when he used to watch the dragon emerge on the big screen. What a pity though. It looks majestic and speaks grandly, but in reality Earth's dragon is just a little Karami. Compared to the dragon Purunga from Namek, it's not even close. Only in the future, under Den's modifications and upgrades, could the dragon's wish-granting capacity increase from 1 to 3, elevating its status slightly, yet even then it still couldn't match Purunga. I remember during the Super Era, in front of the god of destruction Beerus, Earth's dragon almost wet itself in fear. Alright Lin Xuan, the dragon has been summoned, now you can state your wish. Bulma fixed her gaze on Lin Xuan, reminding him out loud. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Lin Xuan's lips curled up into a mischievous smile. I have an idea, not sure if it can be realized. Bulma looked at Lin Xuan's mischievous grin, feeling that something was off. Are you the wisher? State your wish and no matter what it is the dragon can fulfill it. The dragon seemed to have heard Lin Xuan's skepticism and its deep voice invisibly brought a tremendous impact, as if saying, there is no wish that I cannot fulfill. Oh, are you sure? Can you really grant any wish? What if it's impossible? Lin Xuan squinted slightly. He wanted to argue with the dragon a bit to see if he could gain some advantage. Of course, it didn't matter if he couldn't. Upon hearing such doubt, the dragon was immediately displeased. As long as it doesn't violate the creator's rule that wishes cannot be repeated, any wish can be fulfilled. You seem confident. Then my wish is for 3 more wishes, as Lin Xuan loudly stated his wish. In the next second, not only the dragon but also Bulma were dumbfounded. Their minds were filled with a bunch of question marks. What the heck, is this how you make a wish? What do you take me for? As the divine dragon, he is all-knowing and all-powerful, yet at this moment he found himself at a loss. The wish was made, but he truly couldn't grant such an outrageous wish. Reflecting on his earlier boast, he fell silent. Since his birth until today, he had never encountered someone so shameless. As for Bulma, seeing the dragon's continued silence, a look of anticipation appeared on her face. If this were possible, then all the times they summoned the dragon before were wasted. So many wishes, so many years, and she, a genius, never thought of this loophole. After a long silence, the dragon sighed and responded, I'm truly sorry, this wish I cannot grant. I did indeed boast earlier. With this answer, Bulma couldn't suppress the disappointment on her face. Lin Xuan had a hunch, if this could really happen it would be defying the heavens. It seemed that even the divine dragon had its limitations. Can you tell me the reason? Of course, this reason isn't the wish I want to make, Lin Xuan teased with a smile. After all, if you can't fulfill the wish, there has to be a precise reason for that. Hearing this, the divine dragon's expression turned serious. It suddenly realized it had been cornered but had no choice but to respond. This dragon can grant 1 wish based on the original rules. To turn 1 wish into more wishes would require breaking those rules and creating entirely new ones, which is something this dragon cannot do. The dragon's tone shifted. Greedy human, is 1 wish not enough for you? Remember, karma always comes back around. Excessive greed will lead you to a dead end. Is that so? I thought you said you could grant any wish. That's why I made that wish. Why am I being called greedy now? Lin Xuan retorted without hesitation. It seemed the dragon was trying to save face, but Lin Xuan wasn't buying it and wouldn't let the dragon make a show of presence at his expense. The atmosphere grew awkward, with Lin Xuan and the divine dragon at a standoff. Bulma stepped in to ease the tension. Lin Xuan, you should make your wish. Although the divine dragon is powerful, your earlier wish was a bit too much. If you keep wasting time and anger the dragon away, it would be a loss. I was just joking around. Since the previous wish can't be fulfilled, then grant me the ability to teleport instantly to any planet at will, Lin Xuan requested. Upon hearing this, Bulma looked at Lin Xuan with surprise. Can such an ability be granted? At least it's more reasonable than the last one. Both awaited the dragon's response. After a moment of frustration, the divine dragon spoke again. This ability is beyond this dragon's realm of influence. Please, make another wish. The dragon's answer surprised Bulma again and left Lin Xuan speechless. If the previous wish was made in jest, this one wasn't too far-fetched. Who would have thought the Earth's divine dragon was so limited? I say, what's the reason this time for not being able to grant it? Bulma questioned. His wish involves the domain of the gods. Please forgive this dragon for not being able to answer. Facing defeat twice, the divine dragon felt it was losing face and wanted to leave. It feared granting another wish lest it no longer be known as the all-powerful dragon capable of granting any wish, the domain of the gods. So divine dragon, you actually can't fulfill many wishes, can you? Bulma had her perspective expanded and asked. The dragon remained silent as it wasn't a wish and thus didn't require an answer. The dragon continued to stare at Lin Xuan, urging, alright, state your other wish. If you haven't thought of one, then this dragon will take its leave. Wishes not yet granted, and the dragon was already thinking of leaving. It seemed to take finding the Dragon Balls lightly. Where was Lin Xuan? At this moment, dissatisfaction had already begun to show in his eyes, though he chose not to express it outwardly. To be honest, his recent wish was to acquire the instant transmission ability of the Kaioshin. Even if that was too much to ask, he hoped at the very least for the instant transmission technique of the Yard Rat people. However, Shunlong didn't mention it at all, confirming Lin Xuan's suspicion that the Dragon of Earth indeed had its limitations. Otherwise, it would have offered more explanations rather than simply stating that such wishes involved the domain of gods which it could not fulfill. If even this wish couldn't be granted, what other wish was worth making? Perhaps he could wish to be transported directly to Namek and use the dragon Purunga there to make a wish. As soon as this thought emerged, Lin Xuan dismissed it. Wishing to travel to Namek this way seemed like a waste. Besides, there was no guarantee the Earth's dragon could even achieve this. Once the spaceship was repaired, he could travel to Namek himself. Moreover, if Bulma managed to create a new type of spaceship, it would only take 6 days to reach Namek, so why waste a wish on something he could achieve through other means? Do you have no other wishes? Shunlong asked, confirming as Lin Xuan remained silent. Just as the dragon was about to bid farewell and leave, Lin Xuan suddenly looked up and declared, my wish is to gain the ability to survive in all harsh environments, for example, the ability to live in outer space. The first two wishes you could not grant, but this one you should be able to, correct? Lin Xuan spoke with righteous conviction. This time, Shunlong responded directly, as you wish, I grant you the ability to survive in any environment, with a special emphasis on surviving in the vacuum of space. As Shunlong spoke, a chilling glint flashed through its crimson eyes. A tremendous special power emanated from Shunlong as the center. With the wish fulfilled, Lin Xuan acquired the ability to survive in any adverse environment. Most importantly, he could now live in the vacuum of space. To verify the wish had truly come to fruition, Lin Xuan conducted an experiment by venturing into space to see if he would face any mortal threats. Indeed, the boon from Shunlong was astonishing. Being in space felt no different than being on Earth. Previously, Lin Xuan could linger in the vacuum for a short time using his own power, but that drained his energy significantly. Now survival in space felt innate. Standing in the void, Lin Xuan gazed down at Earth. At this moment he experienced a new sensation. He had always been strong, but now he could truly break free from the confines of a single planet. This newfound freedom altered his perspective entirely. It was time. Next, he needed to take Bulma to the lookout once more. Judging by the direction of the energy, they were also heading toward the lookout. Speaking to himself, Lin Xuan descended rapidly, breaking through the atmosphere and entering Earth's interior. His goal at the lookout was of course to bring Gohan along. After all, Sun Wukong had entrusted his son to him, so no matter what he had to at least put on a show before sending him off to be trained by Piccolo. Time seemed to fly by, and before anyone realized it, nearly half an hour had passed. At the Heavenly Temple, all the Z warriors of this era had gathered except for Sun Wukong. Earlier, when Krillin found Tien Kaiatsu and Yamcha, he had explained in detail what had transpired that day. To them, it sounded like a fairy tale. Not only had Sun Wukong, the strongest among them, been defeated, but even the once invincible Piccolo, who almost ruled the world, had also fallen. What did this mean? It suggested that all their years of training amounted to nothing in the face of these aliens. Their worldview had been shattered, and they were understandably unwilling to accept it. Most critically, in 1 year an even stronger Scion invasion was expected on Earth. They had to maximize their strength within that year, or else they would become nothing more than ants easily crushed by the invaders. Who would have thought that Wukong was an alien, a member of the warrior race, the Scions? No wonder his power was so formidable. 1 year. Just 1 year to grow stronger. Although I can't train with King Kai like you, I won't give up. When we meet again in a year, I will surely make you see me in a new light, Wukong. Tien thought to himself, unaware that he was not an Earthling either, but a Triclopsian. As one of the top martial artists on earth, second only to Sun Wukong and Piccolo, his strength had always been among the best. If not for a lack of opportunities and a limited perspective in his early years, his power would not have been less than Sun Wukong's and Piccolo's. Lost in thought, Tian's gaze shifted slightly, landing on Sun Gohan, who was obediently staying beside the guardian not far away. So this is Wukong's son? In just 5 years, he's grown so big, Tian instinctively asked, unable to stop himself from thinking about his own life. Tian suddenly had an odd thought. He had a chance because Launch had always been pursuing him, but he had ignored her existence in favor of martial arts training. Yes, he is Wukong's son, named Sun Gohan. He's 4 years old this year. Krillin nodded, taking this opportunity to voice his greatest concern. Sun Gohan had been entrusted to Lin Xuan, a scion who had barely been on Earth for long and was almost a complete stranger. It was absurd Wukong was still so quick to trust others. This Lin Xuan, who knows if he's good or bad, Yamcha criticized, picking apart the situation. Logically, even if he had to entrust someone, it should have been us. Is it really okay to hand him over to a stranger he just met? In any case, Yamcha was suspicious. After years of peace on Earth, everything had been thrown into chaos with the arrival of the Scions. A year from now, they would have to face another invasion from the Scions. And Gohan was to be entrusted to another Scion. What was this all about? This matter indeed required careful discussion. While the group was deep in conversation, a figure swiftly ascended to the Kami's lookout, landing gracefully on the platform's open square. The speed was so astonishing that even the 4Z fighters present, with their exceptional senses, couldn't immediately detect it. The newcomer was undoubtedly Lin Xuan, who had just returned from making his wish, accompanied by Bulma. "We've arrived, you can get down now," Lin Xuan said gently as he set Bulma down from his arms. "Ugh," Bulma grumbled as her feet touched the ground. "Could you at least consider my feelings next time? Fly a bit slower, will you? I'm just a normal person, I can't handle your speed." Bulma continued to complain. She was already thinking about the next time, not realizing that she had just met Lin Xuan that very day. Due to a series of coincidences in the quest for the Dragon Balls, Lin Xuan had been carrying her around. This scene seemed like playful bickering between a couple. At that moment, the scene was caught by Yamcha, who was standing not far away. He was utterly stunned, feeling as if something shattered within his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Boo! Bulma, why are you with him? What on earth is happening? Why is he holding you?" Yamcha's eyes were red with jealousy. He was so flustered that he could barely speak, his face twisted with hostility towards Lin Xuan. Bulma was the woman he had always claimed as his own, and he would never allow any man to interfere, not even a comrade. Yet such a thing was unfolding before his eyes. To him, his girlfriend was someone only he could hold. Even as her boyfriend, their relationship had only progressed to hugs. Now, an outsider, a stranger, had so easily embraced her, making him feel like his years had been wasted. Yamcha was completely oblivious to the fact that it had been a long time since he and Bulma had broken up. It was his fault for flirting with girls on the baseball team, either taking them to movies or dining with them, which led Bulma to cut him off entirely. "Yeah, Yamcha, and Tien and Kaiotsu," Bulma responded, turning to face Yamcha after hearing his questioning tone. Upon noticing his furious expression, she couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. In the past, only she felt jealous, only she was betrayed by Yamcha. Now, Yamcha's reaction was unmistakably one of panic. A sly smile formed on Bulma's lips as a brilliant idea popped into her head. What she wanted was for Yamcha to experience the feeling of losing her. After all this time, even though it was his fault, he had never come to apologize. Though she might have spoken harshly at the time, it was Yamcha who caused the situation. If only he had refused the advances of those other women, they wouldn't have ended up like this. They had been apart for so long that Bulma couldn't even remember the last time she spoke to or saw Yamcha. At this moment, she only wanted to make Yamcha regret, to let him know that her tolerance had its limits. "What does it matter to you? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. I can let whomever I please hold me, and it's none of your business." As she spoke, Bulma provocatively hooked her arm around Lin Xuan's. Her face bore a conspiratorial smile that made Lin Xuan's head spin. Although he didn't mind Bulma clinging to him like this, being used as a tool for her to provoke Yamcha caught him off guard. Lin Xuan knew that Bulma was deliberately trying to anger Yamcha, and it left him feeling uneasy. In this era, Bulma and Yamcha's relationship hadn't truly been defined as over. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Xuan caught Bulma's gaze. Though there were no words exchanged, Lin Xuan understood that Bulma was begging him to help, to join her in this act. This woman truly wasn't afraid of stirring up trouble. Since that was the case, Lin Xuan decided he wouldn't hold back either. He was never one to be manipulated by others. Besides, Bulma had long been someone he considered his own, so there was no need for hesitation. On the contrary, Bulma's initiative to draw close and use him as a shield was a favorable turn for him. After all, when a woman uses you as an excuse in front of another man, your chances are better than anyone else's. To simplify things, why act when you can make it real? Lin Xuan pulled Bulma into his embrace, taking it a step further by wrapping an arm around her waist. This intimate gesture pressed their bodies together at a different angle, drawing all eyes to them. Bulma was startled by Lin Xuan's sudden move, yet she dared not move, for if she showed any aversion it would mean she couldn't play her part well in this charade. She shot a glare at Lin Xuan, and seeing his mischievous grin, her cheeks flushed slightly. She could feel that hand moving inappropriately. What did this mean? Was he treating her like a frivolous woman? You too? Yamcha's eyes widened at the sight. He was filled with unspeakable bitterness, consumed by anger he couldn't suppress. If looks could kill, Lin Xuan would have been slain 100 times over. His woman was being touched by another man, and Bulma wasn't resisting. Instead, she appeared willing. They had been in a relationship for 10 years, and though he'd been forward before, he'd never seen Bulma like this. Were you just glaring at me with murderous intent? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and in an instant an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from him. An invisible pressure formed in a heartbeat, enveloping the entire temple of the gods like a sovereign descending upon the world. This casual display of Lin Xuan's intimidation was enough to render Yamcha, Tien, Krillin and Kaiotsu all immobile. Naturally, this included Kami, Mr. Popo and even Yajirobe. If Lin Xuan unleashed all his power at this moment, they might have been knocked unconscious directly. From the start of their quest for the Dragon Balls until now, nearly 6 hours had passed, totaling 20,700 seconds, and his power level had long surpassed 50,000, reaching 55,395. At this time on Earth, no one could withstand such power. Yamcha was instantly silenced by Lin Xuan's intimidation. He had realized the terrifying strength of this unknown scion, and his inherently timid nature was laid bare. Of that, Yamcha didn't mean it that way. Their relationship is that of a boyfriend and girlfriend. So when I saw you holding Bulma, I just wanted to know what was going on. Krillin tried to play the peacemaker, but Lin Xuan's overwhelming presence made him struggle to even breathe, forcing him to break his sentences into fragments just to get them out. Lin Xuan listened, then laughed outright. I don't care about the past, I only care about now. Do you think I misinterpreted the killing intent just now, Krillin? And you, this earthling called Yamcha? Although I don't know the whole story, I'm not a fool. Since Bulma has already said she has nothing to do with you, what right do you have to criticize others? Or do you think you're something special? After addressing Krillin, Lin Xuan turned his domineering gaze toward Yamcha. Krillin dared not speak again. While Yamcha clenched his fists in quiet turmoil, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment, darting back and forth between Lin Xuan and Bulma. Lin Xuan, aware of his hatred yet seeing his inability to even retort, laughed disdainfully. He continued holding Bulma close, ignoring her attempts to struggle, and spoke again. As a man, if you truly cared about this woman, you wouldn't be so scared that you can't even speak under my intimidation. To be honest, you're not worthy of Bulma. With that, Lin Xuan intensified his pressure, bringing even greater oppression to Yamcha. Initially, the group could barely withstand it, but now they were completely overwhelmed. Is this the power of a scion? Tien Shinhan didn't care about anything else, he was only concerned with his own experience. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, using all his strength to resist Lin Xuan's oppressive aura. The gap was too vast, even when he unleashed power beyond his limits, temporarily boosting his combat strength to 400 or 500 points. It was still futile. No wonder Kami-sama was so eager to summon us to the lookout for training. Are the scions arriving in a year all at his level? What a joke. One person's energy can reach such heights. Tien Shinhan fully realized how insignificant he was. Tien Kaiotsu stood beside Tien Shinhan, so scared that he could only rely on Tien for a sense of security. Having achieved the desired effect, Lin Xuan withdrew his aura, not sparing Yamcha a glance. His attention shifted to Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu. Tien Shinhan was indeed someone worthy of admiration. Under Lin Xuan's pressure, he alone managed to maintain his composure. I didn't expect Earth to have not only scions and Namekians but also the existence of Triclops. Lin Xuan smirked, smiling as he spoke. Triclops, even in the original series, Tien Shinhan himself had no idea, did he? Tien Shinhan is a descendant of the Triclops, just like a hybrid of scions and Earthlings. What? Tien Shinhan is an alien too. Bulma, nestled in Lin Xuan's arms, was the first to exclaim, forgetting to struggle free from his grasp. First it was Goku, then Piccolo and Kami, and now Tien Shinhan. Krillin was completely dumbfounded. He even started to question whether he himself might be some kind of noseless alien. Compared to Earthlings, he didn't have a nose but still seemed no different from a normal person. And then there was Kaiatsu. Could he be an alien too? Although he looked somewhat similar, his skin was not quite the same. To be honest, if anyone else had said this, Krillin wouldn't have believed it. But coming from Lin Xuan, they had no choice but to accept it. After all, with such formidable power and a wealth of extraterrestrial knowledge, Lin Xuan's understanding naturally surpassed theirs. It wasn't just Krillin, everyone looked at Tien Shinhan in disbelief. Who would have thought that Tien Shinhan, whose appearance was closest to an Earthling except for an extra eye, was an alien like Goku? I should have realized it sooner. Tien Shinhan is indeed different from ordinary Earthlings. Typically, Earthlings couldn't grow a third eye, and even if there was a mutation, it couldn't be trained to the level that Tien Shinhan had achieved. Kami Piccolo spoke, though he didn't say much. It was more like a self-deprecating remark. If he had really suspected it before, it would have been strange. Triclops. Triclops. I never imagined I was an alien too. Tien Shinhan's entire worldview seemed to be crumbling. He had never doubted that he wasn't an Earthling, yet today the scion in front of him had revealed his true identity. Regardless of whether Tien Shinhan was an alien, in Kaiatsu's heart Tien Shinhan was just Tien Shinhan. Kaiatsu stood by, comforting Tien Shinhan's turbulent emotions. Hearing the words of the most important person in his life, Tien Shinhan took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. He came to terms with it. He accepted the fact at lightning speed and smiled at Kaiatsu. As Kaiatsu said, so what if he's a Triclops? He loves Earth. Earth is his home. He is an Earthling. Actually, Tien Shinhan's thoughts weren't wrong. He was of mixed heritage, with half of his bloodline being Earthling. It seems I've unwittingly uncovered another identity. However, your Triclops lineage isn't pure. You must be a hybrid of Triclops and Earthling, right? Otherwise your aura wouldn't be so similar to that of an Earthling, Lin Xuan said, then looked at Gohan. Just like this little guy Gohan, his aura carries an Earthling essence because he has Earthling blood. In the simplest terms, Lin Xuan explained Tien Shinhan's exact situation. I see, thank you for letting me know. Tien Shinhan expressed his gratitude for the information Lin Xuan provided. He suddenly felt that the scion in front of him wasn't as evil or terrifying as he had thought. Although he had unleashed a powerful aura to suppress them earlier, he hadn't actually attacked. It should be said that everything had a reason. If an alien showed killing intent towards him and he was strong enough, he wouldn't have easily let it slide either. Tien Shinhan looked towards Yamcha, aware that his brother's murderous intent towards Lin Xuan was born from his relationship with Bulma. However, Tien was not one to confuse right and wrong. According to what Bulma had mentioned before, she and Yamcha had already broken up. Given that, Yamcha's questioning of Lin Xuan for holding Bulma, especially with such hostility, seemed somewhat inappropriate. Tien, having never encountered such situations, found it difficult to intervene, especially since matters of the heart were something he never understood. The focus returned to Yamcha. Bulma suddenly realized she was still being held by Lin Xuan. She quickly moved away from him, though the blush on her cheeks wouldn't fade so easily. Lin Xuan on his part didn't mind. His goal had been achieved, both his and Bulma's. It wasn't worth escalating things further. Seeing Yamcha struggling under Lin Xuan's pressure, Bulma couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. After all, she'd spent so many years with Yamcha, despite his constant flirtations. Over the years, even if their romantic feelings had faded, they were still longtime companions. She hadn't expected things to escalate to this point when she merely wanted to vent her frustration. She needed to seriously consider if she and Yamcha were truly suited for each other. Yamcha's actions, as Lin Xuan pointed out, were indeed disappointing to her. If Yamcha had dared to step up and challenge Lin Xuan for her sake, even just saying a word, she might have forgiven him yet again. But as Lin Xuan indicated, Yamcha never truly prioritized her. As you wish, but let me say this up front. If you ever direct murderous intent at me again, I won't let it slide. Lin Xuan's gaze turned sharp. He had his own boundaries. This time he admitted he might have been too blatant in his approach. However, they had already broken up, whether true or not, and had been apart for a long time. Given the circumstances, it wasn't really stealing, more like seizing an opportunity. Caught in Lin Xuan's gaze, Yamcha trembled, drenched in sweat. Moments ago, he had genuinely mustered the courage to win back Bulma's affection, but facing Lin Xuan's stare he faltered. Reflecting on his actions over the years, regret began to set in. If he had known today would come, he wouldn't have just passed by Bulma's house recently. He would have swallowed his pride, gone and explained himself to Bulma and promised never to stray again. Now it was too late. His unmet needs had driven him to seek comfort elsewhere. As their eyes met, Bulma turned her head, refusing to look at Yamcha any longer. Yamcha had no choice but to avert his gaze, unable to show his displeasure or his animosity towards Lin Xuan. His mind, always quick to scheme, began plotting, believing that time was on his side and that he would eventually have the chance to win Bulma back. Little did he know he would never get that opportunity again. Leaving Yamcha behind, Lin Xuan bypassed everyone and moved towards Gohan. Returning to the Temple of the Gods, Lin Xuan's primary goal was not just to catch up with Tien Shinhan, Kaiotsu and Yamcha, but to take someone with him. Thus he did not intend to linger unnecessarily. After some exchanges, young Gohan showed no resistance towards him. On the contrary, the clever child called him Uncle Lin Xuan, which made Lin Xuan feel a bit embarrassed but also unable to refuse the little one. With Gohan's willingness, who could object? Even though Gohan was still young, his father had entrusted him to Lin Xuan. Additionally, given Lin Xuan's formidable strength, there was no way they could stop him even if they wanted to. So they could only watch as he took Gohan away. Naturally, Bulma accompanied them. No one uttered a word to stop them. It was only after the trio vanished from sight that everyone seemed to come back to their senses, though silence still lingered. Finally, it was Kami Piccolo who stepped forward, using his perspective to spur the group of warriors. "Do you now understand the gap in power?" he asked, his words heavy with gravity. The Scion invaders arriving on Earth in a year might possess the same level of strength as Lin Xuan. Although Lin Xuan earlier dismissed those two Scions as insignificant, the true situation remains unknown. 1 year. We only have 1 year. I don't want to place all our hopes solely on Goku, nor do I wish to entrust the future of Earth to that Scion Lin Xuan. Therefore you must prepare thoroughly. Brace yourselves for the harshest, most grueling training imaginable. Kami Piccolo's earnest words carried a weighty sense of pressure. It was clear that his earlier decision to leave Gohan behind while Lin Xuan and Bulma went to find the Dragon Balls was meant to use Lin Xuan's power to inspire these promising fighters. If his words could motivate them to have a clear goal for their future, they would undoubtedly grow stronger. The group understood Kami Piccolo's intentions, nodding in agreement and expressing their desire for his rigorous guidance. Indeed, in the original timeline they had improved significantly with Kami Piccolo's help. As night fell, Lin Xuan with Gohan returned to West City, the largest and most prosperous city on Earth. At Bulma's invitation, they traveled in her large transport jet, which she had left at Kame House. You might wonder why the jet wasn't simply stored in a capsule. The reason was simple: it was towing Lin Xuan's spaceship, making it impossible to encapsulate, so they had to fly it back manually to West City. Previously, Lin Xuan had found the jet too slow, so he had carried Bulma himself to search for the Dragon Balls. Now that the important tasks were completed and his primary goals achieved, there was no need to rush. Instead, he needed some time to contemplate and plan his next moves. Firstly, how should he continue his own training? How could he alter the future storyline? Secondly, how should he guide young Gohan? Regardless, he needed to make some moves to show that he was taking action. Arriving at Bulma's home, the private estate of the Capsule Corporation, one can only describe the first impression with a single word: enormous, so large it defies imagination. Lin Xuan wasn't exactly a stranger to grandiose estates, being a traveler from another world. What kind of luxurious mansions hadn't he seen? Even in his previous life he had seen countless photos and videos online, yet the scale was still shocking. Mainly it's because Bulma's home is backed by the vast plains of West City, making its size immeasurable. At the very least it's calculated in square kilometers. Simply put, a front yard, a backyard plus gardens. The normal living area alone spans tens of thousands of square meters. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the estate. There's a massive ecological zone that can support large creatures like dinosaurs. The group of warehouses is as large as a port. There are several dozen uniquely shaped buildings, plus the research areas, and so on. Anyone would find it hard to believe. It's no wonder the Capsule Corporation is the #1 on Earth, even in this era when Bulma is only beginning to manage her family's business. It's not something to be underestimated. Elsewhere, such a private domain could be a sizable town. The jet lands smoothly. Bulma jumps down directly and Lin Xuan and Gohan follow suit. Before Lin Xuan could say anything, he hears Gohan's voice full of awe and wonder. Is this Aunt Bulma's home? It's really huge. Gohan looks around like a curious little explorer. Everything he sees overturns his small worldview. Previously, he lived on the remote Mount Paozu. Although he learned a lot about the outside world through books, he had never ventured out, let alone visited a modern city. To him, this is like stepping into a new world. Little Gohan, what you see now is just a small part of my home. After dinner, I'll give you a proper tour. Speaking of which, your dad entrusted you to Lin Xuan, so he'll be staying at my place for a while, and you'll also be living here for some time. Bulma talks as she uses a remote control to unload the spaceship from the jet. Gohan responds with a simple and says no more, just widening his eyes to take it all in. Under Bulma's control, the spaceship quickly touches down and numerous robots approach to assist. The scene is so astounding that even Lin Xuan is taken aback. In the original story, such a scene never appeared. Even though Bulma's home had intelligent robots, it was only a handful. Bulma is amused by Lin Xuan and Gohan's astonished looks. She slightly smiles and hands the remote to a robot to continue the operation. We can leave this to the robots for now. It's already past 6, so let's have dinner first. I've already instructed the household robots to start preparing when we return. With a thought to thoroughly impress Lin Xuan, Bulma drives a tour car with Lin Xuan and Gohan aboard, heading towards the massive dome-like house in the distance, all while giving them an introduction. Not only did they explain the division of each area, but they also described the significance of each different building. 10 minutes later, the three finally arrived at the main house of the estate. This was the enormous roundhouse that had appeared countless times in the original story. 4. Lin Xuan, this iconic building was the most familiar to him now. He had always thought that no matter how large Bulma's house was, it would just have a few more large gardens. Who knew it was this intimidating? Upon entering the main house, Lin Xuan met Bulma's parents, the Briefs couple. They were incredibly surprised by Lin Xuan and Gohan's identities. For one, Lin Xuan was the third male that Bulma had brought home. Secondly, even Goku, who was younger than Bulma, already had a child. How could they not be shocked? Looking at their daughter, they worried that if things dragged on any longer, she'd become a spinster. Of course, Bulma wouldn't heed her parents' subtle hints. In the original story, she was always headstrong. Asking her to settle would be akin to asking for the impossible. How could her parents not know their daughter's temperament? Realizing that chiding their daughter was useless, the Briefs shifted their focus to Lin Xuan, especially Bulma's mother, whose probing closeness made Lin Xuan feel a bit overwhelmed. After a few exchanges, it was only under Bulma's firm intervention that Lin Xuan awkwardly extricated himself from her mother's entanglement. Her forwardness was simply hard to accept. If not for knowing her character, one might think she was a flirt. It's undeniable that Bulma's mother looked young, as if she were in her 30s. Even though the original story explained it, seeing it with his own eyes made it hard to believe she was the mother of 2 daughters and nearly 50 or 60 years old. In contrast, Dr. Briefs looked every bit the old man. After bidding farewell to the Briefs couple, Lin Xuan and Gohan were led by Bulma to the dining room. The sight of the delicious food and the enticing aroma instantly sparked Lin Xuan's appetite and made Gohan swallow his saliva. For Lin Xuan, not to mention the 3-month-long space journey, just the time spent on Earth had already left him starving. His body was now desperately craving food, with his stomach growling in protest against his neglect. The lavish dinner was more than enough to captivate Lin Xuan completely. Reflecting on over 20 years of struggling through a post-apocalyptic life, his eyes almost welled up with tears. Thankfully, he managed to hold them back, for a grown man crying would be quite an unsightly scene. Faced with such a feast, there was no room for restraint. Lin Xuan sat down at the dining table without a word and grabbed a roast chicken to devour. Seeing this, Gohan, at Bulma's signal, also stopped standing on ceremony and sat down to feast heartily. Though still young, Gohan had a hearty appetite, perfectly inheriting the scion trait of being a big eater. Watching the two eat like they had never tasted anything delicious before, Bulma couldn't help but purse her lips in a smile. It reminded her of the time when Goku ate in front of her. From the looks of it, it's not just Goku who can eat like a horse, it seems all scions have quite an appetite. Slow down, there's plenty more, Bulma said, trying to reassure Lin Xuan and Gohan. If it's not enough, I can have the robots make more. Her words acted like a shot of adrenaline for the two. The older and the younger scion were practically inhaling their food, not even bothering to chew, just shoveling it in. Delicious, it's so different from what Mom makes, I've never tasted anything like this, they exclaimed with full mouths. Encouraged by Lin Xuan's enthusiasm, Gohan too began devouring his meal with gusto, gulping down drinks in between. This new way of dining was an eye-opener for him, a novel experience. The dinner dragged on for nearly an hour. It wasn't until the plates on either side of Lin Xuan and Gohan had piled up like small mountains that the epic food battle concluded. Watching them, Bulma couldn't help but wonder how a normal household could afford to feed such appetites. Suddenly she felt a pang of sympathy for Chi-Chi, who not only had to care for Goku but also for the ever-hungry Gohan. After dinner they rested for a mere 10 minutes before Bulma had already prepared rooms and fresh clothes for Lin Xuan and Gohan to wash up and change into. Having endured much hardship, Lin Xuan felt as if he had stepped into paradise. The struggles of the past seemed to fade away, leaving him with a promising future. Entering his room, he indulged in the long-forgotten pleasure of a hot bath. For him, a soak in warm water was nothing short of a dream, especially with a bathtub involved, a luxury he hadn't experienced in over 20 years. After half an hour of relaxation, Lin Xuan lay comfortably on the large bed, enveloped in warmth and comfort, like being in a gentle embrace. Overcome with sleepiness, he drifted off into dreamland without a care. Why the lack of vigilance? Lin Xuan knew this place was utterly safe. Bulma wouldn't do anything to him and no one on earth would come looking for trouble. However, he didn't expect Bulma to knock on his door shortly after he fell asleep. Seeing him sleep like a log, she quietly observed for a while before leaving the room. The following day, as a ray of sunlight filtered through the window, Lin Xuan awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat. He relaxed only after recognizing his surroundings. In his dreams, the scenes had shifted continuously, sometimes his past life, sometimes his current one. The last dream in particular left him questioning if everything about activating the system on Earth had been just that, a dream. Confused between dream and reality, he opened his eyes, unsure which world was real. He rose slowly, took a shower, and finally felt completely at ease, the tension melting away. Were it not for the sense of power his formidable strength provided, he might have doubted whether he was in a dream or reality. He opened the system panel. Host, Lin Xuan, age, 25, height, 185 cm/weight, 75 kilograms, battle power index, 117775. Current system level, 1, auto idle mode, battle power +1 per second. Just one night's sleep and his battle power had soared past 100,000 points, reaching 110,000 points. A battle power of 110,000, once upon a time that was an unimaginable number. After more than 20 years of diligent training, he had only reached a battle power of 15,000. It wasn't that he underestimated his hard work, but back then, with limited conditions, reaching even 100,000 points in a lifetime seemed impossible. With my current strength, I could even hold my own against Jinyu from the Jinyu force, Lin Xuan muttered softly to himself. Jinyu, in the original story, he was truly an elite under Frieza and his strongest subordinate with a battle power of 120,000 points. Yet, in just one day, Lin Xuan had already reached a point where he could rival him. At this rate, in just 5 more days, his battle power data could compare to Frieza in his untransformed state. Clenching his fist, the surging power within him felt as if it could crush a 10,000-meter-high mountain with a single punch. It's time for some practice. I don't want to become a slave to my own strength. Unable to conceal his excitement, Lin Xuan changed into another set of loose-fitting clothes. Bulma, that woman really had an eye for these things. The clothes fit perfectly and the style suited him well. Exiting the room, Lin Xuan headed downstairs. Initially intending to go outside to practice some martial arts, he was suddenly drawn by a delightful aroma which made his eyes light up as he quickly dashed towards the dining room. It wasn't that he couldn't control his appetite, but after enduring so many years of hardship, he finally had the opportunity to make up for it. And he intended to fully satisfy himself. Bulma and Gohan, who were enjoying breakfast, were momentarily startled by Lin Xuan's sudden entrance. Seeing him start eating without a word, Bulma rolled her eyes. No manners at all, not even a greeting. Despite her words, Bulma instructed the smart home robot to prepare more breakfast. Knowing Lin Xuan's large appetite, she realized the food on the table wouldn't be nearly enough. This breakfast reminded Lin Xuan of what it truly meant to be alive. Back on planet V3114, getting enough to eat wasn't an issue, but the quality of food there couldn't compare to here. Both the freshness and variety of the food were worlds apart. Reflecting on the past, Lin Xuan remembered how miserable he was when he first arrived on planet V3114. If it weren't for the few months' worth of compressed food reserves in the spaceship, along with his experience as a transmigrant knowing how to survive in dire situations, he would have long been dead. One could say he was quite fortunate as that planet's civilization, although not having reached the spacefaring era, had developed to a level similar to Earth. Especially in the field of food preservation research, those foods were made to last for decades without spoiling, which was quite impressive. Unfortunately, while they excelled in this area, they fell short in others. Lin Xuan later learned through some special methods from the planet's remaining videos and various information that Planet V3114 was plagued with numerous disasters, prompting the scientists there to focus solely on researching how to store more food. In simple terms, as celestial bodies move and progress, it results in minor disasters every decade and major ones every century on this planet. Over time, the natives of the planet realized that food was the most crucial necessity for their survival. Consequently, they developed terrifyingly large food reserves and advanced methods of food preservation. Even after more than 20 years of consumption, Lin Xuan has only consumed a tiny fraction of these reserves, which were left after a meteor impact. In summary, this is a rather unfortunate civilization. They believed that with their food reserves they could weather disaster after disaster, yet they completely overlooked threats from beyond their world. Without any technological protection, the strength of living beings was exceedingly fragile. A massive meteor several hundred kilometers wide struck the planet, wiping out the entire civilization in an instant. Even those who sought refuge underground did not survive. Awaking from his memories, Lin Xuan refocused his thoughts. After exchanging a few words with Bulma and Son Gohan, he went with them to the open space in the backyard. The expansive courtyard, connected to a garden, was an ideal place for training. Of course, Lin Xuan was only planning to do some warm-up exercises without causing any disturbances that might ruin the tranquility of the place. Bulma didn't stay long, giving a few instructions before leaving to attend to other matters. The spacecraft needed research and repair, and Bulma had to master alien technology. Moreover, she was now handling many affairs of the Capsule Corporation on her own. Her busyness was beneficial for Lin Xuan too, as it allowed him the peace to contemplate his future plans. These plans were supposed to be completed last night, but he fell asleep instead. Nonetheless, Lin Xuan had formulated some preliminary ideas. For now, staying at Bulma's house meant he didn't have to worry about any trivial matters. He had discussed the repair and construction of the spacecraft with Bulma the previous day. Although she didn't promise it was possible, Lin Xuan was confident she would succeed, and in the shortest time. He had also mentioned the gravity training room during breakfast earlier. Bulma had never considered or researched it before, but she showed interest once it was brought up. She didn't guarantee its creation, but Lin Xuan knew it would be a piece of cake for her. In the original story, although it was Brief who first created the 100-fold gravity environment and integrated it with the spacecraft, Bulma was no less capable than Brief. Even if she encountered obstacles, Brief wouldn't stand by without helping. In short, Lin Xuan understood the importance of gradual progress. After all, breakthroughs in scientific research like the enhancement of strength require time to mature. In the courtyard, with no one else around, only Lin Xuan and Son Gohan remained. Knowing that Son Gohan hadn't even undergone basic training yet, Lin Xuan couldn't start teaching him anything immediately. Letting Son Gohan watch from the side, Lin Xuan went through some simple body movements and warm-up exercises to fully familiarize himself with his current level of strength. What Lin Xuan engaged in was nothing more than simple punches, kicks, and a series of basic training routines. As for his martial arts techniques, they were merely displayed to a minimal extent. Frankly speaking, even though Lin Xuan had explored and trained on his own in the realm of hand-to-hand combat and various fighting techniques, he modestly acknowledged that he hadn't quite mastered them yet. He was just average. After all, on Planet V3114, despite his continuous practice, he never had an opponent to truly test his skills against, resulting in a significant lack of combat experience. This deficiency in experience greatly restricted his ability to enhance his martial arts skills. It was an aspect Lin Xuan realized he would need to refine and strengthen in the future, as it was beyond the system's ability to provide. Suspended in mid-air, Lin Xuan let out a slow breath. After a good 20 minutes of activity and venting, he gained a clearer sense of himself. With his strength boosted by the system reaching over 110,000, he didn't feel at all out of control. On the contrary, the increase in combat power seemed as though it was the result of his own diligent practice. With that particular worry put to rest, he wouldn't need to expend excessive energy on mastering control in his future training. Murmuring To himself, Lin Xuan kept plotting his path forward. If his power had been uncontrollable, he would undoubtedly have needed to invest a lot of time. Nonetheless, proficiency was essential. No matter how impressive the system was, he still needed to develop muscle memory. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xuan slowly descended until he landed firmly on the ground. Before he could say anything, Son Gohan eagerly approached him, his small eyes filled with longing. "Uncle Lin Xuan, can you teach me how to fly?" Gohan's request caught Lin Xuan by surprise. The boy's initiative was unexpected. In the original story, Gohan was known for being timid and reluctant to embrace new challenges at this age. His eagerness to learn to fly, even if it wasn't directly about becoming stronger in combat, presented a breakthrough opportunity. Right, how could I have forgotten? Lin Xuan mused to himself. In the original Majin Buu saga, Gohan taught Videl how to focus and harness her energy to learn to fly. This was something Lin Xuan could definitely replicate. Gohan's desire to learn the art of flying was the perfect opportunity. A sudden flash of inspiration crossed his mind. This would keep Gohan occupied for quite some time, as mastering the concentration and control of one's energy wasn't an overnight task. During this period, Lin Xuan could continue his own training while waiting for Bulma to finish constructing the spaceship and gravity training room. Having made up his mind, Lin Xuan smiled warmly. "I'm pleasantly surprised by your eagerness to learn from me, Gohan. I can sense an incredible potential within you, but it's just waiting to be unleashed. Though you're only 4 years old, you must understand that we Scions are different from Earthlings. In the coming days, I'll guide you in your training. To learn how to fly, you must first master the control of your own energy." Energy? Gohan's ears perked up at Lin Xuan's explanation, immediately seizing on the key point. One must admit, he truly is brilliant. No wonder with such talent he could indeed become a scholar through his own efforts in the future. To be honest, the majority of Scions are warriors by nature. While there are non-combatant support types, someone like Son Gohan, who is both incredibly intelligent and possesses limitless potential as a warrior, is almost unheard of. To describe him in one phrase, it would be master of both literature and martial arts. As Lin Xuan looked at Son Gohan, he couldn't help but think of the settings from his past life. After all, in the original story, Gohan was meant to replace Goku as the protagonist, yet he sadly ended up as a mere side character. With a thought, Lin Xuan sighed and prepared his words. It seemed that Goku really hadn't taught him anything at all. Lin Xuan quipped, "Your father is Earth's greatest martial artist, yet his son has been raised like this." "I actually wanted to train with Dad," Gohan replied, a bit aggrieved, "but Mom was worried I'd get hurt, so she never agreed." Hearing this, Lin Xuan silently confirmed his suspicions but decided not to dwell on it. Many things in life are inherently controversial. Was Chi-Chi wrong? Not really. It was simply a matter of differing perspectives. Frankly, Lin Xuan could understand. When he said Goku hadn't taught Gohan anything, he meant he hadn't even told him what Ki was. "Alright, let's not dwell on your family matters for now. Let me explain what Ki is," Lin Xuan began. Ki is the most fundamental energy within living beings, a life force that everyone possesses. This power hidden within life can be freely manipulated through cultivation or training, like this. As he spoke, Lin Xuan raised his hand, forming a golden ball of light. For a beginner, it's impossible to gather such a large amount of Ki so quickly, but once you've trained enough to understand how to use it, you can wield it effortlessly. "Is this Ki, Uncle Lin Xuan?" Gohan asked, his eyes widening in curiosity. It was his first direct encounter with cultivation, and naturally he was discovering a whole new world. Nodding slightly, Lin Xuan retracted the Ki ball and continued, "Ki can be classified in many ways, with even more ways to use it. For example, we can use Ki for energy attacks, as you've witnessed recently. We can also control Ki during close combat to cause more powerful destruction, and of course, flying is one of its uses. So if you want to learn how to fly, cultivating Ki is the first step. Only by learning to cultivate and control Ki can you possibly fly." With that, Lin Xuan lifted his body off the ground, hovering just slightly. Gohan listened intently, realizing he needed to master the use of Ki to achieve various feats such as flying. Landing back on the ground, Lin Xuan smiled at Gohan. "Uncle Lin Xuan, please teach me." Gohan, full of respect and promise, truly seemed like a teachable youth. With such eagerness, there was no need to hesitate. Immediately, Lin Xuan led him to a grassy area where they sat cross-legged and began guiding him on how to sense and direct his own Ki. This method, simply put, relies on one's own intuition. For Lin Xuan, mastering the art of Qi took 2 to 3 years to reach a certain level of proficiency. Even just guiding the Qi within to truly sense its presence took him several days. despite having the inherited memories of the scions which naturally endowed him with energy-based attack techniques, without a proper method to cultivate chi guiding it remained exceedingly challenging. To put it simply, at that time he was like a 2 or 3-year-old who learned to run before learning to walk. When he tried to go back and learn to walk properly, he found himself stumbling. It was only through the accumulation of daily practice, slowly gathering experience throughout the process, that he could truly master his powers completely. Vegeta in the original story realized this point. He used his battles with Goku to gain insight into this aspect and, after recovering from severe injuries, pursued the understanding to swiftly master a series of applications of chi. Initially, he only managed to learn the rudimentary skills of sensing and controlling his own chi. It wasn't until he arrived on Earth that Vegeta truly began to transform. Vegeta is a genius, there is no doubt about that. The reason he could rapidly advance in strength and refine his chi to a certain level was also because he had sufficient power to begin with, making the foundational aspects of chi cultivation relatively easy for him. Similarly, when Lin Chuan's power reached several thousand points or even broke 10,000 inch, the basic application and cultivation of chi became incredibly simple. Remember, guiding your chi is not about exerting force or making your body strain with effort. It requires a mindful approach to feel and direct it. Rising to his feet, Lin Chuan didn't forget to remind Gohan with these words. He then quietly walked away, leaving Gohan to his training. While Gohan's training issues were temporarily resolved, Lin Chuan needed to ponder other matters. He would never have anticipated that by altering Gohan's training method and teaching him early on how to sense and guide his chi, Gohan would in a short time possess power equivalent to the Z fighters of the current era. Gohan's potential was limitless. With just a little guidance, his latent power could erupt and his combat strength would soar accordingly. Of course, that is a story for another time. For Lin Chuan, he still needed some time to solidify his own power and strength. Even though the system granted him combat power as if he had cultivated it himself, alone he moved to another clearing and sat down slowly, arms crossed, eyes gleaming with thought. During the warm-up exercises earlier, he noticed a peculiar sensation. As his strength increased, along with the amplification of combat power, his body seemed to communicate a sense of dissatisfaction. It was a feeling that he could unleash formidable power, as if with a bit more training his strength could surge dramatically. As my combat power increases by 1 point per second, is my potential also rising? Is my body instinctively telling me this? Lin Chuan pondered. This is something he could verify in the coming time. Closing his eyes, Lin Chuan entered the world of meditation. This method of cultivation was borrowed from the original techniques of Piccolo and Krillin. In the past, without any formidable opponents or advanced training methods, meditation and simulating battles with adversaries in the subconscious world were among the few techniques Lin Chuan employed. Time flew by like a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed just like that. In the ecological garden of the Capsule Corporation's private residential estate, in a vast open area, 2 figures, one large and one small, were engaged in basic combat training. Who else could they be but Lin Chuan and son Gohan? In recent days, Gohan had been following Lin Chuan like a shadow, embarking on the path of a cultivator striving to grow stronger. You might ask, was it Lin Chuan teaching Gohan to sense, guide, and cultivate his ki? Indeed. Initially, Lin Chuan thought that merely sensing and guiding ki would take Gohan a considerable amount of time to master, as it requires grasping the essence on one's own. Moreover, Gohan had never been exposed to such training before. However, to Lin Chuan's surprise, Gohan managed to sense ki in less than a day, and on top of that, he successfully guided it out. Although he succeeded only once, it was enough to astonish Lin Chuan. He thought it was a fluke, but by the second day, Gohan could easily and skillfully release his own ki. This situation left Lin Chuan feeling exasperated. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others back in his own day, even with knowledge of the original plot and a rough idea of cultivation methods. It took him several days to succeed and nearly 10 days to master it completely. Although he was only 2 or 3 years old back then, even younger than Gohan now, it was no excuse for being inferior to others. This talent, this innate ability, was simply extraordinary. Especially after guiding his ki, Lin Chuan could clearly sense the improvement in Gohan's apparent strength. The system also indicated that his combat power reached a value of 100. Through the system's capabilities, Lin Chuan could see others' combat power values. This was a hidden feature he discovered. After much experimentation and a sudden burst of inspiration, as long as he focused intently on a target, he could see the combat power index it held. Gohan's combat power not only increased, but his young body also became exceptionally resilient under the enhancement of his own strength. In 2 days he completed all the training steps Lin Xuan had given him. By the 3rd day Gohan had even started experimenting on his own, managing to condense energy blasts independently. Clearly he had activated the protagonist's module. Absurd, absolutely absurd, but his potential was always the first in the original storyline. After 3 days of accumulation, by the 4th day Lin Xuan had no choice but to seriously teach Gohan the method of practicing the Bokujutsu or sky dance art. In fact, compared to sensing, guiding and controlling ki, the cultivation of the Bokujutsu was simpler. As long as one could guide ki, it meant they could preliminarily control their own ki, using ki to lift one's body and fly into the sky. What difficulty could that pose? The terrifying talent of Gohan once again reminded Lin Xuan that teaching him truly required little effort. When it came to the art of flying, Lin Xuan casually demonstrated it, and Gohan, with equal casualness, picked it up, mastering levitation and hovering in no time. Although his flying skills were still a bit unsteady, Lin Xuan knew that as Gohan became more adept at manipulating his chi, and as his chi grew stronger, flying would soon become second nature to him. On the 5th day, as usual, Gohan astonished Lin Xuan yet again. Firstly, Gohan had completely mastered the art of flight and could soar freely in the sky. Secondly, Gohan revealed to him that while practicing the manipulation of chi, he often felt a surge of uncontrollable power within. This piqued Lin Xuan's curiosity until he witnessed Gohan unleashing his chi. To his amazement, at the tender age of 4, after less than 5 days of training, Gohan's combat power had unknowingly surpassed 500 points. What was even more remarkable was that Gohan could control this power by himself. It seemed that Lin Xuan's teachings on chi cultivation had inadvertently unlocked some of Gohan's latent potential, leading to a rapid surge in his strength. Achieving such results in such a short time far surpassed what Gohan managed during a year of survival training in the wild, according to the original story. If he could break 500 points in under 5 days, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to suggest he might exceed 1,000 in just a few more days. Understanding Gohan's current state, Lin Xuan decided to take him seriously and no longer leave him to his own devices. Particularly on this day, due to Bulma's information Chi-Chi found them, which led to some events unfolding, Lin Xuan saw a different side of Gohan and realized his deep desire to become stronger, to protect everything he cherished. Driven by the dream of independence, Gohan for the first time refused his mother's protective efforts. He didn't want to grow up in a sheltered environment. With a firm stance, he persuaded Chi-Chi to relent, turning to Lin Xuan to request training. Thus, starting from the 6th day, Lin Xuan began Gohan's basic training, dedicating 2 hours each day to spar with him, honing his combat skills. Gohan respected Lin Xuan immensely, treating him as a mentor and family elder. He followed instructions without complaint, a testament to Chi-Chi's successful upbringing. As the last rays of the sunset faded from the sky, Gohan let out a final shout and leapt forward, delivering a heavy punch. Lin Xuan effortlessly caught it, stabilizing Gohan on the ground. Not bad, Lin Xuan remarked. You've improved since yesterday, but there's still too much unnecessary movement. Remember, in battle any excess flourish is useless. Yes, Uncle Lin Xuan, Gohan replied earnestly. Son Gohan, though exhausted and breathing heavily, responded obediently without delay. Lin Xuan was quite satisfied with this. In truth, if not for being a transmigrator and knowing what the future holds, taking a child like Son Gohan as a disciple would have been a perfectly right choice. After sufficient rest, Lin Xuan didn't dawdle and said to Son Gohan, today's training ends here, it's time for us to head back. With that, Lin Xuan performed the Bokujutsu, lifting off and heading towards Bulma's large dome-shaped house. Son Gohan had become quite adept at the Bokujutsu. Although his speed wasn't up to par yet, he could still achieve tens to over 100 meters per second. Don't think this speed is particularly fast. After several days of continuous training, Son Gohan's combat strength had already rivaled the year he spent rigorously training with Piccolo in the original story. With a battle power of 950 points, he had completely surpassed Raditz when he first arrived on Earth, and even his father Goku at full power. If he unleashed an energy attack, Son Gohan's maximum battle power could reach 1,200 points. Lin Xuan had personally tested this, but after such an energy outburst, his stamina would quickly deplete and his battle power would drop sharply to less than 600 or 700 points. Speaking of flight speed, with this level of combat power he should be able to break the sound barrier or even fly several times the speed of sound. If he couldn't, it just meant his training wasn't enough. Back at the large dome house, Lin Xuan and Sun Gohan, with Chi-Chi's help, took a hot bath right away. Of course, Lin Xuan hadn't asked her to do this and had politely declined many times. But since Sun Gohan was living there and training with Lin Xuan as his master, Chi-Chi wanted to take good care of Sun Gohan and hoped Lin Xuan would teach him everything he knew. So she would always help prepare the hot water and tidy up the clothes. One could say that Goku was truly a fortunate person. People often say Chi-Chi is harsh, strict, and doesn't understand much, only thinking of her own concerns. In reality, she is truly dedicated when it comes to caring for others. Although she might say a few uncomfortable things from time to time, her heart is in the right place. After the bath, Lin Xuan changed into clean, loose clothing and walked out of the room. The enticing aroma from the dining room had already filled the air. This was something Chi-Chi began preparing every day since she arrived. One could say she brought all the pots and pans from home ready to settle in for the long haul at Bulma's place, to ensure her son ate well, dressed well, and lived comfortably. Chi-Chi, as a mother, spared no effort, and indeed Son Gohan was worth her dedication. While she supported her son, Son Gohan never disappointed her. He trained hard during the day, read books and studied during breaks, and even did homework at night. This kid was simply extraordinary. Lin Xuan couldn't say anything directly but could only remind Son Gohan during private exchanges to be mindful of resting and not to overtax both his physical and mental energy, to which Son Gohan replied, "I'm not tired at all." From then on, Lin Xuan swore never to bring up the subject again. The person in question is actually smarter than he imagined, knowing precisely how to manage things without needing his concern. After dinner, as Son Gohan settles down to study, Lin Xuan finds himself in the most relaxed moment of his day. Throughout the day he engages in visible training and also guides Son Gohan. Every evening he dedicates time to meditation, and naturally, the moments before meditation are the most comfortable, a perfect balance of work and rest. It's been 10 days since he arrived here, and each day follows this routine. As his strength increases, so does his weight, and his physique appears more robust. This is closely tied to his lifestyle, especially his diet. After over 20 years on a post-apocalyptic planet, even if he never went hungry, what he ate was merely to sustain life. No matter how full he was, it only provided basic nutrition, preventing frailty but not contributing to a robust build. Opening the system panel, Lin Xuan smiles as he views his attributes. Host: Lin Xuan. Age: 25. Height: 185 cm. Weight: 85 kg. Power level: 981,780 points. Current system level: 1. Auto mode, +1. Power/second. He's edging closer to the million power mark. In just over 9 days with the system's aid, Lin Xuan's power surged by 800,000 points. You might wonder, with the initial 110,000 power, doesn't that only total 910,000? Of course, Lin Xuan's own training plays a significant role. While the system boosts his power significantly, Lin Xuan's personal efforts, although not as dramatically impactful, are still commendable. It should be noted that since arriving on Earth, Lin Xuan's thought processes and past life memories have been racing, leading him to conceive many new ideas. To achieve an increase of tens of thousands of power in under 10 days is quite remarkable indeed. Tonight marks the moment he breaks through the million power barrier. In just over 3 hours, even without doing anything, his power will surpass 1,000,000. Standing on the rooftop, Lin Xuan gazes at the cosmic sea of stars. The weather tonight is excellent. The night sky is particularly bright and the stars exceptionally dazzling. And the moon, well, fortunately it's not a full moon yet, but it seems to be nearing fullness. Remember, in the original story, Son Gohan transformed into a giant ape after seeing the full moon while being trained by Piccolo. Later, to prevent such occurrences, Piccolo destroyed the moon in one go. When Vegeta invaded Earth later, King Kai even secretly praised Piccolo for this action. After admiring the view for a while, Lin Xuan returns to the sofa. Meditation training begins. In his meditative world, he constructs warriors from his memories to spar with. These include not only the bosses from the Dragon Ball world but also characters from other worlds. Although this mental training differs from real-world combat, its effects are quite beneficial. It's all to enhance combat experience and prepare himself for any possibilities. Lin Xuan could distinctly feel his strength progressing with each meditation session. Z warriors are all geniuses. Early on, figures like Krillin and Piccolo were exceptional. These training methods simply lost prominence over time. Lin Xuan, however, found them incredibly useful. time passed bit by bit. After Lin Xuan's meditation helped him defeat several formidable foes, a tall maid exuding an aura of maturity approached him on the rooftop. Just as Lin Xuan concluded his meditative battle, he sensed someone nearing and abruptly opened his eyes, locking gazes with the maid before him. Lin Xuan scrutinized the maid from head to toe. He'd seen her before. She was quite attractive, but they had never interacted, let alone spoken. "Hello, Mr. Lin Xuan. Miss Bulma asked me to inform you that she hopes you can visit the research lab. She mentioned there's been significant progress in the research and requires your assistance." The maid conveyed her message and retreated after Lin Xuan nodded. Unexpectedly, the research had achieved a breakthrough in such a short time, and it required his help. Was it that the spaceship project had made headway but needed something he could provide, or had the gravity training room shown some results? Lin Xuan wondered what groundbreaking progress Bulma had made. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xuan decided to go and see for himself. After all, thinking too much was pointless. Seeing it with his own eyes would reveal the truth. Leaving the second-floor rooftop, Lin Xuan leaped into the air, heading towards the distance. Bulma's energy was emanating from the Southern Research Lab, and he could ascertain that Dr. Brief was there too. Over the past few days, Lin Xuan occasionally glanced over from the sky. The massive research facilities building had special metal frames being erected beside it, seemingly in preparation for constructing something. Descending from the sky, Lin Xuan landed outside the research facility, examining the towering 20-meter-high metal framework intently. Presumably, this was set up for building the spaceship, right? Otherwise, Lin Xuan couldn't imagine any other colossal structure requiring such a large metal frame for support. Bulma wasn't one to build often, but when she did, it was for something as grand as a large spaceship. For the tediousness of space travel, indeed, the larger the spaceship, the more activities one can engage in between different sections to alleviate emotions, offering more things to do. Unlike small spaceships, where one is confined to a spot, even stretching can be challenging. Like the Frisia Force's single-person pods, where passengers can only hibernate in the cabin to endure the long journey, Lin Xuan eagerly anticipated what the spaceship would look like once completed. Turning around, Lin Xuan entered the research facility. Having visited several times, he was familiar with the place. The guard robots, after confirming his identity, didn't impede his steps. Inside was an immense internal space. At a glance, countless mechanical devices were in operation. An awe-inspiring sight. In a scene reminiscent of a high-tech factory, numerous machines are operated with the assistance of artificial intelligence robots. Casting his gaze towards a corner of the research institute, Lin Xuan observed Bulma diligently at work. She was engrossed in manipulating a computer, with Briefs assisting beside her, holding a tablet as if verifying data. As Bulma input information into the computer, the large square metal block at the front emitted a series of rumbling sounds. Countless circuits coordinated with the transmission of information and the delivery of sufficient energy, fully activating this enormous yet enigmatic block. Walking leisurely over to Bulma and Briefs, Lin Xuan refrained from interrupting them, instead relying on his knowledge to speculate on their activities. Without a doubt, the massive metal block before him was the result of Bulma and Briefs' research. Their reason for seeking his assistance was likely connected to this, otherwise Lin Xuan couldn't fathom any other purpose, as there was nothing else novel in sight. Could it be? A thought occurred to him, and upon closer inspection he noticed a metal door on the front of the block open to reveal an empty interior, allowing a view inside. A gravity training chamber. There was no other plausible explanation. Otherwise, what would be the point of constructing such a metal room? "Hey, why didn't you say anything when you arrived?" Bulma exclaimed, having completed the final crucial step. She wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and finally shifted her attention to Lin Xuan standing up to greet him. It wasn't that she was slow, her mind was entirely focused on the research, not expecting Lin Xuan to arrive so quickly, nor did she allow herself any distractions. Briefs also relaxed, setting down his tablet and lighting a cigarette for himself. Fortunately, the last step didn't fail, or else you'd have made the trip for nothing. However, we still need you to test it to confirm its success. With that, Briefs took a deep drag, easing his tense nerves. For those engaged in scientific research, reaching critical moments often necessitated something to steady their spirits. Cigarettes were notably effective, serving both to invigorate and to relax. In the original story, Bulma too developed a smoking habit due to her scientific endeavors. She attempted to quit twice. Once when she was pregnant with Trunks, though not entirely successful, and later when she was expecting Bra, when she finally managed to quit for good. Whether it was with Wiss's help that she succeeded remains unknown. In an era as advanced as theirs, given Bulma's relationship with the angel Wiss, quitting smoking would be a trivial matter for an almost omnipotent angel. Following Bulma's movements, Lin Xuan watched as she reached for a pack of ladies' cigarettes on the desk, leaving him slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Bulma to already be inseparable from her cigarettes at this point. Seeing the ashtray on the table brimming with cigarette butts, Lin Xuan confirmed that Bulma's smoking habit was already substantial. While not necessarily displeased, he recognized that smoking wasn't particularly beneficial for her, although it could provide some mental stimulation and relaxation. Excessive smoking brought more harm than good. Lin Xuan instinctively snatched the pack of cigarettes, crumpling them into a ball, which made Bulma's eyes widen in disbelief. She had just completed the final step of her project and was about to light up a cigarette to calm her nerves. "What's this all about? A beauty like you smoking like an old chimney? It just doesn't fit. You should stay away from this stuff. There are many ways to relax and refresh yourself, and smoking is the least advisable. Someone as smart as you should understand that." With those words, Lin Xuan tossed the crumpled cigarettes into the trash. Hearing this and seeing his actions, Bulma nearly fainted from anger. "You're not my boyfriend, why do you care so much?" Her expression practically screamed, "Mind your own business." Just as she was about to explode, it was Brief who stepped in, saying a few words to extinguish Bulma's fire. He pointed out that as his daughter Bulma was top-notch both in brain power and looks, yet being such a grown woman she learned the bad instead of the good, picking up more and more bad habits. He concluded with a rather piercing remark suggesting that over the years Bulma had squandered her youth on Yamcha, achieving little and instead turning to smoking and drinking to drown her sorrows, which only worsened her addictions. In the past, Brief would turn a blind eye to Bulma's habits, not wanting to meddle too much as his daughter grew older, but Lin Xuan's arrival had changed many things, prompting Brief to help his daughter make some changes. Yamcha was gone, and so be it. The past would always remain in the past, and a new future was bound to arrive. Lin Xuan was clearly more outstanding. Brief even believed his daughter might have feelings for Lin Xuan, otherwise why would she let him stay at their home? Seeing him all the time, the key point was that Bulma agreed to help repair and build the spaceship and even took on the task of creating a gravity training room. Even though he knew his daughter aspired to achieve greater heights in the field of research, it was evident that her motivations also included helping Lin Xuan. Bulma had no idea her father had completely misunderstood her intentions. Although she was quite satisfied with Lin Xuan's appearance and physique, and his strength was undeniably impressive, she wasn't the kind of woman who would easily shift her affections. Especially since her previous relationship ended so abruptly, she and Yamcha hadn't fully resolved things. No matter how much Lin Xuan appealed to her, she wouldn't just throw herself at him. The awkward atmosphere lingered for quite some time. Brief realized he had accidentally touched on Bulma's sore spot, so he wisely retreated to the side, opting to remain silent. In the end, it was Lin Xuan who took the initiative to change the subject, once he understood that this was the gravity training room Bulma had created. He remarked, "So this is the gravity training room you made?" "Of course," Bulma replied, "why else would I call you here? It's for your needs that Dad and I have been spending our spare time after finishing the spaceship research to work on this project." Bulma stood with her arms crossed below her chest, a smug expression on her face as she spoke, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xuan as if silently urging him to shower her with praise. It seemed her mindset had shifted rather quickly. Perhaps as time passed, Bulma had consciously chosen to let go of past grievances. Of course, while this was evident on the surface, Lin Xuan had no way of knowing what was truly going on inside her mind. Dr. Briefs, observing the situation, visibly relaxed. He was genuinely afraid of Bulma's outbursts. He knew all too well what his daughter's temper was like, and he had long accepted that he couldn't control it. He had more than once discussed with his wife that if Bulma's temper were a bit more gentle, they might have already been grandparents. Were there many suitors for Bulma? Undoubtedly, they could practically line up around West City, but it was because of her past with Yamcha that things had been delayed until now. The Briefs couple found Lin Xuan increasingly agreeable because with his presence at least there was no longer the entanglement with Yamcha. Not only could their daughter interact with other men, but in the past 10 days Bulma no longer mentioned Yamcha at every turn. Instead, she was wholeheartedly focused on her research, and the name she mentioned most was Lin Xuan. "Your intelligence and talent have indeed exceeded my expectations. In just a few days, not only have you successfully conducted the research, but you've also created a tangible product. I'm just curious about the effect of this gravity training room you've built." Specifically, how many times Earth's gravity can it achieve? Lin Chuan inquired, hearing the praise Bulma's haughty demeanor became even more pronounced. However, Lin Chuan's question about the critical point quickly brought her back to seriousness. After all, business was business, and she promptly provided an answer. Currently, we've only made some minor breakthroughs in gravity research. Due to limited materials, this Gravity Training Room 1.0 test version still requires you to test it in order to determine how many times Earth's gravity it can achieve. With those words, Lin Chuan roughly understood what Bulma meant. It was essentially a prototype for testing, and the gravity multiplier it could achieve probably wouldn't be very high. So that's why she called me over to assist it this time. Since that's the case, I'll go in and test it myself. Lin Chuan nodded and without hesitation headed toward the door of the gravity room. Seeing Lin Chuan act so decisively, Bulma and Dr. Briefs didn't dawdle. After a round of introductions and explanations, Lin Chuan had a general understanding of the internal structure and operation methods. He then closed the door of the gravity training room. Lin Chuan, remember, if any unexpected incidents occur, you must inform me immediately. I will directly cut off the power supply from outside. Additionally, since the internal space is completely isolated from the external environment, there are still issues with oxygen supply and you might experience difficulty breathing. Oh right, I almost forgot, you wished for the ability to survive in any harsh environment last time, especially in the vacuum of space. Although I'm not sure how powerful this ability is, if you can survive in space, then a mere oxygen-free environment shouldn't be too much of a problem for you in the short term. As Bulma's voice echoed through the confined space, Lin Chuan lifted his head to glance at the speaker nestled in the corner. Rest assured, he replied, though the Earth's dragon's abilities are not extraordinarily overpowering, only allowing survival in somewhat reasonable environments, the dragon did indeed enable me to survive in the vastness of space, therefore a lack of oxygen doesn't affect me. With that, Lin Chuan stepped forward to the central control panel and without hesitation pressed the switch button. A resonating buzz filled the room as the gravity activated. Even at just twice Earth's gravity, the once bright surroundings dimmed considerably. The intensity of the pressure coupled with the increase in gravity naturally altered the environment. Lin Chuan could clearly feel his body becoming significantly heavier. The pressure upon him multiplied several times over. We're starting to increase gravity now. Make sure to take notes, Bulma, Lin Chuan remarked, casting a glance at the camera before pressing the gravity increment button. Each press doubled the gravity, from twice to 5 times, then to 10 times, and eventually surpassing 10 times. Despite over 20 years passing, Lin Chuan vividly remembered the sensation of the 10-fold gravity on planet Vegeta. Later, the gravity on planet V3114 was noticeably lower, allowing him to adapt quickly. Although V3114 didn't match planet Vegeta, its gravity was still 2 to 3 times that of Earth's. For me, Lin Chuan mused, gravity of 10 to 20 times has little effect. Sure, there's pressure, but it quickly dissipates, leaving no sensation. Of course, training in such a pressured environment yields better results than under Earth's gravity. Yet for Lin Chuan, even this level of gravity wouldn't significantly amplify his abilities. With power nearing 1,000,000, he was confident of swiftly adapting even to a 100-fold gravity environment. At the very least, he'd need 100 times the gravity to enhance his strength during regular training. Recalling details from the original story during the battle on planet Vegeta, after a severe injury and recovery, Goku's power level increased to 20 or 30,000. On his way to Namek, he used gravity training to push his body to its limits, healing with senzu beans and repeating the process to exploit the Scion recovery power-up bug. In 6 days, he adapted to 100-fold gravity, raising his power to 90,000. In other words, reaching 100,000 power points enabled adaptation to 100-fold gravity. Thus, 1,000,000 power points adapting to 100-fold gravity was a mere trifle. Later in the story, with Vegeta's power reaching several million, he trained under 300 times Earth's gravity. Lin Chuan remembered this vividly, indicating that at least 200 to 300 times Earth's gravity was viable for training with million-point power without negligible results. Surpassed 20 times. Can it go even higher? Lin Chuan pondered, feeling the challenge stir within him. All systems and data are running smoothly. It's strange, though. According to my initial calculations, this gravity training chamber 1.0, in its test version, should only be able to exert around 20 times Earth's gravity at most. Watching the surveillance feed, where Lin Chuan has already pushed the gravity to 25 times and is increasing it by 1-fold every 10 seconds, Bulma frowned deeply. It seems we've underestimated the limits of this device. The processor's workload and the device's power are only at about 65% of their capacity. Based on the available energy reserves, the gravity could be increased even further. Dr. Briefs had all the data on the gravity equipment on his tablet. With his experience, he was sure the limit wasn't at 20 times nor 30, it might well reach 40 times. Let's hope nothing goes wrong, Bulma said. They had underestimated this patchwork 1.0 test version of the gravity chamber. Once the gravity surpassed 30 times, the excitement in their eyes grew even more evident, especially Dr. Briefs, who was continually analyzing and making bold hypotheses based on the existing data. On the side, after her initial excitement, Bulma began worrying about Lin Xuan. It's important to note that gravity pressure and weight pressure are entirely different. A martial artist undergoing unimaginable weight training is still dealing with external pressure. Gravity, however, is a direct force acting comprehensively on every cell of the body. For instance, Lin Xuan, weighing 85 kilograms under 30 times gravity, would experience a pressure equivalent to over 2,550 kilograms. This is just the external pressure. The internal effects are even more daunting. Even if muscles and bones can endure it, what about the internal organs and veins? Of course, Bulma didn't know that once someone's strength reaches a certain level, their body undergoes continuous transformation and strengthening. The internal organs also get fortified through the energy's influence. Really, not a single reaction? Can he keep going beyond 30 times gravity? Bulma considered stopping Lin Xuan, but seeing his calm demeanor on the monitor, she bit her lip. She had worried for nothing. His strength once again surpassed her expectations. It's just 30-something times gravity, it doesn't affect me at all. There are things I might not have told you, so you wouldn't know. Simply put, with my current strength, I can adapt to 100 times gravity in no time. It would take several hundred times gravity to make me take it seriously. To be honest, although he was exaggerating a bit, an overly confident Lin Xuan could indeed achieve it. You science, you're all freaks. Bulma couldn't help but roll her eyes and quip. What kind of talk is that? Casually adapting to 100 times gravity, needing several hundred times to be serious. You have to understand, even just a few times Earth's gravity would render an ordinary person immobile within 10 seconds, and their bodily functions would quickly collapse. If she were to enter such an environment, at most she would only endure 2 to 3 times the gravity before feeling uncomfortable. Time ticked by second. When Lin Xuan adjusted the gravity to the 50 times mark, the gravity training chamber began to show anomalies. After maintaining this intensity for a mere few seconds, alarms blared and the gravity swiftly plummeted back to Earth's standard level. 50 times, this was the limit. Beyond this point, the gravity could not be further increased, and the duration was too brief, clearly indicating an overload. At 49 times, the system could sustain itself for a marginally longer period, but once a certain threshold was crossed, the circuitry and equipment would burn out due to overloading, causing operations to cease. Nonetheless, even if it malfunctioned, this gravity training chamber was considered a success. After all, it was an innovation born from Earth's scientific prowess. With a chamber capable of 50 times Earth's gravity, could 100 times be far behind? 1,000 times was only a matter of time. Despite experiencing the effects of intense gravity for only a short duration, Lin Xuan clearly felt the benefits that gravity training could bring to him. Indeed, even under 50 times gravity, it only imparted a slight sense of heaviness. Yet, should the multiplier increase, reaching 100 times, it could easily become the best training method available at the moment. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, the materials I've ordered will arrive, and I believe it won't take more than a few days to construct a gravity training chamber that can maintain 100 times Earth's gravity for extended periods, Bulma remarked as she concluded the day's research and saved all the data. If possible, it would be best to expand the internal space, otherwise it's too small to move around freely. And there's also the issue of oxygen supply inside. If that isn't addressed, the gravity training chamber will only be usable by myself, Lin Xuan suggested. The version 1.0 was rather small, a mere space with dimensions of 5 meters in length and width and a height of less than 2 or 3 meters. There were numerous other minor issues as well. However, Lin Xuan had faith that Bulma could resolve them. Hearing this, Bulma nodded, her mind racing with ideas. Nearby, Dr. Brief had an epiphany and suggested, why not incorporate the internal structure of a spaceship into the gravity training chamber? Or better yet, why not build a large spaceship capable of controlling internal gravity? Wouldn't that solve everything? At this proposal, not only did Bulma's eyes light up with excitement, but even Lin Xuan was momentarily thrilled. Dr. Brief truly lived up to his reputation. In the original story, it was Goku who suggested installing a gravity control device in a spaceship. Now, without Goku's prompting, Dr. Brief had independently conceived the idea. "Dad, you're a genius," Bulma exclaimed. "Starting tomorrow, while constructing the spaceship, let's figure out how to integrate the gravity equipment. We already have clear blueprints for the spaceship's exterior modeling and internal structure. Dad, you'll handle the assembly and internal finishing. As for the main engine thrusters, the gravity equipment, and the oxygen supply system, I can manage them myself." Bulma's plan was concise and straightforward. The father and daughter reached a mutual understanding, speaking in a language only they could comprehend as they exited the research institute. At that moment, Lin Xuan became like air, for he truly understood nothing of their conversation. Returning to the grand circular dwelling that served as his residence, Lin Xuan found himself lost in thought, contemplating the possibilities that lay ahead once the spaceship was completed and he could journey to Namek. Suddenly, an unusual sensation coursed through his body, leaving him momentarily stunned. Host: Lin Xuan, age 25, height 185 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms, power level 1000025, current system level 1. Auto battle mode, power +1 per second. As Lin Xuan observed his power attributes, an irrepressible excitement spread across his face. So this was the realm of power beyond the million mark. In comparison, the difference of even 10,000 in power level seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Overwhelmed by the surge of power within him, Lin Xuan couldn't hold back and executed the Bokujutsu. Soaring into the sky, he broke through the atmosphere, leaving Earth behind, and headed straight for the moon. Lin Xuan's speed had long surpassed several hundred times the speed of sound. At such velocities, traveling at 100 kilometers per second posed no challenge. As he traversed the cosmic expanse, any meteors that dared obstruct his path were effortlessly shattered by his formidable strength, embodying a sense of annihilating all obstacles. In a mere half-hour, Lin Xuan crossed the distance between Earth and the moon, arriving upon its surface. Such speed was terrifyingly astounding. It was not just beyond visible perception but almost imperceptible to even the sharpest senses. In the world of Dragon Ball, the distance between Earth and the moon, though not the 384,403.9 kilometers of his previous world, still spanned 200,000 kilometers. Standing on the cratered lunar surface, Lin Xuan found it truly incredible. Who would have thought he could one day stand on the moon like this? Previously, he mused over the moon's tumultuous history, having been shattered by Master Roshi and later painstakingly restored by Kami, only to be utterly obliterated by Piccolo years later. There's one thing Lin Xuan had always been curious about: why, in the Dragon Ball world, the moon's absence seemed to have almost no impact on Earth. After all, as Earth's only satellite, the moon's gravitational pull plays a crucial role in affecting Earth's tides. Even in the Dragon Ball world, this should hold true. Without the moon, Earth's tidal phenomena would surely undergo significant changes. Otherwise, Kami wouldn't have bothered to restore the moon using his divine authority. It's imaginable that natural disasters would abound. Without the moon's pull, the Earth's tectonic movements would alter, disrupting the entire ecological balance. Destroying the moon would be akin to destroying the world, not in an immediate sense, but by triggering a slow self-destruction switch. To claim that the moon's disappearance had no effect on Earth in the Dragon Ball world, Lin Xuan was more inclined to believe it was due to the presence of Kami and Piccolo ensuring that Earth remained largely unaffected. And the reason Kami later refrained from restoring the moon was likely because he understood that the key to Saiyan transformation lay in its presence. Forget it, why think so much? To me, nothing really matters. Now that I'm here, I can finally let loose. It's been a long time since I've gone all out, Lin Xuan muttered to himself. Thanks to the abilities bestowed by the divine dragon, Lin Xuan could speak freely here. He had come to the moon with the intention of unleashing everything at once, to truly feel how powerful he had become. Ever since arriving on Earth and activating the system, his strength had been increasing every moment. Even though he could clearly sense it, he had never truly released it. Now that his combat power had reached 1,000,000 points, this leap into a new realm of power made him eager to understand just how strong he really was. Although he wasn't quite at the level of Frieza after his first transformation, surpassing 1,000,000 points meant stepping into an entirely new domain. Lin Xuan could finally imagine why, in the original series, Frieza claimed that once he transformed, the Z warriors would face an absolutely terrifying opponent. Tens of thousands of power levels simply couldn't compare to those above 1,000,000 points. Gazing at the Earth glowing with a blue hue, Lin Xuan focused all his energy. He let out a muffled shout. Instantly an invisible pressure rapidly expanded, covering the entire moon in no time. His aura continuously ascended, skyrocketing. The sheer pressure caused the moon to tremble, attracting countless meteor fragments and lunar rocks to move. Those nearby were lifted off the moon's surface due to the pressure, with most shattering into powdery ash. Those farther away circled the force field, colliding with each other in space. Lin Chuan paid no mind to these occurrences. With legs firmly set, he channeled the energy within him, spreading it throughout his body. Consequently, a snowy white halo emanated from his body, 1/10 power, 3/10 power, 7/10 power. Finally, it reached 99%. Ha! He bellowed a deep shout of release. The next second, his aura exploded, forming a vortex around him, burning like white flames and standing out prominently. At the same time as the energy burst stabilized, the moon ceased its trembling and the suspended rock fragments fell. Lin Chuan squinted slightly, his body slowly floated upward, leaving the lunar surface, and he targeted a massive meteorite nearby. With a thunderous boom, a spatial explosion resonated. This wasn't the transmission of sound but the reverberation of spatial waves. With an air punch from 100 meters away, an invisible energy fist shot like a shockwave, fiercely striking a meteorite several kilometers in diameter. In an instant, the terrifying force pulverized the meteorite into fragments, scattering them in all directions. Yet even this couldn't clearly define his current power realm. For Lin Chuan, the main issue was the lack of opponents. Without an adversary, even knowing he was strong, he couldn't determine the exact extent of his power. It's fair to say that Lin Chuan now had an intense craving for battle. He eagerly awaited the plot to advance, longing for the day he could finally confront Frisia. In this era, Frisia was the first target he needed to surpass in the short term. Ultimately, he had to resort to using a clone as his opponent. Talking to himself, Lin Chuan employed his technique. Clone, this was a skill he had developed on planet V3114, inspired by the Z Warriors from the original story. For the Z Warriors, it was the Four Witches technique, but for Lin Chuan, it was simply a cloning technique. Comparatively, it wasn't much different from Piccolo's demon cloning. Over the years, to alleviate boredom and loneliness, this had been Lin Chuan's sole method. Additionally, it served as one way to gain combat experience. The cloning technique was executed. In just a brief moment, a figure separated from Lin Chuan's body. In appearance, attire and strength, the clone was nearly identical. Not bad, he remarked. With his growing power, creating just one clone didn't significantly weaken him. As for the clone, it possessed the ability to momentarily unleash a power level of 1,000,000 points. Evaluating the clone, Lin Chuan carefully assessed the loss of power. It was negligible. In the past, when his power level was only 15,000 points, using the cloning technique would reduce his own strength by about 20%, and he could at most create 4 clones. Now, even if he were to create 4 clones, his power wouldn't diminish as much as it used to. Isn't that obvious? Cloning isn't about equal distribution, and you haven't allocated much power to me. With the strength I currently possess, I can fight at full power for only 1 or 2 minutes, the clone of Lin Chuan said. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled. I should say that as my power increases, my mastery of the technique has reached a more refined level. This invisible improvement is truly exhilarating. Let's test the strength, shall we? Here I come, original self. With a loud shout, the clone Lin Chuan attacked directly. Indeed, there was no need for further reflection since they were essentially one and the same. Seeing the clone approach, a smile curved at the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth. What he desired was a short burst of power, a full-force battle. Lin Chuan gathered his energy and threw a punch, colliding with the clone's fist in an instant. A resounding bang echoed. In the next second, an intense battle erupted. A full-force clash with a power level of 1,000,000 fought in the vastness of space was bound to be fierce. The two figures dashed, flickered, exchanged blows and collided across the cosmic expanse. Their speed was so extreme that the naked eye couldn't track them. Their power was so immense that a simple punch or kick could shatter nearby asteroids. Such strength, if unleashed on Earth, would turn everything within a 1,000-mile radius upside down. Through the battle, he familiarized himself with his own power and embraced the pressure the clone exerted on him in the most direct way. This allowed his abilities to advance further and deepened his understanding of combat. Continuously evolving himself, he grew stronger with the aid of the clone. Once the battle concluded and the clone returned to his body, it would provide him with even more insights. Bang, boom, crash, bang. Explosions echoed endlessly across the cosmos. Besides close combat, energy attacks were also in play. Over a minute into the battle, the clone could distinctly feel the drain of energy. Finally, with arms wide open, it was time for the final strike. Energy evaporated and the aura condensed intensely. Gathering all remaining power, he unleashed the ultimate finishing move, Thunder Smash Cannon. The blue and gold dual-colored impact cannon shot forth, carrying the power of thunder like an enormous thundering dragon roaring with claws and fangs. Its might was so great that countless stars shattered along its path. If this strike were to hit Earth, it would undoubtedly obliterate everything. Prepared for the clone's grand move, Lin Xuan had already gathered a formidable, intensely concentrated red glow in his hand, Crimson Penetration Wave. His eyes flashed with brilliance as he seized the perfect moment and launched the energy forward. The Crimson Penetration Wave, inspired by both the Makankasapo and Frisia's Death Beam, was one of Lin Xuan's top 3 ultimate moves, long researched and honed. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted in the cosmos. Regardless of its power, the dazzling light alone could rival an extremely bright star. Here, the power test between Lin Xuan and his clone had reached its final stage. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the underworld, along the seemingly endless serpent path, Sun Wukong and Raditz were racing. For them, the 10 days since arriving in the underworld were spent tirelessly. Aside from necessary sleep and meals, their pace wasn't slow, yet not particularly fast either. It made sense that Sun Wukong didn't fly, as he wasn't well versed in the technique. But why didn't Raditz fly? Long-duration flying drained more energy than running, and the speed difference wasn't significant. Kakarot, you're unbelievably slow. At this rate, it might take a year just to reach King Kai. With a foolish brother like you dragging behind, even my progress as an elder brother has been halved. Raditz mocked, increasing his speed while taunting Sun Wukong trailing behind. Over these days, their constant competition and progress led to a deeper bond and improved communication, yet Raditz was stubborn. Only with this attitude could he cling to his peculiar sense of superiority from the past. Raditz's burst of energy left Sun Wukong far behind. Naturally, Sun Wukong was not one to accept defeat. Despite his brother's harsh words, the comparison drove his motivation. Raditz provided the greatest incentive for Sun Wukong, pushing him to unlock his potential and rapidly advance his strength in a short time. Though not surpassing his brother, he had already exceeded 1,000 power levels compared to a few days ago. Raditz, with his power level detector, was well aware of this fact. Don't underestimate me, this is just the beginning. Clenching his teeth, Sun Wukong seemed to have broken through yet another level of power. In a short burst of speed, he caught up with Raditz and even showed signs of overtaking him. You do have some backbone after all, being able to catch up like this. To be honest, your unyielding spirit reminds me of our father. As he spoke, the smile on Raditz's face took on a different tone. However, I don't plan on giving you another chance. This time I'll leave you far behind in one swift move. The next second, Raditz accelerated once more. The gap widened again and Sun Wukong was frustrated but refused to give up. As long as he kept chasing, the gap wouldn't widen too much, at least not to the point where Raditz's silhouette vanished from sight. But if he really slowed down, he would fall behind for real. In Sun Wukong's dictionary, the word give up simply doesn't exist. This belief is what has driven his relentless growth and strength. The Serpent Road became the perfect battleground for the brothers' race. They were neck and neck, pushing each other to the limit. Surprises often occur at the most relaxed moments. Just as Raditz turned his head to glance at the trailing Sun Wukong, ready to taunt him further, he suddenly felt the ground disappear beneath him. Before he realized it, the Serpent Road had taken a sharp turn and he had sped right off it. No worries, he can fly. But stop right there, Kakarot, he shouted fiercely, but it was too late. Sun Wukong, charging full throttle just like Raditz, also shot off the Serpent Road and crashed into Raditz. The two plummeted one after the other into the underworld. The trajectory of fate often eludes prediction. Despite the changes brought by Lin Xuan, despite Raditz running alongside Sun Wukong on the Serpent Road, the fall off the Serpent Road still happened. Scene change. In the expanse of the universe between the Earth and the Moon, the clash had ended. The destructive power from the explosion was terrifying, unleashing an overwhelmingly massive shockwave that engulfed everything. If the battle hadn't been deliberately kept 1,000 kilometers away from the Moon, the residual force from the explosive clash alone could have completely obliterated the Moon. At worst, it could have peeled off a layer from the Moon's surface. The clone's energy exhausted, it returned to the body. Though it didn't bring an increase in power, all the memories and thoughts from the battle appeared in his mind. This is the might of 1,000,000 power level. If it weren't for the depletion of my clone's energy, I could have unleashed even greater strength. Lin Xuan's emotions surged as he spoke to himself. It must be said only at this moment did Lin Xuan realize that he could unleash world-destroying power with a mere flick of his wrist. A million power level is already terrifying enough. What kind of strength would a billion power level possess? It's unimaginable. Just like when he only had a power level of 15,000 inch, he could only speculate on the terror of a million power level, but it was just a guess, not accurate. Now imagining a billion power level is like his former self imagining a million level power. Even with a broad perspective and the identity of a time traveler, Lin Xuan found himself lacking the prowess and understanding that seemed so distant from his grasp. He took a deep breath, calming his mind, and once more turned his gaze towards Earth. The recent surge of energy had been more than sufficient. Though being in the vacuum of space didn't significantly drain his strength, he decided it was time to return. But just as he was about to move, a peculiar sensation coursed through his body, a feeling at once familiar and alien. It was as if his blood had been stirred by some unseen force, boiling like water over a roaring flame. His cells, as though invigorated by a stimulant, began to act uncontrollably. This feeling, Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat and his brows knitted together. It was unmistakable. This was the precursor to his transformation into a great ape, a transformation he hadn't touched upon for many years. In the next moment, Lin Xuan turned towards the moon 1,000 kilometers away. The angle of the sunlight perfectly caught the moon's reflection, casting over 17 million bursts of bolts rays upon him. The moonlight washing over him triggered his tail, causing it to twitch instinctively. What an oversight! Yet after so many years without undergoing the transformation, this involuntary shift might not be entirely detrimental. Muttering under his breath, Lin Xuan quickly harnessed his mental strength to stabilize his mind, preventing his wild instincts from taking over. The moonlight grew ever more dazzling, prompting Lin Xuan to close his eyes instinctively. His blood surged faster, his heartbeat racing, and his body began to swell. Black fur sprouted across his skin as he transitioned from human to beast form, his strength surging with each passing second. His form expanded: 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, exceeding 100 meters. His power climbed: 1.5 million points, 2 million points, 4 million points, 7 million points, until it surpassed 10 million points. In less than a minute, Lin Xuan's human form was no more. Standing tall in the cosmic expanse was a colossal jet-black entity. A beastly roar erupted, as if proclaiming its arrival. In the vacuum of space, sound couldn't travel, yet the vibration through the cosmic void conveyed a thunderous resonance. Despite the transformation into a great ape, Lin Xuan retained his composure, typically as a lower-tier warrior maintaining rationality during such a transformation would have been impossible. His inherited memories lacked the means for control, and no one had guided him. His ability to now control his reason was the result of relentless training on planet V3114, where he had achieved remarkable success in the realm of mental strength. In truth, it was rather straightforward. The ability to master one's reason over wild instincts was directly linked to one's level of power. Feeling the extraordinary surging energy brought on by the transformation, Lin Xuan's great ape form was filled with a fervent intensity in his blood-red eyes. Tenfold amplification, and now my combat power has surpassed 10 million points. Excitement and exhilaration surged through him. Having just recently experienced the strength of a million level power, the allure of a 10 million level power was even more irresistible, fueling his desire for such immense strength. His physical form, his power, all aspects of him had undergone a qualitative leap. Although the transformation into a great ape wasn't quite on par with the Super Saiyan transformation at this stage, it was undeniably his trump card. With a 10 million level power, even Frieza would have to reach his final form to withstand it. Truth be told, if he couldn't break through to become a Super Saiyan within a year, the great ape transformation would be his sole reliance. No other changes, just leveraging the system's power. If in a year his combat power only reached over 30 million inch, how could he possibly defeat Frieza? So, if he truly couldn't transform by then, he would have to rely on the great ape transformation. A tenfold boost in primal strength, even if not fully realized, would surely surpass Frieza's 120 million power level. Of course, Lin Xuan didn't consider himself that incompetent. Even if the path to Super Saiyan was still unclear, increasing his combat power was inevitable. And wasn't there still the hyperbolic time chamber? Lin Xuan had already decided not to touch it for now, or rather he would wait until the system's level increased. Indeed, the space of the hyperbolic time chamber could be shattered and returned from. but to break it, a combat power in the tens of billions if not the trillions was necessary. In the original series, Majin Buu had a power level exceeding 600 billion, with Super Buu being even stronger. Speaking of which, if he still couldn't transform by then, should he seize the opportunity to eliminate Frieza before he transforms? The thought made Lin Xuan chuckle darkly. It might not be honorable, but it was certainly a safe bet. However, if he were to defeat Frieza without sufficient strength, he'd still have to face Frieza's father, King Cold, and possibly Frieza's brother Cooler. Yet he wasn't sure if Cooler existed in this Dragon Ball world. The Dragon Ball universe featured countless parallel timelines, each with its own unique developments. Cooler didn't appear in the main storyline of Dragon Ball, but that didn't mean he was non-existent. Perhaps the Cooler of the main timeline was eradicated for some other reason and simply didn't exist. In this timeline, Lin Xuan could only analyze based on everything he knew. He had many ideas. As his thoughts delved deeper, Lin Xuan maneuvered his gigantic form to sit atop an enormous meteorite. If anyone saw him now, they'd surely be astounded. This massive great ape not only existed in the cosmos but also shifted positions and even mimicked human-like gestures. Wait a minute, Super Saiyan, Great Ape transformation, transformations. Something suddenly clicked in Lin Xuan's mind. As a hardcore Dragon Ball fan in his previous life, he was intimately familiar with the series plot, yet 20 years of apocalyptic life had sealed away many of his memories. Now, with the resurgence of certain thoughts, he quickly recalled aspects he had previously set aside. In the realm of parallel timelines, especially those not part of the main storyline, intriguing narratives unfold. Take for instance the timeline of Dragon Ball GT's side story. Here there exists an advanced method to evolve the bloodline of the Great Ape and the Super Saiyan. If one can retain their sanity while in the Great Ape form and possess sufficient power to transform into a Golden Great Ape, there's hope to ascend to the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan for the human ape form. Back on planet V3114, he had once attempted this transformation, striving to conquer the wild nature of the Great Ape to maintain his rationality. Though he failed in the past, it was likely due to his lack of strength. This does not mean he will continue to fail now or in the future. As his power grows stronger, his combat strength now reaches the millions, and in Great Ape form it's in the tens of millions. This might be the opportunity he's been waiting for. By chance he entered the Great Ape state, seizing the moment to understand how to transition from an ordinary Great Ape to a Golden Great Ape. After all, becoming a Golden Great Ape is the crucial step towards achieving Super Saiyan 4. If successful, he would become invincible in this era. Even if he doesn't succeed, he could gain new insights from his current strength, helping him avoid misguided paths in his future journey. With a decision made, Lin Xuan controlled his massive body and flew towards the moon. Returning to Earth was too far, so he decided to contemplate his transformation on the moon. Upon landing on the moon's surface once more, his enormous size caused quite a stir. Without overthinking, he found a stable spot, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate in his Great Ape form. In this meditative state, Lin Xuan entered his mental world. Unlike the mental world of his human form, the one he entered in his Great Ape form was a bloody realm, a vast, dark land with a colossal blood moon hanging in the sky. Blood-red light and a murderous aura filled the atmosphere, the scent of beastly instincts omnipresent. Undoubtedly, these were the imprints of brutality and bloodlust inherent in the Great Ape's bones. However, Lin Xuan remained unaffected, having already been familiar with this mental world. It was from this world that he awakened, gaining complete control of his rationality. Time slipped by unnoticed. Lin Xuan himself didn't know how long he had been on the moon until a physical change brought him out of his meditation. The time limit for his Great Ape form had been reached. Even with the moonlight shining continuously without reaching the 17 million Bruts waves, he couldn't maintain the Great Ape form indefinitely. The form dissipated naturally. As expected, had Lin Xuan not come to the moon, the time he could sustain the Great Ape form might have been even shorter. The moon is constantly moving, causing variations in the intensity of reflected light. Returning to his human form, Lin Xuan felt a tinge of disappointment. His understanding of the Golden Great Ape remained elusive. In conclusion, it seems that transforming from an ordinary giant ape to a golden giant ape is as challenging as Lin Xuan transforming into a Super Saiyan in his human form. Although the attempt to achieve enlightenment failed, this transformation into a giant ape seems to have unearthed a considerable amount of potential within me. Shaking off the feelings of disappointment, Lin Xuan spoke to himself. Some things cannot be forced. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to go astray. shifting his focus, he opened the system panel and saw that his combat power index had reached 1.15 million points. This coincidental transformation into a giant ape had unexpectedly increased his combat power by nearly 150,000 points, even with his power exceeding a million points. Such a significant boost felt incredibly direct. If not for this sensation, Lin Xuan wouldn't have hurried to check the attribute panel to confirm the numbers. Standing up, Lin Xuan cast aside all thoughts of the golden giant ape and the methods for transforming into a Super Saiyan 4th stage. He had already noted down all his previous insights, waiting for the day when he becomes even stronger to attempt again. Meanwhile, he had a new idea, preparing for another attempt. Having come this far, a little more time to expend was not a concern. Even now, standing bare, Lin Xuan did not feel embarrassed. On the moon no one could see him in his current state. Let me try once more for the breakthrough of a Super Saiyan. Perhaps the past failures were due to insufficient strength or a lack of S cells. But now my combat power has surpassed 1,000,000 points. With my current strength, can I achieve it? As his understanding deepened, his thoughts became clearer, knowing exactly what his next steps should be. Reflecting on the original saga where Son Goku's combat power reached 3,000,000 points to break through to the first stage of a Super Saiyan, Lin Xuan realized that although his power was only slightly over 1.15 million, it was still formidable. At least compared to his time on planet V3114, he was much stronger. Moreover, he knew the method to transform into a Super Saiyan. That alone should be enough to bridge the power gap, right? Calming his mind, Lin Xuan clenched his fists, his body assuming a half-crouched posture. Concentrating all his power, he guided every ounce of energy to converge at the center of his back, ready to unleash it in one decisive burst. Whoosh! A surge of brilliant white energy erupted from Lin Xuan's body, akin to a volcano spewing endless streams of lava. The overwhelming force spread in all directions, causing the entire moon to tremble violently once again. The energy continued to expand and grow stronger, far surpassing Lin Xuan's previous outburst. It even stirred up massive waves in the cosmos, each surge more terrifying than the last. The intensity of energy concentration kept escalating. Veins bulged on Lin Xuan's forehead, his uncovered body appearing even more formidable and fearsome. Particularly, those thick veins resembled giant dragons clinging to his form as if he might explode at any moment. Is this truly all I am capable of? No, today I will give it my all to attempt a breakthrough. With a loud shout, Lin Xuan decided to unleash his full power completely. This was different from his previous full force bursts. Now he concentrated all the energy within him to its utmost limit in one breath, then strived to break through that bottleneck. Precisely because of Lin Xuan's all-out effort, a golden light flashed across his eyes. It didn't settle, and even Lin Xuan himself did not notice it. As time slowly ticked by, once the energy reached its peak, it only maintained for about a minute before he felt a waning momentum gradually declining. Is it still not working? Where is the problem? This attempt lasted several minutes. It still wasn't successful, and continuing would hold little meaning. Lin Xuan relaxed, retrieved, and combed the power within him. Having failed this time, he knew he must continue to enhance his strength, or rather elevate his state. Much like comprehending the Golden Great Ape and Super Saiyan 4, he would seek breakthroughs in the future. Not forcing it, not being obstinate, understanding the importance of gradual progression and steady accumulation. In his 2 lifetimes, Lin Xuan had indeed been quite prone to stubbornness in his past life. Thanks to over 20 years of apocalyptic life, his personality had been thoroughly honed. So what if he failed? Hasn't he faced enough challenges over the years? What if he didn't succeed this time? If not successful now, he would strive for success next time. This is Lin Xuan's mindset. For Lin Xuan, he never had 100% certainty that he would succeed this time. If he believed he would definitely succeed, failure would indeed be a massive blow. In terms of strength, it should be sufficient. Speaking of S cells, with his current level of strength, he certainly wouldn't be lacking. Could it be that the transformation into a Super Saiyan truly requires anger as the catalyst to complete the metamorphosis? If that's the case, why can Saions from Universe 6 achieve the Super Saiyan transformation without anger? Or is it really just due to a lack of power? The Saions from Universe 6, when they appeared in the Super Era, indeed had a formidable base combat strength level, ridiculously strong. Pondering over and over, Lin Xuan continuously analyzed the existing problems, differences, and various possibilities. Moreover, Lin Xuan even associated this with another aspect, the tail. Could it be because of the tail? Seriously, that can't be it, right? Lin Xuan looked down at the tail behind him. In the lore, scions from Universe 6 were born without tails. From their later explanations in the original work, it's understood that tails were not of much use to them, so they naturally lost them through evolution. Additionally, scions from Universe 6 didn't even know about the Great Ape transformation. Besides this, there were no other differences between scions from Universe 6 and Universe 7. With all this thinking, Lin Xuan couldn't help but admire his own line of reasoning. If it were really because of the tail, indeed Son Goku achieved his Super Saiyan transformation without a tail, although extreme anger was certainly a factor. In the aftermath, it seemed that even Vegeta managed to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation without a tail. As Lin Xuan pondered more on it, recalling the cases of Gohan, Goten and Trunks, he found the idea increasingly absurd. This unconventional thought process even shocked him. Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed these ideas from his mind. The notion that the tail was the critical barrier to his successful transformation seemed laughable. If his foundational battle power index reached tens of millions or even billions and he still couldn't break through, then perhaps he might have to consider this possibility. For now, he decided to wait a bit longer to let things settle. With the enhancement of his strength, perhaps he would gain new insights. After summarizing all his gains and insights, Lin Xuan refocused his attention on Earth. Staying on the moon any longer seemed pointless. With a powerful leap, Lin Xuan burst forth with energy, hurtling towards Earth at incredible speeds, hundreds of times the speed of sound, covering over 100 kilometers per second. In just a brief half-hour, Lin Xuan breached Earth's atmosphere. Without wandering elsewhere, he quickly locked onto his target and descended onto the rooftop of Bulma's large dome-shaped house. And that's when the awkward situation unfolded. Lin Xuan, having followed Bulma's energy signature back, descended without realizing he was completely devoid of clothing. At that moment, Bulma was standing alone on the rooftop, savoring the beautiful night view with a glass of red wine in hand. Their eyes met. Lin Xuan hadn't noticed yet, but Bulma was stunned, her eyes wide open in shock. It took several seconds before she let out a shriek, quickly turning sideways and covering her face with one hand. Why are you running around without clothes? Bulma stammered. Not wearing clothes? Lin Xuan looked down and finally realized his predicament. Initially confused, Lin Xuan's face instantly flushed red as he awkwardly turned away. Sorry, I just had a bit of an incident off Earth and my clothes got burned. As he spoke, their eyes met again through the gaps in Bulma's fingers. Both of them were mortified. Bulma wished she could dig a hole and disappear, having been caught sneaking a peek through her fingers. What do I do? I can't live like this. Bulma's inner monologue was one of utter despair. Her image of being a graceful lady was completely shattered. Ladylike, if anyone heard that, they probably wouldn't believe it. Bulma, with her free spirit, innocence, decisiveness, and exceptional intelligence, could be described with many admirable terms. But ladylike was not one of them. Lin Xuan, noticing Bulma's flushed cheeks, was about to say something, but before he could, Bulma, overwhelmed, hurriedly fled the rooftop. Well, she's gone, perhaps that's for the best. Realizing he should quickly return to his room to freshen up and change, Lin Xuan wasted no time swiftly crossing the corridor back to his room. No matter what, this misunderstanding had certainly caused a stir. The next day, early morning, Lin Xuan was still lost in his dreams when the sound of Son Gohan knocking on the door roused him. It was in fact his first time sleeping, and since arriving on Earth, it wasn't that Lin Xuan didn't want to get up, he was in the middle of a dream every man yearns for, making it hard to choose between reality and fantasy, so he deliberately lingered in bed a bit longer, savoring the dream. He was just a step away from the ultimate joy when Son Gohan's untimely interruption shattered the moment. Annoyed but unable to express it, Lin Xuan reminded himself it was just a child oblivious to such matters. After a simple wash and change into fresh clothes, he descended the stairs. Bulma's arrangements were impeccable, everything he needed was readily available, making his life on Earth remarkably comfortable. Entering the dining room, Chi-Chi was engaged in lively conversation with Bulma while preparing breakfast alongside a household robot. Given Lin Xuan and Son Gohan's substantial appetites, even with a table full of breakfast items, Chi-Chi remained busy cooking. Upon Lin Xuan's arrival, the chatter between Bulma and Chi-Chi ceased abruptly. Their eyes met, both recalling the awkward encounter from the night before. Bulma, after a few more bites, took a portion of breakfast and left, not before casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xuan as if in a playful challenge. Her flushed cheeks, however, softened the look, adding a touch of allure rather than anger. Lin Xuan said nothing, watching Bulma's retreating figure. A shiver ran through him as the woman from his dream merged with Bulma's image. Damn, the woman in his dream last night was definitely Bulma. Distractedly finishing his breakfast, Lin Xuan pondered how to resolve the previous night's mishap. He trusted Bulma wouldn't suspect him of any impropriety, as he had already explained himself, but if a woman decides to hold on to a matter, it's never easy to appease her. Moreover, he wasn't adept at such things. Nearly 50 years of life from past to present, he'd had relationships but wasn't a master of romance, especially in this life. At 25 years old, Bulma was the first woman he'd been close to. Uncle Lin Xuan, I've finished eating, shall we go for our morning practice? Son Gohan's voice brought Lin Xuan back to the present. Nodding, he replied, let's go. It's about time I taught you something new. Really? Son Gohan was thrilled. He had already experienced the benefits of growing stronger and was eager to learn more to further his development. The two walked out of the dining room and into the backyard. Every morning Lin Xuan would train, and Son Gohan, having followed him, had grown accustomed to daily exercise before moving on to the morning's key training. Gohan, after 10 days of training, your strength has reached a substantial level. To put it in precise terms, even if it hasn't surpassed 1,000 points, it's very close. Based on your performance yesterday, I've identified what's currently missing in your arsenal. While you've learned how to attack and fight, your lack of technique is evident. Without mastering skills, you can't fully unleash your potential. Today, I'll teach you 2 close combat attack skills and a method for releasing energy waves. As these words left my mouth, I observed the power level of Son Gohan after a night's rest. His battle power had increased from over 950 to 980 points. With just a 20-point difference, it's clear that today he will break through the 1,000-point threshold. In battles, breakthroughs are a swift way to enhance one's strength. For science, no, for everyone, it remains one of the fastest methods to improve. However, it's particularly noticeable for science. Each evening Son Gohan sparred with me, and in just 2 hours his power level increased by dozens of points. As his stamina was depleted and he recovered post-battle, his strength saw a slight boost. Otherwise he wouldn't have neared the 1,000-point mark in just 10 days. Yes, I will study diligently, Uncle Lin Xuan. Son Gohan nodded eagerly, a look of anticipation on his face. Not wasting any time, I began the lesson. The first of the 2 close combat techniques involves concentrating energy and channeling it through both fists to form high-pressure energy punches. When executed, these punches deliver enhanced power. This technique is reminiscent of Nappa's explosive punch from the original story, but with notable differences. Nappa's punch was excessively brutal with terrifying power that could break Tien Shinhan's arm. However, if one's physical strength isn't sufficient, it could backfire, causing self-harm. Moreover, the energy consumption was immense, making him vulnerable to stronger opponents, as seen when Goku easily overpowered him. Despite its power, Nappa's punch was ineffective and drained his energy rapidly. My energy fusion punch is different. As long as energy is attached, you control the strength by compressing the energy to your liking. If you decide not to release it, the energy can be retracted. This requires great control over energy, posing a challenge for Son Gohan, but it's ideal for his training. The second technique, seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary, is the Phantom Punch, similar to the afterimage technique in the original story, but my version can simulate a sequence of phantom movements to deceive unsuspecting foes. I recall creating this move for fun during sparring against my clone. As my strength grew, it became an essential tactic in battles with my clone. These are the 2 close combat skills. Now onto the ultimate energy release technique. Son Gohan already knows how to form energy blasts, though they're not particularly powerful yet. With diligent practice and better control over energy, he can increase their potency. Eventually he could even develop his own signature technique. For now, creation isn't feasible, so I taught him the secrets of energy concentration and release. Finally he passed on the ultimate technique to him. Techniques like the thunderous pulverizing cannon and the crimson penetrating wave were out of the question to teach. Even if he wanted to, the current Son Gohan wouldn't be able to learn them, much less unleash them. The requirements were too high, needing at least over 10,000 combat power. Thus Lin Xuan taught him another set of techniques that were easier to grasp with much lower learning requirements. The extreme radiant flash. Time flew by. Just like that, another week quietly slipped away. In West City, at the far end of the estate which connected to the vast plains of the western city, Lin Xuan stood solemnly on a massive rock, gazing ahead. Not far from him, Son Gohan was exerting all his might, employing every technique he knew in a flurry of punches and kicks. Through continuous refinement and practice, his execution and mastery of these skills had reached a very proficient level. In just 7 days, Gohan had not only mastered the Chi-Yi punch and afterimage punch that Lin Xuan initially taught him, but he also fully grasped the combat methods imparted to him over the past week. In short, at this moment, if Son Gohan were to confront Raditz as he was when he first arrived on Earth, he could hold his ground without disadvantage in a short time. The key point is that Gohan's combat power has reached 1395 points. Achieving this in just 20 days is astonishing. Even though the progress in this week was less than the previous 10 days, a 400-point increase is quite terrifying. From a 4-year-old child who knew nothing to a young master now capable of holding his own, particularly when he fully unleashes the extreme radiant flash, his combat power can surge to 1,700 points or even higher, and this is under controlled conditions, unaffected by emotions. Lin Xuan could imagine that if Gohan were to experience a burst of anger and unleash a full-power extreme radiant flash, it would likely exceed the 2,800-point value of the original Demon Flash explosion. Such power, without exaggeration, could be called the strongest on Earth in the current era. Even though the Z fighters have also begun to train intensely, there's no way they could strengthen as rapidly as this. Even Piccolo and Son Goku couldn't possibly have combat power exceeding 1,300 points at this point, could they? At best, they just broke 1,000, and that's only because Piccolo and Goku went through the ordeal with Raditz, completely broadening their horizons. This was Lin Xuan's perspective. Of course, he wasn't aware that Son Goku's strength had already surpassed 1,500 points, though still running along Snake Way and not yet receiving King Kai's training. After surviving a near-death experience, both he and Raditz had their powers appropriately boosted. Moreover, in the underworld they consumed the life extension fruit, which only gods and King Yama could eat. The life extension fruit, once consumed, ensures that one won't feel hunger for 100 days and can tap into potential to enhance some strength. While the effects are neither too exaggerated nor too minimal, they crucially helped Son Goku surpass 1,500 points in power, while Raditz broke through to over 2,000 points. As for Piccolo, his combat power level was already approaching 1,500 points. After the battle with Raditz and 20 days of relentless training, he continuously pushed his limits. As his thoughts returned, Lin Xuan focused intently on observing Sun Wufan's technique and movement patterns. Not bad, but your actions could be a bit more fluid. Additionally, when you're about to switch your attack, clear away any unnecessary thoughts. Let your body instinctively remember and actively execute the next strike. Lin Xuan's voice rang out, correcting Sun Wufan's mistakes. Yes, Uncle Lin Xuan, Sun Wufan responded with excitement. Seeing the boy becoming more serious, Lin Xuan nodded in approval. He never imagined he'd be teaching this kid with such dedication. However, after spending nearly 20 days together with Sun Wufan, the boy's respectful calls of Uncle Lin Xuan went from something that initially grated on Lin Xuan's ears to something that touched his heart. He genuinely began to see Sun Wufan as a disciple. This subtle transformation allowed Lin Xuan to understand how the original Piccolo changed. The great Demon King Piccolo became a good person and protector because of Sun Wufan, illustrating the formidable influence of Sun Wufan's fate. Unknowingly, even Lin Xuan, as a transmigrator, was affected, becoming Sun Wufan's protector. What a joke! Lin Xuan had no desire for that. Guiding was one thing, teaching cultivation was another. Over these past days, Lin Xuan formed a new plan. He intended to implement some changes. While he could guide Sun Wufan's training, it was also necessary for Sun Wufan to leave and experience different challenges. Continuous training in the current environment could indeed make him stronger, but without a sense of danger, no matter how strong he became, he wouldn't be able to stand alone. Without survival skills, he couldn't truly become powerful. Just as Lin Xuan decided to make new arrangements for Sun Wufan after his training session over at the Heavenly Temple, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Kaiatsu, Yajirobe and Yamcha were engaging in sparring training. However, their sparring partner wasn't one another but Mr. Popo, the attendant of the Guardian. Facing the onslaught of the 5-inch, Mr. Popo handled the situation with ease. His 1030-point combat power was no joke. Dealing with 5 individuals whose combat powers were only 200 to 400 points was as easy as drinking water for him. Over these past days, the group had come to realize Mr. Popo's formidable strength, yet, despite being aware that the constant defeats nearly shattered their morale, they never expected Mr. Popo to possess such tremendous combat ability. Reflecting on the chaos caused by the great Demon King Piccolo years ago, if Mr. Popo had intervened, what role would there have been for them? Fortunately, in this era, they were resilient like cockroaches, growing stronger with each setback and driven by an unimaginable desire to improve. even if they faced multiple defeats at Mr. Popo's hands daily, they persevered, continuing to challenge him. Simply put, their current goal was to defeat Mr. Popo, only then would they consider the first step of their training complete. After all, if they couldn't defeat Mr. Popo with his 1030 combat power, they wouldn't stand a chance against Raditz, let alone stronger scions. In the original story, the training with Popo is subtly portrayed, although not explicitly detailed. It is evident that after completing various training regimens on the lookout, the characters reached a point where they could no longer enhance their abilities there. This prompted them to leave in search of new paths to advance their skills. The battles continued fiercely, with the intensity clearly visible. However, among the 5 warriors, there was always one who seemed to be slacking off. Aside from Yajirobe, who else could it be? Even in such critical times, everyone except Yajirobe was pushing forward with determination, challenging Popo in hopes of becoming stronger. Yajirobe, on the other hand, preferred to find loopholes, staying in the background and avoiding exertion. Not only did he fail to contribute to the offensive efforts, but he also ended up dragging down the other 4. This wasn't the first time such a scenario occurred, and the others were already accustomed to it. If it weren't for Kami summoning Yajirobe, they might have long since expelled him from the group out of sheer frustration. The battle raged on. Tien Shinhan coordinated with Krillin to launch attacks. Yamcha provided support from the sidelines, and Kaiatsu seized opportunities to strike. Despite Popo's overwhelming strength compared to the group, he could no longer easily overpower them as he did initially. Although the power gap remained significant, he refrained from seriously injuring them. For Tien, Krillin, Yamcha and Kaiatsu, they had progressed from barely able to withstand a few of Popo's moves to working together more seamlessly, enhancing their combat effectiveness. They improved and broke through limits with each battle. Compared to when they first started training at the lookout, they had undeniably grown much stronger. This progress, known only to them, brought immense joy as they were continuously advancing. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the fact that their current strength paled in comparison to others. Piccolo and Goku had long surpassed the 1000 mark in power level, and even Gohan boasted a power level of 1395 while they struggled in the hundreds. Elsewhere on the edge of the lookout platform, Kami Piccolo leaned on his distinctive staff, exercising his authority as Earth's guardian to observe the events below. In recent days, apart from guiding the group in their training, he occasionally checked on the happenings in the world below. Of particular importance was keeping an eye on Lin Xuan's situation. Despite not currently posing a threat to Earth, his unpredictable nature warranted caution. Each time Kami observed, he was left astonished and bewildered. The child he once deemed a burden had transformed into an extraordinary master under Lin Xuan's tutelage. Who would have thought that Goku's child possessed such terrifying talent? Had he known earlier, he would have ensured the child stayed by his side for proper nurturing when Goku entrusted him. With a pure and kind heart and such exceptional talent, the child might be able to succeed Kami as Earth's new guardian. Goku himself was unwilling to take on the role, leaving Kami concerned for Earth's future, only to find himself pleasantly surprised by this revelation. Amidst these thoughts, Kami Piccolo seemed to have made a decision. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he possibly believe such a thing? A 4-year-old child exhibited such terrifying power. It made him, an old god, feel as though he had been left behind by the times. Turning around, he glanced at Krillin and the others who were still in the midst of battle, and a sigh escaped his lips. Without comparison, there is no harm. These people, once his great hopes, were all martial arts masters with extraordinary talent, but now it seemed they too were being left behind, barely able to keep pace. Who knows if in a year they will be able to handle those 2 scions on their own. It would be best not to rely on Lin Xuan. This variable is just too bizarre. One wonders if Goku and Raditz have reached King Kai by now. Kami Piccolo mused continually in his heart. Shifting his gaze, he looked towards a distant region. In the heart of the Earth's southern continental area, within a desolate desert wasteland, Piccolo was training desperately to prepare for the 2 incredibly powerful scions who would arrive in a year. He was proving himself in his own way and was using his own methods to grow stronger. Indeed, the results were remarkable. In just 20 days, Piccolo's power had increased dramatically. He even had the confidence to face Raditz alone, yet despite this he was still not satisfied. With a roar, Piccolo's body ignited in a pale white flame. A powerful punch was unleashed toward a massive rock mountain ahead. Boom! In an instant, the towering 100-meter-high rock mountain crumbled and collapsed under Piccolo's devastating punch. Debris rained down, showcasing the terrifying power. This punch contained Piccolo's immense energy. While it seemed to just destroy that rock mountain, if it struck the ground it could shatter the earth beneath. A being with a combat power of merely a few hundred would definitely have their body pierced by this punch. This is Piccolo with a combat power of 1450, not enough, far from enough. With this level of combat power he could only compare to Raditz. It's nowhere near enough to handle the two scions who would arrive in a year. Piccolo knew well that his strength was far from meeting the mark. To attain even greater combat power he had to change his training method. A year is too short. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo leaped to the top of another rock mountain. Sitting cross-legged, he calmed his mind and entered meditation. Physical and energy exhaustion is a process he must undergo after achieving certain training results. By recovering from exhaustion and seeking breakthroughs at his peak, he aims to step into higher realms. Is Piccolo's potential talent lacking? Absolutely not. Even if Piccolo inherited everything from the first Piccolo, this Piccolo is not the first Piccolo. Bear in mind he is only 8 years old. Without the interference and delay from Gohan, his training could proceed more smoothly without any hindrances. With his mind entirely focused during training and no distractions, he could rapidly elevate his combat power to this extent. In the current narrative, Piccolo seems to have undergone no transformation, standing in stark contrast to his original depiction. He remains the same rebellious figure, driven solely by the pursuit of power and self-advancement. The great demon king Piccolo. Previously his goal was merely to surpass Goku and then conquer the world. Now his ambition has expanded to surpass all scions, including not losing to Goku. The notion of world conquest has become too small in his eyes. With the universe as his stage, what is Earth after all? In West City on the open plains, Gohan finally concluded his last bout of training. Collapsing onto the ground panting heavily, this exhaustion had become a daily routine for him. He would rest, eat, recover and then continue training until nightfall. Perhaps it was Lin Xuan's deliberate or inadvertent provocations that made the young Gohan feel inadequate, fueling his determination to grow stronger. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Lin Xuan allowed him to catch his breath before speaking. Gohan, your training these days has reached a bottleneck. To break through, you might need to undergo some different training. Upon hearing this, Gohan lifted his head, expecting Lin Xuan to impart some new knowledge. Brimming with excitement, he was aware of his growing strength, and through spending time together, Lin Xuan had become a figure of utmost respect in his eyes. Once you've fully recovered, I will take you to meet someone. For the upcoming period, I want you to train with them, or rather learn to survive on your own. After lunch, Lin Xuan and Gohan finished their meal, bid farewell to Chi-Chi, and then, using their flight technique, left West City. Although Chi-Chi was worried about her son being taken away to train with someone else, seeing Gohan's determination and desire for independence left her with no choice but to accept it. In the past, Chi-Chi agreeing to Gohan's training was already remarkable, let alone allowing him to leave her side. In her eyes, Gohan was always her little boy. It wasn't until Gohan met Videl in the original story that she gradually realized her son had grown up. Many events had transpired recently, prompting Chi-Chi to slowly change her perspective. She could be understanding and see the bigger picture, discerning the situation clearly. As they soared through the sky heading towards the southern continent, their speed was neither too fast nor too slow. Lin Xuan could sense the thoughts weighing on Gohan's mind, offering comfort to help him see things more clearly. Just like young eagles must leave their parents' protection to embrace the world, so too must people. He might be considered young by Earth standards, but for scions 4 years old was already an age when they could invade planets. Just like his father was sent to Earth with a power level of merely 2. Amidst the vast expanse of the southern continent, atop a colossal mountain in the heart of the barren desert, Piccolo, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. He sprang to his feet, a look of astonishment on his face as he gazed into the distance. A peculiar instinct alerted him that he had been targeted. Who could it be? That Scion Lin Xuan. A familiar presence lingered in the air. Could it be Sun Wukong, Raditz? No, it wasn't them, Piccolo murmured to himself, his mind suddenly tense. A surprise visit at a time like this was hardly a good omen. The events of 20 days ago were still fresh in his memory. The feeling of being utterly overpowered, shocked to the point of immobility, was something he would never forget. His gaze drifted to the sky, his brows knitted tightly and his eyes filled with gravity. It felt as though his breath might stop at any moment. He struggled to maintain his composure and control his power, ready to unleash a force beyond his limits in an instant. But as he finally discerned the two figures appearing on the horizon, the shock crept into his otherwise stern expression. He recognized someone besides Lin Xuan. Son Gohan, the son of Sun Wukong, how could this be possible, this aura? You've got to be kidding, Piccolo was incredulous. Sure, during the battle with Raditz, Son Gohan had unleashed unimaginable potential and strength, leaving him in awe, but how long had it been since then? Just a mere 20 days, and he was already able to control that power. After all his hard training, Piccolo felt a sudden pang of unease, as if he was being overshadowed by a mere child. Piccolo hadn't realized that by age he was only 4 years older than Son Gohan. It was just that, being a battle-type Namekian, he matured earlier. And having inherited everything from the past Piccolo Daimyo, he never considered himself a child. We've arrived. Noticing Piccolo's figure, Lin Xuan smiled slightly and spoke to Son Gohan beside him. At his words, Son Gohan focused his attention and saw the distinctive figure atop the barren mountain peak. That was Piccolo, the one who came with Dad to save me. Uncle. Only now did Son Gohan realize to whom Lin Xuan was entrusting him. Hearing Son Gohan's address, Lin Xuan was slightly surprised. Gohan, how do you know his name is Piccolo? Because I heard him call himself Piccolo Daimyo back then, and Dad and Mom have told me many stories from before. Dad even said Piccolo was his most important rival. Son Gohan's response made Lin Xuan nod. Indeed, before the Android Saga, Piccolo was Sun Wukong's most valued opponent. But as the Android Saga began, Piccolo gradually stepped back due to the power gap. Since then, the one Sun Wukong valued most became Vegeta. I see, let's go down, you'll be training with him from now on. Without delving into other matters, Lin Xuan dismissed it with a brief comment and descended from the sky first. Son Gohan followed closely, remaining silent. He was still timid even with his increased strength. Piccolo's appearance could still intimidate him. Moreover, in his mother's stories, Piccolo was the great demon king, a villain intent on destroying the world. As Lin Xuan met Piccolo's gaze with a broad smile, Son Gohan stood by looking on in a daze. What brings you here? Piccolo was the first to speak. At his words, Lin Xuan didn't hesitate, answering straightforwardly, no need to be so tense, I brought you an opponent, rival. Piccolo's eyes shifted with surprise to Son Gohan. There were only 3 of them here, and Lin Xuan had come to deliver him an opponent. Did that mean this little brat, Son Gohan, who was Piccolo after all? His intelligence was always sharp. What, you think it's inappropriate? Lin Xuan probed with a smile, curious about Piccolo's true thoughts. Do you think it's appropriate? Piccolo retorted, slightly annoyed at having his sore spot poked. Letting Son Goku's son Son Gohan be his opponent? What a joke. He was Piccolo, the Demon King. I think it's quite fitting. Don't underestimate Gohan, his current strength isn't far behind yours. You're at a critical point in your strength breakthrough, aren't you? Don't you want a good fight? Lin Xuan observed Piccolo's current state and spoke. Piccolo was taken aback, but then snorted, turning the tables. Should I take this as you trying to intimidate me? Or are you just here to seek attention? With a shift in tone, Piccolo teased, if you'd like to spar with me, I'd be more than happy to oblige. You want me to spar with you? Are you sure? Lin Xuan was somewhat impressed by Piccolo's courage. But this was indeed a time when Piccolo's character was to grow stronger in the face of challenges, never one to admit defeat, whether it was against Vegeta and Nappa or later facing the final form of Frieza. Why not? Your strength is indeed formidable, but for me, battling you can open my eyes to a broader horizon. Piccolo knew he couldn't be a match, yet he was candid. At this moment, communication wasn't difficult, so Piccolo wasn't resistant to Lin Xuan. Although he was wary of Lin Xuan, once he confirmed that the latter wasn't there to cause trouble, he didn't mind exchanging a few more words. Listening to Piccolo, Lin Xuan nodded. Although it was a request to be overwhelmed, since Piccolo desired it, Lin Xuan didn't mind letting him experience his power. You want to spar with me just to gauge my strength, right? So there's no need for an actual fight, I can simply demonstrate it to you. However, after the demonstration, I hope you can train with Gohan in the future, or perhaps guide him on his path of training, honing him better. I'm sure with your insight you'll quickly see what's missing in him. 5 minutes later, Lin Xuan fully withdrew his aura's pressure and Piccolo's face was covered in cold sweat. He was thoroughly astonished. Piccolo wanted to see his strength, so Lin Xuan showcased what it meant to have a power level of 10,000, a 10,000 power level. For the current Lin Xuan, it was nothing. After all, with the system's power boost over just a week and his own training achievements, Lin Xuan's power level had soared to 179,470. He was only about 200,000 points shy of reaching a 2 million power level. Of course, now that he was strong enough, it didn't seem significant, but for his former self, a 10,000 power level was quite extraordinary. Especially for the warriors on Earth at this moment, it was undoubtedly a power beyond imagination. Not only Piccolo but also Gohan, who was standing nearby, was quite startled. Though Gohan had always stayed with Lin Chuan and received his guidance, he had never truly sensed Lin Chuan unleashing such formidable energy. Is this your true power, or is it just a casual display? Piccolo asked solemnly, having finally caught his breath. Those few minutes made him truly aware of his own insignificance. It was even more shocking than when Lin Xuan had crushed his special beam cannon with his bare hands, leaving him without even the will to resist. You can consider this my full power, or you might think I've held something back. Once you reach a power level of over 10,000 you'll understand more, Lin Xuan replied with a smile without giving a straightforward answer. Why reveal everything so clearly? A bit of motivation is good, but exposing too much strength to crush the opponent might make even someone like Piccolo feel helpless and lose their way. Watching Lin Xuan, Piccolo felt a heavy heart. But he quickly steadied himself. With a long sigh, the aura around him transformed. It seemed that the pressure from Lin Xuan's presence had pushed him to break through his limits. Using pressure to break through, feeling a stronger power, he transcended the barrier he previously couldn't overcome due to his refusal to accept defeat. Power level 1,700 points. Just by sensing Lin Xuan's energy and being suppressed by it for less than 5 minutes, his power level increased by 250 points. It might seem insignificant, just 250 points, but in reality it was quite extraordinary. Piccolo's total power level was only a bit over 1,000, and suddenly gaining 250 points was a leap across a small threshold. Previously he might not have been able to defeat Raditz, whose power level was 1,500 and at best could have tied with him. But now he was confident he could easily win. Congratulations with this breakthrough in your strength. Your future training will be smoother, Lin Xuan praised. Though it was a compliment to Piccolo, it sounded somewhat harsh. Forget it, my insignificant power is not even a tenth of yours. But it won't be long before I catch up and even surpass you. Don't think I'll thank you for this breakthrough. I am the great Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo's tone remained as forceful as ever, which made Lin Xuan nod in acknowledgement. Maintaining one's own resolve, this guy was indeed quite proud. Breaking through under my pressure is a testament to your exceptional talent. I don't need your gratitude. Just focus on guiding Gohan well in the coming period. I'll come to pick him up soon, since the spaceship is already under construction and will be completed before long. If you wish, you can join us on the journey to your home planet Namek. Leaving those words, Lin Xuan glanced at Gohan by his side and nodded. Without waiting for Gohan to speak, he launched into the sky using the flight technique and left without looking back. As Lin Xuan departed into the distance, Piccolo was left with a swirl of complicated emotions. It wasn't until much later, prompted by a shivering sound, that he turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. With Lin Xuan gone, no longer a source of support, Gohan found himself alone before Piccolo, whose stern appearance sent a shiver of fear down the boy's spine. For the average Earthling, the Namekian's appearance was the epitome of a monster. This perception would be reinforced in future events, where Earthlings would outright label Piccolo as a monster. At the core of it, Piccolo naturally exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger, a warning for strangers to keep their distance. Even if he wasn't a monster, he would certainly be perceived as one. Strangely enough, beings like Fat Butte, despite their power, wouldn't be immediately labeled as monsters. Their cuteness and playful antics gave them a pass. Humph. The son of Son Goku, unable to even stand before me? You think you can be my opponent? Ridiculous, Piccolo criticized with disdain. His words made Gohan tremble even more. Seeing this, Piccolo immediately understood what Lin Xuan meant earlier, that he would soon discover this kid's weaknesses. It became clear why Lin Xuan brought Gohan here instead of sending him to someone else for guidance. It was purely to leverage Piccolo's intimidating nature to toughen the boy up. With such a timid personality, how could he be relied upon for great things, if he was this scared of Piccolo? How would he even face future enemies, possibly ending up too terrified to move, or worse, fainting from fright? Using the scenario of sending him to planet Namek as a metaphor, Lin Xuan cleverly hinted for Piccolo to guide the young Gohan properly. What a clever plan, Piccolo mused, though he didn't mind. It was simply a matter of toughening him up. The boy did possess a powerful force within him. I just wonder what Son Goku was thinking, willingly letting his son train with his arch-nemesis. Piccolo pondered, his expression growing increasingly sinister as he thought. He wasn't aware that at this time, Son Goku was in the afterlife seeking training from King Kai, oblivious to the fact that Lin Xuan had brought Gohan to him. I am sorry, I didn't mean to be your opponent," Gohan stammered weakly, tears almost welling up in his eyes. It was as if Lin Xuan's 20 days of training had brought his power up, but without having faced true hardship, Gohan reverted to a timid state. "Tch, useless brat." Piccolo muttered with disdain, "All that power yet such a waste." The very next second a plan formed in his mind. He raised his hand decisively. "Since that guy left you with me, it's unacceptable for me to do nothing. If you're so afraid of me, then let's have you survive in the wild. Once you overcome your cowardice, learn to fend for yourself and muster courage, then you can be my opponent." Hidden in the shadows, Lin Xuan watched the interaction between Piccolo and Gohan. Though it seemed he had left, he had actually returned midway, perfectly controlling his energy to remain undetected. Only after confirming that Piccolo treated Gohan as he did in the original story did Lin Xuan feel a tinge of disappointment, prompting him to finally leave for real. Originally, Lin Xuan thought that Piccolo would only put aside his pride and push Gohan to fight him after his departure, thus satisfying his own desire for battle. To his surprise, Piccolo managed to hold back. Not only did he not rush things, but he also adopted a more laid-back approach to training. It seems that Piccolo's recent boost in strength has given him the confidence to be less eager, even though he is quite interested in Gohan's abilities. Gohan's behavior was within Lin Xuan's expectations. The little guy has a mind filled with thoughts that are hard for ordinary people to comprehend. Despite being timid and fearful to the extent of being scared of Piccolo when faced with a clear challenge in the future, he can display a unique bravery. Overall, he has matured much more than in the original story, having undergone 20 days of Lin Xuan's rigorous training. Upon returning to West City, Lin Xuan had not even landed when he saw Chi-Chi standing worriedly on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. Seeing Lin Xuan return, Chi-Chi quickly inquired about the situation. To reassure her, Lin Xuan could only offer a few simple explanations and promised to bring her son back once the spaceship was completed. As for handing Gohan over to Piccolo, the Demon King, Lin Xuan definitely did not mention it. If he did, knowing Chi-Chi's temperament, wouldn't she be furious? Even if it was for her child's own good, what mother would willingly let her child follow a great demon? In short, Lin Xuan had to cover up the truth while carrying out certain tasks. For the sake of better training Gohan, he would often intentionally or unintentionally instill certain concepts into her mind, indirectly brainwashing her. Gohan is not an ordinary child, her son is a prodigy. After parting with Chi-Chi, Lin Xuan quickly made his way to Bulma's space experiment chamber. According to Bulma, this chamber was established a few years ago for researching space satellites and storage capsules. The Capsule Corporation had ventured into the space field early on to mine rare space minerals. However, after delving into extraterrestrial domains, they did not rush to expand outward but lingered in near-Earth space. After all, with Earth's previous technology, even if they built a spaceship, engines and energy would still be major issues. It could be said that the spaceship Lin Xuan brought from Frisia's army helped Bulma and Dr. Briefs solve many previously insurmountable problems. Setting aside the spaceship for now, Bulma had already transformed the chamber into a gravity equipment testing site. Since it was originally a sealed space capsule with oxygen supply facilities, it only needed the gravity equipment to be installed and slightly modified for use. This was why Lin Xuan was eager to send Gohan off today. Bulma had given him a definitive answer yesterday. To test the gravity device, he would need to assist in data collection every day for some time. This was not a short task of 1 or 2 hours, but a long-term endeavor requiring several days of continuous operation to reach a conclusion. The concern was that if any issues arose with the equipment, it could spiral out of control. For Bulma, the concern was that this was equipment installed on a spaceship. What if something went wrong? To eliminate any potential instability, all possibilities had to be nipped in the bud. While achieving perfection was impossible, at least 99.99% of incidents should be prevented. Stepping into the vast interior space, a facility as large as 6 basketball courts came into view. With all unrelated objects removed and relocated, the area appeared incredibly spacious. For Lin Xuan, this was the ideal indoor training ground. The space was ample, and if the gravity equipment met the standards, he could proceed with gravity training here. You've arrived. Bulma noted Lin Xuan's presence, turning around with a notebook in hand. Lin Xuan responded, stepping forward to the gravity control panel. Before he could speak, Bulma took the initiative. I thought you were joking, but you actually sent Gohan away. Are you really at ease? that's Piccolo, the Demon King who once terrified Earth. Bulma still harbored distrust towards Piccolo. In this era, that was understandable. It was only after the Frisia saga that Piccolo was fully accepted by everyone. You're overthinking it. Although that guy is aloof and seems evil on the surface, he's not that bad. Entrusting Gohan to him isn't a bad thing, it's actually beneficial. Believe me, soon enough Gohan will transform. With these words, Lin Chuan reassured Bulma in a simple manner. Alright, I can't say much, nor can I stop you, Bulma conceded, then added, did Chi-Chi ask you? I'd suggest not telling her the truth, she wouldn't be able to handle it. I already told her before coming here. I didn't specify who, and you should be cautious not to let it slip, Lin Chuan nodded. The two exchanged words back and forth, conversing for quite some time. It wasn't until Bulma completed the final steps and closed her notebook that they wrapped up their discussion. Finally done, we can start testing now. I'll be monitoring from the control room above, recording and comparing data. Remember, although the current gravity equipment's maximum value is uncertain, we're only testing at 100 times gravity now. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. With that, Bulma made her way briskly to the steel door of the isolation room, exiting and taking the elevator to the upper control room. You can start now. Last time, the limit was 50 times gravity. Let's start from there. You should be fine, right? Bulma's voice came through the intercom. Of course, no problem. I'll begin then. With a slight change in his eyes, Lin Chuan stepped forward and activated the gravity device. Like the previous 1.0 version control panel, it was simple and easy to operate. A muffled boom sounded as the gravity was activated. The surrounding space quickly shifted to a dark red hue and the central control room's display reached 50 G. This environment represents a gravity 50 times that of Earth. As the gravity was activated, the 50-fold Earth's gravity exerted pressure, causing Lin Chuan a moment's strain. Indeed, it was only a moment. He quickly adapted. With his strength, how could he be suppressed by a mere 50 times gravity, nonetheless a sudden surge in pressure indeed had some effect. After all, the first time he experienced it, the gravity increased progressively, one fold at a time. Now, should I directly increase it to 100 times, or should I follow the previous method and gradually increase the multiples? Lin Chuan glanced up, meeting Bulma's eyes on the control panel above. Bulma was not as shocked as she was the first time. She already knew Lin Chuan could endure it without being affected, so the second time was just as expected. Wasn't it? However, Bulma suddenly had a mischievous thought. Recalling Lin Chuan's previous claim that even 100-fold gravity was nothing, she wanted to see if he would make a fool of himself when faced with a sudden increase to 100-fold gravity. Of course, let's raise it directly. After all, the test was meant for 100-fold gravity, but with the sudden increase, can you handle it? Her words were tinged with a teasing tone. Lin Chuan paused for a moment, then laughed. He understood what Bulma meant. Very well, in that case, let's directly increase it to 100-fold. With a light chuckle, Lin Chuan pressed the plus button and held it down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding environment turned increasingly crimson and the pressure intensified. The gravity numbers on the control device rapidly climbed. 55 G, 60 G, 70 G, 80 G, 90 G. Holding down until over 90 G, Lin Chuan released the button, then pressed it several more times, finally stabilizing the gravity at 100 G. Unlike before, when he could adapt immediately, there was now a slight sense of strain. 100-fold gravity was indeed not bad. However, if that's all there is to it, it's not much, he thought silently to himself, stabilizing his body, not even needing to rely on energy assistance. His sheer physical strength and the robustness of his body could fully withstand this gravitational pressure. Seeing this, Bulma couldn't help but be speechless. She had anticipated watching Lin Chuan flounder, yet he was completely unfazed. This wasn't just 50 times Earth's gravity, it was 100-fold, two entirely different concepts. As the creator, Bulma fully understood the difference between dozens of times gravity and 100-fold gravity. The pressure increases exponentially, not simply doubling from 50 to 100. You Scions truly are absolute monsters. 100-fold gravity, according to my initial calculations, would require at least a combat power of 100,000 just to endure, and even that would only be barely. Bulma murmured. She had measured Lin Chuan's strength with the detector more than once, but the highest data she obtained was still during that time when Lin Chuan actively released his power, reaching over 30,000 points. Hearing Bulma's musings, Lin Chuan finally returned to his senses, lifted his head and said, my combat power has long since exceeded 100,000 points, so I mentioned before that it would take at least several hundredfold gravity to bring me significant pressure. as Lin Xuan spoke, he continued to feel the substantial effects of the hundredfold gravity bearing down on him. The long-lost sensation of strain brought a natural response from his body, since he needed to maintain this state for an extended period. He thought, why not make the most of it? Perfect, I'll train right here, he decided. Unconcerned about what Bulma had said, Lin Xuan began to move without further hesitation. To an outsider, the scene would have been utterly astonishing. Enduring the gravity was one thing, but actively training under it was a whole different concept, and training no less. You're really taking risks with your life, aren't you? Oh well, it's not like you'd listen to anything I say anyway. Do whatever you want, but if you can't handle it, remember to speak up. I'll be here to halt the terminal's operation, Bulma said with a roll of her eyes. She worried unnecessarily, as Lin Xuan knew his limits well. Time ticked by second. In the vast space, Lin Xuan trained, relishing the pressure the hundredfold gravity exerted on him, which in turn made him stronger. Regardless of how much his combat power improved or what the effects were, Lin Xuan was certain that even now, with prolonged training under such intense gravity, his strength would increase rapidly. It wasn't just his combat abilities that were being honed, but also his mastery over his own power. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening outside. Meanwhile, in the control room, Bulma suddenly heard the communicator ring. Picking it up and realizing it was her father, she answered the call. After a brief exchange, Bulma understood the situation. The spaceship construction over there had encountered some minor issues and her assistance was needed to devise solutions. After agreeing to help, Bulma looked at the time, realizing it had been 2 or 3 hours. Observing Lin Xuan, who was still absorbed in his training, she couldn't help but associate him with the word monster. He showed no signs of fatigue even after all this time. His exercises, though simple, included push-ups, yet to maintain them for hours under such gravity. If she didn't know better, she might have thought she was dreaming. Lin Xuan, there's been a slight problem with the spaceship research. I need to head over there. We've recorded enough data for today. Do you need a break? Bulma asked. Hearing her voice, Lin Xuan looked up from his training. He thought for a moment and casually replied, if you need to help over there, go ahead. This is a rare chance to sweat it out and I can't miss it. With Lin Xuan's response, Bulma twitched the corner of her mouth. Then go on with your training. I'll come back later to record more data. After Bulma left, Lin Xuan redoubled his efforts in his first gravity training session. The longer he trained under the hundredfold gravity, the more he felt a fire burning in his chest, a continuous surge of energy emerging from within. Now he understood why gravity training was often called a cheat in cultivation. For the Scions, truly there is no better method of training under pressure than this. In an environment of extreme gravity, they can quickly extract all the power hidden within their bodies, forcing their potential to emerge and rapidly enhancing their strength in a short time. With Bulma gone, should I try secretly exceeding a hundredfold gravity? The thought struck Lin Xuan, and with a decisive move he stood up and walked to the control panel. Though it was meant to be a hundredfold test, why not push for a higher multiplier? His fingers moved swiftly. Under Lin Xuan's operation, the gravity multiplier was directly set to 150 times. It wasn't just a small increase, it was a leap of 50 times in one go. Only when the 150-fold gravity bore down on him did Lin Xuan realize that the hundredfold gravity truly couldn't compare. A hundredfold gravity only brought him a slight pressure. But at 150 times, it was indeed challenging. Given his battle power exceeding 1.8 million points, logically, it should take at least 200 times the gravity to make him feel this way. However, feeling this pressure earlier only indicated that his potential for improvement was even greater. With a serious expression, Lin Xuan gazed at the panel displaying 150G and made a firm decision once more. Moments later, 200 times gravity pressed upon him. With another 50-fold increase, Lin Xuan now felt his body's function screaming and roaring. It was the thrill of being in such an environment. Was 200 times gravity the limit of this equipment? Perhaps Bulma had set a cap this time, otherwise it wouldn't have stopped increasing. But for now, 200 times was sufficient for him, providing just the right condition for long-term training. His eyes gleamed with determination. Training under 200 times gravity for an extended period made a hundredfold seem negligible. At his power level, training for 3 hours under a hundredfold gravity didn't even tire him out. How could that lead to improvement? Moreover, in such a sealed environment, he couldn't engage in excessively intense training, and unleashing energy was out of the question. What he practiced was mainly his physical endurance, body strength, and control over ki and energy under such pressure. After a brief period of acclimatization, Lin Xuan began to move. He initiated a series of rapid movements and high-difficulty actions to tentatively push his limits under this gravity. Once he confirmed he could handle it and felt the invigorating sensation of sweat and adrenaline, Lin Xuan smiled. This feeling was true training. It was reminiscent of when he had strained every nerve on planet V3114 to boost his power, constantly challenging his limits until he reached 15,000 points. Ideally, if possible, gravity of 300 times or even more would be best. After all, in the original story, when Vegeta's battle power surpassed 3 million or even higher, he trained and broke through in such an environment. Is Vegeta really that strong? In the original story, the character cleverly uses the opportunity of being severely injured by Krillin and then recovering through Den's help to boost his power level from hundreds of thousands to over 2.5 million. Despite this gain, he is easily killed by Frieza and later revived by Shenron, leading to another power increase. This explains why Vegeta later achieves the Super Saiyan transformation in one go, surpassing Goku's strength at that time. Vegeta's foundation was never inferior to Goku's, he was merely a step behind in terms of breakthroughs. If Vegeta had continued to exploit this Saiyan talent glitch, he might have become even more formidable. However, he lacked the Senzu beans. While he could still exploit this glitch, it would take more time and the gains wouldn't be as significant. It's important to understand that a Saiyan's power increase is indeed related to the severity of their injuries, but how much they can improve is closely tied to their ability to recover swiftly. Take Goku in the original series for instance. He utilized Senzu beans to instantly recover, thus exploiting the Saiyan's massive recovery power-up glitch. Without them his power might have increased, but he wouldn't have reached 90,000 power level in just 6 days. Initially, this quick power-up method was helpful, but by the time of the Android Saga it was no longer sufficient. At that stage, where power levels could reach billions, even a million increase in power in a short time wouldn't make much of a difference. Thinking about Senzu beans, Lin Xuan decides to take action. Previously, there was no opportunity, but now that the spaceship is being built, obtaining a sufficient quantity of Senzu beans before heading to Namek is crucial. The Saiyan invasion of Earth is less than 11 months away. According to the storyline, Senzu beans were consumed as snacks by Yajirobe years ago, leaving current reserves nearly depleted, though still more than what will be available in a year. Therefore, immediate action is necessary. If Yajirobe finishes his training at Kami's lookout and returns to Korin Tower, it will be too late. Having the freedom to use Senzu beans would mean never worrying about recovering quickly from severe injuries again. With Senzu beans, he could continue training uninterrupted, eating one whenever needed to recover. Even if Senzu beans can't restore mental energy, this could be a way to train one's mental fortitude by constantly pushing beyond limits. Besides Senzu beans, there's also the ultra-divine water at Korin's place that can unlock potential. Would that be effective for me as well? Being a transmigrator, he's well aware of the ultra-divine water's existence, however it might not be effective for him given his high power level. The ultra-divine water was tailored for an era when power levels were just a couple hundred. Moreover, its primary purpose is to purify evil rather than unlock potential. In fact, the claim of purification is somewhat tenuous, as the original concept of ultra-divine water was that it was extremely poisonous. Only those with pure hearts and potential could survive drinking it. The reason it's used to purify toxins isn't because it genuinely cleanses, but rather it has a semblance of fighting poison with poison. Ultimately, even if it were effective for Lin Xuan, it might only provide a slight enhancement at best. Almost distracted by his own whimsical thoughts, Lin Xuan shook his head and continued his training. At present, tapping into potential isn't advisable, especially with so many ways to grow stronger. Even if he were to explore his potential, he could do so on Namek with the help of the Grand Elder there. The results would surely surpass those of the ultra-divine water. Training was ongoing. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuan, Bulma had already returned during his session. When she saw that Lin Xuan had recklessly increased the gravity to 200 times, she was in utter disbelief. Lin Xuan wasn't lying when he said he could train and move freely under 200 times gravity. The frustrating part was that Lin Xuan disregarded her advice and went ahead on his own once she left. Although testing 200 times gravity was feasible, she had chosen 100 times for stability. It's worth noting that while the 2.0 gravity device was quite advanced, it still had many flaws. Fortunately, she had set the maximum at 200 times, otherwise the equipment might have overloaded and collapsed. The next day, Lin Xuan slept until 9 in the morning before waking up. After training until nearly 10 the previous night, he and Bulma returned to the dome house for a hearty meal. he couldn't escape Bulma's scolding and complaints, and eventually he had to slip away with perfunctory excuses to avoid her nagging. There was no point in arguing with Bulma, especially since he had indeed broken his promise by cranking the gravity up to 200 times. Bulma didn't stop him immediately. She observed until he finished his training and tacitly allowed his use. If he couldn't handle a few reprimands, he wouldn't be much of a man. After a brief pause, Lin Xuan got up from bed feeling the soreness in his bones and muscles. It was the first time in nearly half a year. He remembered that after his last intense training on planet V3114 he felt something similar the next day. Since then he hadn't seriously engaged in physical training. After all, nearly 4 months ago he had defeated Frisia's soldiers, seized their spaceship, and spent 3 months traveling through space to reach Earth. Let bygones be bygones. Now, after just one session of gravity training, he reached his limit and felt rejuvenated. Although there wasn't a significant breakthrough in his power level, his grasp of his existing strength had become more refined. States he couldn't envision before became clear under the pressure of 200 times gravity, bringing new insights. Most importantly, despite the soreness, he felt an inexhaustible energy. After a quick wash, Lin Xuan headed downstairs to the dining room for breakfast. At this hour Bulma was already out and Chi was nowhere to be seen either, off to who knows where. However, there was food left on the table for him, along with a smart home robot ready to serve Lin Xuan. After quickly filling his stomach, Lin Xuan did not rush to the gravity training room. Today he had more important matters to attend to. Following a tentative inquiry yesterday, Lin Xuan pretended to ask Bulma if there were any miraculous remedies on Earth for quickly recovering strength or healing injuries. With his subtle hint, Bulma directly told him about the senzu beans. Thus, Lin Xuan found his excuse. It was because of Bulma that he learned about the existence of senzu beans, giving him a legitimate reason to pursue them. Otherwise, it would have seemed abrupt. Having just arrived on Earth, even if he could claim to have used alien technology to learn some information about Earth in advance, he could not possibly have known about senzu beans, a fact so obscure it was virtually unknown. With his formidable strength, he could certainly seize them openly, and no one could stop him. But if things developed in such a manner, it would lose its meaning. He came to Earth to settle down permanently, not to cause chaos and then leave. Leaving West City behind, Lin Xuan sped towards the direction of the lookout. In truth, Lin Xuan had long forgotten the exact location, but fortunately the Z fighters were all training at the lookout, allowing him to sense their presence. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xuan arrived at his destination and encountered the startled and fearful Corinne. As an immortal-level being on Earth, Corinne, although a cat, had lived for over 800 years and was considered a master-level existence on Earth with a combat power of 190 points. He had paid little attention when he first passed by Earth, but now, sensing closely, it was truly astonishing. In the original story, he only trained Goku, never displaying much strength, it must be said. This cat was indeed adept at concealing his true abilities, especially during the Tao Pai Pai storyline. He could have easily defeated Tao Pai Pai, who climbed the tower seeking the ultra-divine water, but he did nothing, merely toying with Tao Pai Pai before leaving him to be dealt with by Goku. After a brief exchange, Lin Xuan expressed his intentions and showed goodwill to Corinne. Corinne, who already harbored suspicions about Lin Xuan's sudden visit, now silently cursed Bulma several times. In his mind, to Corinne, even if Lin Xuan had done nothing since arriving on Earth, even helping Earth and taking care of Goku's son, training him, he was still a scion from another planet. His strength was terrifyingly uncontrollable. At this moment, anything on Earth that he found useful would inevitably become something he desired to claim. He was frustrated with Bulma, a rare genius on Earth, for not understanding such simple logic. That was his thought. In reality, he didn't realize that Bulma was more perceptive than he was. Corinne only saw the surface, worried that the short time had only shown him illusions. Now that the existence of senzu beans was exposed, there was no doubt that Lin Xuan intended to claim them for himself. No matter how friendly or courteous one seems, it's often just a facade. The cat sage is no fool, only he truly understands the preciousness of the senzu beans. Of course, there's always Goku and Yajirobe, who treat the beans with utter nonchalance. Goku, with his pure heart, never harbors any possessive desires over anything, which is precisely why the cat sage is willing to give the beans to him freely. Yajirobe, on the other hand, is a bit of a fool. Ever since he arrived, he's been impossible to get rid of, never listening to a word. Originally, the cat sage had stored enough senzu beans over hundreds of years to fill jars upon jars. Yet, in just a few short years, only a few jars remain. If this continues, the beans will be eaten as mere snacks, and in the future using them will depend on whether they have regrown. Senzu beans aren't ordinary, they only grow sporadically every few years and even then with a touch of luck. Seeing the cat sage's reluctance, Lin Xuan knew he couldn't forcefully demand them for free, so after some negotiation he reached an agreement with the cat sage. He would acquire the beans and, in return, provide the cat sage with supplies like his favorite fish and other daily necessities. But just these alone weren't enough to sway the cat sage. That's when Lin Xuan played his trump card. You've tasted all the fish on Earth, but what about those from other planets? The cat sage's eyes lit up at the thought, practically drooling. In the end, Lin Xuan walked away with one of the few remaining jars of senzu beans from the cat sage, containing about 30 beans. Using this opportunity, Lin Xuan inquired about their scarcity, prompting the cat sage to reveal the reasons behind it. With everything laid bare, Lin Xuan felt a sense of duty to intervene. After all, having taken the first step towards senzu bean independence, the next step was to deal with Yajirobe and ensure the cat sage put more effort into cultivating the beans, not just planting them haphazardly as before. Time flew by and a month had quietly passed since Lin Xuan obtained the senzu beans and struck a barter deal with the cat sage. During this month, he spent most of his time training in the gravity chamber with only occasional outings, maintaining an unchanging routine. As of today, his combat power had soared to an astonishing 505,5640 points. The infinite power-up system had indeed boosted his combat strength by over 2 million, but Lin Xuan's own training efforts added several 100,000 more, pushing him beyond the 5 million mark. 5 million in combat power. If not for experiencing it firsthand, Lin Xuan would find it hard to believe. To be honest, a month earlier he had undergone a great ape transformation, experiencing the might of a 10 million level power. But that was the power of the transformation compared to his current form. It seemed lacking, yet not by much. This realization led Lin Xuan to a conclusion. A month ago his inherent combat abilities were so weak that even a monumental power surge to 10 million resulted in only a few million points of effective strength. Nowadays Lin Xuan's humanoid form has surpassed 5 million combat power. Although it seems like there's still a gap of 5 million points, his true combat level is capable of fighting far above his current standing. Today Lin Xuan did not continue his gravity training. In fact, he had already stopped that intense training regime since yesterday. The reason was simple. With the combined efforts of Bulma and Dr. Brief, the spaceship was finally completed. Not only that, but in the past few days, the final phase of short-distance spaceflight tests was conducted, confirming that the spaceship is now fully operational and ready for stable space travel. As he prepares to embark on a new journey, Lin Xuan is filled with joy. Thus he pauses his training, opting instead for meditation to balance work and rest, stabilizing his power level. To put it simply, ever since arriving on Earth, he wasn't initially worried about the progress of the spaceship's construction or rushing to start a new space journey. But as time passed, after seeing off Son Gohan, certain thoughts began to form in his mind. After all, the sooner he reaches planet Namek, the better he can strategize, and, most crucially, the Dragon Balls on Namek can be used every 130 days, meaning if he arrives sooner he can use them more frequently. This time he has 3 wishes. Who would mind having more opportunities to make wishes? Lin Xuan has many desires he hopes to fulfill, especially skills like the Kaioshin's instant transmission, divine power training methods, and cellular regeneration abilities, things Earth's Shenron cannot achieve, at least not the current Shenron, so he places his hopes on the Namekian dragon Purunga. If even Purunga cannot fulfill them, then he must rely on the Super Shenron, but with his current abilities, it's impossible to gather the Super Dragon Balls. Such massive Dragon Balls, even if he could effortlessly destroy a planet, he couldn't possibly move a Dragon Ball the size of a planet. In his past life, how were the Dragon Balls described? They're something mortals can never gather or use. Only a higher god or an angel can collect them and make wishes in the divine language. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls span across 2 universes. Concluding his meditation today, Lin Xuan followed his plan, left West City, and headed towards the southern continent. A month ago he entrusted Son Gohan to Piccolo, and now the time has come to retrieve him since the spaceship is complete. This not only reassures Chi-Chi but also allows him to take Son Gohan and Piccolo to planet Namek. From the very beginning, Lin Xuan had a plan. Follow the original storyline. No, change is inevitable. Now is the perfect opportunity. In fact, since saving Raditz and sending him with Goku to train with King Kai, he had already started making subtle changes. However, being new to Earth, he couldn't act too overtly, so he didn't take much action. Now, the time is right. At the very least, some individuals need to be empowered first, starting with Gohan and Piccolo. Moreover, a month ago he had already spoken with Piccolo, confirming that once the spaceship was ready he could accompany them to his homeland. It's believed he wouldn't refuse such a trip. After all, only by witnessing a broader world can one truly break free from their constraints. Of course, Lin Xuan had his motives for wanting Piccolo to visit Namek. For the Namekians, Piccolo was like a chosen child lost in the universe. With his help to return, he would surely receive a warm welcome from the Namekians, especially from the Grand Elder. Otherwise, they'd merely be seen as pure intruders. There's no doubt about Piccolo's importance. After all, he is a descendant that the Grand Elder keeps in mind, and strictly speaking he is one of the most outstanding Namekian warriors of the age, alongside another Nail with a battle power of 42,000. In comparison, Piccolo still had a long way to go, but if Piccolo were to merge with Kami at this moment, surpassing Nail wouldn't be an issue. In the original narrative, Piccolo's training on King Kai's planet quickly elevated his power to several tens of thousands, exceeding Nail by a significant margin. Otherwise, Nail wouldn't have remarked on how Piccolo became so strong through his training. After a month, Lin Xuan was quite surprised. Not only had the relationship between the parties improved significantly in such a short time, but Piccolo's power had also increased to 2,900 points, and Gohan's battle power had risen from 1,395 to 2,000 points. Reaching such a level in just a month was extraordinary. In the original story, it took nearly a year for Piccolo to reach 3,500 points, and Gohan was still under 1,000. Of course, Gohan benefited from Lin Xuan's guidance, but Piccolo mostly relied on himself, enduring several waves of pressure. After some discussion, Lin Xuan explained his intentions and sincerely invited Piccolo. Such an opportunity, once only a distant dream, had now become a reality. Piccolo hesitated for a moment, but Gohan, having formed a bond with him, persuaded him further. Thus, with Gohan's affectionate calls of Uncle Piccolo, he agreed. The three reached a consensus and headed back to West City together. It's undeniable that Piccolo's temperament had changed because of Gohan. Perhaps this is the effect of destiny. Lin Xuan also experienced subtle changes while guiding Gohan. Piccolo's arrival was quite a shock to Bulma's family as well as to Chi-Chi and the Ox King, who were awaiting Gohan's return. Fortunately, Lin Xuan's explanations and eloquence perfectly eased the tension and hostility, bringing Piccolo into their journey to Namek. Everyone could understand Lin Xuan's reasoning for doing so. After all, Piccolo is indeed an Namekian, so taking him to Namek made perfect sense. Overall, in this era, Piccolo's presence brought a significant impact. 5 years ago, they all witnessed that great war with their own eyes, and the memories remain vivid and unforgettable. Meanwhile, in the temple of the heavenly deity, Piccolo sensed the actions of Piccolo and Gohan, thus shifting his attention. He happened to overhear the discussion about leaving Earth for Namek, which stirred emotions in him that had long lain dormant. Before he and Piccolo parted ways, he had always been waiting for his family to arrive and yearning to return to his homeland. Now, after hundreds of years, there was finally a glimmer of hope that shattered the divine calm he had maintained for centuries. He too wanted to go back and see, but he couldn't. As Earth's heavenly deity, his responsibilities bound him to Earth for life. His fate was intertwined with that of Earth. Moreover, the Scion invasion was imminent. Even if he could leave Earth, he wouldn't choose to. As the heavenly deity, he had the absolute resolve. Although he could return before the Scion invasion, his mission was arduous, and he needed to enhance the strength of Earth's martial artists as much as possible to secure more protection for the planet. In a brief span of just over a month, nearly 2 months, heavenly deity Piccolo had already seen the potential in Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Yamcha and Kaiatsu. Perhaps they couldn't match Piccolo and Gohan at this moment, but according to the data from the scouters Krillin acquired from Lin Xuan, apart from Kaiatsu, the other three had surpassed a battle power of 1,000. Such formidable strength 5 years ago would have crushed everything. Even King Piccolo wouldn't have been a match. This was the result of relentless training day and night, continuously breaking through in daily battles. Ultimately, it was the influence of Lin Xuan, the butterfly effect, that exerted immense pressure on them, driving them to push harder and aim higher. In the original timeline, without adequate pressure, the highest battle power Tien Shinhan reached by the time the Scions attacked was 1830. Krillin followed at 1770, Yamcha was slightly weaker at 1480, and Kaiatsu was at 610. This illustrates that their potential was immense, their talents exceptional, but the original lacked the necessary pressure to reach that level of strength. Undoubtedly, if this continued, they would grow even stronger in the future. They were all striving to become stronger, undeterred by hardships. However, there was one person whom heavenly deity Piccolo had deliberately chosen to overlook: Yajirobe. Initially, when he arrived at the temple of the heavenly deity, he cooperated and trained earnestly, but eventually he slacked off completely. Whatever he did was ineffective, except he excelled at eating. His strength, if he had fully committed to training, could have at least rivaled Yamcha and Krillin, yet now he lagged behind even Kaiotsu. While Kaiotsu's battle power had surpassed 500, Yajirobe's was barely 400. Others might not know, but heavenly deity Piccolo was well aware that Yajirobe's talent was no less than anyone else's. However, even he couldn't change Yajirobe's nature, and thus he had no choice but to ensure Yajirobe didn't hinder the progress of others. In truth, it seems that the heavenly god Piccolo was overly persistent. No one could fault him in terms of his dedication to training. Ultimately, whether someone wants to become stronger should be their own decision. Forcing someone into training and placing that responsibility on their shoulders feels somewhat like moral coercion. Yajirobe's personality was indeed not the greatest, and his existence did lead to the depletion of the Senzu beans, but at the end of the day he just wanted to live a carefree life, eating divine food and living like an exalted immortal. Who would want to endure the hardship of training under such circumstances? In Yajirobe's mind, saving the world was a task best left to Goku, Krillin, Tien and the rest. That was his perspective. However, Yajirobe did have concerns about the future, which is why he chose to train and grow stronger. Otherwise, during the Vegeta invasion, how could his power level have reached 970? It's not as high as Krillin, Yamcha or Tien's, but it's still strong enough to surpass the previous era. It's just that the times changed so quickly, causing many shining moments to be overshadowed. Speaking of Earth's earlier times, a power level nearing 1000 could easily dominate the planet. Even the great demon king Piccolo would be nothing in the face of such strength. At the very least, Yajirobe was the last contender qualified to rival Krillin for the title of the strongest Earthling. You might argue that Yamcha was another contender, but he tried hard and still lost to Krillin, eventually choosing to step back. So Yajirobe was the final candidate. Meanwhile, in the underworld at the end of Snakeway, after a month and a half of running, Goku and Raditz finally arrived here today. Compared to the original story where Goku ran alone for half a year, this was several times faster. It all came down to the fortuitous incident of falling off Snakeway. They ate the fruit that only King Yama and the gods could consume, and under Raditz's assertiveness they both ate several until they couldn't eat anymore. This move not only kept them energized for over a month without hunger, but also significantly unlocked and enhanced their powers. This is how they managed to arrive in such a short span of time. Now, the two stood side by side, looking up towards the heavens above the underworld. A small planet hovered there. For ordinary people, even those with some strength, it would be challenging to reach it without the ability to fly. But for Goku and Raditz, this was naturally not a problem. Over the past month, the brothers had also adjusted to each other's personalities. Though Raditz was no longer as arrogant, he still hadn't completely shed his habits as a superior warrior. Let's go, we must hurry to meet this King Kai. I hope he won't disappoint me, Raditz said, taking the lead and rising into the sky. Seeing this, Goku quickly shouted, "Wait for me," and in the next second used his flight technique to follow. As they neared King Kai's planet, the gravity 10 times that of Earth swept over them. Raditz managed well, quickly stabilizing himself after the initial surprise. Goku, on the other hand, almost fell unprepared for the sudden change. After all, he had never been to another planet and was accustomed to Earth's gravitational environment. Even with his strength, 10 times the gravity posed a challenge for him. Earth. After Lin Xuan brought Son Gohan and Piccolo back, Bulma spent an additional 2 days gathering all the necessary supplies. They could have embarked on their journey early, but she insisted on taking the time to ensure a comfortable interstellar trip. This was really more for Bulma and Chi-Chi's satisfaction. For Lin Xuan, Piccolo and Son Gohan, what was a long space journey? Even if it were prolonged, they would merely dedicate the time to training. Besides, this particular journey would take only 5 to 6 days to reach their destination. How did they determine the exact location of planet Namek? Naturally, the coordinates were accurately provided within the spaceships of Frisia's army. In the original story, they relied on coordinates given by King Kai and used the spaceship Piccolo had arrived on Earth with years ago. With Lin Xuan's arrival, there were plenty of methods to obtain the location. Even if Frisia's ships didn't have it, Lin Xuan knew the coordinates because he had studied them extensively in his previous life. The planet was located in the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation with coordinates SU-83 and 9045 XY. Was Chi-Chi going along as well? Absolutely. In the original story, Son Gohan traveled to planet Namek alongside Bulma, and Krillin and Chi-Chi should have accompanied them. However, due to tending to Goku's injuries, she painfully had to stay behind. This time, there were no injuries to Goku or any other distractions. Lin Xuan certainly didn't mind her company. It wasn't a big deal and wouldn't be a hindrance to their journey. In fact, Chi-Chi joining them was a good thing. She had the capability to take care of everyone on the trip. In this regard, no one could compare to her. Chi-Chi's depiction as a quintessential homemaker was especially prominent in the modern era. It was simply that Goku hadn't been attentive enough to his wife, with many of their issues arising from a lack of understanding and communication. Near the research lab at the back of the estate, there was a large launch base. Once the final batch of supplies was loaded onto the spaceship, the group of 5 prepared for departure, bidding farewell to all those seeing them off as they boarded the ship. This spaceship was not the same as the one Goku used in the original story. Initially, it was designed based on Dr. Brief's plans. However, after Lin Xuan offered some suggestions for its design, Bulma transformed it into a disc shape. This design allowed for optimal use of space and facilitated the addition of several special rooms. It was somewhat akin to Frisia's Emperor-class ship, though considerably smaller. Although this spaceship was quite large, with a hull diameter exceeding 50 meters, Frisia's Emperor-class ship was a massive battleship with a diameter of several hundred meters. Even standard high-class spaceships reached about 100 meters. Upon entering the vessel, they were greeted by a spacious area designated as a temporary activity zone and storage area. It was arranged for easy cargo handling and could even accommodate vehicles if necessary. Of course, there's no need to park anything anymore. All essentials are stored in the all-purpose capsules. Even spaceships can be encapsulated within them. It's worth mentioning that Bulma has improved the all-purpose capsules once again, after the last incident where transporting a spaceship prevented the jet from reverting back to its capsule form. She strengthened this limitation. Not only does this enhancement allow for greater usable space, but it also reduces constraints significantly. Inspired by Lin Xuan's suggestion, Bulma had a sudden stroke of genius and created portable all-purpose capsules. As long as the objects are inanimate, they can be locked into the capsule space using these portable capsules. However, there's a limit. They can only contain objects smaller than 100 meters. Walking forward through a 10-meter-long corridor, one arrives at the expansive central control room. The total space is circular with a diameter of about 15 meters and a height of over 10 meters. This circular area features a curved structure except for the parallel ceiling and floor. It's divided into 2 levels. The first level includes 4 storage rooms, a communal restroom, a maintenance area, and living quarters, among others. The second level, apart from a few necessary leisure areas, houses several gravity training rooms equipped by Bulma according to Lin Xuan's specifications. Overall, the entire spaceship can be described as nearly perfect. One cannot help but marvel at the brilliance of Bulma and Dr. Briefs. With just a casual idea, they can quickly bring it to life. Alright, is everyone ready? Our journey to planet Namek is about to begin, announced Bulma. Lin Xuan and Piccolo felt slightly awkward, while Gohan and Chi-Chi were filled with anticipation. Those who are usually aloof remain calm and quiet even when faced with unfamiliar experiences. Lin Xuan, however, isn't the aloof type. He simply avoids acting foolishly. As the engines roared to life, the spaceship began to tremble intensely. After a brief few seconds, it shot out of Earth's atmosphere, heading into the depths of space. The initial speed was not very fast because Gohan expressed his desire to see other planets in the solar system and take a closer look at the sun. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, had no interest in this. During space travel, it's not necessary to remain in the safety seats. Although he could have chosen not to sit, he decided to join in since everyone else was seated. Once Lin Xuan got up, Piccolo followed suit, releasing his seatbelt and moving to the front of the spaceship. From there, one could gaze upon the universe through a glass-like projection, a sight that left him profoundly impacted. Who would have imagined that one day he'd leave Earth and embark on an interstellar journey? After completing a low-speed cruise within the solar system and satisfying all of Gohan's curiosities, Bulma activated the spaceship's hyperspeed travel mode. With the target location set, the spaceship's advanced intelligence system would navigate automatically. It would take 6 days to reach planet Namek. Uncle Lin Xuan, Uncle Piccolo, during this journey, can we also train inside the spaceship? Gohan, being a sensible child, noticed Piccolo's awkwardness and proactively brought up the topic of training. Hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled knowingly. Piccolo also chuckled. You rascal, you can't go a day without training now, can you? I don't mind, but I'm not sure if it's possible. Piccolo turned his attention to Lin Xuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan smiled again and was about to speak when Bulma interjected. I really can't understand you people. We just stabilized our course and you're already eager to train. Can't you take a break? And if you must train, please use the training room. Training room? Is there really such a thing on the spaceship? Piccolo exclaimed with delight. That's right, it's something I specifically asked Bulma to create for the long space journey. Come on, let me show you the gravity training. I believe you'll be thrilled, Lin Xuan said confidently. He had already thought it through. By allowing Piccolo and Gohan to undergo 6 days of gravity training, how strong would they be by the time they reached planet Namek? As the spaceship left the solar system, Lin Xuan began guiding Piccolo and Gohan in their gravity training. For them, the training they had experienced before was the kind they could imagine, the kind that was grueling and intense. But now, coupled with the shock of advanced technology, they immediately felt that if they could train here, they would definitely become stronger faster. Lin Xuan mentioned that planet Vegeta had gravity 10 times that of Earth and North Kai's planet had gravity 10 times that of Earth as well. Piccolo, initially confused about North Kai and his planet, was enlightened by Lin Xuan's explanation, as he had not been part of the storyline involving the Kami's lookout. After understanding everything and realizing the potential of the gravity training room, Piccolo was even more excited. He could surpass Goku and Raditz regardless of any guidance from someone like North Kai. Thus, Piccolo and Gohan began their gravity training, starting with 10 times Earth's gravity. Lin Xuan was somewhat surprised that Chi-Chi didn't mind Gohan training with Piccolo. He wondered what had convinced her. Surely Bulma must have had a hand in it, doing something Lin Xuan wasn't aware of. Meanwhile, in the most supreme divine realm of Universe 7, not the Supreme Kai's realm, but the realm of the God of Destruction, a tall, slender figure wearing the attire of an angel and holding a special staff was conversing with an oddly shaped fish. They were none other than Whis the angel and the prophetic fish belonging to Beerus, the god of destruction. Not bad, not bad. This new tea tree cultivation has been very successful. The aroma of the tea is delightful, it tastes refreshing with a hint of clarity and not a trace of impurity, observed Whis. Angel Whis and the oracle fish sat atop a stone table savoring delightful pastries and sipping on tea. For beings of their stature, life was an endless stretch of time, particularly for Whis, who despite the seemingly repetitive nature of his days, always found new diversions to while away the long and monotonous hours. This time it was the cultivation of a supreme tea tree. After all, this was tea meant only for the divine. By the looks of it, the quality this time had doubled compared to the last. Just one leaf infused the tea with an absurd amount of energy, capable not only of enhancing strength, unlocking potential and comprehending divine power, but also of extending life by at least several hundred years. The oracle fish chimed in. Whis, however, didn't take such appraisal to heart. He chuckled softly, taking a sip of tea. It was then that a sudden change occurred. A thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the god of destruction's realm. Above Whis and the oracle fish, at the pinnacle of the cosmic tree near the god of destruction's palace, fiery explosions erupted, scattering flames in all directions. Such was the ferocity of the blast that it was astonishing. After all, this was the god of destruction's realm, where the structural integrity was immensely high. Furthermore, this was the cosmic tree, not something easily damaged. Really, Lord Beerus's temper is becoming increasingly volatile. Every so often he stirs up such commotion. He used to be quite peaceful when he slept, the oracle fish remarked, watching the dissipating flames. There was little to be done about it. Negative energy in the universe was perpetually on the rise. Before his slumber, Lord Beerus had eradicated negative energy from half the universe, exhausting much of his divine power and energy, so restless sleep was to be expected. Whis's explanation was spot on. This extended slumber, meant to last decades, was for that very reason. I think it's not just that. Even when Lord Beerus was exhausted before, he didn't sleep so poorly. This time it's been years, and it's become almost a habit to sneeze periodically, the oracle fish continued to gripe. To this, Whis appeared to grasp something new and laughed. You might be right. Perhaps it has something to do with you. His mysterious smile left the oracle fish puzzled. With me? The oracle fish's small eyes were filled with great bewilderment. I recall you made a prophecy before Lord Beerus went to sleep about how he would face a destined rival upon waking, Whis said. A rival for Lord Beerus? Did that really happen? The oracle fish pondered deeply, floundering in its tank. Turning over the thought for quite some time, it ultimately remembered nothing. Alas, a fish's memory is such that even a being like it couldn't recall many things. Whis didn't press the matter, simply continuing. I believe you mentioned something about the Super Scion God. Because of that, I've taken the liberty of keeping an eye on the scions that survive in the universe." As Vados pondered these thoughts, a spark of interest lit up within him. With his right hand, he grasped the angel's staff and pointed it into the void. He employed his special abilities to scan the entire universe, searching for traces of the scions. In no time, a projection materialized before him. It vividly depicted a father and son duo hunting prey on a desolate planet. If Lin Xuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize these two figures. They were none other than the legendary Super Scion Broly and his father Paragus. These were two surviving scions living on the planet Vampov, one of whom indeed harbored considerable power. It was highly possible that he was the one Vados sought. However, this planet was a primitive one, and barring any unforeseen events, they would be unable to leave, which explained their continued primitive lifestyle. Vados murmured to himself, pondering as he waved the staff, altering the projection. The scene shifted to display a diminutive, slender scion. This was Tarbal, Vegeta's younger brother, the young prince of the scion race, fortunate enough to have survived. Sadly, his potential and talent were unremarkable, and he was not a warrior-type scion. In contrast, his brother Vegeta was rather formidable. The scene shifted once more, this time to the vastness of space. Two spherical Frisia Force spacecraft were traversing the cosmic expanse. Inside these ships, two scions lay in a state of stasis. Who else could they be but Vegeta and Nappa? Vados took a deliberate glance at Vegeta before waving the staff again. In the underworld, the projection displayed Raditz and Goku training on King Kai's planet. Raditz had not met his end as one might have expected, but instead joined Goku in training under King Kai. The most critical point was that those who were supposed to be dead were alive. The most stable timelines now appeared to have experienced unexpected changes. For the first time, Vados, an angel beyond the universe, beyond life and death, beyond the constraints of rules, was caught off guard. He had witnessed countless cycles of the universe's destruction and rebirth. Vados had the ability to glimpse past and future and traverse the parallel worlds between them. These two scions were remarkable indeed, managing to enter the underworld while still alive and training under King Kai. You seem quite interested in them. Is there something special about them? Their strength doesn't seem extraordinary, chimed in the prophetic fish, breaking Vados's train of thought. Ho 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 ho, they possess limitless potential. Though they are currently weak, it won't be long before the future of our timeline becomes incredibly thrilling, Vados replied, narrowing his eyes as he waved the angel's staff. Without lingering on King Kai's planet, he turned his attention to Earth. Past events unfolded like a divine perspective, projecting significant occurrences on Earth over the past 2 months. This scene demonstrated that Vados had been observing Earth's situation from the beginning. Being all-knowing and all-powerful, he had already foreseen the future of this timeline and thus understood everything. In the projection, scenes rapidly flashed by, culminating in a breathtaking moment as a massive spaceship burst forth from Earth, hurtling into the depths of the cosmos. The image then seamlessly transitioned to reveal the bustling interior of the spacecraft. To everyone's surprise, this scion, whom I had never paid attention to before, seemed to embody a certain force capable of breaking through barriers. Gazing at the frozen image in the projection, Whis voiced his thoughts. For him, there were only a few key individuals worthy of his attention. Even though some scion survivors still existed in the universe, they had always been beneath his notice. The sight of an angel is incredibly keen, capable of perceiving the past and future along the river of time. How could he not know who among them carries the weight of destiny, or who has the potential to shatter the shackles of rules and create greater possibilities? Talos, also known as Lin Xuan, had been trapped on planet V3114, unable to leave or intervene in the main storyline. Thus he initially never entered the radar of beings like Whis. But now everything had changed. Staring at Lin Xuan within the image, Whis' expression seemed unchanged, yet his eyes held a newfound gravity. The gears of fate had been subtly altered by him, and if things continued this way, whether it would be a boon or bane remained unknown. Perhaps, in the future, he might carve out a place for himself. He is an anomaly. After these reflections, Whis used his angel staff to glance at other parts of the universe before retracting his angelic powers. Whis, among those scions you just projected, who do you think could be the Super Scion God? The oracle fish asked, curious and seemingly indifferent to Whis' musings. The future is uncertain, perhaps any of them, or maybe none at all, Whis replied with a smile, setting down his angel staff and continuing to enjoy his afternoon tea. The oracle fish, bewildered by Whis' cryptic words, soon stopped pondering and joined him in indulging in some sweets. Down below in the vastness of the universe, those who caught Whisa's attention remained unaware that a supreme being had lingered on them for a moment, especially Lin Xuan, who, familiar with the original storyline and the terrifying power of those supreme beings, would undoubtedly feel a chill if he knew Whis had noticed him. After all, he was a transmigrator. Should his true nature be discovered, it might endanger his very existence. Simply put, even though he was now a scion, the revelation of his identity as a transmigrator would mark him as a virus within this world. The strongest beings, the overseers of this universe, would not stand by and let a virus spread unchecked, surely leading to his destruction. Fortunately, Lin Xuan had always taken a steady, gradual approach to integrating with the storyline, altering it in subtle ways, leaving few major flaws to trace, and so time passed swiftly and 6 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. In the universe located within the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation, the spaceship carrying Lin Xuan and his companions finally arrived at their destination, landing on the surface of Namek, the fourth planet in this star system. The spaceship hovered silently in the vastness of space. Its panoramic projection allowed Lin Xuan, Bulma, Piccolo, Gohan and Chi-Chi to feel as if they were floating in the cosmos, offering them a comprehensive view of the planet's exterior. Is this planet Namek? Bulma was the first to voice her thoughts. In her sharp and analytical mind, she quickly realized that this planet was significantly larger than Earth, possibly 10 times its size. With excitement, she pulled out her trusty interstellar journal and began to meticulously document everything she observed and all the data she could gather. This is Namek, my home. Piccolo's words came out in a breath as he tried to steady his emotions. Deep within, he sensed a profound connection with the planet, as if it was calling to him, whispering that this indeed was his true home. It's incredible, Gohan remarked as he noticed 3 enormous stars surrounding Namek. No wonder Uncle Lin Xuan said there's no night on planet Namek, it's bathed in perpetual sunlight from every angle. Throughout the journey, Gohan had been training under increased gravity and exploring the wonders of the universe during his free time, witnessing sights he had never imagined possible. Beside him, Chi-Chi sighed with relief, choosing to remain silent. Their arrival at planet Namek signified the temporary end of their journey. While they would spend some time on this new world, she was grateful for the chance to breathe fresh air, something she missed dearly during their space travels. The idea of living without solid ground beneath her feet was still unsettling for her, and ever since they left Earth, a sense of unease had followed her. Alright, let's all head to the control room and prepare for landing on Namek, Bulma instructed, snapping the others out of their reverie. The panoramic view faded as they quickly made their way back to the control room and settled into their seats. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, a group of Namekians working tirelessly in the field suddenly noticed a streak of light blazing across the sky. A spaceship descended through the atmosphere, passing overhead and capturing the full attention of everyone below. Instinctively, they became alert. Those are outsiders, a spaceship. Seasoned Namekian warrior felt a wave of foreboding wash over him and warned his companions. Sensing potential trouble, he decided to investigate. You all head back to the village and inform the elder to contact the Grand Elder. I'll go check it out. Without hesitation, the warrior took off at full speed, trailing the spaceship. In the central region of Namek, atop a towering cliff, stood a vast and uniquely shaped white dome. This was the residence of the Grand Elder, the most revered figure on planet Namek. Typically, the Grand Elder would be resting at this hour, but today was different. He felt the arrival of certain individuals and summoned Nail, his guardian, to his side. The Grand Elder had aged to the point where even basic movement was a challenge. As his life neared its inevitable end, he wielded a unique power passed down through generations to foresee the future. Gazing into the corners of what was yet to come, he had resigned himself to enduring a few more years before he could truly lay down the burdens he carried. However, an unexpected turn of events disrupted this path. In recent days, his dreams had been vivid and relentless, new visions constantly swirling in his mind. These dreams revealed that the future he had long believed to be certain was shifting dramatically due to unforeseen variables. Great Elder, do you have any instructions? Asked Nero with deep respect. Standing before the Great Elder, as the most distinguished warrior among the Namekians, Nero had been by the Elder's side since reaching adulthood, ensuring his safety. Nero, we have some visitors from another world on Namek. The Elder spoke, his voice frail, showing that he was already as weak as he would be a year later. The Namekians, with their naturally long lifespans, showed little change over a year or two. Thus, even with more than a year left to live, it seemed an insignificant blip in the Great Elder's vast lifespan. Upon hearing this, Naru immediately reacted, earnestly questioning, "Could it be that the extinction crisis you prophesied, Great Elder, is upon us?" The extinction crisis, indeed, was a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions for the Namekians. The Great Elder had once spoken of it, acknowledging that the Namekians alone could not avert this calamity. However, the prophecy also foretold that in their darkest hour mighty warriors from the stars would come to aid them in overcoming their foes. No. The time for the crisis has not yet arrived. These visitors are not enemies, at least I sense no malice in their presence, the elder reassured. Moreover, among them I feel the presence of one of our own long lost to us. They are not here to invade, so Nero, go and meet them, prevent any unnecessary conflict and bring them to me. Perhaps this group might play a crucial role in resolving the future crisis, instructed the Great Elder. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Neru's heart. He understood that this matter required careful handling, yet he was bound to obey the elder's command. "Yes, Great Elder, I shall go at once," he replied, turning to leave with a heavy heart. As he stepped outside, he informed his two companions who also guarded the elder, "I must leave to carry out the Great Elder's task. The protection duties are temporarily yours. Rest assured, we will safeguard the elder. Go, Neru." They nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Nero soared into the sky, departing swiftly. His senses guided him towards the target, further directed by the elder's telepathic guidance. Elsewhere, after gliding hundreds of miles through the sky, a spaceship finally stabilized and landed at its designated spot. As the spacecraft settled, the hatch opened swiftly and 5 individuals stepped out one by one. As the group set foot on Namek, they were immediately struck by the planet's peculiar geography, a vast collection of islands stretching as far as the eye could see, giving the impression of an endless looped world. Each island bore its own unique features, yet there was an unmistakable similarity among them. Bulma, taking in the surroundings with her usual curiosity, couldn't help but question Lin Xuan about the discrepancies between his earlier descriptions and the reality before them. "Is this the true landscape of Namek?" she wondered aloud. "It doesn't seem as barren and desolate as you mentioned. There are quite a few plants and animals thriving here, aren't there?" Lin Xuan, reflecting on her observations, replied, "What I shared was based on the information I had. According to what I've heard, Namek once suffered a catastrophic extinction event. Only a handful of Namekians survived that disaster, and I believe Piccolo was sent to Earth during that time. The current vibrancy of the planet likely has much to do with the efforts of its surviving inhabitants." As Lin Xuan spoke, his gaze extended into the distance, where he sensed a presence rapidly approaching, likely spurred by the sight of their spacecraft landing. The individual approaching was well concealed, detectable only by Lin Xuan's extraordinary abilities, as he had instinctively enveloped the entire planet within his energy field upon arrival. Nearby, Gohan and Chi-Chi shared their own impressions of Namek's environment, drawing parallels with Bulma's thoughts. Lin Xuan remained silent, knowing their discussions revolved around the planet's aesthetics and its perceived character, topics that resonated with Bulma. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood quietly gazing out at the familiar yet foreign landscape. Perhaps it was instinct, or maybe fragments of ancestral memory, but something in the scenery stirred a deep, indescribable feeling within him. "We're nearly there," Lin Xuan announced, drawing everyone back to the present. "Especially you, Piccolo. Your kin are approaching, prepare to meet them." With a subtle smile, he alerted the group to the strong energy he sensed nearing them, playfully teasing Piccolo in the process. Piccolo, upon hearing this, expanded his energy perception and indeed felt a formidable presence closing in. Thankfully, his strength had grown significantly, allowing him to pinpoint the energy source swiftly. In the 6 days since their departure, Piccolo had undergone intense training under increased gravity conditions alongside Gohan. They had progressively increased the gravity to 60 times Earth's, resulting in remarkable improvements in their combat abilities. Lin Xuan's guidance and sparring sessions had further unlocked parts of their latent potential. Although their progress wasn't entirely as Lin Xuan had envisioned, Piccolo's power level had soared to 45,000, while Gohan's had reached 32,000. Their rapid advancement was also thanks in part to the senzu beans Lin Xuan had provided them. "Feeling tired, sleepy, or hurt? Just pop a senzu bean, and not only do you return to full strength, but your power also skyrockets." This is to say that exploiting bugs isn't just a Scion privilege. Piccolo's potential is equally terrifying. Otherwise, during the Scion invasion arc in the original series, he wouldn't have gained tens of thousands in battle power just through training at King Kai's planet after his death in such a short time. When he arrived on Namek after his resurrection, he encountered the nearly defeated Nail, who remarked, "I can't believe how you've trained to become so strong." Then, after gaining Nail's approval, they merged, boosting Piccolo's power tenfold, reaching and surpassing 1,000,000 in battle power. So, after 6 days adapting to 60 times gravity, reaching only 45,000 in power seemed low to Lin Xuan, especially considering Lin Xuan's assistance and occasional guidance. It could just be that the pressure wasn't enough and the experiences were too few. Some breakthroughs might require special circumstances, like a true life or death experience. As for young Gohan, despite his continuous progress, his power only reached 32,000, which was indeed a bit low. Originally, Lin Xuan thought Gohan could leverage gravity training and the Scion's innate bug talent to exceed 50,000 in battle power. In the end, not only did he not reach 50,000, but he didn't even hit 40,000, barely surpassing 30,000. Of course, this also relates to his limited training time. Lin Xuan and Piccolo trained uninterrupted without anyone to restrain them, but Gohan was different. Firstly, he was still a child, and secondly, Chi-Chi was always watching. As soon as time was up, she wouldn't allow him to continue training. Lin Xuan and Piccolo couldn't really say anything about this. After all, she is his mother, and it's not like she's stopping him from training completely. She just wants a balance between work and rest. Regardless, with the current power levels of Piccolo and Gohan, they could easily defeat Nappa and Vegeta when they arrive on Earth in 10 months. Not to mention Vegeta, even Frieza's henchmen like Dodoria and Zarbon would stand no chance against the Ginyu Force. Aside from Captain Ginyu himself, they could confront them head-on and would definitely not lose. Times are changing, and indeed things are different from before, for Piccolo and Gohan, being by Lin Xuan's side, has directly influenced them, propelling their power into a new era. Having pinpointed the source of the energy, Piccolo turned to look in that direction. Gohan, Chi-Chi and Bulma followed his gaze. In the distant sky, a figure was rapidly approaching, gradually revealing the form of a strong Namekian warrior. This individual had remarkable control over energy and impressive perception skills. Knowing they had been detected, the warrior chose not to hide, swiftly closing the distance and finally landing before the group of 5. Apart from slight differences in physique and appearance, the newcomer was almost identical to Piccolo. Upon sensing the aura emanating from this Namekian warrior at close range, it was clear that his strength far surpassed that of Raditz when he first arrived on Earth. In Lin Xuan's eyes, the power level was a staggering 3,000 points, a tad stronger than Piccolo before their departure. Of course, actual combat abilities are hard to compare. Son Gohan exclaimed, "He really is a Namekian, just like Uncle Piccolo." Bulma teased, "If we had encountered him before, he would have scared us to death." Another Piccolo Daimyo. Their voices caused the newcomer to frown, but he still focused his attention on Piccolo first, an outsider yet a fellow Namekian he had never seen before. "Where do you come from?" he asked, looking at Piccolo. Though his hostility had lessened, he remained wary of everyone around him. "Don't worry, we're not invaders." Piccolo took a step forward, speaking to his robust fellow Namekian. The cloak draped over his shoulders billowed in the wind, making him appear quite imposing. Coupled with his deliberately released aura, no one would believe he wasn't trying to show off. Sensing Piccolo's energy, the Namekian's expression was one of shock and disbelief. "Could it be that you are one of the children sent off the planet during the great disaster many years ago? Whose child are you? Such immense power." "No, that's not right, even if you were sent away back then your age." Upon realizing Piccolo's strength, the Namekian was utterly confused. He speculated, yet it seemed unrealistic. So many years had passed since that catastrophe. Even if someone had been sent away back then, they should be old by now. How could he know what Piccolo had been through? "It's a long story," Piccolo began to explain. "In short, we come from Earth and I grew up there." His friendly manner of communication surprised Lin Xuan and the others. Although Piccolo had indeed changed and had become more amicable during their 6 days together, he still maintained his aloofness. "Is that so? Well, as a fellow Namekian, welcome home. I'm called L." The Namekian introduced himself. Piccolo responded with his own name. With just a few exchanges, the tension dissipated completely. L was the first to ask, "Are they all Earthlings? Did they bring you back?" "Something like that," Piccolo replied, his expression remaining calm. "I see. Since they're your friends, I can be at ease. As long as they're not enemies, they are guests of us Namekians." L reverted to being a straightforward, simple-minded giant, as if the serious, solemn person from moments ago had never existed. It was evident that once Namekians confirmed there was no threat, they became exceptionally friendly, a trait influenced by the Grand Elder's rule over the years. almost all the Namekians are creations of this figure born from his own efforts. He holds a philosophy: if people do not provoke him, he won't provoke others. If provoked, he first seeks resolution through dialogue, resorting to force only if absolutely necessary. Hello, my name is Gohan, he begins. Chi-Chi is this child's mother, another introduces. You can call me Bulma, adds the self-proclaimed super genius scientist from Earth. Lin Xuan is the final introduction. After this series of introductions, a character named L cordially invites the group to his village for rest and explains the current state of Namek and the distribution of its tribes. Just as they prepare to move, Lin Xuan senses a powerful presence rapidly approaching. More arrivals are imminent. This new presence, he deduces, possesses combat power at least comparable to Piccolo's at full strength. On Namek, few have a battle power exceeding 40,000 and apart from Nail, Lin Xuan can think of no one else. As expected, the newcomer is indeed Nail, the strongest warrior of the current age on Namek. Nail's arrival astounds L, yet he maintains composure and inquires, Nail, did you come to investigate the spaceship's arrival too? I have already confirmed that they are alien guests from Earth and have returned some of our lost kin. With L's explanation, Nail nods. Yes, the Grand Elder foresaw this event and sent me to escort them to meet him. Nail states, bluntly revealing his purpose. This revelation astonishes L, who respectfully responds, so the Grand Elder is aware. Shall I accompany you? Yet before he can say more, Nail shakes his head. No need, return to your tribe. The Grand Elder's safety is assured with us. It's best for you not to stray far from your tribe during these times. Through these words, L clearly understands Nail's underlying message. Years ago, under the Grand Elder's guidance, they were assigned crucial tasks and none could act without permission. Understood, I will return then. L nods, turning to Lin Xuan, Piccolo and their group with a smile. The Grand Elder wishes to meet you, so I won't insist on your rest here. Nail, our strongest warrior, will escort you safely. With L's departure, Lin Xuan and Piccolo as outsiders find themselves unable to intervene. Even Piccolo, though a Namekian, is considered a temporary outsider. After bidding L farewell, Nail's gaze sweeps over the group, finally landing on Piccolo. Clearly kindred spirits are more significant to him. Even though Lin Xuan exudes a formidable aura demanding attention, it doesn't overshadow the presence of a fellow Namekian with power to rival his own. What's more, this kin has honed his formidable strength through alien training. As he observes the group, they too scrutinize him, especially Piccolo, whose aloofness intensifies under the mutual gaze. Piccolo never imagined he would lose to anyone, especially as his own strength continued to grow. He was well aware of Nail's immense power. If not for his relentless training in the gravity chamber and Lin Xuan's assistance, he would have been nothing more than an ant compared to Nail back when he was on Earth. Returned clansmen and distant guests, please follow me. Nail broke the silence, taking the initiative to speak. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan and Piccolo nodded in agreement, followed by Gohan, Bulma and Chi-Chi. After confirming their intention to join, quickly packed the spaceship into a capsule and brought out a jet. This was something Bulma had prepared in advance, an upgraded version of the jet. Times had changed, the old jets were too slow. The improved jet was not only several times faster but also free from altitude limitations. This was Bulma's fulfillment of her promise made at the base of Karen Tower, intending to use her technological prowess to reach Kami's lookout. Nail led the way at a moderate pace, passing by an Namekian village, allowing the group to observe the simple and unadorned lifestyle of the Namekians. Observing the diligent Namekians and their way of life, Bulma and Gohan's understanding of the Namekians was encapsulated in 4 words, plain and simple. This visit also revealed to everyone except Lin Xuan that not all Namekians were as powerful as Piccolo, L or Nail. Soon, under Nail's guidance, the group arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder of the Namekians. The 2 Namekians guarding the Grand Elder expressed their curiosity at the visitors. After a round of questioning and communication, they understood the situation and stepped aside. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue the conversation, but rather the Grand Elder was eager to meet them. Witnessing the Grand Elder's frail appearance, even Lin Xuan, who was somewhat prepared, was taken aback. What shocked him most was the Grand Elder's power level reaching tens of thousands. This was an elder on the brink of death. It was unimaginable how formidable he must have been in his youth. Lin Xuan was surprised, let alone Gohan, Chi-Chi and Bulma. Chi-Chi and Bulma were startled and hid behind Lin Xuan and Gohan, seemingly afraid of what this gigantic old Namekian might do to them. Piccolo, on the other hand, merely exhibited a fleeting surprise before regaining his composure. He could distinctly feel that the Grand Elder was different from the other Namekians outside. There was a life connection that made him feel as if he originated from him. Grand Elder. Piccolo murmured softly words on the tip of his tongue, unsure of how to express them. Child lost to the world, it's so good to see you. Could you come closer so I may have a better look at you? Despite suppressing his voice and mustering all his strength, the Grand Elder's frailty was evident. Hearing this, Piccolo hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to stand before the Grand Elder. The other party slowly raised his enormous right hand and gently placed it on Piccolo's head. Such an action, which might be considered a violation of dignity for Piccolo, should have sparked his anger. Yet strangely he felt no anger nor any resistance. The Grand Elder's touch was like that of a father caring for him. This unprecedented sensation broke through Piccolo's mental barriers, and with it his strength surged. Reaching a certain level of power, sometimes a sudden epiphany alone can lead to an increase in strength. Others couldn't see it, but Lin Xuan did. Of course, the Grand Elder likely sensed it too. So that's how it is, because a part of himself was separated, he lacked that portion. An unusual power spread from the Grand Elder's hand throughout Piccolo's body, and he then revealed Piccolo's situation. Piccolo could feel that the Grand Elder invisibly had read his not-so-private memories. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder smiled kindly again. You have perfectly inherited everything from Kata's, and your appearance is almost identical to your father's when he was young. It's a pity if you hadn't been split into two different entities, perhaps you would be 1,000 times stronger than you are now. As the Grand Elder's words were spoken, everyone was taken aback, especially Son Gohan, Bulma and Chi-Chi. What does it mean for a complete Piccolo to be 1,000 times stronger than he is now? Even so, I disdain to gain that kind of additional power. To merge with that old guy Kami once again. Forgive me for saying, Grand Elder, it will never happen in this lifetime. Piccolo's attitude was resolute. Little did he know that his future would, due to the crisis of the androids, lead him to assimilate with Kami. Merging once again, the Grand Elder saw the memories, and it seemed he also glimpsed the future. This was one of his special abilities. The future is something no one can promise will never happen. Child, I will not interfere with you, nor will I force you, so you can rest assured. As the Grand Elder, back in the day, I fought alongside your father. Without him there might not be the me of today. I owe Kata's too much. As a child lost in a foreign land, I failed to find you all these years, and that is my fault. Now, as I approach the end of my life, I can only offer you a small gift to make up for my failings towards you. I hope that with my help you can not only become stronger but also protect your people and this homeland in the future. As he spoke, the Grand Elder's hand began to exert a slight force. He seized this opportunity to unleash his ability without hesitation. While Piccolo hesitated, a mysterious power enveloped his body. An indescribable mystical energy coursed through his entire being, leaving Piccolo dumbfounded. His body was being opened up, his soul was ascending. My power is actually this. His body and soul underwent a comprehensive transformation. Piccolo's combat power exploded in growth. Whoosh, a white aura uncontrollably swirled around Piccolo, emitting a powerful pressure. Seeing this, Lin Xuan instinctively shielded Bulma behind him, forming a barrier of aura. As Son Gohan stood protectively in front of his mother, he could feel his own energy surging, a response to the threat they faced. He couldn't help but marvel at Piccolo's potential being unlocked to such an extraordinary degree. Is Piccolo's latent potential truly on par with the Scion's? He wondered. After all, in the future, Piccolo would harness the power of the Dragon God, transforming further into the Orange Piccolo, a true Super Namekian. Lin Xuan, who understood the situation, assessed the unfolding events with interest, hoping Piccolo could push his limits even further. Although Piccolo's power, no matter how great, couldn't compare to Lin Xuan's current strength, it was nonetheless impressive. It demonstrated the Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential beyond previous expectations. Gohan, astonished by Piccolo's dramatic increase in energy, couldn't help but call out Uncle Piccolo. Meanwhile, Bulma and Chi-Chi remained in a state of anxious confusion, concerned but unaware of the specifics. The Grand Elder's unlocking process lasted over a minute. Finally, he withdrew his hand and Piccolo's power surge halted, bringing him back to reality. This is all I can do. Despite part of your body missing, your potential is so vast that I cannot fully unlock it. I hope you're not disappointed, the Grand Elder said kindly. Piccolo could hardly feel dissatisfied. His respect for the Grand Elder deepened, knowing his power had multiplied several times over. Only Lin Xuan could see Piccolo's combat power had reached an astonishing 225,000, a five-fold increase. Piccolo, feigning the demeanor of a demon king, asked with feigned arrogance, "You know I'm the evil side. Why strengthen me? Aren't you afraid I'll revert to my old ways as the Demon King? This was a deliberate act to hear the Grand Elder's response. From the memory reading, the Grand Elder had realized Piccolo's identity, thus, there was no need to hide his ambitions any longer. You won't, the Grand Elder replied with a calm certainty. Perhaps your former self would, but the current you definitely not. His words pierced Piccolo's heart, prompting a profound transformation within him. Humph. Don't expect me to say thank you, and don't die. I wouldn't want to see you perish. Just as I arrive in my homeland, Piccolo muttered with complex emotions, turning to leave the room. It wasn't that he wanted to stay away, but being there felt suffocating. He was struggling to maintain his composure, unwilling to let others see his change. Deep down he knew he was no longer the person he once was, especially over the past month and through this cosmic journey. Cough cough, this child still needs a fortuitous encounter to fully change himself, the Grand Elder mused, redirecting his focus. Well, now it's time to properly thank you, Earthlings and Scions, he said, turning his attention to Lin Xuan and Son Gohan. Bulma and Chi-Chi were overlooked as they didn't possess significant power. Of course, he still expressed his gratitude with a kind and gentle smile. After several exchanges, Bulma and Chi-Chi were no longer afraid. The Grand Elder was indeed a good person, not as intimidating as he appeared at first glance. With the communication barrier removed, Lin Xuan then stated his purpose. Grand Elder, I'm not one to beat around the bush. Since you foresaw our arrival, you probably have an idea of why I came to Namek. The next second, Lin Xuan got straight to the point. First, I hope you can help me tap into my potential just as you did with Piccolo, and of course, I hope you can do the same for this child. Second, I would like to borrow your Dragon Balls. Though Earth also has Dragon Balls, they have limited power and cannot fulfill my wish. As Lin Xuan finished speaking, he observed the Grand Elder nodding slightly. After digesting Lin Xuan's words, the Grand Elder slowly spoke. I can see that your strength is already unfathomably powerful. At such a level, do you still seek to grow stronger? I can indeed unlock potential, but given my current state and your current strength, it might only have a minimal effect on you. The Grand Elder paused and glanced at Son Gohan. With this child's foundation, if he possesses enough potential, he might indeed become like that child Piccolo. However, it is not guaranteed that it can be unlocked. After finishing, the Grand Elder looked back at Lin Xuan. I have a rough idea of what you mean. Unlock the potential, and regardless of the outcome, we won't blame you, Lin Xuan replied. The Grand Elder nodded and continued. Unlocking potential is not an issue. After all, you are considered benefactors to our tribe for bringing back Kata's child. However, regarding the Dragon Balls, I'm afraid I cannot agree outright. Everything is reciprocal. To gain one must lose something. Realizing a wish requires consuming an enormous amount of wish power, and once that is consumed, the Dragon Balls will produce an immense amount of negative energy. Uncontrolled, it could lead to unimaginable disasters. Many years ago, the catastrophe that befell our Namekian tribe was not unrelated to the Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder paused again. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan roughly understood what the Grand Elder meant. Though shocked by the GT storyline setting of negative energy being born after wishing on the Dragon Balls, the notion that overusing them could lead to unimaginable disasters was indeed detailed in the Majin Buu saga and even in the Super era. Was this the reason for his reluctance to let him use them? Lin Xuan, with his keen mind, grasped the Grand Elder's intent. The preface and epilogue seemed to warn him of the consequences of using the Dragon Balls, but it was also a narrative about the price that must be paid for their use. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, unconcerned about the others present, and said, if you have any conditions, feel free to mention them. You should know, I am determined to fulfill my wish on this journey. His words carried a hint of assertiveness. Of course, Lin Xuan would not resort to force. After all, making a wish requires the use of the Namekian language. With Lin Xuan's words, the Grand Elder no longer concealed his intentions. There was already a tacit understanding between him and Lin Xuan. He was also testing Lin Xuan to see if this scion differed from the one in his dreams. The Dragon Balls could not be used lightly by outsiders, for if a wish were granted to someone with impure intentions, it could lead to unimaginable disasters. This is why making a wish requires the Namekian language. The Grand Elder's last barrier is to prevent such events from occurring. At least under his rule, none of his children would betray their race or willingly cooperate with others to make a wish. Thus, even if the Dragon Balls were taken by outsiders, they would not pose a threat to the world. I hope you can understand, as the Grand Elder of Namek, I must consider the future of my homeland and people. The Dragon Balls should not be casually used, yet today I must engage in a transaction with you. Unfortunately, the child is not complete, otherwise his strength might be enough to rival the enemies that will come in the future. Hearing these words you might be puzzled, but to be honest, I have foreseen a great disaster befalling Namek in the near future, and my children and I may perish in it. The Dragon Balls can be lent to you, but I hope that when the time comes you can help my people and protect my planet through this crisis. As the Grand Elder spoke, Lin Xuan was taken aback. He was now certain that the Grand Elder could indeed foresee the future. As a traveler from another time, how could he not know the plot's developments or fail to understand what the Grand Elder was implying? However, even if he knew a disaster would occur in the future, he could not reveal it. After all, how could he truly know what the future held? Very well, if the Namekians face a great calamity in the future, I will lend a hand, but I cannot fully guarantee what you ask. I can only do my utmost. Lin Xuan agreed to the Grand Elder's request. Hearing this, the Grand Elder's smile widened. Your word is sufficient, our deal is sealed, I can now help unlock your potential. Lin Xuan nodded, stepping forward without hesitation to face the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder raised his massive hand once more, placing it upon Lin Xuan's forehead. Lin Xuan blocked his own mental powers, fully sensing the Grand Elder's intentions. After all, the old fellow could read memories. Lin Xuan could not allow him to see his own memories, so he vigilantly emptied his mind, using his mental strength to seal away his memories. Others might not understand Lin Xuan's caution, but the Grand Elder was fully aware. He had initially planned to glimpse some fragments of Lin Xuan's memories, but as soon as his mental powers entered, they vanished. The disparity in strength prevented him from reading the memories of someone who resisted. The only reason he could access Piccolo's memories was because Piccolo did not resist. So be it. Having chosen to believe, I will trust you completely. With a serene heart, the Grand Elder found his mind clearer than ever. As the power to unlock potential surged forth, a dazzling white aura enveloped Lin Xuan. Though not as overwhelming as Piccolo's, Lin Xuan could sense a true transformation, a moment of ascension. Unlike Piccolo, Lin Xuan's strength had been honed in the gravity chamber, granting him a profound mastery over his power. The system's constant enhancement of his combat abilities meant that Lin Xuan's body instinctively adapted to his growing strength. As such, even with the amplification of his power, he maintained complete control. He could feel the energy within him continuously being awakened. Time ticked away second by second. 2 minutes later, the Grand Elder withdrew his hand, taking a deep breath. The exertion of his ability, coupled with unlocking Lin Xuan's potential, had taken a toll on him. Cough, cough. That's as far as I can help you. I hope you won't be too disappointed. With your potential, it's hard to imagine how powerful you'll become in the future. Having completed the release of potential, the Grand Elder's words assured Lin Xuan that even without the system, he possessed boundless possibilities. It's enough. Although my strength hasn't increased significantly, I've reached a new realm. Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude. In the next moment, he opened the system panel. Host: Lin Xuan, age 25, height 185 cm/weight 85 kilograms, combat power index 800,0005 points, current system level 1, auto mode, combat power +1 per second. Since leaving Earth, his combat power, combined with 6 days of space travel and his own training advancements, had surpassed 7 million points even before unlocking his potential. Now, this potential release had added hundreds of thousands of points, bringing his combat power to 8 million points. The gap between 7 million and 8 million wasn't vast, so Lin Xuan's excitement was tempered. Nonetheless, he was inching closer to the 10 million mark. His next major focus would be on mastering the transformation into a Super Saiyan. If he were to transform now, even the initial 50-fold increase of the first stage would elevate his combat power to 400 million, a power of 400 million. This was a step Lin Xuan had to take, otherwise even a year from now breaking the billion mark would remain a challenge. Alright, next is this child, the Grand Elder remarked without pause. Despite his fatigue, he was determined to finish the task at hand. This would be his final exertion, after which he would rest for several days to recuperate his mental strength. Go ahead, Gohan, Lin Xuan urged, aware of the Grand Elder's condition and the importance of not delaying. Yes, Uncle Lin Xuan, responded son Gohan obediently. Although initially intimidated by the Grand Elder's imposing stature and appearance, Gohan's innate kindness and purity quickly dispelled any fear, especially as the Grand Elder's warm demeanor shone through. Thank you, Grand Elder. In close proximity to the Grand Elder's son, Gohan expressed his gratitude with great politeness. This gesture made the Grand Elder smile even warmer. No need to thank me, I see limitless potential in you, child. Your future achievements will be boundless, the Grand Elder said, once again using his ability to unlock potential. The scene mirrored that of Piccolo's potential being unlocked, but with even greater intensity due to a noticeable lack of control. The surgeon's son Gohan's power was immense. Even as the development concluded, Son Gohan found it hard to believe that his strength could grow to such a magnitude. Amazing, truly amazing. Is this really me? Son Gohan's young voice was filled with excitement. Children, after all, tend to openly express the thrill of newfound power through their words and expressions. Others could only gauge the extent of Son Gohan's increased strength through his aura, but Lin Xuan could see the exact figures. The boy's combat power index reached 188,000 points. Slightly lower than Piccolo, yet this force surpassed the strength Gohan's father had when he arrived on Namek in the original story. The fact that he was still behind Piccolo even after his potential was unlocked left Lin Xuan somewhat surprised. He had expected the boy to surpass Piccolo in one go. Perhaps his young age meant his body could only endure so much strength. Grand Elder, are you alright? Unable to hold back any longer due to the overwhelming energy released during the unlocking, Nail rushed inside shouting in concern. Seeing the Grand Elder so weakened, he hurried forward to check on him. Only after confirming that the Grand Elder was merely drained and not in any real danger did he relax. I'm fine, Nail. Since you're here, please gather the elders of each tribe and have them bring the Dragon Balls for our alien friends to make their wish, the Grand Elder calmly instructed. He was exhausted, but there were things that needed to be said and tasks that had to be arranged. Give them the Dragon Balls. Nail found it hard to believe. It suddenly dawned on him why these Earthlings had come to Namek. What else could it be for but the Dragon Balls? Sensing Nail's concerns, the Grand Elder nodded and continued, don't worry, we can let them use the Dragon Balls. In the future, they will always be friends to us Namekians. Though the message was one of friendship, it also implied an enforced bond between them. Lin Xuan, not one to miss such subtleties, looked at the Grand Elder and offered his assurance. Rest assured, Grand Elder, though we each have our needs, once I make a promise I will see it through, to protect your Namekian people. With those words, Lin Xuan along with Son Gohan, Bulma and Chi-Chi left the Grand Elder's abode. There was no need to linger further, as the Grand Elder certainly had more to discuss privately with Nail. After a long wait, Lin Xuan and the others finally saw Nail emerge. His face was full of confusion, yet he seemed resigned. As Namek's foremost warrior, even though he had been completely outpaced by Piccolo, his pride remained intact. I will contact the major clans to bring the Dragon Balls here. Although I don't know why the Grand Elder trusts you, if you do anything harmful to Namek, even if it means my death, I will take you down with me. Nail's words were filled with hostility. Lin Xuan understood that it wouldn't be easy to ease the tension with him, so he chose to say nothing. After all, as long as he achieved his wish, his purpose for coming to Namek would be fulfilled. 2 hours passed. After the elders of the 6 tribes arrived one after another, 6 Dragon Balls were brought to the scene. Following this, Nail retrieved the last Dragon Ball from the Grand Elder's dwelling. The 7 enormous Dragon Balls shimmered with a brilliant golden light, dazzling beyond measure. To the Namekians, it was a sight they hadn't seen in many years. Summoning the Dragon Purunga by gathering the Dragon Balls required the Grand Elder's approval, and without necessity, they would never call upon Purunga to make a wish. This time, what surprised them was the Grand Elder actually granting the Dragon Balls to an alien to make a wish. These Namekian Dragon Balls are truly massive, much larger than the ones on Earth. Bulma, who had studied the Dragon Balls extensively, couldn't stop examining these gigantic orbs, her eyes filled with awe. What kind of dragon would be summoned by such enormous Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls are assembled. Please step back, everyone. I am going to summon Purunga now, Nail gestured for the crowd to move back. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped back. As Nail recited the summoning incantation in Namekian, the 7 Dragon Balls began to react. The orange stars within the Dragon Balls started to flicker, and in an instant a mysterious force dyed the entire sky of Namek black. Accompanied by golden lightning shooting skyward from the center of the Dragon Balls, the darkness was illuminated. At the heart of this golden light, a fierce and towering figure emerged. The sky obscuring Dragon Purunga made its appearance. Is this the Dragon of Namek? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. She had imagined many possibilities, but never thought the Namekian dragon would look like this. It looked more like a creature crawling out of the abyss than a divine dragon. Its appearance, much like the Namekians themselves, gave an immediate impression of a demon king. So big. Gohan's mouth hung open, unable to hide his shock. Having never seen Earth's dragon, this was his first encounter with a wish-granting dragon, and it was Namek's. His curiosity was boundless. Next to him, Chi-Chi was quite frightened, clinging close to her son. As for Piccolo, he was absorbed in thought, gazing at the dragon of his home planet. In his mind, this was the genuine dragon. Of course, he wouldn't know that even the Namekian dragon was not the true origin. Speak your wish, you who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. No matter what your wish is, I can grant you 3. As Palunga spoke in a normal language, once again astonishing everyone except Lin Xuan, the number of wishes unexpectedly increased from 1 to 3. This was quite unbelievable. It was already unimaginable to have one wish granted. There were constant exclamations, mostly from Bulma, who was complaining that the Earth's Shinran was really not up to par. Compared to the Shinran here, it couldn't even hold a candle. Piccolo chimed in, expressing his own opinions while also taking the opportunity to belittle Earth's Kami. Piccolo. Palunga seemed to enjoy their words of praise, puffing up his robust chest for a moment. All right, Palunga has been summoned, you can now make your wishes. They were informed. Palunga could grant 3 wishes in total, but they had to be made in the Namekian language to be fulfilled. Naru understood the interaction between Bulma and Piccolo. Even if he cared, he didn't delve into it. The wishes had to be in Namekian, and if Lin Xuan's wish was too unrealistic or posed a threat to their people, according to the elder's instructions, Naru could only fulfill Lin Xuan's wish indirectly or simply declare it ungrantable. After hearing Naru's words, Lin Xuan, who had been eyeing the Shinran, which was much larger than the Earth's Shinran, finally spoke up. Gazing at Palunga, whose presence emanated an endless dragon majesty, Lin Xuan hesitated no more and said, my first wish, please grant me the ability to teleport instantly to and from any planet at will. After speaking, Lin Xuan glanced at Naru. Upon hearing this, Naru analyzed the wish and finding no threat in it, translated Lin Xuan's words into Namekian to make the wish to Palunga. I'm sorry, but this dragon cannot fulfill your wish, Palunga responded after a brief contemplation. Lin Xuan was taken aback by this answer. Why? Lin Xuan frowned and asked. After all, it was just teleportation, how difficult could it be? Lin Xuan could understand the Earth's Shinran being unable to fulfill this, but Palunga's response was a blow to his expectations. Palunga's power, as depicted in the original story, could indeed reach across the entire universe, even affecting the realm of the Kaioshin. Bulma, who had accompanied Lin Xuan in making wishes before, understood Lin Xuan's current feelings. She was also surprised but remained silent. With a bridge of communication established, Palunga didn't hesitate to answer Lin Xuan's inquiry. The instant transmission you mentioned, which allows travel to any planet without any medium, is a skill mastered only by the Supreme Kai who oversees the universe, meaning only they can learn and use it. Although this dragon can indeed touch upon the domains of the gods, it still cannot allow a mortal like you to learn divine techniques. Moreover, to wield a divine technique, you need divine power, and even if it were granted to you, you wouldn't be able to perform it. Hearing these words, Lin Xuan was momentarily stunned. This was indeed something he hadn't anticipated. The Earth's dragon Shinran only ever mentioned the realm of the gods as being beyond reach. This time, it became abundantly clear. It turns out that the Supreme Kai's instant transmission is also a divine technique requiring the power of the gods to perform. The amount of information was overwhelming, and Lin Xuan was slowly absorbing it, let alone others. Before Lin Xuan could say anything, Palunga, the Namekian dragon, shifted gears and said, however, I know that there exists a similar instant transmission technique in the universe. On a planet called Yardrat, there is a group of unique Yardratians. Although their instant transmission has significant limitations requiring them to lock onto a target's presence beforehand, it is still a form of instant transmission. If you desire this kind of instant movement, I can grant it to you, and perhaps even enhance it slightly as compensation for not being able to fully realize your original wish. Palunga's words made Lin Xuan raise an eyebrow. How can it be improved? He asked. While I can't upgrade the requirement to lock onto a target for instant transmission, Palunga explained, I can add a specific ability. You can leave a spatial mark in places you've been, allowing you to use instant transmission to travel there. What do you think? Lin Xuan's mind raced as he pondered Palunga's offer. Although it wasn't as good as the Supreme Kai's instant transmission, it seemed quite useful. Alright, Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. Palunga formed an OK gesture with his hand. Without waiting for Nara to make another wish, Palunga directly proceeded to fulfill it. That's the compassionate Palunga for you. Compared to him, Earth's Shinran seems lacking. With a resounding hum, Palunga's eyes glowed brightly red, releasing a surge of wish-granting power. Lin Xuan felt a stream of information flow into his mind, naturally absorbing it into his being. It was all about the methods of using instant transmission and marking spatial imprints. Knowledge fully absorbed, your first wish has been granted. Now please state your second wish, Purunga inquired. Lin Chuan's second wish was supposed to be simpler than the first. I wish for an ability to heal myself when severely injured or near death, he declared. Although not initially planned, this wish was moved up to his priority list to establish a foundation. Self-healing or regenerative ability. Narrow standing by saw no harm in the wish. It didn't involve immortality, so he translated Lin Chuan's words into Namekian for Purunga. Receiving the second wish's command, Purunga paused briefly. I am not certain of the extent of recovery you desire, Purunga contemplated, but I can grant you a special regenerative ability. As long as there is energy within your body, no matter how severe your injuries, you can convert your energy into healing power to heal yourself. Would that be acceptable to you? Purunga rode. Once again, the wish had been altered, but Lin Chuan was not in a hurry. After careful thought, he felt that it was not too far off from what he desired. He nodded toward Purunga. Very well, your second wish shall now be granted, Purunga said, having received Lin Chuan's consent, and immediately set about fulfilling the second wish. As the red light flickered in Purunga's eyes, Lin Chuan could distinctly feel subtle changes occurring within his body. It seemed as though something within him had been altered, yet there was no harm done. In his mind, he suddenly gained the ability of self-healing. As long as he had enough energy, he could heal any injury. Even a severed limb could regenerate, and crushed internal organs could be restored using the healing energy converted from sufficient power. It was simply defying the natural order. This dragon Purunga truly was the benevolent dragon from the original story. Not only did he help you realize your wish, but he would also actively optimize it for you each time. Although he called it a wishing bonus, it was in fact his humane nature. He wasn't the rigid kind of dragon. Now your second wish is fulfilled. Please state your third wish, Purunga continued. Having achieved the first two wishes, Lin Chuan snapped back to reality and fell into deep thought. With 2 experiences under his belt, he was considering an extremely crucial matter. Perhaps this wish could be realized ahead of time. The only question was whether Purunga could help him achieve it, and if not, what good advice or methods he might suggest. Before making my third wish, may I ask you a few questions? Lin Chuan had made a certain decision within and looked up at Purunga. Upon hearing the inquiry, Purunga hesitated for a moment but did not refuse, nodding in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Chuan did not hesitate further. Even though many Namekians were nearby and Piccolo, Gohan, Bulma and Chi-Chi were also present, the questions he intended to ask could be overheard without concern. You should know that among our Scion race there exist 2 legends, one of the legendary Super Saiyan and the other of the legendary Super Saiyan God. Through my research, I have discovered the differences and distinctions between them and have come to understand much of the related content. Therefore, I want to know if I can, through my own training, become the legendary Super Saiyan, or rather the Super Saiyan God. Lin Chuan's carefully composed question left Shinran Purunga in a momentary silence. All-knowing and all-powerful Purunga tapped into the exclusive database belonging only to dragons. Like him, after Lin Chuan's inquiry, the legendary Super Saiyan is a super warrior born once every 1,000-year cycle among your Scion race. It is a natural-born advantage that cannot be achieved through postnatal training. However, through diligent training you can still become a regular Super Saiyan. With your current strength you already have a sufficient foundation, so you will be able to achieve it in the near future. As for the Super Saiyan God, since you are already aware of the legend, you should also know the method of transformation. However, this requirement is extremely stringent and the current surviving Scions cannot meet this condition. Lastly, what you mentioned about becoming a Super Saiyan God through training is indeed feasible. Gods can either be born or achieved through effort. As for more details, delving into the secrets of the divine realm isn't a wish I can grant, so forgive me for not being able to provide further answers. Purunga's explanation provided a clear response. Although a bit disappointing, it was within Lin Chuan's expectations. Becoming the legendary Super Saiyan is nearly impossible, especially since there is already one in existence. It's something innate, not achievable through effort alone. As Purunga mentioned, he knows the method for transformation, but under current circumstances it's impossible to succeed. Even with Goku and Gohan meeting the conditions, 5 Scions are necessary. Of course, this isn't the best way to become a god. In the original story, through the guidance of Whis, Vegeta harnessed his own power to become a god. That is the true path. So there are ways, but do I need to make a wish? Lin Chuan asked, probing for more. Purunga looked troubled, not expecting such a difficult request after so many years of not being summoned. The wishes were already skirting the edges of his capabilities. Do you really want to know? I do know of a training method that doesn't touch upon the divine realm, and perhaps with your talent you might one day achieve divine power through your own training. At that point, with divine power, you could transform into a super scion god. Purunga's words opened up a new world of possibilities, an alternative path to godhood, is it? In that case, my third wish is for this, Lin Xuan said, his eyes bright with hope. Better to have something than nothing at all, he thought, deciding to try this training method. If successful, it would be ideal; if not, it would still be an experience to learn from, helping him avoid pitfalls in the future. Turning to Nail, there was no need for Lin Xuan to say more, as his conversation with Purunga had already clarified his wish. Nail translated Lin Xuan's words into Namekian, making the third wish to Purunga. With the wish granted, Purunga's eyes flashed red. Instantly Lin Xuan felt a massive stream of information flooding into his mind. It was the alternative divine power training method from Purunga. Whether it would work would only be known after practicing it. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. I shall take my leave now. With the wishes completed, Purunga swiftly transformed into a golden brilliance and shot up into the sky, carrying the 7 Dragon Balls with him. As the golden light receded back into the Dragon Balls, they turned to stone due to the exhaustion of their power and flew to different locations across Namek at incredible speed. With the conclusion of the wishes, the once darkened sky returned to a clear and bright state. Your last wish, I found it quite confusing, something about a legendary super scion and then a super scion god. You asked for a method to become a god, just to transform into that legend. Once upon a time, someone suggested that if you want to become a god, why not just go back to Earth and ask the heavenly god? After all, he's a deity, so it might be similar, right? Bulma approached Lin Xuan and asked this question. While others were still in shock over the wish they had just made, she had already regained her composure. You do have a point, Lin Xuan replied, but there's still a big difference between two gods. You'll understand that in due time. He left a bit of mystery in his words, not divulging the details to Bulma. Bulma, not one to dwell on it excessively, changed the topic to a complaint. If you're not going to tell me, then just don't. But after all the effort I put in, you never thought of giving me a wish. Lin Xuan was slightly amused by her sudden change of topic. Over recent days, he and Bulma had become more harmonious in their interactions, each growing accustomed to the other's presence. Truth be told, Bulma was probably just speaking her mind, otherwise she might have directly intervened during the wish-making process. Of course, Lin Xuan wasn't bothered by her words. Next time, he promised, the Dragon Balls on Namek should be restored in 130 days. I still need to make another wish then, and one of those wishes can be yours. How about that? Giving Bulma a wish was no big deal to him. Even if it seemed a bit wasteful to use the Namekian Dragon Balls for her wish, Lin Xuan wasn't the type to be stingy. He already regarded Bulma as one of his own, so what's a single wish between friends? With Lin Xuan's assurance, Bulma reluctantly accepted, muttering a token protest before letting the matter drop. However, she was amazed to learn that the Dragon Balls on Namek could be restored in just 130 days. She would come to understand this in the days to come, because a year on Namek is indeed 130 days, and the restoration cycle of the Dragon Balls follows a yearly loop. Meanwhile, having overheard Lin Xuan's intention to make another wish, the elders of the Namekians were somewhat unsettled. 3 wishes at once weren't enough, and now there was talk of another wish in 130 days. The elders were frustrated but remained silent, while Nail could only watch with a cold demeanor. The Grand Elder had decreed that these visitors would be considered friends of the Namekians, and the use of the Dragon Balls was permitted to them. They couldn't be stopped unless a wish was made that would harm their people or endanger the world. In the blink of an eye, time flew by. It had been 5 days since Lin Xuan and his companions had arrived on Namek, unlocked their potential, and made their wishes. During these 5 days, the group, under the care of the Namekians, experienced all the local customs and traditions of Namek. Over time, the Namekians no longer treated Lin Xuan and his companions from Earth merely as friends due to the Grand Elder's orders. Instead, genuine bonds began to form. Piccolo and Bulma were the ones who integrated the best. Piccolo, being a Namekian himself, was warmly welcomed and cared for by his fellow Namekians as a long-lost kin finally returned home. As for Bulma, it was quite remarkable. Namek was a barren planet, and despite life slowly recovering, it remained desolate. Bulma, having learned about the state of this planet from Lin Xuan, brought a variety of excellent earth crops to enrich Namek. At first glance, it might seem like an invasion of alien species. However, the flora and fauna on Namek were already scarce, and the arrival of new life brought new hope. coupled with Bulma's technological devices and her brilliant mind, her presence worked wonders in just a few days, alleviating the worries of the Namekians, solving various problems, and reversing the ecological crisis. She spurred the development of the Namekian society, becoming nothing short of a savior. To put it simply, if Bulma were to express a desire to use the Dragon Balls to make a wish, initially no one would have agreed and she might have been seen as delusional, but now if she mentioned wanting a wish, the Namekians would eagerly offer her the Dragon Balls. Lin Xuan witnessed firsthand how Bulma's interpersonal skills were truly extraordinary. As for Gohan and Chi-Chi, they were also quite popular. Apart from the scheduled training sessions with Lin Xuan and Piccolo, Gohan mingled seamlessly with the Namekian children. His lovable and innocent nature quickly won them over, while Chi-Chi also spent time caring for the Namekian kids, earning their friendship and trust. Notably, among these children was someone unexpected to Lin Xuan, the future Earth's guardian, Dend. Unbeknownst to them, even though the storyline differed from the original, Gohan and Dend still became friends from a young age. Lin Xuan even contemplated whether to seize this opportunity and take Den to Earth when they leave, but that was a decision for another time. On one of Namek's islands, Lin Xuan stood motionless. He was training his mental strength and honing his ability to sense ki. Sweat dripped down his face, indicating his frustration. It's still far from enough. My strength is too weak, he sighed. He was attempting to sense Earth's ki to refine his control and mastery of ki. Unfortunately, his ki perception couldn't extend beyond the Vega constellation, let alone reach the distant solar system. Initially, he thought that learning instant transmission would allow him to return to Earth directly if he could sense its ki, but now it was apparent that it wasn't feasible. With a power level of nearly 8.5 million, his ki wasn't enough to spread beyond the large galaxy clusters. However, he could move around within the Vega star cluster without much trouble. Based on this limitation, sensing Earth's ki from Namek would require at least a power level in the billions, possibly even tens of billions. Moreover, there must be a sufficiently strong ki on the other side to lock onto as a target. Muttering to himself, he recalled the original story of Goku. In the saga of the androids, he had only just mastered the technique of instantaneous movement to reach the new Namek, traversing interstellar distances with ease. Compared to that time, his current power level was vastly inferior, lagging behind the Son Goku of the Android saga by hundreds or even thousands of times. He steadied his mind and let out a sigh of relief. Alright, take it slow, he thought. Since there was no way to instantaneously return, he resolved to diligently train his transformation into a Super Saiyan. There was also the basic divine power cultivation method granted by the dragon to focus on. As words murmured from his lips, Lin Xuan shifted his attention away. He wouldn't give up or be discouraged. Instead, where he lacked, he would seek greater breakthroughs in other areas. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous energy. This aura was not from Namek. He looked up sharply at the sky, confirming that this energy was approaching the planet. Who could possess such an evil aura? And why would they find Namek at this time? Although not overwhelmingly powerful, it was at least at the level of tens of thousands in power. In this era, an aura of such strength, filled with malevolence and the scent of slaughter. A figure appeared in Lin Xuan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. It wasn't fear, but disbelief. This aura, could it really be Frisia? No, it couldn't be. But if not Frisia, then who? With furrowed brows, Lin Xuan heightened his vigilance, sifting through his memories of the storyline. Logically, at this stage, no outsiders should be arriving on Namek. The only explanation for such an anomaly was the butterfly effect caused by his presence. In terms of power, Frisia's first form indeed boasted 530,000 points. Other than Frisia, Lin Xuan couldn't imagine anyone else fitting the description. Just as Lin Xuan was embroiled in speculation, Nail's presence entered his perception, swiftly locating and joining him. Though Lin Xuan hadn't actively engaged or fostered relationships with anyone, his presence had somewhat altered the initial perceptions of the Namekians towards him, particularly Nail, who initially harbored extreme hostility towards Lin Xuan, had come to respect and understand him through sparring and daily interactions. At least he realized Lin Xuan was not a threat to the Namekian people. Nail, what brings you here? Lin Xuan asked, not immediately mentioning the ominous aura he had sensed. Although he suspected Nail's arrival might be related to the evil presence, he chose to first hear Nail's purpose. The situation had developed too suddenly and coincidentally. Lin Xuan, the Grand Elder, has asked me to bring you to him. Nail stated his purpose. He didn't elaborate on the matter, but the Grand Elder wouldn't summon him for no reason. This suggested that the situation might be even more serious than Lin Xuan had imagined. Who exactly was behind this sinister aura? Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, pondering silently. Since the Grand Elder wanted to see him, there was no point in hesitating. He nodded in agreement, then took to the skies using his sky dance technique. Instead of speculating here, it was better to directly ask the Grand Elder for the reason. Nailu followed closely behind. In no time the two of them arrived at the Grand Elder's abode. It was no surprise to find Piccolo and Son Gohan already there, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Lin Xuan was once again face to face with the Grand Elder. "I'm here, Grand Elder. Just say what you need to. I doubt you would summon us without reason." Lin Xuan went straight to the point. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, having recovered his strength over the past few days of rest. "I believe you might have sensed it already. A formidable evil force is approaching our Namek from the depths of the universe. It won't be long before it arrives." The Grand Elder's words immediately startled Nailu, Piccolo and Son Gohan. They had not been aware of the specifics until now. With the Grand Elder's revelation, they focused their energies on sensing the universe. Soon they all perceived an overwhelmingly malevolent presence. Despite their considerable strength, the sheer intensity of this evil aura caused their expressions to change drastically, especially Nailu, whose power had increased due to sparring in recent days, yet it remained around 40,000. "Grand Elder, is this evil aura preparing to invade our Namek?" Nailu asked with utmost seriousness. For some reason the evil presence felt strangely familiar to him. "That's it, it's the aura of the Demon Clan," Piccolo interjected. Son Gohan, having little knowledge of the situation, stood aside, listening intently. "Since you mentioned it, you might as well explain further. This evil aura doesn't seem unfamiliar to you," Lin Xuan remarked candidly. At this, the Grand Elder sighed once more. "Alas, it is indeed my fault. The source of that evil force is my first child, whom I sent to another planet." "What?" Piccolo was taken aback. This situation mirrored his own history. However, he wasn't the Grand Elder's child. "Yes, much like you, Piccolo. Back then Kadaj sent you away, considering you a legacy of our Namekian race. And I too sent away my child Slug." As the Grand Elder's words unfolded, Lin Xuan's mind raced with memories. Although the course of events was somewhat unexpected, the name Slug was not unfamiliar to him. Slug's appearance in the movie adaptation had been incredibly impactful. Lin Xuan vividly recalled that Slug's arrival was what triggered Goku's transformation into the Pseudo-Super Saiyan. In the main storyline, Goku had reached this breakthrough during his battle with Frieza following Krillin's death, but in another timeline, Slug was the catalyst. I never imagined it would be this guy. This confirms my suspicions that in this real world anything is possible, and many characters from the side stories indeed exist. With his heart at ease, he felt a sense of calm. He wasn't afraid of facing Frieza, who had yet to transform into his ultimate form, but if he were to encounter him now, he would have no choice but to eliminate Frieza before he could transform. However, realizing it was not Frieza but Slug, he felt a different sensation. The deal he had struck with the Grand Elder a few days ago had it not accounted for Slug's sudden arrival. Otherwise, the Grand Elder should have informed him in advance. The Grand Elder, with eyes half closed, explained everything to him in detail. The gist was that Slug had come too unexpectedly. Although he didn't know why Slug chose this time to return, the Grand Elder hoped Lin Xuan could help subdue him. Regardless of whether Slug was deeply entrenched in darkness or had taken an extreme path, as a father he wished to try guiding him. After all, Slug was his child, and he had his plans. Even if Slug truly came to invade or seek revenge, Lin Xuan couldn't refuse. Moreover, from the beginning he and the Grand Elder had agreed to mutually assist each other as long as their interests weren't harmed. Regarding Slug, Lin Xuan could only say that as long as he didn't court death he wouldn't mind sparing his life. After all, there was no personal vendetta, and Lin Xuan had never been one to stir up trouble unnecessarily. Such confidence, naturally. First, Slug was already an aging old man, his power less than a tenth of its peak. Second, even if he managed to use the Dragon Balls to wish himself younger, Lin Xuan was confident he could suppress him. Although in the movie version North Kai rated him highly, compared to Frieza he was still somewhat lacking. Besides, there was no way he could currently use the Dragon Balls to make any wish. Even if he erupted with all his power, it would only amount to 1,000,000 points at most. In the vastness of space, a massive spaceship was swiftly traveling. Inside this enormous vessel, Slug, who considered himself a super Namekian, sat on his grand throne overlooking his subordinates, Angela, Doradebo, Kishu, Kigu, Metamachi. These generals under his command were elite warriors who had followed him in conquering the universe for many years. How much longer? How long must I rely on these things? Slug angrily roared, clenching a handful of life capsules meant to delay aging. At first, when he discovered these drugs could slow aging, he was delighted and excited, but as their effects weakened and no longer provided the initial results, he became frantic, irritable, and uneasy. He didn't want to die, he hadn't yet fulfilled his dream of ruling the universe. As a being of immense power, he was naturally a king. Over the years, he had carved out a vast empire in the cosmos. However, as aging became inevitable, he had to retract his ambitions, skirting the galaxy and avoiding past enemies. When he realized life was most important, everything else ceased to matter. He could no longer confront the mighty forces of the universe head-on like he did in his prime. Instead, he had to conceal his whereabouts. It wasn't until recently that he received a message from a spy embedded within Frisia's army which activated the memories of his inheritance. For nearly 2 months, he searched until he found his homeland in the Vega star system. He intended to use the Dragon Balls, which were part of his inherited memories, to fulfill his desires. Of course, the most crucial thing was that this inherited information had to be true. The Namekian planet must not have been destroyed, and the Namekians must still be alive. Only by regaining his youth could he return to his former glory, capable of challenging any existence. Even Frisia, who now dominated the universe, would be insignificant in his eyes. To him, Frisia's claim as the emperor of the universe for so many years was merely due to his connections with his father, King Cold. If he were still in his prime, what would this young upstart amount to? Ultimately, he envied the long lifespan of the Frost Demon race. A millennium was considered long by most races in the universe, but compared to the Frost Demons, 1,000 years was nothing. He recalled sitting face to face with King Cold, discussing the universe, while the king casually mentioned he could live for several more millennia, which had indeed struck a blow to him. Now, although King Cold had retired for many years, he knew the king remained unchanged, just as he was back then. Anger surged within Slug and he crushed the life capsules in his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Anyone who answered carelessly or provoked him would surely meet their doom. Slug King, we have 2 more hours. Yes, 2 hours until we reach the Namekian planet, reported the fearful lead soldier Doladebo. 2 hours, is it? Good, Slug mused. After all this time, they were finally about to arrive. He hoped those of his kin wouldn't be foolish. Slug had already prepared for the worst. He was always straightforward and selfish, only ever considering his own interests. If his kin cooperated, he would at most occupy the land, become their leader, and claim the Dragon Balls for himself. If they didn't cooperate, he would kill them all. Soon, the 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Slug's spaceship broke through Namek's atmosphere and hovered in the sky, searching for a suitable landing spot. Meanwhile, in this very region on a vast island, almost all the battle-ready Namekian warriors had gathered, leaving only a few to protect the tribe. Led by Nail, they were there to defend Namek. Lin Xuan, Piccolo and Gohan naturally joined them. Over the previous 2 hours, everything had been thoroughly explained. Finally here, after waiting so long, they better not be just a bunch of incompetents, Piccolo said, eager for action. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. Since reaching his current strength, he hadn't had a real fight outside of sparring with Lin Xuan, Nail and Gohan. As a warrior with a deep-seated fighting spirit, he had long been eager to test his strength. Now, with the arrival of Slug, a fellow Namekian, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. Uncle Piccolo, I sense something airy, as if a devil from hell has emerged. Son Gohan shivered, unable to control the tremble that ran through him as he felt the dark, sinister aura emanating from the spaceship. This energy made him uncomfortable. Although he wasn't afraid, he was still young and his innocent heart was inevitably shaken. There's no need to fear, you're not the person you once were. Even if that aura is powerful, we won't lose to him now. Gather your courage, Gohan, Piccolo encouraged son Gohan. Hearing this, Gohan nodded seriously and replied, yes, Uncle Piccolo. Seeing the two of them poised for immediate action, Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, don't act rashly just yet, let's first see what their purpose and situation are. How things will unfold is still unknown. Lin Xuan had no intention of striking first, so he decided to wait and see. Nearby, Naru and the others calmed down after hearing Lin Xuan's words. Even without the Grand Elder's directive, everyone knew that Lin Xuan was strong enough to command respect. This alone was sufficient to gain their confidence. After a long pause, a sharp-eyed Namekian shouted, look, the spaceship is moving. At these words, everyone's attention focused on the scene. They saw a massive mechanical device rapidly shoot out from the top of the enormous spaceship. This rocket-like object ascended swiftly into the sky, hovering high above Namek. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it began to spin and operate at high speed. endless black mist erupted from it, quickly covering the sky and plunging the world into a shadow without sunlight. The black smoke carried a corrosive aura, simultaneously causing the temperature to plummet. In a short time, the once vibrant Namek seemed to return to a time when the planet underwent great upheavals and climatic disasters. Others might not understand, but Lin Xuan knew exactly what this device was and what it was capable of. If left unchecked, the entire planet would be transformed and all life on it would face extinction unless this thing was destroyed. With the sky enveloped in dark clouds, the environment underwent a sudden change. It seemed that some highly specialized particles had formed within the space, allowing for the existence of certain beings. Then the doors of the spaceship opened. In an instant, countless armored warriors surged out, forming two striking orderly lines in front of the spaceship. Following them, the leaders of the demon clan who had fought alongside Slug across the universe gradually emerged. Finally, Slug himself appeared, now an elderly figure. Despite his age, his physique remained robust, his aura steady, betraying no signs of frailty. Of course, this was because no one here knew how powerful Slug had been in his prime. Only by comparing the past and present could one truly understand the difference. Is this Namek? I must admit, even though it's a planet teeming with life, it appears rather barren. And those over there, they must be your kin, King Slug. They all look quite similar and seem to possess considerable strength. After assessing the planet Namek, Angela spoke up upon seeing the Namekians standing ready in the distance. As the data suggested, most of them have a battle power of several thousand points. If it were daytime, we might not be their match. However, under the cover of the demon realm's mist, this will be the perfect stage for our demon clan. Our power will be doubled. Doradebo sneered, both astounded by the Namekian strength and confident in his own. This confidence stemmed from the reality-altering mist of the demon realm. Wait, besides King Slug's kin, there are others here from another planet, Metamachi exclaimed as he spotted Lin Xuan and Sun Gohan. Hearing this, Slug stepped forward, gazing at the young Namekians on the island who looked nearly identical to his younger self. He took a deep breath. This is my homeland and my people. Ha, such a grand welcome for my return, it's almost flattering. Slug's eyes swept over everyone, finally resting on Lin Xuan and Sun Gohan as Metamachi had observed. Humans? Tails, I see. If nothing else, these two must be scions. Instantly Slug recognized Lin Xuan and Sun Gohan's identities. In his memory, scions had once served him, but after he broke ties with King Cold, he had gone into hiding. He still remembered the monkey army once under King Cold's reign, so-called warrior race. But he recalled that after Frisia destroyed the Scion planet decades ago, there were supposedly no scions left besides Vegeta and a few others. Did the scions from Earth come to Namek, or were other scion survivors here? After pondering briefly, Slug dismissed the thought. To him, scions were merely primitive monkeys, and even if they had some strength, they were unworthy of concern. His objective was the Dragon Balls, nothing else mattered. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Both sides stood opposed, neither making the first move to cross the line. Ultimately, it was Nara who stepped forward. As the representative of the Namekians and the elder spokesperson, he confronted Slug. You are Slug, the child sent away from Namek years ago. Now you've returned, bringing so many aliens and altering the planet's environment with this mist. What is your intention? Naru's expression was grim as he questioned. Clearly, he had no issue with a fellow Namekian returning and immediately assaulting the home planet. What was that about? My intentions? How dare a junior like you question me? The king, send someone of equal standing to speak with me, Slug snapped, his tone dripping with disdain. If it weren't for the kinship between them, the earlier words would have been enough for him to resort to violence. Slug held his status in high regard, dismissing the juniors as beneath his notice. You. Slug's overt dismissal left Nail's face fluctuating between shades of anger and embarrassment. Indeed, Nail was of the younger generation, as there were elders above him, those who were direct descendants of the Grand Elder like Slug himself. Back in the day, the Grand Elder, as the sole survivor, had created 108 Namekians in one breath. Now only a handful of elders remained. Let me say a few words, Piccolo interjected, seeing that Nail was too incensed to speak. In terms of seniority, Piccolo was indeed on the same level as Slug. Although he was a child of the original Piccolo, he wasn't entirely the same. He was a new being, inheriting everything from Piccolo the First. He stepped forward not only because Slug's arrogance rankled him, but also because Piccolo the Great Demon King disdained such behavior. Are you still a kid? Is there no elder left in the clan? Slug sneered, preparing to exert pressure, only to find that Piccolo seemed different from Nail and the others. the disparity in strength was too great to ignore. "Humph, I'm not the kid you think I am. I prefer to be straightforward rather than waste time with useless chatter," Piccolo retorted. "You're here to invade and plunder, aren't you? Otherwise, why would you release the demonic mist that threatens our home planet?" Piccolo's direct confrontation left Slug momentarily taken aback, realizing that this clansman shared the same demonic power within him. "So that's it? No wonder you dared to stand up. You like us have been baptized by the power of demons. Very well, you have some qualification to speak with me." Slug conceded, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "I am here for the Dragon Balls. Hand them over and I shall leave in peace once my wish is granted." Before he could finish, Piccolo scoffed. "Are you delusional? Let me guess, you're planning to use the Dragon Balls to regain your youth, aren't you?" Slug's eyes widened, not only met with a blunt refusal but also having his wish laid bare. With a darkening expression, Slug realized his worst fears were coming true. "Humph, in that case, there's nothing more to say. The Dragon Balls must be mine," Slug declared with a cold sneer, his words dripping with menace. His subordinates understanding his intent flashed cruel smiles. They were demons naturally inclined to violence. "Defy Lord Slug and it's a death sentence. Men, attack," Doradebo commanded. In the next instant, hundreds of armored warriors surged forward like a swarm of bees, initiating the inevitable battle. "Can defend our homeland, repel the invaders," Nail shouted, and the warriors among the Namekians behind him shot forward with unwavering courage. As the battle commenced, only Piccolo, Nail, Lin Xuan and Gohan stood still, refraining from joining the fray. Piccolo and Nail were focused on Slug and the elite demon warriors, their attention keen and unwavering. Lin Xuan, however, was lost in his thoughts, contemplating matters beyond the immediate conflict. Gohan, on the other hand, was overwhelmed by the sight of Namekian warriors clashing with the alien demon soldiers, a strong sense of aversion rising within him. Despite his extraordinary strength and having endured countless rigorous training sessions, the young Gohan had never faced such brutality. Watching the casualties mount on both sides, especially witnessing the gruesome fate of Slug's soldiers, some left in pieces, others with gaping wounds or worse split into multiple parts, filled Gohan with terror and dread. His gentle heart yearned for peace, hoping for a way to avoid fighting altogether, desiring no casualties in this war. Yet he knew this was an impossible wish. He was still in the process of transformation, and soon he would understand that sometimes, even if he wished otherwise, others might not share his sentiments. Instinctively he sought refuge, attempting to hide only to bump into Piccolo. "My intentions? How dare a junior like you question me?" "The king, send someone of equal standing to speak with me," Slug snapped, his tone dripping with disdain. If it weren't for the kinship between them, the earlier words would have been enough for him to resort to violence. Slug held his status in high regard, dismissing the juniors as beneath his notice. "You." Slug's overt dismissal left Nail's face fluctuating between shades of anger and embarrassment. Indeed, Nail was of the younger generation, as there were elders above him, those who were direct descendants of the Grand Elder like Slug himself. Back in the day, the Grand Elder, as the sole survivor, had created 108 Namekians in one breath. Now only a handful of elders remained. "Let me say a few words," Piccolo interjected, seeing that Nail was too incensed to speak. In terms of seniority, Piccolo was indeed on the same level as Slug. Although he was a child of the original Piccolo, he wasn't entirely the same. He was a new being, inheriting everything from Piccolo the First. In the mere 2 to 3 minutes since the battle began, the tide had shifted dramatically. Slug's minions, mere cannon fodder against the fierce and powerful combat-type Namekian warriors, were quickly decimated, leaving no trace behind. On the Namekian side, casualties were minimal, with not a single death. The most severe injuries involved severed limbs or pierced bodies, wounds that the Namekians could regenerate from using their cellular regeneration abilities. Witnessing his troops being slaughtered to near extinction, Slug's rage grew, veins bulging on his forehead. These were nearly all his assets, though not elite. Each of these warriors possessed at least 1,000 power levels, with some stronger ones exceeding 3 to 5,000. Meanwhile, the leaders of the demon clan, Angela, Doradebo, Kishu, Kigu and Metamachi, were all taken aback by the ferocious power displayed by the Namekians. Such formidable combat strength required their personal intervention to resolve. In hindsight, they realized they had been too hasty, launching the assault before the demon realm's fog could take effect. Otherwise, their elite soldiers wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Everyone advance, eliminate them, I have no time to waste on them, Slug, filled with anger, commanded in a voice heavy with a murderous aura. At his command, his remaining capable subordinates were drenched in sweat, caught between fear of Slug and dread of the overpowering Namekians. Who could have predicted such an outcome? While the Namekians were known to be strong, no one expected them to be this formidable. With Slug's order being absolute, everyone had to step up, including the 5 Demon Clan leaders. Yes, King Slug, they responded in unison. Angela, Doradebo, Kishu, Kigu and Metamachi readied themselves for battle. The fight, instead of easing due to their numerical advantage, only intensified. The involvement of the 5 Demon Clan leaders tipped the scales, causing the Namekian warriors to falter. Despite their greater numbers, the gulf in strength became apparent. The Demon Clan leaders were overwhelmingly powerful, their combat prowess in the tens of thousands. Compared to the mere 2,000 or 3,000 of their opponents was a staggering difference. It was as if they were executing a dimensional strike, effortlessly taking on 10 foes at a time without a scratch. The once fierce Namekian warriors now seemed like powerless ants against them. Don't get too complacent, let me take you on. Nairu, unable to stand by any longer after witnessing his comrades being overpowered, surged forward, deciding to fight. He could no longer hold back. Initially, he believed his kin could handle Slug's subordinates, leaving only Slug for him to face. But now the disparity was too great. Slug's subordinates were not all weaklings. Besides the 5 Demon Clan leaders, there were about a dozen warriors of exceptional strength. Moreover, these warriors, instead of tiring as the battle dragged on, seemed to grow stronger and more mysterious. In contrast, the Namekian warriors appeared to weaken, their stamina dwindling inexplicably. Nairu targeted Angela, who was closest. At this moment, Angela, bolstered by the demon realm's fog, was growing ever stronger. He believed his might could suppress anything, unaware that he was about to face Nairu, a super warrior boasting a power level of over 40,000. Gohan, you've been training for so long, it's time for some real combat experience, said Lin Xuan, seizing the moment, a gleam of determination in his eyes as he spoke to Son Gohan. Hearing this, Piccolo nodded in agreement. He had been thinking the same. Gohan, however, was startled by the suggestion. He never imagined he would have to step into battle himself. Can I really do it? Uncle Lin Xuan, I'm scared, he admitted, voice trembling with doubt and fear. Gohan's tender voice trembled with fear. Believe in yourself, you're already strong, Gohan, Piccolo encouraged him with a firm tone. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement, adding his own words of support. Gohan, I believe that if you can conquer the fears within your heart and take things seriously, you'll become a true warrior capable of standing on your own. Besides, don't you wish for world peace too? If you're the only one who can help Namek now, would you choose to step forward or hide away? These motivating words gradually calmed Gohan's frightened emotions. He was a smart child, knowing what needed to be done, and quickly adjusted his stance. I understand, Uncle Lin Xuan, Uncle Piccolo. As Gohan embraced his seriousness, his energy began to shift. Although a complete transformation required more experience, he had taken the first step. Very well, here's your first task. Do you see that ugly creature over there, the one that looks like a toad? Go defeat him and rescue the Namekian warriors over there. Lin Xuan pointed, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his lips. In the original story, Gohan was overpowered after his strength was absorbed by the opponent, but this time, under the guidance and training from Lin Xuan and Piccolo, Gohan's combat power had soared to nearly 200,000 points. Could he still lose? Meanwhile, Metamachi, who had just absorbed the energy of 3 Namekian warriors, was still savoring his feast and hadn't yet delivered the final blow. Noticing Lin Xuan's gesture, he shifted his attention over. Sending a mere human brat to face me? Do you really not take Lord Metamachi seriously? His words burst forth with arrogance. In an instant, he charged forward. Lin Xuan and Piccolo remained still, each maintaining their posture, one with a hand at his waist, the other with arms crossed. Gohan, on the other hand, was ready as his opponent had arrived. His serious demeanor was particularly striking. With a shout, Gohan's aura abruptly transformed. A powerful energy surged from his body, sending the approaching Metamachi flying backward. This maneuver infuriated Metamachi, who angrily retorted, "You little brat, daring to play tricks on the leader, take this." His body suddenly twisted and his skin began to pulsate. Before long, for smaller Metamachi split off from him. "Little ones, drain his energy for me," Metamachi ordered his 4 minions, sensing the pure energy within Gohan. Lin Xuan had seen this scene before but was still momentarily surprised. Piccolo, however, was dismissive. A low-level demon tribe's trick. Gohan, take him out quickly, don't let them bite you, yes, Uncle Piccolo. With determination, Gohan gritted his teeth, unleashing considerable energy from within. Countless battle scenes flashed through his mind and he struck almost instantaneously with punches and kicks. The tiny Metamachi couldn't withstand even a single blow from him and were swiftly defeated. Without pausing, Gohan charged directly at Metamachi's true form. What? As Gohan charged forward with fierce determination, the sight left Metamach stunned. Was this really a child? The sheer force he exuded was terrifying. Gohan did not let Piccolo and Lin Xuan down. This kid just needed their encouragement to grow faster. In the next moment, Lin Xuan's gaze shifted to Piccolo. Up until now, Piccolo hadn't made a move. Seeing his focus slowly zero in on Slug, Lin Xuan understood his intentions. So you ought to take on that guy. With your strength, you can certainly face him. But be careful, after all, that guy has survived through ages, and without some tricks he wouldn't have lived. This long, Lin Xuan advised. Piccolo nodded immediately, acknowledging the warning. I don't need you to remind me, I know. With that, he leapt high and landed squarely in front of Slug. Lin Xuan crossed his arms, watching the scene unfold as if it were a grand spectacle. The others could be dealt with by Nail. After Gohan took care of Metamach, he could assist Nail in taking out the rest. A duel between two Namekians with the potential of their super race. It's a pity Piccolo was still too young. A year from now he might have far surpassed Slug. But with your current power, even an aged Slug is a worthy opponent. This battle will be immensely beneficial to you. Lin Xuan was certain of the battle's outcome. Allowing Piccolo to fight was a way to let him see a higher level. After the Grand Elder unlocked his potential, Piccolo had become somewhat overconfident. Now he desperately needed a challenge from someone of his own kind. Standing before the massive spaceship, Slug was slightly taken aback seeing Piccolo approach him with such confidence. He hadn't expected Piccolo to have the audacity to face him. How about we join forces as fellow members of the Demon Clan? With your power, staying on just one planet is a waste of talent. Join me and we can share everything in the future. Once we seize the Dragon Balls, you'll have your share of the glory, Slug offered, exuding a confidence whose origin was unclear. He had sensed the unique power within Piccolo and the demonic aura that seemed to align them as kin. His subordinates were growing increasingly inept, unable to even confront ordinary Namekians, and Slug was in dire need of capable followers. This way he wouldn't be left without anyone to rely on in the future. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. I have no interest in your offer nor in the Dragon Balls. I came to face you purely to fight, Piccolo declared. He didn't want to waste any more words. His eyes changed dramatically and his energy surged rapidly. He launched a sudden assault, catching Slug, still reeling from the shock, completely off guard. With a barrage of punches and kicks, Piccolo sent Slug flying and then unleashed a devastating energy beam from his palm, engulfing Slug's body with blinding speed. Boom! The vast energy surged with unstoppable might. It pierced Slug's body, skimming the earth, shooting tens of thousands of meters before finally crashing into a towering mountain on an island. The resulting explosion was terrifying, akin to a nuclear detonation, with a mushroom cloud soaring skyward. Everyone's attention was instantly captured. Not only the warriors of Namek but also Slug's demonic followers gasped in unison, for such a terrifying energy blast was enough to obliterate them numerous times over. It seemed as if the scales of victory were tipped entirely in Piccolo's favor, yet Piccolo did not let pride cloud his judgment. His face remained grave, a hint of apprehension peeking through. For before him, amidst the swirling smoke, Slug's form had neither been blown away nor sustained significant damage. Despite his age, his burly form stood unyielding. As the smoke dispersed, Slug's figure re-emerged, the only sign of his disarray being the destroyed black robe revealing his true form, a yellow-skinned elderly Namekian. Slug's unveiled visage was filled with rage, his wrinkled face contorted in fury. In his dark, malevolent eyes, a vast and boundless killing intent brewed. I gave you a chance, you chose your own demise. And with that, Slug dashed towards Piccolo with ferocious intent. Seeing this, Piccolo readied himself, focusing his strength as Slug closed in, launching a powerful punch. A sharp sound sliced through the air. Just as Piccolo's punch was about to land, Slug vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Piccolo. What? Sensing the danger behind him, Piccolo instinctively attempted to dodge. However, he was a step slower than Slug. With a dull thud, Slug's powerful kick struck Piccolo's lower back, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters into a rocky cliff before coming to a stop. Enduring the sharp pain in his back, Piccolo steadied himself. He was not one to be easily subdued, nor would he concede defeat without a fight. Feeling the power emanating from Slug, Piccolo's resolve only grew stronger, his fighting spirit igniting. With a burst of energy he flew at full speed towards Slug. Bang, 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 bang. In close combat Piccolo might not claim perfection, but he possessed the utmost confidence in his ability to remain unrivaled in his realm. Even against those with superior battle prowess, Piccolo was confident in his ability to suppress them. Slug's aged body indeed felt the pressure under Piccolo's fierce onslaught, yet having roamed the universe for so many years, Slug, even in old age, would not be outdone by the younger. Damn it, if my body were still in its prime, such a wretch wouldn't dare prance before me. Clenching his teeth, Slug focused entirely on defense. Despite his current superiority in strength over Piccolo, the latter's youthful vigor gave him an edge as the battle wore on. Piccolo found an opening. Bang! A heavy blow broke through Slug's defense, landing squarely on his face, forcing him back several meters. The ground bore witness to the forceful skidding of feet, etching two distinct trenches. Slug felt the scorching pain on his face, instinctively wiping the corner of his mouth. A smear of purple blood stained his fingers, glaringly visible and intensely humiliating. Rage surged within him and his power erupted, propelling him with blinding speed right in front of Piccolo. So swift was his counterattack that even Piccolo, fully alert, couldn't react in time. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive full-force blows landed on Piccolo's chest, head and abdomen, each a lethal target. Pfft. Piccolo struck hard, spewed a stream of black blood from his mouth. Like a kite severed from its string, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive island buried beneath the rubble. This body, has it already reached its limit so soon? Just a little exertion has left me so breathless. I must hasten my pace. I need to gather the Dragon Balls with utmost speed. Slug was acutely aware of his own physical state. He had to win swiftly and eliminate all obstacles on Namek. Slug had triumphed over Piccolo. This scene ignited a fierce response among the Namekian warriors. The demon clan must perish. Piccolo's defeat was a bad omen, and knowing he couldn't waste any more time, Nail erupted into action. He harbored no sympathy for the demon clan, unleashing a devastating energy wave that consumed Angela's body before swiftly moving to clear out other enemies. Simultaneously, Gohan exploded into a fury due to Piccolo's fall. Initially, he had been evenly matched with Metamachi, but once he couldn't sense Piccolo's energy, a fierce anger welled up inside him, leaving nothing in reserve. His power surged far beyond 200,000, pummeling Metamachi and sending him flying. Conveniently, Metamachi landed right before Slug. Slug, my lord. Metamachi still retained some consciousness, but his battered body clearly couldn't continue fighting. Humph, useless trash. Slug's fury intensified as he gazed at the now worthless Metamachi. Trash, all of them are trash. He never spared any worthless being. No, you can't do this to me, Lord Slug. Metamachi's heart filled with panic as he saw the energy accumulating in Slug's palm. He wanted to flee, but in his current state even moving was a struggle. Ultimately he could only watch helplessly as Slug struck him down. Boom! With an energy wave of staggering destructive power, Metamachi was obliterated, leaving no trace of his body. The battlefield quickly fell into silence. The chaotic battle had ended. The once mighty Slug army was reduced to Slug alone. All his subordinates had been wiped out by the Namekian warriors. The scene now resembled a forceful confrontation. The remaining Namekian warriors gathered, with Nail and Gohan facing Slug together. Anyone else would have panicked in such a situation, but Slug remained utterly unfazed. Without a doubt, he was brimming with confidence and possessed absolute power. The mightiest of his kin had already fallen to his hands, and the rest seemed no more significant than ants to him. With a mere flick, he could crush a multitude of them. They were all nothing but failures, good for nothing but causing trouble. In the end, he could only rely on himself. Slug stepped forward, undeterred by the crowd encircling him, maintaining a demeanor as calm as an elder chastising his younger relatives. As he removed the battered helmet that had been shattered earlier by Piccolo, his true visage was fully revealed. Don't think that just because I appear old, you can overwhelm me with numbers. This body of mine may not be what it once was, but it can still unleash a tremendous surge of power for a time. My final warning: hand over the Dragon Balls and I will leave after making my wish, otherwise? Slug threatened, taking a deep breath, yet no one responded to him. Instead, Gohan shouted from the side, "Stop dreaming! I'm going to avenge Uncle Piccolo." Gohan, in his innocence, believed Piccolo had died. His anger surged, making it hard to remain calm. "Brat, and you other damned fools, you've really angered me now." Veins bulging all over his body, Slug ceased to hide his power, awakening the dormant energy within him to unleash abilities he hadn't used in years. Ah! With a prolonged shout, Slug's body began to swell at an incredible pace, visibly expanding. Is this gigantification? An amazed Namekian warrior exclaimed. Nail furrowed his brow. No, it's not ordinary gigantification, this is gigantism. In our lore, this move is considered a forbidden technique. It's akin to burning one's life energy to temporarily surpass one's peak, but such a feat demands a hefty price afterward. What? This is the legendary gigantism? The Namekian warriors were all shocked, voices trembling. Ha, I hadn't planned on using this, but you've been too disobedient. I've given you many chances and now you'll all die. Once I finish with you, the Dragon Balls will be mine. Seeing the astonished expressions of the Namekian warriors, Slug laughed heartily, full of pride. All the Namekian warriors present felt an overwhelming, mountain-crushing pressure descend upon them. The oppressive force was so great it left them struggling for breath. Apart from Nail, the warriors' power levels were only in the thousands, with some barely reaching just over 1,000. Even the aged Slug, after undergoing gigantism, possessed a fighting power of over 1,000,000. Gohan, who had been fervently determined to avenge Piccolo with his power level nearly reaching 300,000, was now completely intimidated back to his original state by the terrifying sight. The tide had turned entirely. But just then Lin Xuan, who had been waiting for this moment, stepped forward. His gaze meticulously examined the gigantic Slug from head to toe, without needing to check precise data. He could assess Slug's current combat power purely by sensing his aura. He had surpassed the untransformed Frieza. In the vast and echoing silence of the battlefield, a formidable confrontation was brewing, one that could rival the final form of Frieza himself. In his youth, Slug, with his immense transformation, possessed a battle power that might have genuinely matched Frieza's ultimate form. Thus the claim made during the movie's plot by King Kai, that Slug was even more terrifying than Frieza, might not have been entirely unfounded. Of course, there's another perspective that suggests Slug was more fearsome than Frieza before his transformation, but still fell short of Frieza's final form. If this interpretation holds true, then Slug's ultimate battle power might range between several million to tens of millions. Lin Xuan was certain that Slug's power, rejuvenated by his youth, could be amplified tenfold, making it inevitable that his strength would soar to such staggering heights. Alas, you've grown old. If only you were younger, I might have truly looked forward to battling you. Lin Xuan's words cut through the silence, reaching Slug directly. Coupled with the Namekians' superior hearing, Slug felt a deep insult to his dignity. After all, he was the overlord of galaxies. Now even a mere scion monkey dared to challenge his authority. Cursed scion, ignorant of his limits. Since you're so eager to die, I, King Slug, shall oblige you. Provoked, Slug resolved to make an example of Lin Xuan, who had remained inactive throughout. Little did he realize that Lin Xuan hadn't refrained from action out of weakness, but rather because no opponent had yet warranted his intervention. The air exploded with resounding sonic booms as Slug's massive fists, akin to small mountains, drove forward with violent force, aiming to crush Lin Xuan beneath their weight. The oppressive aura was vast and terrifying. The Namekian warriors in the vicinity could feel their hearts clenching with anxiety for Lin Xuan. Despite his formidable prowess, could he truly withstand such a fearsome blow? If they were in his place, merely confronting such terror would have left them paralyzed, stripped of any will to resist. Uncle Lin Xuan, be careful, shouted Gohan, snapping back to awareness. He didn't want Uncle Lin Xuan to suffer harm like Uncle Piccolo had. As the massive pressure bore down on him, Lin Xuan calmly raised a hand. With a thunderous crash, the impact reverberated through the space around him, creating a colossal ripple that sent shockwaves in every direction. As the dust settled, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Slug's fearsome punch was halted by Lin Xuan's single hand, unable to advance even a fraction further. Even the ground beneath Lin Xuan's feet remained unscathed. Such terrifying power had been effortlessly absorbed and dissipated. What? How is this possible? Slug exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Though his power was not what it once was, it was not something just anyone could withstand. Yet this seemingly fragile scion had so effortlessly blocked his attack. Who exactly was this being? Hey, is this really the extent of your power? Lin Xuan taunted, a hint of amusement in his voice. The force you're using is barely enough to tickle me, let alone kill me, Lin Xuan quipped with a mocking smile at the corner of his lips. A scion merely lucky to have blocked one of my attacks. Don't get ahead of yourself. Slug, once again provoked, was seething with fury. His fists launched a barrage of blows as if a storm had been unleashed. Boom, 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 boom. His punches, as massive as a mountain, erupted with destructive power repeatedly. Each fierce assault shook the earth and quivered the very fabric of space. the entire island and the surrounding waters were caught in a continuous tremor. Smoke and dust filled the air as Slug's attacks grew ever more frenzied. He rained down blows upon Lin Xuan, but no matter how hard he struck, Lin Xuan parried each of his attacks with ease. In a matter of moments, the billowing smoke cloaked the area, prompting Slug to halt this futile barrage, not because he wished to, but because Lin Xuan had vanished from his sight. "Damn it, where did you go? Show yourself!" Slug roared in anger and humiliation. He failed to notice that Lin Xuan had silently maneuvered behind him. In Lin Xuan's right hand, a mass of energy glowing with a sinister crimson light was gathering. "Old man, what are you looking at?" Lin Xuan's voice came from behind Slug, and simultaneously the scarlet penetrating wave was unleashed, tearing through the space. Hearing this, Slug's heart sank and his massive frame turned abruptly. Before his eyes was a crimson energy sphere radiating an ominous glow. What is this?" Slug could feel the terrifying destructive force within that energy. Instinctively he crossed his arms over his chest to shield himself. Boom! The scarlet wave pierced through his arms and body in an instant, delivering a devastating blow to Slug. Blood of a purplish hue spewed from Slug's mouth as his body and arms were penetrated, his energy plummeting abruptly. "My body, my power." No, the aged Slug found himself unable to control the draining of his energy. Due to his severe injuries, his giant form began to recede, reverting gradually to his normal state. Because of his advanced age, upon returning to his normal form, not even a tenth of his power remained. At this point, even Piccolo could easily crush him. Even Gohan would be enough to give Slug a hard time. If only I were in my younger state. If only I were young. I, the king, am unwilling. Slug lay sprawled on the ground, seething with resentment. He loathed the fact that his body had aged so terribly. In his youth, such injuries would have been inconsequential. Even with a few more holes in his body, his combat power would hardly have diminished. Moreover, injuries like these would have healed in moments. Slug struggled to stand, only to find himself surrounded by Namekian warriors. Gravely injured, there was no one left by his side to aid him. In this situation, it seemed impossible for the tide to turn in his favor. I never imagined that I, the once mighty ruler of the galaxy, would fall to such depths. Damn it! The fury within him reached an unbearable peak as Slug's anger boiled over. Has he accepted his fate? Perhaps, but not entirely. Deep down, the Slug refused to surrender, oblivious to the fact that his return to Namek was a mistake from the start. Had he come with goodwill or even a shred of conscience, he wouldn't have turned against his home planet, but he did. He came not as a Namekian but as the former emperor of the universe. As Lin Xuan slowly descended before Slug, the call of the Grand Elder echoed in his mind. "Lin Xuan, I am deeply grateful for defeating my child who fell into the path of darkness. Please bring him to see me." This telepathic message was a skill Lin Xuan learned not long ago from the Grand Elder, a method of communication unique to the Namekian people. Initially he hadn't paid much attention to it, nor did he intend to learn it, but eventually found it quite useful, especially for staying in touch with the Grand Elder. "Understood, but I suggest you kill him," Lin Xuan mentally replied to the Grand Elder. "It's not that I underestimate him or think he's beyond redemption, but if you give him a chance to recover once I leave Namek, none of you will be able to stand against him or suppress him. I will try to persuade him, but if he remains obstinate, then as you say." The Grand Elder's voice resonated, and Lin Xuan did not respond further. The Grand Elder, being somewhat indecisive, would not easily relent without trying. Stepping forward, Lin Xuan looked down at Slug with a commanding gaze. "Damn! Are you here to humiliate me, Scion?" Slug's eyes burned with unyielding resentment and killing intent as he glared at Lin Xuan. It was because of him that Slug had fallen to such a state. "I have no interest in humiliating an old man like you. You should be thankful that the Grand Elder of Namek, your father, wishes to see you, which is why your life is spared for now. Otherwise my earlier strike wouldn't have just injured you, it would have obliterated you," Lin Xuan remarked coldly, leaving Slug astonished. His father? Slug maintained a steely gaze on Lin Xuan, struggling to keep his composure. Having been defeated, he chose another way to preserve his dignity. "You're just a scion, a race Frisia wiped out. You're nothing but a lucky survivor, a stray dog. My power is beyond what a mere ant like you can comprehend. If this were my youth, I could crush you with one hand." Slug's rebuttal meant nothing to Lin Xuan. He met Slug's gaze with cold indifference, his eyes betraying no emotion. With a loud bang, the air reverberated with a sonic boom. Not killing Slug didn't mean he couldn't continue to pummel him. This guy was overly arrogant, and Lin Xuan couldn't stand that self-important attitude. A powerful slap knocked two teeth out of Slug's mouth. Meanwhile, the formidable power inflicted upon Slug was overwhelming, causing his eyes to roll back as he fainted. Stubborn even in defeat, stubborn as a dead duck, Lin Chuan quipped, turning his gaze elsewhere. The Namekian warriors who had witnessed the scene unfold before their very eyes were drenched in cold sweat, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. They had always known Lin Chuan was strong, but this level of strength was beyond their imagination. Moreover, his method of subduing Slug was downright ruthless. Finally, some peace and quiet. Nail, take him to see the Grand Elder, Lin Chuan instructed Nail, who understood the task at hand. But before that, Nail nodded, hesitating before he looked up at the sky shrouded in a dark haze. We can't allow that machine to continue releasing toxic fumes. It must be destroyed, Nail declared, gathering a formidable energy in his hands. Everyone around him understood his intention. With a thunderous boom, an explosion erupted high in the sky, tens of thousands of meters above. The heavens themselves seemed to tremble under the force of Nail's unleashed energy, a brilliant light blossoming like fireworks. The machine responsible for creating the demonic mist was obliterated, and the darkness enshrouding Namek rapidly dissipated, leaving only the wreckage of the battlefield and the colossal spaceship behind. This thing might be worth letting Bulma have a look at. She'd surely be interested, Lin Chuan mused while the Namekian warriors celebrated their hard-won victory. Yet a few warriors who had grown close to Piccolo were silently grieving. Nail was among them. It was rare for a warrior of Piccolo's caliber to emerge among the Namekians, and now he had perished in this great battle. No one had expected such an outcome. While many had considered the possibility of death, none imagined that Piccolo, the strongest among them, would be the one to fall. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's eyes welled with tears. Seeing this, Lin Chuan remained unfazed, for he had already sensed that Piccolo was still alive. He had only been knocked away and injured earlier, unable to recover in time. Afterward, when he managed to escape, Slug had already transformed into his giant form to fight Lin Chuan. Don't worry, that guy is tough and won't die so easily. If he could be taken down so easily, he wouldn't be Piccolo, Lin Chuan assured, leaving everyone stunned. Gohan's face lit up with surprise and joy, the sadness vanishing from his eyes. Really, Uncle Lin Chuan? He asked eagerly. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Look over there, Lin Chuan replied, pointing to an inconspicuous corner. As everyone's eyes followed his gesture, they saw Piccolo standing there. Though injured, he was largely unharmed. Gohan was overjoyed, flying over to Piccolo without hesitation. Earlier, Gohan's complete transformation had been triggered by the belief that Piccolo had died, much like how Piccolo had shielded him from Nappa's attack in the original story, leading to Gohan's awakening. Even though they had only known each other for a little over a month, the bond between Gohan and Piccolo had become remarkably strong. The kind of familial bond being described as irreplaceable and cannot be substituted. Piccolo's survival brought joy to all the Namekian warriors. As for Piccolo himself, he felt a deep sense of shame over his crushing defeat, which led him to remain in the shadows until the battle concluded. His previous confidence had been shattered in a matter of moments. Despite this loss, he gained invaluable insights from the encounter, realizing that he could still grow stronger and glimpsing a higher plane of existence reignited his determination. Most of the warriors stayed behind to clean up the battlefield and guard the spaceship. Meanwhile, another group led by Nail escorted Slug to the Elder's residence. Lin Chuan, Piccolo and Gohan naturally accompanied them, as the resolution of Slug's fate needed to be finalized even though the battle had ended. Upon reaching the Elder's abode, Lin Chuan personally ensured that Slug was securely brought inside, taking no chances. With Lin Chuan's presence and the Elder's direct orders, everyone else waited outside. The Elder, visibly moved, finally saw the child he had not laid eyes on since birth. His excitement was evident as he attempted to rise, only to relent due to his frail condition. Observing the still comatose Slug, the Elder felt a deep, piercing agony. Originally, he had sent Slug away with the hope of preserving the Namekian legacy. Little did he know that this decision would create a monstrous being responsible for the destruction of countless civilizations across the galaxies. Who can truly foresee the future? Lin Chuan remarked, dropping Slug unceremoniously beside the Elder. Slug, old and gravely injured, lay silent, akin to a lifeless body. Although the Elder's heart ached, he remained steadfast in his resolve. While he felt indebted to this child, he was also prepared to act decisively should Slug prove beyond redemption. If I created him, then it falls upon me to end this. Reaching out, the Elder placed his hand on Slug's head, employing his abilities to delve into Slug's memories. Through this act, the Elder sought to share the burden of Slug's lifetime of sins. he swiftly witnessed the entirety of Slug's past, how he was cast into space following the Namekian cataclysm, eventually landing on a planet overrun by the demon race. Here Slug was raised due to his unique constitution and innate combat prowess. As he absorbed the dark energies around him, his power grew exponentially. With maturity, Slug surpassed all previous demon leaders, becoming a dominant force among them. This marked the onset of his malevolent reign. Slug's immense strength was matched only by his growing ruthlessness, transforming him into a merciless tyrant of unparalleled evil. In comparison, Piccolo Daimau's darkness seemed trivial. Upon learning everything about Slug's past and experiences, the Grand Elder finally let go of his grievances. He saw no glimmer of hope for change, especially since Slug, like himself, was old. Although Slug had nearly a century of life left, this final 100 years for a Namekian was akin to the last decade of life for a human in their 90s. The sudden change in atmosphere caught Lin Xuan off guard. Planning to act directly, "Aren't you going to acknowledge him? Seeing him is satisfying enough for me. If I were to acknowledge him, it might cause trouble. He must pay for his actions. After I die, I will go to hell and accompany him to atone for our sins together." The Grand Elder spoke with a tone full of melancholy. Lin Xuan could understand. After all, who would wish for their child to walk such a path, in the end even turning against their closest kin? "Very well, since you've already decided, follow through with your plan. But remember, you are you and he is him. Even if he is your child, he is still a living being who chose this path himself, and the blame cannot fall on you." Lin Xuan consoled. The Grand Elder said no more but personally took away the last bit of Slug's life. This act shocked Lin Xuan, revealing an unexpected ability of the Namekians. The original description of the Grand Elder was indeed too one-sided. If he had been younger, his power might have gone well beyond the level of millions. With this, the Slug incident was concluded. In simple terms, Slug's arrival was like a massive experience package, not only allowing Piccolo and Gohan to grow but also helping Lin Xuan gain a significant amount of favor among the Namekians. Afterward, Lin Xuan and his companions stayed on Namek for over half a month, including the 6 days spent traveling from Earth and the days spent on this planet. A full month had passed. There were two main reasons. First, the Namekians still needed assistance, and second, Slug's spaceship needed to be dismantled so that its crucial components could be stored in portable capsules, which required sufficient time for Bulma. After all, there were no helpers on this planet, and even the number of intelligent robots brought along was quite limited. Meanwhile, Gohan, being eager to learn, followed Bulma and likely gained a lot of new knowledge. The third reason was, of course, training. Both Piccolo and Lin Xuan were seeking breakthroughs. Piccolo's power advanced significantly, leading some Namekians, particularly Nail, to increase their strength, with Nail's combat power reaching an impressive 100,000 points. This rapid progress was naturally aided by the gravity training chamber. As for Piccolo, after this period of intense training, his combat power soared to 300,000 points, having long adapted to training under 100 times gravity. His innovative ideas also inspired Lin Xuan. Training under weighted conditions in a gravity environment naturally increased the difficulty, putting more pressure on the body. As for Lin Xuan himself, during these nearly 20 days of training, he had been relentlessly pursuing the breakthrough to become a Super Saiyan. In the end, they even tried to rely on anger for a breakthrough. However, the nameless rage often proved useless. Without the right opportunity, they found themselves stuck at the most critical point, unable to make any progress. In terms of combat power, thanks to the system support, they had truly broken through the 10 million mark, now reaching 103588850 points. Today, everything was ready. It was time for them to leave Namek. It's worth mentioning that Dend, who in the original story was brought back to Earth by Goku later on, was entrusted by the Grand Elder this time to return to Earth with them. Ostensibly, it was to visit because Dend had a good relationship with Gohan and wanted to see Earth. But in reality, it was about linking the Namekians with Earth. This way, any future issues would tie Earth and Namek together. Moreover, Dend's journey to Earth could be seen as a chance to train him as the next Kami. Lin Xuan pondered the Grand Elder's decision extensively. Indeed, there was some calculation involved, but it brought him no harm, only benefits. Even if Den didn't go to Earth now, he would in the future. He was destined to become Earth's Kami. As a traveler through time, Lin Xuan could change any plot, but he wouldn't alter Den's storyline. Once on Earth, Den could immediately upgrade the Dragon Balls, and in the future, he would enhance the hyperbolic time chamber. This was undoubtedly high-level support, not to mention Den's healing abilities, which were unrivaled in the Z era. Thus, the journey to Namek concluded. The 6-day return trip on the space shuttle back to Earth was more joyful than the journey there. with Den's addition and the group's improved camaraderie, life became more harmonious. Lin Xuan wasn't sure about many things, but he knew Piccolo would definitely send Den to Kami Piccolo. Unbeknownst to him, Piccolo had changed his thoughts and vision for the future had expanded. He seemed to understand the Grand Elder's intentions, so he didn't object. While Den might be lonely in the future, Earth needed a Kami in the Dragon Balls now. Although Piccolo was still a young Kami, Piccolo was old. Once the old guy passed, Piccolo would disappear too. This was the fate of their twin existence. Although they were now different individuals, their origins were the same. Upon reaching Earth, the massive spaceship landed near Bulma's research facility in West City. Dr. Brief had been waiting for a while, having received news of Bulma's return early on. Once off the spaceship, Bulma got busy with her affairs, handing over the fruits of their journey to her father. Lin Xuan immediately checked whether he could sense the spatial mark on Namek. The result was satisfactory. Although his energy couldn't actively extend over such a vast distance, with the spatial mark there he only needed to expend a small amount of energy to use instant transmission to reach it. Lin Xuan embarked on a trial of his own. After confirming there was no significant energy drain, he was content with the result of his teleportation attempt, which proved not to be a letdown. Otherwise, if it were only teleportation on the planet Yardrat, the limitations would have been too great. After a period of reorganization and rest, the next day arrived. Lin Xuan, alongside Piccolo and Gohan, found themselves on the rooftop terrace of the large circular building. They had just finished lunch, so they were resting there. In the past, a new round of training would have started by now, but since they had just returned to Earth, they were balancing work and rest. And Den, naturally, he was there too. After returning to Earth, Lin Xuan had interacted with Piccolo and understood his intentions. Lin Xuan would not stop Piccolo from pursuing his ideas. Just like that, time flew by and nearly 9 months had passed since their return from Namek. During these long yet short 9 months, Earth remained in a state of peace as usual. In such peaceful times, everything seemed wonderful, yet invaders were on the horizon. This peace was akin to the calm before the storm. The Z fighters pushed themselves to the limit, striving to grow stronger in preparation for the impending crisis. And today, in the dark expanse of space, 2 spacecraft streaked through the void, crossing space at speeds far exceeding that of light. Their destination was Earth. Aboard these ships were Vegeta and Nappa, who had traveled a great distance to invade Earth. Little did they know, their journey to Earth was essentially a march towards their own defeat. As they approached their destination, the ships shifted from hyperspeed to low-speed cruising. Awakened by the ship's systems, Vegeta and Nappa opened their eyes in succession. Finally, they were almost there. After such a long year, let's hope this time won't disappoint us, Vegeta 1 mused. On Earth, in West City, near the research facility of Bulma's family estate, stood an enormous round building. This structure, built by Bulma months ago, was designed to provide Lin Xuan with a superior training environment. A colossal gravity training chamber. Inside, the space was bathed in a vivid red glow. Lin Xuan was undergoing intense gravity training there. Day after day, month after month, the gravity level displayed on the central control panel reached an astonishing 300 G, 300 times Earth's gravity. While it might seem ordinary and akin to the training Vegeta underwent in the original story, Lin Xuan wasn't merely forcing himself through this 300 times gravity training. He could fully endure it and train under such conditions. Moreover, Lin Xuan added the pressure of weighted training, which further elevated his physical strength over these brief months. Not only did he forge an indestructible iron body, but his mastery over his strength and use of energy reached unparalleled heights. He was no longer the same as before, and with the system's enhancement of adding 1 battle power point per second, his current battle power had soared beyond 35 million points. Lin Xuan's battle power had reached an astonishing 355455500 points in his regular state. Forget about transforming into a Super Saiyan. If he were to transform now, with a straightforward 50-fold increase, his power would surge to nearly 1.8 billion. In this era, no so-called Galactic Emperor could match him, and in the years to come, even if the androids awoke, whether it be Android 17 or 18 or both together, he could easily handle and even defeat them. As long as it wasn't the evolved Cell, no one could be his opponent. These 9 months had been a true metamorphosis, marking a new beginning. As his training reached a certain point, Lin Xuan suddenly paused. He walked to the central control room and pressed a red button. A deep hum resounded, followed by a series of rumbling noises. As the surrounding red glow receded completely, the 300 times gravity environment reverted to Earth's standard gravity, and Lin Xuan felt the pressure on his body vanish. With this round of gravity training concluded, he breathed a sigh of relief and exited the gravity training chamber. Instead of heading straight back, he went to the temporary rest area nearby to take a shower and changed into a simple martial arts uniform before stepping out of the circular building. Just as he was about to return to the building to have lunch and fill his stomach, two unfamiliar auras appeared within his energy perception. Although they were ordinary compared to his current level, there was a distinct malevolent energy within them. This immediately caught his attention and he looked up, gazing at the sky. So it was finally time. Vegeta and Nappa, they had traveled such a long distance just to meet their end. It must have been quite a journey for them. Lin Xuan couldn't help but smile. He had been anticipating this moment for a long time. He had dreamed countless times of the scene where Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth only to be utterly crushed. Judging by their speed and distance, it wouldn't take more than half an hour for them to reach Earth. Speaking to himself, Lin Xuan soared into the sky heading towards the circular building. Although Vegeta and Nappa were about to arrive, it wasn't going to stop him from having his meal. Meanwhile, on a deserted island somewhere in the south, Piccolo and Son Gohan were engaged in outdoor combat training. Over this period, Gohan hadn't been training with Piccolo every moment, but he made sure to find time each day to either train with Piccolo or seek out Lin Xuan. The kid's power had grown immensely, reaching a battle power of 250,000 points, so traveling back and forth posed no issue. Unlike the original story where he had to survive in the wild under Piccolo's guidance due to his lack of strength, Gohan was now using all his might to attack Piccolo. Piccolo, on the other hand, easily deflected Gohan's assaults, using it as an opportunity to teach him more combat techniques and to refine his battle experience. In the midst of their intense battle, they suddenly sensed two strong auras approaching Earth. Both of them halted and stepped back, looking towards the sky. Humph, it seems those two scions have finally arrived. After waiting so long, they're here at last. Piccolo's face twisted into a sinister smile. He was no longer the Piccolo of old. Over the past year, the trials he had endured had elevated his power to unimaginable heights. A year ago, sensing these two auras would have put him on high alert, making him wary, but now, the gap was too vast. These two auras couldn't even compare to the Demon Clan leaders under Slug's command more than 9 months ago. Their presence felt so weak. Gohan, with his straightforward nature, had already made his thoughts about Nappa and Vegeta clear. They were so weak that they failed to spark any interest in him. Over the past year, Gohan had been completely transformed. Especially after surviving the ordeal with Slug, he had become a true warrior. Even if the opponent is weaker than us, never underestimate any enemy, Piccolo warned Gohan with the stern demeanor of a strict teacher. Often, the ones that seem least threatening are the most deadly. Piccolo didn't want this child to become complacent or arrogant due to his strength. That would do him no good. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan nodded repeatedly. Obedience was second nature to Gohan. Despite his growing strength, he never became arrogant. Atop the Kami's lookout, since Piccolo brought Den there 9 months ago, Den had been residing there for an extended period. Of course, Den wasn't restricted. He could roam the Earth, visit Gohan, Piccolo, Lin Xuan and Bulma. For Den, Kami, Piccolo saw him as his successor. Who would have thought that Lin Xuan and Piccolo's trip to Namek would bring back a young member of their race? Most crucially, this child was pure and untainted, devoid of any malice. He was without a doubt the best candidate to become the next Kami. Initially, Piccolo intended for Gohan, Goku's son, to inherit the position of Kami, but Den's appearance changed his mind completely. On this planet, no one was more suited for training than Den, and the fact that they were both Namekians made them unique to Earth. At this moment, Kami Piccolo stood at the edge of the platform with Den and the Z warriors, gazing up at the cosmic expanse. As Kami, he had sensed the enemies approaching Earth. I thought I had calculated the timing perfectly, but I was wrong. I wonder if Goku and his brother have finished their training. Kami Piccolo's face was grim. In this new era, the old gods were at the bottom of the hierarchy. You have all changed immensely after a year of training at the lookout. Today is the day to show the results of your hard work. I hope you can hold off those two scions before Goku and Raditz return. Even though he had a feeling that Tien, Krillin, Yamcha and Kaiotsu might not be a match for the two scions, Kami Piccolo earnestly advised the four before him. After a year of grueling training, we have transformed entirely. Let any scion come our way. Yamcha was the first to speak. His confidence bordered on the blind. He had indeed been reborn, but his power level had surged only to 1750 points, compared to his original 1480 points. It was indeed a significant improvement. However, such a gap in power was far from enough to make a real difference. Leave it to us, Kami, Krillin assured. Unlike Yamcha's flamboyant confidence, Krillin was more grounded. He too had faith in his abilities, but he had an inescapable sense of foreboding about unknown foes. He knew that the enemy was definitely not simple. With our current strength, even if we can't win, we can certainly buy some time. So Kami, you needn't worry too much. I'm sure Goku was on his way back from the other world. As the strongest among them, Tien Shinhan also spoke. His strength had improved significantly, reaching a formidable 3,000 points. Krillin's 2780 points were already a miracle, and Tien Shinhan surpassed even that. Kaiotsu remained silent, his power was the weakest among them, yet he had improved tremendously, breaking the 1,100 point barrier. Having spirit is great, but the enemy descending upon us is extraordinarily powerful. You must not let your guard down, Kami warned with earnest. He only hoped that the 4 warriors he had nurtured could hold off the Scions. In his eyes the real hope lay in Raditz and Goku, who were training with King Kai. As Earth's Kami, he couldn't compare to King Kai, so it wasn't a slight against Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha or Kaiotsu. With a shared understanding, the warriors exchanged glances and then descended from the lookout. The enemy had yet to arrive, but they had their tasks to attend to, like obtaining some senzu beans from Corinne or meeting with important allies. Watching their retreating figures, Kami Piccolo turned to face Den and Mr. Popo. Popo, I will go to the other world to await Goku's return. Den, I'll leave in your care, Kami Piccolo said earnestly. After receiving affirmations from both, he too vanished from the lookout. At that very moment, on King Kai's planet at the end of Snake Way, under King Kai's tutelage, Goku and Raditz had made remarkable progress. They were unrecognizable compared to when they first arrived. The situation was different from the original story. Raditz's inclusion had changed the course significantly. The two complemented and competed with each other, pushing Goku to become even stronger than his original self, while Raditz unlocked his potential, undergoing a significant transformation. Raditz's potential was not to be underestimated, he simply never had the chance to showcase it in the original tale. Just as Goku and Raditz were sparring, King Kai suddenly sensed something and interrupted them. Son Wukong and Raditz, let's call it a day for today's training. The North Kai spoke with a hint of anxiety in his voice, his hands clasped behind his back. He hadn't expected this, he'd miscalculated the time. He thought they had 2 more days before the Scions would reach Earth, but now there were less than 2 hours left. What happened, Lord Kai? Son Wukong, blissfully unaware of the situation, asked directly, his easygoing nature evident in his tone. Raditz, on the other hand, looked wary. You're not planning another one of your strange training methods, are you, Lord Kai? As a troublemaker, Raditz had often been the target of the North Kai's pranks. Over time, the North Kai's persistent teachings had worn down his arrogant and brash nature. Seeing the two pause, the North Kai hesitated no more and explained the situation. What, the Vegeta and the others are arriving so soon? Raditz exclaimed. Oh no, the Snake Way is so long we won't make it back in time. Sun Wukong panicked. Who would have thought that even the all-knowing Kai could make a mistake? Relax, the North Kai assured them. With your current strength, you can run the entire Snake Way in just 1 or 2 hours. Even if you're a little late, there are plenty of warriors on Earth who can hold them off for a bit. Before you leave, I have a gift for you. As he spoke, the North Kai activated his powers. The two felt their clothes vanish and reappear instantly. They were now dressed in brand new battle attire. Sun Wukong still wore his orange battle suit, but the character on his back had changed from Turtle to Kai. Raditz's suit retained its Scion style, but now also bore the character Kai on his chest. This outfit, it feels different from before, like it has no weight at all, Sun Wukong remarked in surprise. Of course, the North Kai explained proudly, this is specially made by me. It's not only lightweight but also quite durable, ordinary attacks won't leave a scratch on it. But what does this character mean? Raditz focused on the symbol on his chest. Well, since you are half my disciples, it's only fitting that you wear battle suits marked with the emblem of a Kai's disciple. The North Kai lifted his chin, exuding a sense of pride. The two were momentarily taken aback. Normally, someone might be concerned about such a symbol of identity, but Sun Wukong and Raditz were scions, they didn't care much about such things. After bidding their final farewell, the two regained their strength with the North Kai's help and enjoyed a hearty meal. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Kai. We shall take our leave now. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude humbly. The North Kai nodded in satisfaction, looking at his prized disciple. Compared to Raditz, he had a fondness for Sun Wukong, which is why he had taught him all his secret techniques. Of course, he had taught Raditz as well, but the guy was simply too dense, smart in appearance, yet incapable of truly learning. At the start, Sun Wukong, whom he didn't think much of turned out to be quite the opposite. Go on, once you all pass away we'll meet again, the North Kai teased. According to Scion lifespans you'll perish naturally in just a few decades. Sun Wukong didn't mind much after all, even though this was the North Kai's planet it was still part of the afterlife. Raditz remained silent, though his eyes conveyed gratitude to the North Kai for his guidance, acknowledging that without him he wouldn't be where he is now. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Beyond Earth, 2 spaceships locked onto their target, piercing through the planet's atmosphere and crashing into a densely populated city. With a deafening boom, the impact waves spread violently, leaving 2 massive craters, each about 20 to 30 meters in diameter and several meters deep, at the city's center. Though the impact was less forceful than a meteorite strike, it was catastrophic for ordinary people. The direct collision of the 2 spaceships threw the district into chaos, resulting in many human casualties. It was as if a disaster had fallen from the sky, claiming lives unexpectedly. Contrary to expectations, no riots ensued. What was once a bustling street now became crowded with onlookers in no time. Humans are curious by nature, unaware that curiosity can be their downfall. The spaceship doors opened, and after a year-long journey, Vegeta and Nappa finally breathed fresh air. They slowly stepped out from the spaceship, utilizing their flying skills to leave the craters and land on the street. So this is the Earth where Kakarot lives, a low-class planet with life forms. So weak they don't even have a power level of 5, Nappa observed with his scouter, his eyes scanning the crowd with a mocking, bloodthirsty gaze. The Earthlings were still oblivious to the situation, beginning to murmur among themselves. The noise was incessant, irritating Vegeta and Nappa. These Earthlings are like ants, so noisy, Vegeta remarked impatiently. There's no need to waste time here, Nappa. Get rid of all these Earthlings, he ordered, his face turning cold. Consider it our first gift to Earth. I bet Kakarot and Raditz will be pleased. Understood, Prince Vegeta, Nappa responded, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he raised his right hand, energy gathering, and in the next moment, boom, destructive energy spread rapidly, engulfing the entire city. Everything within a 100-mile radius, the entire human metropolis, was instantly reduced to rubble by Nappa's devastating attack. That's more like it, Nappa sneered. I wonder where Kakarot, Raditz and that Tarlos are now. I'm itching to crush them. His bloodthirsty nature had been honed over years of following Vegeta invading planets. Except for Vegeta and the high-ranking officers of the Frieza Force, he held no one else in regard. Moreover, they were merely 2 low-level warriors, along with Raditz, a failure among the elite warriors. Hiding was futile, as the scouters could precisely pinpoint the exact location of these traitors. Vegeta sneered, his expression fierce, as he slowly ascended into the sky, activating his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. With the sound of the search resonating, it wasn't long before 2 significant power levels were detected, marking their targets. A power level of 2000 and 2500, is that Kakarot and Raditz? A year has passed and this is the so-called improved power level. After all, a low-level warrior is still a low-level warrior. Raditz, despite having the qualifications of an elite, could only reach this far. Gazing at the numbers on the scouter, Vegeta was convinced his assumption was correct. Initially he had hoped Raditz might surprise him, but unexpectedly, just this, Vegeta wouldn't know that the harsher his words now, the heavier the price he'd pay later. It seems there's no doubt it's Kakarot and Raditz, otherwise no one on this planet could reach such power levels. Nappa chimed in agreement. Let's go deal with the traitors first and then look for the Dragon Balls to fulfill our wish. Vegeta coldly smirked. The 2 of them burst into flight, heading towards the direction indicated by the scouter. High above the massive, deserted island where Piccolo and Gohan were located, the 2 sensed the fast approaching presence of Vegeta and Nappa. Uncle Piccolo, they're coming straight towards us after landing, and in that city a lot of life forces just disappeared. Although Gohan felt no fear towards Vegeta and Nappa, the sudden disappearance of so many life forces shook his young heart. A city slaughtered by the Scions? Keep your composure, no matter how many die, it's irrelevant to us. We have the Dragon Balls, we can just wish the dead back to life afterward, Piccolo replied nonchalantly. His calm demeanor showed no concern for how many Earthlings had died. To him, Vegeta and Nappa were no different from ants. A year ago, knowing the Scion's power left him incredulous and defenseless. Now, those feelings were long gone. He just wanted to deal with these Scions quickly and continue his training to increase his strength. A whoosh sound of air being sliced was heard behind them. Piccolo and Gohan simultaneously sensed something and turned slightly to look. Lin Xuan had silently appeared behind them. Unnoticed, instant transmission, that's quite a convenient ability in battle with opponents of the same level. It could directly put them at a disadvantage. Observing Lin Xuan's sudden appearance, Piccolo couldn't help but comment, Lin Xuan was indeed a peculiar one, but he had grown used to it. Uncle Lin Xuan, Gohan greeted enthusiastically, even though it had only been 2 days since they last met. Gohan's enthusiasm never waned. All right, Lin Xuan nodded, gently ruffling the young boy's head. Their conversation had barely begun when 4 familiar auras rapidly approached from the sky. The streaks of light descended, revealing the faces of Yamcha, Krillin, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, fresh from their tasks at the Heavenly Temple. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien Shinhan, Uncle Yamcha, and Uncle Kaiatsu. Gohan greeted his father's companions, his manners impeccable. It's been a while, Gohan, you look great. Krillin smiled warmly at Gohan. Tien Shinhan, with his exceptional perception, was taken aback by the power emanating from Gohan. This power. Could it be that Goku's son has grown this strong already? Remarkable. Unlike Krillin, Tien Shinhan could sense the extent of Gohan's power, though he only perceived the surface level of 2,000 power units. If he were to know Gohan's true strength, it might shatter his understanding of the world. You've worked hard for many years to achieve this level, Tien Shinhan complimented, to which Gohan modestly replied, you're too kind, Uncle Tien Shinhan. After exchanging a few words and reaffirming their stance, the group turned their attention to Yamcha, who seemed troubled as he fixated on Lin Xuan. Even after a year of intense training, I still can't reach this guy's level, damn it, Yamcha fumed. Internally realizing his ambition to prove himself might have been overly confident, Lin Xuan, aware of Yamcha's gaze, remained unfazed. As a warrior with millions of power units, he wouldn't concern himself with someone just over 1,000, let him be, he thought. Alright, let's save the catching up for after the battle, Lin Xuan interrupted, reminding everyone of the imminent threat. Vegeta and Nappa are here. The 4 warriors snapped their attention to the sky where Vegeta and Nappa had arrived, looking down upon them. Hey, so this is all the power this planet has to offer. Instead of hiding, you gather here. Fine by me, saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Nappa sneered, eyeing them like prey. Raditz isn't here and neither is Kakarot. I see now the one with 2,500 power units is the Namekian and the kid with 2,000 must be Kakarot's son, a power level of 5,000 head. Interesting, that's Taro's daring to stand before us. Vegeta assessed the scene, his words cutting through the tension. Leaving your son here to die, typical of a low-class warrior, in the air of mockery from Nappa. There is an overwhelming arrogance and disdain. In his eyes, these people might as well be dead. But perhaps it's best not to be too complacent, Nappa. Don't forget they have methods to control their battle power and that Talos has a power level of 5,000 points. These Earthlings, each one of them, also have decent strength. As the two descended slowly from the sky, landing 10 meters away on the barren ground, their conversation came to an end. So these are the Scions they'll be facing. Their strength is simply outrageous. Yamcha felt a surge of fear in his heart as he sensed the aura emanating from Vegeta and Nappa. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but the thought of stepping back in front of so many people was too embarrassing. He had to forcibly steady his nerves. This wasn't just bravado, the aura from these two was indeed formidable. Krillin swallowed hard, a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. A year of rigorous training was all for today. No matter how strong the enemy is, I cannot back down. Tien Shinhan dared not slack off, ready for battle at any moment. Kaiatsu, though silent, was already drenched in cold sweat from the two imposing presences. The 4 warriors voiced their opinions, but Piccolo and Lin Xuan listened without taking it to heart. After all, the gap in power levels was too vast. The current Z fighters were just like Piccolo a year ago. But Gohan, blinking his big, misty eyes, examined Vegeta and Nappa up and down. Finally, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Lin Xuan, they're really weak, aren't they? Do we really need to be so serious about them? As soon as Gohan uttered these words, he drew everyone's attention. Krillin was astonished, Yamcha was dumbfounded, Tien Shinhan was incredulous, Kaiatsu was utterly surprised, even Nappa and Vegeta had countless question marks popping up over their heads. What was this kid saying? Where was he? Me weak. This hit the sore spot in Nappa and Vegeta's hearts, just as they were considered weaklings in front of the senior officers of Frisia's army. Gohan, it's good to keep some things to yourself, no need to say them out loud, otherwise it might upset some people, Lin Xuan advised, trying hard to suppress his laughter. Even the usually cold Piccolo was caught off guard by such words, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his mouth. as the great demon king Piccolo would never smile like this unless he couldn't help it. You brat, didn't Kakarot teach you to watch your mouth? How dare you presume to know what strength is? I'll kill you. Nappa, stung by Gohan's taunt, could hardly contain himself. He was about to pounce on Gohan, however. Stop, Nappa! With just one word, Vegeta halted the imminent outburst from Nappa. Why, that kid belittles us so. If we don't teach him a lesson, we'll lose face. Vegeta, Nappa asked, his voice blazing with anger, forgetting even to use honorifics in his fury. Vegeta looked on coldly. He's just Kakarot's ignorant son, not worth our attention. I'm more interested in where Kakarot and Raditz are than in tormenting a child. If you want to vent your anger, why not break Kakarot's bones right in front of him? Besides, we still have another Scion traitor to deal with. Vegeta spoke as he locked eyes with Lin Xuan. Their gazes met, and Lin Xuan looked at the arrogant Vegeta with a disdainful expression, as if sizing up a clown. This guy certainly started with a high cool factor, but as time went on he seemed to falter more and more. Even if he appeared invincible for 10 seconds, his brilliance was quickly extinguished, often taken down in an instant after that. Beep 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 beep. Vegeta once again activated the scouter on his right eye. Quickly, the combat power levels of everyone present appeared before him, with Lin Xuan's particularly highlighted. He checked repeatedly, fearing any mistake. Still only 5,000 points of combat power, huh? Even if you're hiding your true strength, I estimate it won't exceed 10,000 points. As for the rest of these guys, their combat power is all above 1,500 points. For Earthlings to reach this level is quite impressive, but unfortunately, the gap between our powers is still too vast. Vegeta stopped analyzing each combat power level and turned his gaze to Piccolo. I was always curious about how a rundown planet like Earth could have Dragon Balls, and now seeing you, I suddenly understand. Namekians not only possess great combat abilities but also have a unique power. If I'm not mistaken, you created the Dragon Balls, didn't you? Vegeta said to Piccolo, his conjecture strikingly accurate. Our mission here is to obtain the Dragon Balls. If you know what's good for you, cooperate and hand them over. Otherwise, even as a Namekian, you won't stand a chance against us. Nappa taunted cruelly. Too bad I didn't create the Dragon Balls, and as for how strong I am, you can try and find out. A murderous glint flashed in Piccolo's eyes. If he wished, he could eliminate Nappa and Vegeta in an instant. But he wasn't interested. He had a plan: to wait for Goku and Raditz to return and test their strength while leaving these two to them. Fine then. Nappa grinned menacingly, his muscles swelling as if preparing to explode with power. Behave yourself, Nappa. If you continue to act on your own, you know what I'll do, right? Let's entertain them for a while. I recall there are still 6 Cyberman seeds left, aren't there? Bring them out. I'm sure this little show will last until Kakarot and Raditz arrive. Vegeta's demeanor was calm and strategic. He wouldn't let Nappa act recklessly and instead decided to use the Cyberman seeds. How do you know Kakarot and Raditz will show up, Vegeta? Nappa asked, puzzled. Isn't it obvious? Those two must be hiding somewhere training, and when the time is right, they'll definitely appear. Vegeta crossed his arms, speaking with confidence. Hearing this, Nappa fell silent. The situation was enough to leave the Z fighters in a state of shock, unexpectedly. The slight Vegeta turned out to be the main player, and his analysis was spot on, seeing right through their preparations. Now I can rest easy. I was worried those two would hide forever. Nappa no longer acted recklessly. He was more interested in crushing Kakarot and Raditz than the Earthlings. Reaching into his pocket, he revealed 6 remaining seeds of the Cyberman. Let them taste the terror of the Cyberman. The scene shifts to the underworld. In the Yama King's palace, Kami Piccolo, who had been waiting for a long time, finally sensed a familiar aura. From the direction of Snakeway, 2 beams of light shot through the corridor at great speed, arriving in the Yama King's palace. Goku, Raditz, I'm here, Kami Piccolo exclaimed with joy upon seeing them. Great, Kami has arrived ahead of time, Goku said, leaping in front of Kami. Hurry, and take us back to Earth. Vegeta and the others must have arrived by now, right? Raditz cut straight to the point, his mind focused solely on Nappa and Vegeta. After training on King Kai's planet for so long, today was the day to redeem themselves. Based on the timing, they should have arrived. Grab onto me and I'll take you back, Kami Piccolo instructed, extending his hand. Goku and Raditz grasped his hand, and in the blink of an eye they vanished. The sudden occurrence left King Yama bewildered, not knowing what had just transpired. Back at the Earth's Kami's lookout, before Goku and Raditz could ask any questions, they noticed Den standing beside Mr. Popo. Unaware of the events on Namek, Goku made a bold guess upon seeing the miniature Piccolo before him. Kami, is this your child? He asked abruptly, causing Kami Piccolo's mouth to twitch. He's not my child, he's a fellow Namekian brought back by a scion named Taros on a spaceship, Kami Piccolo explained. What, he's from Namek? He looks just like Piccolo, Goku said, bending down to curiously examine Dend. He wondered if these Namekians were all made from the same mold. Hello, you must be Gohan's father, Mr. Goku. I'm Den. Den introduced himself cheerfully. You know Gohan? And Goku asked, surprised by the innocent Den before him. Yes, we're good friends and I came to Earth with him, Den replied, smiling. Hearing this, Goku was filled with questions. Did his son go to Namek and bring back this Dend? Goku was puzzled, unable to piece it together quickly. Luckily Raditz was there to bring him back to reality with one sentence. Kakarot, how long are you going to chat with this little Namekian? If you're feeling tired you can stay here, I don't have the time to waste, Raditz urged impatiently. Sorry I forgot for a moment, but we still need to find Karen. With our current stamina we need some senzu beans to recover, Goku replied. The Snake Way was 1,000,000 kilometers long and their rapid journey had taken a toll on their energy reserves. Raditz had already learned from Goku about the existence of senzu beans on Earth, so he wasn't surprised at all. I can help with recovery, Den quickly offered. His healing abilities were among the best, capable of not only healing wounds but also restoring stamina and energy. Really? Goku exclaimed in joy. Raditz, on the other hand, looked at Den with surprise, knowing nothing about the Namekians. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Everyone was puzzled by the terms Vegeta and Nappa used about the Cybermen, not understanding what they were. Nappa dug several small pits in the ground, planted the seeds of the Cybermen, covered them with soil and then dripped a green liquid from a bottle onto each seed. The soil on this planet is quite good, I believe it can grow some quality Cybermen, Nappa said as he stood up. In just 10 seconds the ground beneath him began to stir. 6 bizarre-looking green-skinned Cybermen emerged surrounding Nappa, awaiting his command. These are the Cybermen, unbelievable. Tien Shinhan frowned slightly and after sensing their energy levels he became even more cautious. These were formidable constructs birthed seemingly out of nowhere, trying to intimidate us with some makeshift creatures grown from seeds. What a joke! I'll take care of them all, Yamcha declared, somewhat irritated. Although he acknowledged he couldn't match up to scions like Nappa and Vegeta, he still had some confidence in defeating these minor foes. Arrogant fool, attack and kill all the Earthlings, Nappa commanded the Cybermen without hesitation. The first Cyberman charged at Piccolo. It was ironic, both being green-skinned yet attacking each other so fiercely. Moreover, this Cybermen had little sense, choosing one of the strongest among them aside from Lin Chuan. As one Cyberman moved, the other 5 followed suit, each targeting Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu. Lin Chuan seemed to be ignored by them for some unknown reason. Boring, Piccolo said, his expression unchanging. He calmly raised a hand, gathering energy in his palm, and fired an orange beam at lightning speed, hitting the first Cyberman squarely. With a scream of agony followed by a loud explosion, the first Cyberman was obliterated into ashes. What? Nappa was shocked to see a Cyberman defeated in one swift move. Vegeta, standing beside him, also wore a contemplative expression. Inspired by Piccolo's display, the others were eager to join the fight, their spirits rising. Bring it on! Krillin charged at the second Cyberman, engaging in a brief skirmish, quickly assessing its actual combat strength and seized an opportunity to strike it down, sending it flying towards Vegeta's side. As a fellow disciple of the Turtle School, Yamcha may not match Krillin and Tien in strength, but he has reached a respectable level of power. Defeating one of the Cybermen is no big deal for him. However, his eagerness to show off led to his Kamehameha wave hitting Cyberman Point 4 without truly defeating it. Tien, on the other hand, fought with precision and efficiency, dispatching Cyberman Point 5 in mere moments. Even the Cyberman controlled by Kaiotsu on the other side was effortlessly taken down by him. These creatures, known as Cybermen, are quite formidable. How exactly do they grow? Gohan, unlike the others, wasn't in a rush to destroy the Cybermen. He was having fun and pondering the situation. After all, he's destined to be a scholar and has a keen interest in biology. Gohan, stop playing around and finish it, Piccolo reminded him, noticing Gohan's playful demeanor. Carelessness often leads to trouble. I understand, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan replied, realizing he had been too carefree. With a resounding thud, Cyberman Point 3 was sent flying by Gohan's powerful strike, landing near Nappa and Vegeta. The blow was perfectly executed, rendering Cyberman Point 3 unable to fight without causing fatal harm. Within less than a minute, all 6 Cybermen were defeated, with only 3 remaining. Vegeta and Nappa were astounded. Impossible. The Cybermen have a power level of at least 1200, in terms of strength, they should be on par with someone like Raditz. Nappa voiced his inner disbelief. It seems their true combat power has long surpassed Raditz. Interesting, this will give us a chance to truly enjoy ourselves, Vegeta remarked unconcerned, his gaze shifting to the three surviving Cybermen. Since you've lost, you have no value in living, Vegeta declared coldly, firing an energy beam from his fingertip that instantly incinerated two of the surviving Cybermen into charred remains. Such ruthless behavior left the Z warriors with a new impression of Vegeta, viewing him as an unforgivable demon. Aren't they your subordinates? Why kill them? Gohan was furious at Vegeta's cruelty, reminding him of villains like Lord Slug who didn't spare even their own men. Why, those without value are useless. Kakarot's little brat is truly naive, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, as if such actions were the most natural thing in the world to him. The remaining barely alive Cyberman now understood its fate. As a Cyberman, its very existence was to bring about mutual destruction with the enemy. With a sharp cry, the gravely wounded Cyberman Point 4 lunged directly at Yamcha. What's going on? Yamcha tensed up, instinctively taking a defensive stance, but Cyberman Point 4 fiercely clung onto his body with all its limbs. At the same time, a faint white glow flickered around Vegetable Man number 4, an ominous sign of energy accumulation, preparing for self-destruction. This was bad news. Yamcha needed to break free quickly. Krillin immediately recognized Vegetable Man number 4's intention and urgently called out to Yamcha, but it was futile. The grip was too strong and Yamcha couldn't escape. He struggled desperately, but the more he panicked, the less power he could muster. He was truly frightened, acutely aware of the terrifying force contained within that glow. If it exploded, he might really die. As the glow became increasingly dazzling, Yamcha's heart was in his throat. He could clearly feel the presence of death looming over him. Damn it, Yamcha uncle. At this critical juncture, Gohan sprang into action decisively. His small frame dashed forward like lightning, reaching Yamcha's side shrouded in a white mist. With a powerful whip kick, he struck Vegetable Man number 4 in the waist. Bang! A loud explosion echoed. The force of this blow was terrifyingly immense. The self-destruction of Vegetable Man number 4 was forcibly interrupted. Driven by his urgency to save Yamcha, Gohan put all his might into that kick, splitting Vegetable Man number 4 in two. In the next moment, without waiting for Yamcha to react, Gohan swiftly dragged him away. Boom! A massive explosion unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Yamcha had narrowly escaped death. Saved. I'm saved. Thank you, Gohan. Yamcha was immensely relieved to have survived such a close call. Looking at Gohan now, he couldn't help but feel envious. It was one thing to be inferior to Goku, but now even Goku's son surpassed him. The other onlookers were also taken aback by Gohan's sudden intervention. It was simply incredible. Kakarot's kid harbored such immense power within him. Even the self-destruction of a vegetable man was nullified and he managed to save that useless earthling. Nappa was left in shock by the brief burst of power from Gohan. That move must have required at least several thousand points of combat power, and at such a young age too. Vegeta, standing nearby, watched Gohan with ever-deepening eyes. The outburst of power just now registered over 3,000 points on the scouter. It was a fleeting moment, yet it could rival Nappa. Kakarot's child possessed such potential. What was going on? Could it be that the hybrid offspring of Scions and Earthlings truly formed a more powerful race? Perhaps he could take Gohan under his wing. Vegeta began contemplating taking Gohan away for training. Firstly, Gohan's potential was astonishingly impressive. Secondly, Vegeta wanted this hybrid brat to serve him, to work for him. Nappa was getting old and increasingly disobedient. He needed a loyal subordinate. Nappa, it's your turn. Leave Kakarot's kid and that Namekian. I'll keep an eye on Tarles for you. As for the rest, do as you please. Vegeta had made up his mind and commanded, Humph, is it finally my turn to take action? Fine. With the order to proceed, Nappa's face twisted into a cruel smile. Although he wasn't entirely satisfied with Vegeta's directive, it gave him the chance to wreak havoc. Over on the Z Fighters' side, Yamcha still sat slumped on the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. The feeling of having narrowly escaped death left an indelible mark on his memory, one he feared he could never forget. At this moment, Tien, Krillin and Kaiatsu were also in a state of shock. Such speed. Tien murmured, beads of sweat sliding down his cheek as the image of Gohan's instantaneous move replayed in his mind. With his skills and perception, he hadn't even been able to see Gohan's actions clearly, nor did he know when Gohan had moved. For Gohan to have such power at his age was astounding. Tien, did you catch Gohan's moves just now? Krillin asked, his face flushed with embarrassment. He too had been taken aback by Gohan's sudden burst of speed. Yamcha had been in a seemingly inescapable peril and even they couldn't find a way to save him, yet a 5-year-old child managed to resolve the crisis. This left him feeling ashamed. I couldn't see a thing. Tien shook his head in reply. Even you with your 3 eyes couldn't see it? It seems Gohan has grown to a level we can't even imagine. Over this past year, Goku's decision back then must have been the right one. Krillin reflected on the moment a year ago when Goku entrusted Gohan to Lin Xuan, speaking softly to himself, Tien, that Saiyan is about to make a move. Kaiatsu noticed Nappa's actions and alerted them. Hearing this, everyone immediately assumed a battle stance, ready to engage at any moment. On Earth, the true battle was on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, Frisia's spaceship was hurtling towards Earth. Inside the central control room, Frisia, ever the same, sat in his hover chair, swirling a glass of red wine. As he savored the drink, he leisurely gazed out at the cosmic spectacle beyond the specially reinforced glass. The twinkling lights and the black void of space were all his possessions. He was the emperor of the universe, a renowned planet developer. As he admired the view, the door behind him slid open. Sorbet approached Frisia's side, bowing respectfully to report the situation. Speak. What's the latest news? Frisia asked nonchalantly, swirling his wine glass. Lord Frisia, it has been confirmed that Vegeta and Nappa have arrived on Earth and have engaged in conflict with the Earthlings and the Scions there, Sorbet reported. This news caused Frisia to frown and the atmosphere grew tense. How much longer until we reach Earth, dear Sorbet? Frisia asked after downing his wine. Barring any unforeseen events, it should take about 7 more days, Sorbet replied. As the words were uttered, Sorbet broke into a cold sweat. Frisia's murderous intent had already extended towards him. However, his subordinate had managed to gather some useful intelligence. According to the data transmitted from Vegeta's scouter, it seemed that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians. But before he could finish his sentence, Frisia crushed the wineglass in his hand. The crimson liquid spilled onto the floor, causing everyone present to turn pale and tremble. It felt as though it wasn't the glass that shattered but their own heads. 7 days of travel, is it? It seems we won't be able to reach Earth before Vegeta uses the Dragon Balls to make his wish. Vegeta, do you think that after fulfilling that trivial wish you'll be able to challenge me? Naive. Frisia's piercing gaze locked onto Sorbet. The pressure was so intense it left Sorbet drenched in sweat. I ask you, is it true that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians? My lord, we overheard Vegeta himself say that the Dragon Balls were made by the Namekians, and even the Namekian on Earth admitted it, Sorbet replied, his answer somewhat evasive, as Piccolo hadn't actually confirmed it. It was merely assumed by them. Is that so? If the Namekian on Earth admitted it, then there's a good chance the Dragon Balls originated from Namek. With our current speed, how long would it take to change course and head to Namek? Frisia decided to change his plan and head straight to the source, believing the Dragon Balls there would be more powerful than those on Earth. We've already scouted it. At our current speed, reaching Namek would take just under 2 months, Sorbet replied after a moment's thought. Is that so? Less than 2 months isn't too long. In that case, give the order to change course for Namek, Frisia commanded decisively. Meanwhile, back on Earth, no one was aware that they had narrowly escaped Frisia's invasion. Instead, they had to face Nappa, who was ready for battle. Earthlings, I must admit you're quite strong. Even the Cybermen were defeated by you, but unfortunately this time you're facing Nappa. Nappa cracked his knuckles and leisurely approached. He stopped about 5 meters away, exuding an air of invincibility, as if no one could rival him. Stop boasting, we already defeated those Cybermen and you're next, Yamcha shouted back, eager to regain some dignity. For a survivor you sure talk big, Nappa sneered, dismissing Yamcha's bravado. His gaze swept over everyone present, Yamcha, Tien, Shinhan, Krillin, Kaiatsu, Gohan, Piccolo and Lin Xuan. To him, these Earthlings were nothing more than trash, even if their power had surpassed that of Raditz. Nappa stood with an air of arrogance, his eyes shifting from one opponent to another. Kakarot's son has some decent fighting strength, he muttered, casting a sideways glance at the Namekian. He was growing increasingly frustrated with Vegeta for not allowing him to attack. His gaze finally settled on Lin Xuan. Traitor to the Scions, Talos, I must admit your fighting power is impressive. 5,000 in the past, that would have made you a high-class warrior, but you've chosen the wrong side. Once I'm done killing every last Earthling here, it'll be your turn. Nappa's overbearing confidence seemed to know no bounds. Lin Xuan couldn't suppress a chuckle at Nappa's bravado. He rarely laughed, but this time he couldn't help it. "You dare to mock me, fool? You'll regret it soon enough when I show you what true terror is." Nappa's eyes blazed with murderous intent, his temper nearing its breaking point. He believed that if he unleashed his full power he could reach 6,000 and be a formidable opponent. Psi muscle without brains, Lin Chuan thought, arms crossed regarding Nappa with nothing more than a dismissive smirk. It was as if he was watching a clown. Utterly unbothered by the Scion's threats, but Nappa was different. He was fuming, on the verge of an outburst, and then Gohan added fuel to the fire, pushing Nappa over the edge. "You're not tough at all. Why pretend otherwise? If we really fought you, you wouldn't stand a chance," Gohan stated plainly, his words echoing in everyone's minds, infuriating Nappa to the point where veins bulged on his forehead. "You little brat of Kakarot. Even if Vegeta forbids me from killing you, I'll make sure you suffer. I'll crush everyone right before your eyes and then teach you the true meaning of fear." Nappa's latent ferocity erupted like a storm. The earth trembled under his unleashed power, pressure shifting wildly as rocks tore from the ground and hovered midair. Cracks spread rapidly across the landscape and the sky darkened under his influence. Such immense pressure. Krillin tensed, gritting his teeth, struggling to keep his body from shaking. Is he really this strong? Yamcha felt a chill of regret recalling his earlier defiance. Would he face retribution once the fight began? A Science, terrifying beings, Tien thought, shaken by Nappa's aura, encountering such a powerful foe for the first time. Meanwhile, Gohan, Piccolo and Lin Xuan watched Nappa's escalating energy with calm detachment. To the others, Nappa's aura was overwhelming, capable of crushing them, but to these three, it was no more than a gentle breeze, utterly ineffective against their composed demeanor. "If it's just like this, if I punch him, he'd definitely go down," said Gohan. Luckily, only Lin Xuan and Piccolo heard this remark, otherwise Nappa might have been so infuriated he'd spit blood. In this world, there are always some people living in their dreams. When they wake up, they'll realize just how insignificant they are, Piccolo said nonchalantly to Gohan. Perhaps this was a form of teaching. "Yes, I understand, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan responded. Lin Xuan stood silently by the side, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. He said nothing, made no gestures, yet the aura of mystery he emitted planted seeds of suspicion in Vegeta's heart. "Vegeta, oh Vegeta, with your intelligence you should soon figure out how insignificant you truly are," Lin Xuan thought to himself. At this moment Vegeta indeed found himself deep in thought. He repeatedly adjusted his scouter, measuring the power levels of Lin Xuan, Piccolo and Gohan. 5,000, still 5,000, unchanged from start to finish. Piccolo's was 2,500 and Gohan's was 2,000. It seems it's not just Taros that Namekian and Kakarot's little brat are the same. Let's have Nappa test their strength after he deals with those Earthlings. If he loses, I'll step in, Vegeta planned, already anticipating Nappa's defeat. The Earthlings are of no concern, but Nappa definitely cannot defeat Taros. Just then Nappa's energy had reached its peak. He unleashed all the accumulated power within his body in one go, his combat power soaring to a terrifying 4,000 points. Of course, as Nappa himself believed, although the value was 4,000 points, he could exert a power level exceeding 5,000. With such a technique, it's no wonder he managed to play a few rounds with the original Goku. Heh, who should I start with? Nappa licked his lips, his hunter's gaze sweeping over the Z-fighters, choosing his prey. In the end, it settled on Yamcha. "It's you, the kid who barely escaped from the Cybermen." Nappa locked onto Yamcha, his massive frame charging forward like a rampaging beast. "Why me?" Seeing the oncoming Nappa, Yamcha was instantly overwhelmed with fear. But with Nappa already rushing at him, he had no choice but to face him. "Damn it, don't think I'm easy to deal with." New Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha gritted his teeth, bracing himself as he unleashed his ultimate move, the newest version of the Wolf Fang Fist, against the onrushing Nappa. "Idiot," Nappa sneered, disappearing in a blur the next second. By the time he reappeared, he was already behind Yamcha. "What?" The Wolf Fang Fist hit only air and Yamcha felt a chill behind him, his pupils contracting as he instinctively turned his head. In his vision, Nappa's thigh loomed larger and larger, carrying terrifying destructive power as it aimed directly at his neck. Bang! With a forceful impact, Nappa's powerful strike landed heavily on Yamcha's head, producing a dull explosive sound. Yamcha, having taken a devastating hit, stared blankly as blood spewed from his mouth, his entire being hurled backward like a kite with its string cut. Boom! He crashed into a nearby rocky mountain, shattering it into pieces. Though still conscious, Yamcha was utterly incapacitated by the blow, unable to continue the fight. A one-hit knockout, swift and decisive. The disparity between his less than 2,000 combat power and the 4,000 power of his opponent was glaringly apparent, leaving no room for comparison. Yamcha, damn it! Krillin was utterly shocked, his mind reeling as he witnessed Yamcha being taken down in a single blow, nearly losing his life. Even though Yamcha wasn't as strong as they were, the difference wasn't vast. Yet facing such a foe, he had been nearly killed with one attack. Krillin realized that even if he faced Nappa, the result might be the same. At that moment, Nappa sensed his body being restrained by an invisible force. Looking intently, he saw a peculiar-looking kid floating in mid-air using psychic powers to bind him. Annoying brat, you think such a paltry force can affect me? Wishful thinking. Nappa locked onto Kaiatsu's direction and with a single hand unleashed a storm of energy towards him. Caught in the onslaught, Kaiatsu cried out in agony, his clothes torn apart by the energy storm, leaving him battered and bruised. With Kaiatsu's psychic abilities halted, the restraint on Nappa vanished, leaving him feeling much more at ease. Kaiatsu, you idiot! Seeing Kaiatsu injured, Tien's anger boiled over, compelling him to charge at Nappa. Coming to court death, are you? Well, you've got guts, I'll give you that. But at best, it's just a death wish. Nappa, seeing Tien rushing at him, was immediately intrigued, ready to play. Bang, 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 bang. Fueled by rage, Tien put his all into his assault. His crane school fighting style became increasingly sharp and ferocious, each strike packed with terrifying destructive power. Yet, in the face of overwhelming strength, no matter how Tien exploded with power, he could not inflict even a scratch on Nappa. All of his attacks were perfectly deflected and blocked. You've got some skill there, too bad you ran into me. With that, Nappa suddenly counterattacked, breaking Tien's offense, his powerful punch sinking deep into Tien's abdomen. Thud, the dull thud of flesh hit the air like an explosion. Ugh, blood spurted from Tien's mouth as his muscles tensed, his energy dropping off a cliff. So this is the fist of a scion. It feels like my body is shattering. Tien never imagined Nappa's attack could be so heavy and terrifying. Get lost! Unrelenting, Nappa followed with a roundhouse kick, sending Tien flying 100 meters away. In one punch and a kick, Tien was gravely wounded, and though he still had power within him, his injuries were too severe to muster much of it. His strength wasn't lacking, but his speed and physical resilience were several levels too weak. Damn it, I can't fall here. Struggling with his broken body, Tien forced himself to stand again, forming a triangular stance with his hands to gather energy. A final desperate move before dying. Interesting. Come on, let me show you what real power is. Noticing this scene, Nappa laughed even more heartily, mocking viciously. In his eyes, even if Tien Shinhan had a power level of 3,000, he was still a worthless opponent. Even if Tien Shinhan unleashed his full power, what difference would it make? Hearing Nappa's constant taunts, Tien Shinhan's anger surged. He gathered all his energy, determined to make Nappa pay. Kikuhu, Tien Shinhan unleashed his Kikuhu with all his might, channeling every bit of his energy into this single blast. After this attack, he would be left with no strength to fight. What? Nappa instinctively sensed the threat as the orange-yellow beam of energy barreled toward him. He quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest, forming an energy shield. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, the shockwave sweeping in all directions and stirring up a massive storm of dust and debris. Within a radius of several kilometers, the ground shook and thick smoke billowed upward. He hit him. Watching Tien Shinhan's ultimate move land, Krillin's heart filled with joy. He knew all too well the destructive power of the Kikohu, its might surpassing all their other techniques. Even someone as strong as Nappa, if hit directly by this attack, couldn't possibly come out unscathed. But his joy was short-lived. As the smoke cleared, Nappa's unscathed form emerged, causing Krillin's smile to freeze on his face. Despite looking a bit disheveled and having a small tear in his battle suit, Nappa was otherwise unharmed. I thought this attack would at least hurt me, but it turns out to be nothing but a facade, Nappa sneered darkly. Seeing that Nappa was unharmed, Tien Shinhan fell into despair. Impossible, it's ineffective. Overwhelmed by the shock, Tien Shinhan gasped for breath and collapsed into unconsciousness. TCH, boring. It seems the limits of you Earthlings are just that, Nappa scoffed disdainfully, turning his gaze to the last remaining fighter, Krillin. The mocking smile on Nappa's face grew even more pronounced as he taunted, little bald one, you better entertain me thoroughly, you. Krillin glared at Nappa, whose sinister grin filled him with disgust and dread. He knew he had to try that technique. If it worked, it could turn the tide. if not all hopes would rest on Piccolo, Gohan and Lin Xuan. Deep down he hoped Goku would return in time. Let's see if you can handle this. Krillin raised his left hand, gathering energy with one hand while swinging it side to side to form an arc. In his palm a sharp orange disc appeared. Another new trick. Give it your best shot, I'll crush it all. Nappa, completely lost in the thrill of invincibility, was too arrogant and overconfident, losing his basic sense of judgment. And this was exactly what Krillin hoped for. Perfect, just stand there and don't move, go to hell. Krillin silently accelerated the speed at which he was gathering energy for his Destructo Disc. Take this, Destructo Disc. With a swift throw of his large hand, the orange cutting disc tore through the air, aiming straight for Nappa. Bring it on. Nappa, brimming with confidence, intended to take the attack head-on. Little did he know if struck he would be sliced in half instantly. Idiot, get out of the way. Vegeta, unable to watch any longer, shouted angrily. Hearing Vegeta's rebuke, Nappa hesitated for a moment. Although confused as to why Vegeta wanted him to evade, he instinctively dodged the Destructo Disc. Even with his quick reflexes, a cut appeared on his face. The disc, missing its target, effortlessly leveled a distant hill to the ground. Damn it, Krillin shouted in frustration. If it weren't for Vegeta's warning, his Destructo Disc would have bisected Nappa by now. Can't you even tell how strong your opponent's moves are? You're hopelessly foolish, Vegeta scolded. Nappa, hearing Vegeta's reprimand, did not argue. Indeed, if not for Vegeta's warning, he might have been taken out by that little bald guy. Damn it, I'll kill you. Humiliated, Nappa's rage surged, his aura becoming increasingly ferocious. Locked onto by Nappa's energy, Krillin trembled all over, finding it difficult even to breathe. I'm doomed. Krillin's spirit quaked, sensing the threat of death emanating from Nappa. This time, escape seemed impossible. Stop. Knowing that if he didn't intervene, Krillin would be in grave danger, Gohan could no longer stand by and jumped into the fray. Initially, Lin Xuan and Piccolo didn't intend for him to get involved, but since he chose to step in, they couldn't stop him. This battle needs to end, let me put an end to it. Gohan, taking the initiative, positioned himself in front of Krillin. Gohan. Seeing Gohan stand before him, Krillin instinctively wanted to prevent him but reconsidered, knowing Gohan's power was far beyond his own. Perhaps Gohan could indeed defeat this scion and avenge everyone. What did you say? You really think you can defeat me, Nappa, just because you're Kakarot's brat? Nappa, filled with fury, looked at Gohan. Although Gohan had previously shown impressive strength by dealing with the Cyberman on the verge of self-destruction, Nappa believed he could handle such a situation too. In fact, he thought he could withstand the Cyberman's self-destruction without issue. Therefore, he did not take Gohan seriously. You can't kill me, and neither can that Vegeta, Gohan retorted. What did you say? Yet again underestimated by Gohan, Nappa's eyes filled with rage, his anger reaching its peak. As an elite warrior among the Scions, being repeatedly looked down upon by a child was intolerable. You little brat, you've really pissed me off. Even if Vegeta told me not to kill you, I won't let you off easily. Nappa, now thoroughly enraged, had his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, exuding a terrifying aura that he unleashed in every direction, determined to tear Son Gohan to pieces. Gohan, run, you're no match for him either. Krillin urged Gohan to flee, sensing Nappa's menacing killing intent. If Gohan were to die, how would he ever face Goku? It's okay, Uncle Krillin, he just looks scary, but he's not that strong, Gohan reassured Krillin, indicating his confidence in not losing to Nappa. At that moment, the long-silent Lin Xuan spoke up. Gohan, come back. Lin Xuan's sudden intervention left Gohan puzzled, and everyone cast curious glances his way. I sensed it earlier, your father, Kakarot and Raditz are on their way back from training. They're not worth your effort. Let them handle this, Lin Xuan explained. Really, is Dad and Uncle really coming? Upon hearing this, Gohan expanded his energy senses and indeed felt his father and Raditz's presence. They were definitely approaching, and they were quite close. Goku's energy, and Raditz, there's no mistaking it. With the news of Goku's imminent arrival, Krillin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Goku was there, the crisis at hand could surely be resolved. Meanwhile, Vegeta's interest was piqued. He activated his power level detector and indeed picked up two formidable power levels rapidly approaching them. It was true, two strong energies were closing in, and if their guess was correct, it must be Kakarot and Raditz. A mischievous idea sparked in Vegeta's mind. He fixated on Gohan's potential and combat strength, thinking of making him loyal to him by crushing his spirit, perhaps by humiliating his father right before his eyes. TCH, just a low-class warrior and an upper-class failure. Even if they come, they won't make much of a difference, Nappa scoffed, confident in his own combat prowess. Even if Goku and Raditz had trained and grown stronger, they could at most reach a power level of around 3000. With a mere 3000, he could take them both on effortlessly. Nappa, I've thought of an amusing idea. Vegeta's lips curled into a sinister smile. Nappa glanced at Vegeta, confused by his sudden amusement. Since Kakarot and Raditz are coming, let's wait for them. Right in front of this brat, we'll make Kakarot and Raditz suffer, unable to live or die. Vegeta's cruel words instantly piqued Nappa's interest. Torturing his opponents was his favorite pastime. Did you hear that, kid? As punishment for offending me, I'll make sure you watch as I torment Kakarot, Nappa threatened viciously. But Gohan wasn't bothered by Nappa's threat, he even regarded it with disdain. In his view, Nappa was nothing more than a brute, all talk and no substance. Meanwhile, in the direction of Sun Wukong and Raditz, the two were making their way towards the battlefield, using their key senses to keep tabs on the situation. The moment the fighting stopped, they felt it too. What's going on? Why did the battle suddenly stop? Did something unexpected happen? Sun Wukong wondered aloud, puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, Vegeta probably realized through his scouter that we're heading to the battlefield. Knowing his nasty personality, he might be planning to torment us in front of your friends, explained Raditz, who understood Vegeta's evil nature better than anyone, having been his warrior companion for years. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's face darkened. Back on King Kai's planet, he had asked Raditz about those two scions, and he was well aware of Nappa and Raditz's reputation as ruthless, cold-blooded villains. Such a scheme was entirely plausible. Gohan, please be safe, he thought, increasingly worried about his son's safety. Driven by urgency, Sun Wukong accelerated his flight. As time ticked by, 5 minutes had already passed. The battlefield was engulfed in a temporary silence. Both sides maintained a ceasefire, avoiding further clashes. During this brief respite, Gohan and Krillin moved the unconscious Yamcha, Tien and Kaiotsu to a safer area to prevent further harm. As for Piccolo, he showed no interest in any of this, merely observing with a detached attitude. He didn't even consider Vegeta and Nappa worth his attention, let alone feel the urge to fight. At his level of power, these two scions were no different from ants he could crush effortlessly. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, looked on with a spectator's interest, waiting for the drama to unfold. Nappa and Vegeta were also taking a break. Nappa was adjusting his state, plotting how to torture the traitors Raditz and Kakarot. Vegeta meanwhile was constantly assessing Lin Xuan, Piccolo and Gohan. From the start of the battle, these three had shown no fear, almost as if they didn't take them seriously at all. Their calm demeanor increasingly unsettled Vegeta, plunging him into deep thought. Were they bluffing, or did they truly believe they could defeat us? But they didn't seem to be bluffing. The constant suspicion gnawed Vegeta, leaving him restless and irritable. At that moment, a signal beeped from the scouter. They're here already. Vegeta followed the scouter's direction and slowly looked up. In the distant sky, two dark figures appeared. Finally, they're here. I've been waiting, Nappa chuckled mischievously, getting up from the rock where he'd been resting to regain his strength. Two dark silhouettes sliced through the sky at incredible speed, landing on the battlefield with a dramatic thud. Dad! Gohan rushed forward, throwing himself into Goku's embrace. Seeing you safe is a relief, Gohan. Goku smiled warmly at his son, but soon a flicker of confusion passed over his face. Something was off. Was it just his imagination, or was Gohan somehow harder to read? Finally, you're here. Your speed is still as slow as ever, Goku, Piccolo remarked, arms crossed, his expression as stoic as a mountain. His eyes, however, were keen, evaluating the current Goku and Raditz. With his level of cultivation, Piccolo's vision penetrated deeper than most, effortlessly discerning their true power levels. The gap between them was vast. Piccolo felt a surge of pride. His year of training had been worth every moment. While he might not match Lin Xuan, he was undoubtedly the strongest beneath him. Goku chuckled wryly, helplessly shrugging. What can I say? Returning from the afterlife and rushing straight to the battlefield is no easy task. He scrutinized Piccolo, momentarily bewildered. Was it possible that Piccolo had achieved such a level of power on his own? Questions spun in Goku's mind, mingling with a newfound excitement. This meant that the rivalry with Piccolo would only intensify. Piccolo was not just a formidable opponent, he was a friend Goku deeply respected. Unbeknownst to him, Piccolo had already surged far ahead in both realm and combat power. Finally, Goku's gaze shifted to Lin Xuan. Still the same as ever, that unfathomable aura. Lin Xuan's strength had undoubtedly grown since a year ago. Long time no see, Kakarot and you too, Raditz. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over them, his acute insight immediately assessing their capabilities. Goku had become stronger than he was at this point in the original timeline, and Raditz was even more powerful than Goku. Goku's heart surged with emotion upon seeing Lin Xuan. If it weren't for the battlefield setting, he might not have been able to restrain himself from challenging Lin Xuan to a duel. As for Raditz, he merely cast a glance at the situation behind him, expressionless and silent. His eyes were fixed on Vegeta and Nappa. Goku, you're finally here. Tien, Yamcha and Kaiotsu have been gravely injured and are still unconscious. Krillin's relief was palpable, second only to Gohan's joy. At Krillin's words, Goku glanced at the unconscious forms of Tien, Yamcha and Kaiotsu. Though severely wounded, they were fortunately not dead, merely unconscious. Still, even without death, the injuries fueled Goku's anger. Their enemies had shown no mercy, aiming to kill. If not for everyone's enhanced strength, they might have already perished. At last you've arrived, Kakarot and Raditz, you traitorous scions. In the shadows, they could have survived a little longer, but instead they chose to rush here to meet their doom. Nappa glanced at the two with a dismissive air, as if they were mere playthings to amuse him. Kakarot, Raditz, have you brothers come all this way just to spout some nonsense about defeating us? Vegeta mocked, taking the opportunity to ridicule them further. At the same time, he used his scouter to assess their battle power. He noticed that their power levels were rising steadily, not settling at a constant rate. The ability to control one's battle power at will indicated that over the past year, these two had grown significantly stronger. Yet Vegeta was unfazed by the fluctuating numbers. In his eyes, Goku and Raditz remained a low-class warrior and an upper-class failure. The notion of a lower-class warrior surpassing an elite was unfathomable to him, especially since he considered himself the elite of elites. As for Raditz, he didn't even warrant mention. Leave it to me, Krillin, Goku declared, unable to contain his anger at Vegeta and Nappa's arrogance. The veins on his forehead bulged and an increasingly menacing aura enveloped him. Goku, are you sure you don't need our help? Krillin hesitated to speak, watching Goku stride forward alone. Ultimately, he realized there was little he could do to assist. Kakarot, are you volunteering to die first? It saves me the trouble of choosing. Nappa sneered, unconcerned as he observed Goku on the brink of unleashing his power. To him, Goku was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter, easy prey at any moment. Tenshinhan, Yamcha and Kaiotsu's injuries were your doing, weren't they? Honestly, it's been a long time since I've been this angry. With these words, Goku's energy erupted like a tidal wave, shaking the earth and sky. A terrifying aura exploded from him, centered around his being. The scouter's numbers skyrocketed, finally breaking Vegeta's calm demeanor with a spark of surprise. What is this? Nappa's previous arrogance vanished, replaced by bewilderment and shock as he sensed the extraordinary force emanating from Goku. Even the strongest shouldn't reach this level. Just as Goku was about to unleash his full power to show Nappa the vastness of his strength, Raditz's words interrupted him. Stop, Kakarot. Vegeta and Nappa are mine to handle. This is my battle and I won't have you interfere. Raditz's cold declaration brought Goku back to his senses. Big brother, you're being too overbearing. Aren't there two opponents? Goku complained, seeing Raditz's firm stance. He knew from experience that his brother was stubborn, so he withdrew his aura out of respect, not out of fear. Meanwhile, Raditz had been instilling a single message into him. Vegeta and Nappa were his opponents. They had come for him, and he had to be the one to deal with them. Goku understood that there was a personal vendetta between Raditz and these two scions. Vegeta, what's the battle power of that Kakarot guy? At this moment, Nappa, instead of looking at Raditz due to the changing situation, turned to Vegeta and asked. The aura he had just sensed left him uneasy, completely different from what he had anticipated. It's already surpassed 8,000. Vegeta's eyes gained a hint of seriousness, even showing signs of blood vessels, and his words carried an added chill. Goku's earlier outburst was a demonstration, a provocation to challenge his dignity as the Scion Prince. What, over 8,000? Impossible, he's just a low-class warrior, how could he be so strong? The scouter must be malfunctioning. Nappa felt his worldview crumbling. 8,000 battle power, he was only at 4,000. Vegeta shifted his gaze to Raditz. The numbers on the scouter froze at 6,000. Raditz's battle power was also around 6,000. Raditz's combat power is around 6,000. Vegeta stated calmly. What? That weakling actually has 6,000 battle power. It must be a malfunction. Yes, the scouter was affected by the previous battle impacts. At this moment, Nappa was drenched in sweat. He would rather believe the scouter was faulty than accept that both Raditz and Goku, whom he deemed weaklings, had surpassed him. Listening to Nappa's self-deception, Vegeta fell into deep thought. Was the scouter really broken? Clearly not. The only explanation was that Goku and Raditz had made tremendous progress in their strength over the past year, but how did they train to enhance their powers so much? A year ago, one had a battle power of merely a few hundred, the other just 1500. Vegeta had a vague suspicion that Raditz was still hiding his true strength and his actual battle power was far more than what was visible. Fool, are you afraid of 6000 battle power? With your strength even against 6000, if you fight with all your might, they can't easily defeat you. Go prove your worth to me, Nappa, Vegeta commanded coldly. Nappa's current cowardly demeanor was a disgrace to him. What did the face of the Scion Prince amount to? Hearing this, Nappa's aura shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with fierce determination as they locked onto Raditz. I thought you'd be too scared by my battle power to have the courage to fight. It's time to settle our old scores. Raditz looked at Nappa with unwavering confidence. Back then, due to his low battle power, he could only do menial tasks under Nappa and Vegeta, lacking any shred of dignity, but now things were different. The times had changed and he intended to reclaim all the dignity he had lost. In less than a year of absence, Raditz, you dare speak to me like this? It seems you've forgotten the terror I once instilled in you. Very well, let me remind you now. Even if you truly possess a power level of 6000, so what? There's no way my might can lose to you. As Nappa's words fell, he leaned forward, his massive frame beginning to unleash waves of astonishing potential. An endless surge of energy gushed from within him, bolstering his form, making him appear even more formidable and powerful. Cloaked in an orange-yellow aura, Nappa stood like a beast poised to strike, all show, nothing more. Observing Nappa's explosive power, Raditz remained unperturbed, arms crossed, patiently awaiting Nappa's assault. Let's see what you've got. Die. With a burst of all his strength, Nappa charged at Raditz, his enormous fist aiming squarely for Raditz's face. A sharp whooshing sound cut through the air as Nappa's punch missed, easily dodged by Raditz with a slight tilt of his head. Don't get cocky. Missing his initial strike, Nappa grew increasingly furious, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks showering down like a torrential rain. Within the dense, ferocious assault lay an extreme destructive force, each strike potent enough to shatter a rocky mountain. Yet Raditz, facing Nappa's onslaught, handled it with ease, as if he had completely seen through Nappa's moves, flawlessly dodging every attack. As an onlooker, Vegeta observed this scene, falling into deep thought. This display was not what one would expect from a power level of 6000. It seemed Raditz, like those others, had learned to manipulate his power level according to his environment at will. His true power likely rivaled Kakarot's, perhaps even exceeding 10,000, Vegeta speculated. On the battlefield, Nappa's repeated failed attacks brought about a subtle shift in his mindset. Impossible. Even if your power level is truly 6000, there's no way my attacks could completely miss you. Nappa felt his sanity slipping away, his attack rhythm accelerating, revealing massive vulnerabilities in himself. But he couldn't care less, desperate to teach this low-class warrior Raditz a lesson. Fool, do you still believe in such meaningless numbers? Raditz taunted, thoroughly enjoying this sensation. In the next moment, he suddenly struck, shattering all of Nappa's attacks, delivering a powerful concentrated punch into Nappa's abdomen. Boom! The horrifying sound of impact echoed sharply. Nappa's enormous body was sent flying, landing beside Vegeta, collapsed on the ground. Nappa's expression was vacant, his energy depleted, unable to utter a single word, clutching his stomach in agony. Raditz's punch was no ordinary strike, it was a blow that could shatter the entire body. This strike made Nappa truly understand the nature of power. His body felt like a shattered mirror. Now do you understand the difference in our strength? In the world of Scion warriors, power levels are often reduced to mere numbers, but for Raditz, they are irrelevant now. He is transformed beyond recognition. No longer the same being he once was, his newfound confidence surges as he sets his sights on Vegeta, eager to prove his strength by eliminating Nappa in a single blow. Raditz's relentless determination, having evolved from a lowly warrior to a formidable force, is indeed surprising. Even Vegeta, the Scion Prince, cannot ignore Raditz's provocation. As royalty, Vegeta's pride cannot tolerate such a challenge, and today Raditz must face the consequences. A voice, weak and strained, calls out, Vegeta! Vegeta! It is Nappa, gravely wounded and seeking aid from his prince, yet Vegeta responds with nothing more than a cold, indifferent glance before grasping Nappa's right hand. The sudden shift in demeanor catches Nappa off guard, momentarily giving him hope that Vegeta might actually help, but reality delivers a harsh blow. You, an elite, fail even to defeat a low-class warrior. You disappoint me, Nappa, Vegeta declares. With a swift motion, Vegeta hurls Nappa into the air. Nappa's realization dawns. As he cries out in desperation, Vegeta, why kill me? Years spent at Vegeta's side culminate in this tragic end. His fate serves as a grim example of loyalty leading to nothing. What a pity, Nappa, a scion without battle prowess, is of no use to me. Vegeta's energy erupts, a towering pillar of power that engulfs Nappa entirely. Vegeta, Raditz instinctively steps forward, attempting to halt Vegeta, but it's too late. With a thunderous explosion, Nappa's body disintegrates into nothingness. The assembled crowd stands in stunned silence, grappling with the harsh reality of Vegeta's ruthlessness. Even a formidable ally like Nappa is not spared in the face of failure. This bloodthirsty display leaves Goku with a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. This Vegeta, though introduced by Raditz and King Kai, defies all expectations. You really just killed Nappa like that? Vegeta, are you mad? Raditz exclaims in disbelief. Although he had wounded Nappa, Raditz never intended to kill him. With so few scions remaining, he sought only to reclaim his dignity, not to extinguish another life. Yet Vegeta, dissatisfied with Nappa's failure against Raditz, dismisses him with cold finality, claiming he has no need for those lacking combat ability. Despite their years together, Vegeta shows no regard for their shared heritage. This maniacal prince has slain not only the Cyberman but now even his once powerful comrade Nappa. He's absolutely insane. Krillin's understanding of Vegeta was laid bare through his words. This guy is a heartless madman. Everyone felt the same way, including Gohan and Piccolo. For Piccolo, Vegeta's personality seemed somewhat similar to his own past self: ruthless, decisive, purely selfish and evil. After killing Nappa, Vegeta wore an evil grin as he gazed at Raditz in front of him. Raditz, along with Kakarot's son and Tarlos, enjoy these last moments because soon you'll all die. By my hand, I'll kill every one of you without leaving a single one alive, Vegeta declared cruelly. In his eyes, even though these traitors were strong, they were absolutely no match for him. Why? Because he stood at the pinnacle of Scion hierarchy, the elite among elites. Perhaps this was what they called the villain's mysterious confidence. Listening to Vegeta's arrogant declaration, Raditz was the first to lose his patience. Vegeta, do you think all Scions must bow down to you? So what if you're the Prince of Scions? Times have changed, and do you really think you're invincible? Use your scouter and see for yourself my current battle power. Facing Vegeta, Raditz dared not be as careless as he was with Nappa, and he unleashed all his power in one go. Crackling, with Raditz's outburst, the surrounding space darkened. The powerful energy even caused the space to tremble. The earth was torn apart, countless boulders flew, and Raditz was enveloped in a white luminescent aura, his power soaring directly breaking through the 10,000 mark. His big brother finally showing his true abilities. Feeling Raditz's energy surge, Goku decided to watch their battle. His intuition told him this fight wouldn't end easily. Vegeta's strength was definitely not so simple. What an astonishing aura! Has the training with King Kai made him this powerful? Then Goku too. Krillin felt the terrifying energy emanating from Raditz and immediately broke into a sweat. Instantly he thought of Goku. If Raditz is this strong, then wouldn't Goku be able to reach this level or even surpass it? Listening to Krillin's remarks, Piccolo didn't say a word but instead flashed a hint of a disdainful smile. Is this strength supposed to be impressive? Really? He could suppress it with just one finger. Gohan, standing nearby, also found himself at a loss for words. Truth be told, he didn't think Raditz was all that powerful either. Raditz's potential was not beneath that of Kakarot's. With a bit of refinement, he could become a fine gem. Unfortunately, too much time had been wasted in the past. Now that Raditz had become Vegeta's opponent, this scene was indeed intriguing. A Raditz comeback story. Lin Chuan was merely an onlooker the whole time. For someone like him, whose normal state already surpassed the 10 million level, these battles with mere 1 or 2,000 power levels seemed like child's play. This situation brought Lin Chuan back to the visions of the future he once imagined. Isn't this exactly how he pictured it? Vegeta watched Raditz's power increase with a cold gaze. Even though the numbers on the scouter soared past 10,000, he showed no emotional reaction. No wonder you managed to defeat Nappa with a single blow. I must give you some credit, Raditz. In just a year you've raised your combat power from 1,500 to 10,000, but it seems you've forgotten how terrifying I am. You should still remember my combat power, shouldn't you? Vegeta observed Raditz with a smirk. Though he was internally shocked, he still regarded Raditz with disdain. 10,000 is strong, no doubt, but it still doesn't compare to him. Hearing this, Raditz showed no emotional change and remained remarkably calm. To him, numbers were no longer absolute. Of course, I remember, your combat power reached 18,000 points, but if you think that's all the strength I have, you're gravely mistaken. I've prepared well for today. With fists clenched, a bloody aura surrounded Raditz, his muscles swelled, veins bulging like serpents. The crimson energy surged through him, pushing his combat power even higher. Goku, observing from the sidelines, was equally shocked. Is this the Kaioken? Didn't you fail to master it, big brother? No, this isn't the Kaioken. Goku immediately thought of the Kaioken technique taught by King Kai, but for some reason Raditz couldn't learn it back then, yet now he had. What Raditz was using wasn't the Kaioken but a technique similar to it. Kakarot, do you really think I need that technique called Kaioken? Keep it for yourself. I have my own path and this is a technique I created. Stabilizing the energy around him, Raditz entered a peculiar state by unleashing his blood energy. He achieved a temporary boost in combat power. Although his power had surged by half, it wouldn't last long. At this moment, Vegeta's expression finally changed. The scouter showed Raditz's combat power had exceeded 15,000 points. Though still not as high as his own, it was terrifying enough to pose a threat. Finally, Vegeta showed a serious expression. He removed his scouter in frustration and crushed it in his hand. I don't know what opportunities you've had, but Raditz challenging the Prince's authority repeatedly is a grave crime. Even if your combat power has increased tenfold from before, you are still not my match. I am the Prince of Scions, the most elite warrior. With a sharp gaze, Vegeta acknowledged Raditz's strength and decided to show his true abilities. As the battle power of 18,000 erupted fully, the sky turned dark and ominous, lightning crackled and thunder roared. The entire area within a 10-mile radius was shrouded in darkness. This continual outpour of energy made Sun Wukong's expression change dramatically. In almost an instant, Vegeta's aura overshadowed that of Raditz. His power, could it have actually surpassed his elder brother's? Even if I were to use the Kaioken, I might not be his match. Sun Wukong was stunned, never expecting Vegeta's strength to have reached such an overwhelming level. The moment had finally arrived. Raditz had long been prepared to face this. Despite the apparent gap in battle power, he would not be defeated. No matter the cost, he had to win. With a fierce yell, Vegeta's energy burst reached its peak, unleashing the full force of his 18,000 battle power. Raditz's face darkened as he felt the relentless, terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta. Even though he had received training from King Kai significantly boosting his battle power, there was still a considerable difference compared to Vegeta. What's wrong, Raditz? Are you recalling the terror of this prince from the past? Unfortunately, it's too late. Even though your strength has increased so much compared to before, you still aren't a match for me, the prince. Vegeta sneered, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he taunted Raditz. Don't get cocky, Vegeta. Unable to bear it any longer, Raditz took the initiative to attack, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged toward Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta leapt into the air, soaring 100 meters high. Raditz decisively changed direction, pursuing Vegeta into the sky. Idiot. Watching Raditz daringly follow him, Vegeta chuckled mockingly, his right hand clenched into a fist, energy accumulating at his knuckles, forming a destructive wave that shot downward. Feeling the intensity of this energy, Raditz's heart tightened, instinctively dodging the energy wave, inadvertently exposing a flaw in his defense. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta dived down with lightning speed, closing in on Raditz. Bang! A heavy punch landed on Raditz's face, sending him plummeting from mid-air. As Raditz hit the ground, gritting his teeth, he looked up at Vegeta, who was slowly descending. After that blow, Vegeta could have launched more attacks to injure him, yet he did not. He maintained that arrogant posture, toying with him. Do you now understand the gap between us, Raditz? Even if you could defeat Nappa, you could never defeat me. Trash will always be trash. Vegeta's words dripped with sarcasm and disdain. I've had enough of your smug talk, Vegeta. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Raditz steadied himself, readying for battle once more. It seems you still haven't accepted reality. I intended to play with you a bit longer, but seeing how stubborn you are, I'll have to kill you sooner. Vegeta assumed his classic battle stance, a supremely confident and wicked smile on his face. The two adversaries locked eyes for a fleeting moment, and in that instant an intense aura surrounded them. In the next second, Raditz launched his attack, channeling power through his legs, shattering the ground beneath him as he charged at Vegeta with full force. It seemed that at his peak, Raditz's vigor surged even more, temporarily boosting his combat abilities. With a swift whoosh, he cut through the air, moving faster than lightning. In less than a breath, Raditz reappeared in front of Vegeta unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks that rained down like a storm. Do you really think such feeble attacks can harm me? How laughable, Vegeta taunted Raditz while effortlessly neutralizing every assault thrown his way. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta's powerful punch landed squarely on Raditz's abdomen. The intense pain caused Raditz's energy to surge wildly, impacting his internal organs. Sensing an opportunity, Vegeta seized the moment when Raditz faltered, launching a series of lethal strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! Vegeta's relentless fists pounded Raditz, catching him off guard with the continuous assault. Despite Raditz's formidable power level of over 15,000, he found himself utterly overpowered by Vegeta, unable to mount a counterattack. It was clear, Raditz had grown stronger, but that did not diminish Vegeta's superior might. Vegeta, a master undefeated in his realm, had no qualms about facing challenges beyond his level. What's wrong? Is this the confidence you had to dare provoke me, Raditz? Vegeta felt an unprecedented exhilaration. The thrill of crushing a traitor was indescribably satisfying, especially when stomping on the very efforts Raditz had prided himself on. Pow! With a high kick, Vegeta struck Raditz's jaw, sending him hurtling into the air. Vegeta then executed an ultra-high-speed maneuver, catching up to the airborne Raditz with even greater speed. Arriving at the spot where Raditz would land, Vegeta clasped his hands into a hammer and swung down forcefully. Boom! The sheer impact of the blow resonated through the air, causing the very space to tremble. Vegeta's hammer-like strike crashed onto Raditz's chest, the devastating force piercing through his battle armor and inflicting severe injury. Raditz plummeted to the ground, the immense impact carving a massive crater dozens of meters deep. At the crater's center, Raditz lay gravely injured, temporarily incapacitated. Brother, Goku gasped, steeling himself to intervene. Even after training with King Kai, Raditz had been defeated by this Vegeta. Just how powerful was he? The Krillin, drenched in sweat, watched the decisive outcome unfold. The disparity in power was staggering. Raditz had been outright crushed by Vegeta. This was a battle with no suspense. Damn it! Vegeta! The repeated setbacks led Raditz to question everything. It was undeniable. Vegeta's power level of 18,000 was no joke, and Raditz's 15,000 could only lead to a one-sided defeat. Raditz struggled to rise, but by then Vegeta had already taken action in mid-air. You disgrace to the Scions, Vegeta shouted, unleashing a searing orange-red energy blast from his palm. Stop! Yelled Goku at the critical moment, his body enveloped in a crimson aura. In an instant he activated the Kaioken ×2, sprinting at full speed to Raditz's side. With a single motion of his hand he deflected the orange energy blast. The blast changed course, smashing into a towering rock formation kilometers away. Boom! The explosion's shockwave was as terrifying as a nuclear blast, showcasing the sheer power of the attack. Had it hit Raditz, he might have survived by sheer luck. But more likely he would have been on the brink of death. Hot the Kakarot! Vegeta's face showed surprise as he looked at Goku, who had just deflected his attack. That strike wasn't held back, yet Goku had managed to deflect it, indicating his strength far surpassed Raditz. Kakarot! Didn't I tell you not to interfere? Raditz, looking at Goku standing in front of him, felt a stir in his heart. Head, big brother, facing such a strong opponent, I couldn't hold back any longer. Let me handle him, Goku said tactfully. After spending a year together, he had come to understand Raditz well. Hearing Goku's words, Raditz fell silent, gritting his teeth and enduring the severe pain as he struggled to stand. Seeing Raditz force himself up, Goku felt a bit worried. We Scions aren't that fragile. Kakarot, I'll let you handle him, but don't get yourself killed. Vegeta isn't easy to deal with, Raditz cautioned repeatedly, having personally experienced Vegeta's power. Raditz had become incredibly cautious. I understand. With Raditz's permission, Goku beamed with excitement. In the next moment he soared into the sky, facing Vegeta directly. So my opponent has changed to you, Kakarot? You two really have a strong brotherly bond. I've decided, I'll take both of you out so you won't be lonely on your way to the afterlife. Ha! Vegeta laughed wildly, showing no sign of taking Goku seriously. You're really arrogant, but you do have some skills, Goku thought, quietly channeling the energy within him. Though his base power wasn't as strong as Raditz, he had mastered the Kaioken and several deadly techniques taught by King Kai. His potential battle power could far exceed Raditz. Take this. Goku unleashed the Kaioken ×2 in one burst of energy. Now his base strength was even greater than in the original story, reaching a full 9,000 points. With the boost from the Kaioken ×2, his battle power could temporarily rise to match Vegeta's at 18,000 points. This feeling. Sensing the transformation in Goku's energy, Vegeta tensed up, instinctively taking a defensive stance. In the midst of battle, Vegeta was learning and evolving. With a resounding thud, Goku's attack landed, his fist the size of a sandbag striking Vegeta's face with precision. Repeated heavy blows followed, catching Vegeta off guard with the sudden change of pace. For a moment Goku had the upper hand, a smile of triumph spreading across his face. But in the next instant that smile vanished as Vegeta caught Goku's final punch with a single hand. "You've got some skills, Kakarot, more interesting than your brother," Vegeta sneered, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he launched his counterattack. Unleashing the prince's combat techniques, Vegeta turned from defense to offense, seizing control of the battle. Against Vegeta's relentless onslaught, Goku employed the essence of the Turtle School fighting style, countering strength with softness and motion with stillness. Boom, crash, bang. They exchanged blows high in the sky. Raising colossal waves of energy, these destined rivals clashed with all their might, holding nothing back. The battlefield shifted constantly, from the heavens to the barren lands and then to rocky terrains miles away. Bam! Goku's fist connected with Vegeta's face. Vegeta's knee struck Goku's abdomen. Both combatants felt the impact, spinning elegantly in midair before landing on the rocks, their eyes meeting once more. Through this skirmish they gauged each other's power. Goku was thrilled to face such a formidable opponent, someone who compelled him to unleash the Kaioken ×2. Meanwhile, Vegeta found himself deep in thought, shocked by the combat prowess Goku displayed. How could Goku and Raditz become so strong in just a year? Raditz perhaps was less of a concern, but Goku was different, a low-class warrior matching the elite prince blow for blow. It was a disgrace. What a cosmic joke. Seems like you're not so elite after all, struggling against a low-class warrior like me, Goku teased, noticing Vegeta's contemplative silence. Vegeta snapped back to reality, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The battle was turning against him. Goku alone was a challenge, and if Raditz were to join him, defeat seemed inevitable. Failure was something Vegeta could never allow. Although he didn't understand how they had grown so strong in a mere year, he begrudgingly acknowledged Goku's prowess. "Perhaps I should commend you, Kakarot, for pushing an elite like me to this extent, but now let me show you the true power of a Saiyan." With a deep growl, Vegeta raised one hand towards the sky, gathering energy. A white light shimmered in his palm, absorbing the Earth's atmosphere to create a unique energy form. What is he planning? Vegeta's breathing grew weaker. Sun Wukong murmured to himself, puzzled by Vegeta's actions. The words Vegeta had spoken echoed in his mind. What was the true power of the Saiyans? An ominous feeling crept into his heart. Just then a whoosh sounded as the white sphere of light in Vegeta's palm coalesced. This was a technique he had only used when driven to desperation in the original story, the artificial moon. The situation was dire, so he chose to transform into a great ape to widen the power gap between himself and everyone else. Even if Kakarot, Raditz, Tarlos and Son Gohan all transformed, he would remain unafraid. Before transforming he was the strongest, and afterward his power would increase tenfold, making the gap even greater. Kakarot, judging by your clueless expression, let me explain it to you before your end, Vegeta sneered. Though it's still some time before the full moon, my artificial moon has the same effect. The moon can emit 17 million units of Brute's waves, which we Saiyans can absorb to awaken the wild power within us and transform into great apes. Every full moon night is when we Saiyans reveal our true strength. Vegeta finished speaking and hurled the artificial moon into the sky with one hand. Great ape transformation, the true power of the Saiyans. Sun Wukong was startled by Vegeta's words. Who would have thought Vegeta would use such a move? Explode artificial moon, Vegeta commanded, clenching his fist toward the sky. Boom. The artificial sphere shattered high above and a new moon hung in the daylight sky. Once the artificial moon stabilized, it released 17 million units of Brute's waves. Kakarot, enjoy your remaining moments, for your end is near, Vegeta taunted. As the Brute's waves enveloped him, Vegeta's body began to undergo an astonishing transformation. His form gradually shifted from human to beast, inflating like a balloon. His aura surged with each change in his shape. A deafening roar echoed through the sky as the 1.64-meter-tall Vegeta transformed into a massive black-furred great ape towering several hundred meters tall. What a terrifying aura! Sun Wukong's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he watched Vegeta complete his great ape transformation, feeling lost and overwhelmed. This aura far surpassed the twofold Kaioken he had just unleashed. Even a threefold or fourfold Kaioken could not compare. it was too strong, overwhelmingly terrifying. Humph, Kakarot, are you beginning to fear now? It's too late, Vegeta laughed mockingly, then gathered an energy wave to destroy the artificial moon in the sky. Although without the constant Brut's waves he would soon revert to human form, he planned to eliminate everyone within that time frame. Honestly, I never expected your strength to become so formidable. My body trembles under the weight of this power, yet encountering a warrior as powerful as you makes my body thrill with excitement. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, suppressing the unease within his heart, staying vigilant and fully prepared for battle. You hopeless idiot, before I kill you, I'll let you know that when we Scions transform into great apes, our combat power increases tenfold. That means my power is now a staggering 180,000, Vegeta declared, his colossal fist crashing down towards the earth like a meteor. Sensing the terrifying force of this strike, Sun Wukong dared not take it head-on. He unleashed his energy, swiftly escaping the range of the attack. Boom! The unstoppable blow landed, its terrifying might tearing the earth asunder, crushing hills. Outside the battlefield, Lin Xuan, Raditz, Piccolo, Krillin and Son Gohan witnessed Vegeta's transformation into a great ape. This guy is clever, Lin Xuan remarked. To prevent us from transforming into great apes and attacking him together, he destroyed the artificial moon right after completing his transformation. But even so, it's all in vain. From a distance, Lin Xuan watched the battle unfold, evaluating Vegeta's true combat power at this moment. After deploying the artificial moon, Vegeta's strength had weakened. Even with the great ape transformation, his power was around 150,000, not reaching the claimed 180,000. Nonetheless, this combat power was genuine and more than enough to handle Sun Wukong, who was merely boosting his strength with the Kaioken technique. Vegeta, this guy is truly despicable. If I could transform into a great ape, I wouldn't let him have it easy. Raditz was filled with a deep sense of despair as he gazed at the great ape Vegeta. He knew all too well that with Vegeta's power, the great ape transformation would turn him into a terrifying monster. If Raditz could transform into a great ape, he might at least contend with Vegeta. But now, there was no chance. He couldn't create an artificial moon, a skill reserved for only the elite of the elite. Seeing Raditz in such despair, Lin Xuan and Piccolo remained unfazed, and even Gohan showed no fear. You can't beat Vegeta, don't lump us in with you, Lin Xuan thought. Krillin, unable to hold back any longer, turned and shouted, Piccolo, Lin Xuan, how long do you plan to stand by and watch? Do you really want to see Goku killed by that Vegeta? After transforming into a great ape, Vegeta's combat power far exceeds Goku's. If we all join forces, we might have a chance to win. Krillin called on everyone to help Sun Wukong defeat Vegeta. This guy still has such thoughts at this moment. Commendable. It's a good plan, but perhaps a bit overkill. Baldy, you're giving Vegeta too much credit. To deal with him, hee. Lin Xuan flashed a mysterious smile, one that left others puzzled. As soon as these words left Talos' mouth, Raditz and Krillin were left completely stunned. Was this some kind of joke? Talos, are you implying that your power level has already surpassed that of the great ape form of Vegeta? That's a power level of 180,000, Raditz incredulously asked. Lin Xuan's implication was that Vegeta was too weak to be worth his attention. Could it be that in just 1 year, his strength has soared to a level far surpassing that of the great ape Vegeta? As soon as this thought emerged in Raditz's mind, he immediately dismissed it. To possess a power level exceeding 100,000 in a normal state, that would be a fool's dream. A power level breaking 100,000 in normal state was, to his knowledge, achieved by only one in Frisia's forces, Jinyu. And then there was Frisia himself. You can think of it that way if you want. But speaking of which, this battle has been dragging on for quite some time. Let's hurry and finish it. Are you interested in stepping in, Piccolo? Lin Xuan said, casting a glance at Piccolo beside him. Now Piccolo's strength was unfathomably deep, though not quite at the level achieved after merging with Nail in the original story. He still boasted a power level of 450,000, at least against Frisia's first form he wouldn't necessarily lose. Originally, when they arrived, I still held some expectation for the Scion's strength. If it were a year ago, I might have been eager, but now I find no interest at all. Moreover, this is Goku's fight, I won't be saving him, Piccolo stated clearly. For one, Vegeta's power was too weak to pique his interest, and for another, Goku was his enemy. And now they expected him to save Goku? What a joke! Were they discussing who should take on Vegeta? Damn it, in just a single year how could that Namekian's power level possibly rise to such heights? But Talos didn't seem to be joking. Raditz was startled by Talos' question. Could it be that in this past year this Namekian had encountered some incredible opportunity? The transformation was so vast that the Piccolo who was once effortlessly defeated with one hand now boasted a power capable of crushing the great ape Vegeta. It felt like a dream, like a fairy tale. Let me go, I'll defeat that great ape Vegeta, suddenly said the youthful voice of Gohan, volunteering to help his father defeat Vegeta. Initially he didn't want to reveal himself because he feared exposing his power would upset his father, but there was no room for hesitation now. Oh, you're unusually eager, since you've decided Vegeta is yours, Gohan. Show him your strength, Lin Xuan said, glancing at Gohan with a smile. If he wanted to go, then let him go. It would be a good opportunity for Goku to witness his son's power. I'm looking forward to Goku's expression when he finds out his son's strength surpasses his own. I'm sure it will be quite a spectacle, Piccolo mused, a vivid picture forming in his mind. Sun Wukong watched his son Gohan fiercely battle the giant ape Vegeta, his face a picture of bewilderment. Alright then, I'm off, he said to Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Lin Xuan. Gohan nodded seriously, then leaped into the air, dashing toward the main battleground. At that moment Krillin and Raditz were left in a state of chaos, their minds swirling in the wind. It wasn't until Gohan was far off that they snapped back to reality. Are you sure you're not joking? Krillin was dumbfounded, unable to believe that Lin Xuan would actually let Gohan face Vegeta. He's just a kid, how could he have such immense power? This is practically sending Gohan to his death. Raditz, on the other hand, began to believe Lin Xuan's words. When he first arrived on Earth, he had noticed Gohan initially curious to gauge his nephew's strength, but he found he couldn't fathom it. At first he didn't pay much mind, but upon reflection something was definitely amiss. Lin Xuan had no reason to deceive them, and he had personally witnessed the terrifying power Gohan unleashed a year earlier. Though it was just a single blow, it nearly cost him his life. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Raditz felt a deep sense of unwillingness. If Gohan could attain such formidable strength just by staying on Earth with Lin Xuan for a year, then what did that make of his own and Kakarot's journey along Snake Way to King Kai's planet, only to achieve a combat power of over 10,000? A joke, you'll see soon enough. Since we're here to watch, we might as well get a closer look. It's too far from here, not interesting enough. With that, Lin Xuan slowly rose into the air, then shot off like a cannonball toward the battlefield. Piccolo said nothing, merely following Lin Xuan, his aura flaring as he flew. Damn it, are you kidding me? Even if Gohan's potential is truly unfathomable, this is way too risky. No way, I have to go and keep an eye on things to prevent any mishaps. Krillin gritted his teeth, not believing Lin Xuan's explanation for a second, and disappeared from his spot in a burst of energy. In his haste, he even forgot that his companions were still unconscious. I hope this isn't true. Raditz had a vague inkling of what was happening. All he could do was pray that Lin Xuan was joking, otherwise his entire year of training would seem utterly pointless compared to Gohan's. On the main battlefield, the sounds of rocks shattering and exploding filled the air. In an instant, much of the battleground was engulfed in smoke and flying debris. The giant ape Vegeta was unleashing his destructive fury, his every movement imbued with terrifying power. Although his body had grown massive, his speed remained unimpeded, each attack carrying immense destructive force. Sun Wukong had no choice but to bide his time, using the triple Kaioken, beyond his body's limits, to dodge the giant ape Vegeta's attacks. However, the strain of the triple Kaioken was immense, allowing him only momentary use to evade Vegeta's onslaught. Once struck, even if one survives, they would be left half crippled. Amidst the thick smoke, Sun Wukong hid behind a rock pillar, trying to avoid being discovered by Vegeta. Kakarot, are you feeling powerless and terrified now? This is the consequence of opposing me. Traitors of the Scion race will all be executed. You'd better pray I don't catch you, or else I'll make you experience the agony of wanting to die but being unable to, said the giant ape Vegeta with a sinister laugh. Sweat poured down Sun Wukong's face. He hadn't anticipated that the giant ape transformation would make Vegeta so powerful, rendering his own attacks completely ineffective. He's too strong now. Even if I unleash the full power of the Kamehameha wave, I'm afraid it won't harm him. I'm no match for him. What should I do? Sun Wukong realized that the current strength of Vegeta was beyond what he could handle. Vegeta's enormous form advanced relentlessly, each step causing the ground to tremble. With his sharp senses, Vegeta quickly discerned Sun Wukong's hiding spot behind the rocks. With a mighty swing of his massive hand, the entire rock pillar shattered under Vegeta's furious strength, sending Sun Wukong flying through the air for dozens of meters. This is bad, Sun Wukong thought, stabilizing himself and looking at Vegeta, who was closing in, instinctively wanting to flee. However, Vegeta was a step ahead. His enormous ape hands tore through the space, grasping Sun Wukong like a small chick in his palm. Crack crack, as Vegeta's hands continued to squeeze, the sound of bones breaking emanated from Sun Wukong's body. The excruciating pain made Sun Wukong scream in agony. Ha! Scream all you want, Kakarot, I won't let you die so easily. Vegeta, with his malicious nature, reveled in the tortured cries of Sun Wukong, just as Vegeta was about to further crush Sun Wukong's bones. A white streak of light shot in from the distance at such speed that Vegeta had no time to react. Don't hurt my dad! Emerging from the white glow, Son Gohan charged, striking Vegeta's giant ape form in the abdomen. This scene was all too familiar. First it was Raditz and now Vegeta. Taken completely by surprise, Vegeta bore the brunt of this terrifying impact. Blood spurted from his mouth as his energy rapidly diminished, allowing Sun Wukong to break free from his grasp. The massive form toppled like a falling skyscraper. Boom, the ground shattered, sending dust and smoke billowing as Vegeta, severely injured, lay fallen. After the decisive blow, Son Gohan shifted his direction to catch his father, who was about to crash to the ground. Gohan. Sun Wukong looked at his son, who had suddenly entered the battlefield, with a mix of bewilderment and astonishment. Despite his injuries, Sun Wukong was conscious enough to witness what had just struck Vegeta's giant ape body. He initially thought it was Lin Chuan who had intervened, but to his surprise the white light was actually from his son Gohan. Gohan landed smoothly on the ground with Goku. Under Goku's bewildered gaze, Gohan slowly turned to face the direction where Vegeta had fallen and said, "Dad, leave the next battle to me. I'll defeat him." Goku was full of questions. Why was this happening? Wasn't he supposed to be the one protecting Gohan? How did it turn around so that now he was the one being protected by his son? Moreover, Gohan's demeanor didn't seem like he was joking. Gohan. Goku, still in a daze, was about to say something when the ground suddenly shook. The fallen Vegeta stood up again. In his great ape form, he looked like a gigantic, powerful monster overshadowing the sky, looking down upon father and son Goku and Gohan. "Kakarot's brat, was it you who injured me? How is that possible?" Vegeta was also stunned when he realized who had come. How could this kid's power be so strong to actually harm his great ape form, and not lightly at that? So what if it was me? This time your opponent is me. Gohan stood in front of Goku, unleashing his energy without reservation. Behind him, Goku watched as Gohan's energy erupted like a storm, his eyes widening to the size of saucers, his face filled with bewilderment and shock. This energy. Gohan, you can actually unleash such power. At this moment, Goku felt as if 1,000 wild horses were running through his mind. He had spent 2 months running on Snake Way to reach King Kai's planet and trained for half a year to achieve his current power. But his son's energy now was more than 10 times his full strength. The terrifying pressure emanating from Gohan was the most frightening he had ever felt. "You brat!" The great ape Vegeta, feeling the overwhelming energy, involuntarily stepped back. Even he couldn't believe it. Vegeta, the Prince of Science, was actually frightened by a child. Masenko. Without giving Vegeta a chance to speak further, Gohan quickly gathered energy with both hands and launched an orange energy beam. The beam hit Vegeta's chest, shattering his armor and severely injuring his body. Boom! The explosion's power was equivalent to a super bomb capable of destroying the Earth. If not controlled properly, the entire planet might have faced annihilation. The aftermath of the explosion lasted for half a minute before dissipating. Thick smoke billowed for miles. At the center of the explosion, heavily injured and barely alive, Vegeta lay on the ground. Without the continuous exposure to the Bloods waves and with his body already severely injured, he reverted to his human form, his life hanging by a thread. His bones were shattered, his muscles heavily burned, and blood flowed continuously from his body. If not for the strong vitality of the great ape form, he might have already perished beneath Gohan's Masenko attack. I've lost. How is this possible? Defeated by the offspring of a low-class warrior. Vegeta found his worldview shattered, his entire being devoid of the will to live. He prided himself as the strongest scion, unmatched among his kin. Yet now he had been struck down in an instant by Gohan, stripped of his dignity. Could it be that brat is? Vegeta's thoughts raced, his pupils trembling as he mustered his remaining strength to glance towards Gohan. A title echoed in his mind, Super Saiyan. At such a young age, possessing such immense power, there could be no other explanation. No, he can't be a Super Saiyan. The one closest to becoming a Super Saiyan should be me, Vegeta. Not the child of Kakarot, a low-class warrior's child. It can't be, Vegeta roared internally, desperately denying the truth. It was a form of self-deception perhaps. Meanwhile, Goku finally snapped out of his shock. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, questioning if he had seen it wrong. Dad, what's wrong? Did you hurt your eyes? Gohan's innocent question confirmed to Goku that he hadn't been mistaken. Just moments ago, Gohan had defeated the great ape Vegeta with a single blow. Gohan, how did your power reach such levels? What special method did Lin Xuan use to make you so strong? Goku asked eagerly, driven by a newfound yearning for power stirred by Gohan's strength. Uncle Lin Xuan should explain it to you, Dad, Gohan replied, passing the question along. Goku then sensed other presences nearby and looked up. There Lin Xuan, Piccolo, Krillin and Raditz hovered in the air. While Lin Xuan and Piccolo seemed unsurprised by the outcome, the other two were visibly stunned. They had witnessed the moment Gohan took down the great ape Vegeta with a single blow. If not for the lingering pain in their bodies, they might have thought they were dreaming. Well done, Gohan, it seems Piccolo taught you many useful things. In battle one must be swift and decisive, Lin Xuan praised as he landed beside Gohan. Thank you Uncle Lin Xuan, if it weren't for you and Uncle Piccolo training me, I wouldn't be this strong, Gohan responded humbly. Their conversation left Goku feeling lost and confused. Had Piccolo also trained his son? What a mess, Goku thought, having gone to train with King Kai only to return with such limited power. Piccolo landed beside Goku, offering a blunt assessment. Weak, too weak, so weak I don't even feel like fighting you. Goku could only chuckle bitterly in response to Piccolo's harsh critique. As he returned just moments ago, he hadn't paid much attention to the changes in Piccolo, but now he understood Piccolo's strength had far surpassed his own. His son was already so powerful and Piccolo even more so. Then there's Lin Xuan, who was beyond comparison. He had merely gone to King Kai's planet and returned to find not only his former rival had surpassed him, but even his own child had left him behind. At this moment, Son Goku felt utterly defeated. In the sky above, Krillin and Raditz had just come to their senses. Gohan, he really won. Krillin was so overjoyed that he stumbled over his words, unable to speak coherently. Vegeta, to think you'd end up in such a state today, defeated by my nephew. Raditz took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions. He slowly flew towards Vegeta, finally landing beside him. R.A. Raditz. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his face a mask of anger as he glared at Raditz. Death was beckoning him. To think we'd meet again like this, ha! The once proud Scion Prince reduced to such a state, pitiful and pathetic. Raditz seized the chance to unleash a torrent of mockery on the heavily injured Vegeta. Just a low-class warrior. Cough, cough. What right do you have to judge me? I only lost to that brat, not to you. Even in his gravely wounded state, Vegeta maintained his arrogance. Even though Raditz had the power to kill him at any moment, he would not bow his proud head. Hey, you're right, you lost to my nephew, but you'll die by my hand. As Raditz finished speaking, his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. With one hand he conjured a crimson ball of energy, aiming it directly at Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tighter, his eyes burning with rage, unwilling to accept this fate. He could accept dying at Son Gohan's hands because Gohan's power surpassed his own, even rumored to be the legendary Super Saiyan. But to be executed by Raditz, a known failure, this was a disgrace. His actions drew the attention of everyone present. Krillin and Piccolo remained indifferent while the others were visibly affected. Son Goku, on the other hand, wanted to keep Vegeta, this formidable foe, around so that one day he could personally defeat him. Clearly, Vegeta was unwilling to accept this defeat and was trying to find a way out. As for Lin Xuan, he knew Vegeta was the second male lead in this world and understood his importance. If Vegeta were to die here, what would become of the future? At that critical moment, an ethereal voice echoed from nowhere. Uncle Raditz, you can't kill Uncle Vegeta, or the world will fall into chaos. The playful voice was full of teasing and whimsy, capturing everyone's attention. Who's speaking? Raditz's heart tightened, sensing that something was amiss. His gaze swept around, yet he couldn't pinpoint where the voice was coming from. Uncle Raditz, stop looking around, I'm right here. The voice sounded again, and in the next moment, without a sound, it appeared before Raditz. Standing in front of him was a tall, lively and adorable blue-haired girl. What? Who are you? Raditz was taken aback, noticing the girl who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. When did this woman arrive, and how did he not notice at all? It wasn't just Raditz who was shocked, everyone else was equally stunned, especially Lin Xuan, whose expression drastically changed upon seeing this woman. Who was this girl? He had never seen her before. Scouring the entire Dragon Ball world, there was no trace of her existence. As a transmigrant, for the first time he felt a chill down his spine. What is going on? Who is she and why is she here? According to the storyline, even with the changes he made, such a significant deviation shouldn't occur. Lin Chuan heightened his alertness, gazing at the blue-haired girl, lost in thought. He vaguely sensed something amiss, as if he could feel a familiar aura emanating from her. Goku, do you know this girl? She called Raditz uncle and Vegeta too. Krillin asked Goku, having heard clearly. I don't know who she is either, Goku replied, shaking his head. Could this woman be a companion of Vegeta? Even the usually composed and calm Piccolo showed a look of astonishment. Despite his strength, he couldn't discern the power of this woman. The feeling was akin to staring into an abyss. Piccolo's conjecture made the other Z warriors fall into deep thought. If this woman truly was Vegeta's ally, it would be terrifying. Vegeta himself was utterly confused, having no idea what was happening. He thought he was doomed at Raditz's hands, only to be saved by an unfamiliar woman. He couldn't recall any interactions with such a woman. Aside from Nappa and Raditz, there was no one else around him throughout the cosmos. Women, he believed, would only cloud his judgment and hold him back. Everyone's attention was focused on this mysterious woman, and Vegeta seized the opportunity to drag his battered body slowly towards a certain spot. His bones were mostly shattered from the energy blasts, and every movement sent waves of tearing pain through his flesh, yet he had to keep moving. He knew this was his only chance to survive. Uncle Vegeta, you'd better not move around recklessly, in your current condition. Moving too much could lead to your early demise, the blue-haired girl said nonchalantly, blowing a bubble with her gum. Upon hearing the words, Vegeta, who was planning to crawl away to escape, froze in his actions. He turned his head with great difficulty, his face twisted into an expression of disbelief and pain. Wasn't this woman supposed to help him, Uncle? Who on earth could that be? Raditz, having heard the commotion, glanced once more at the disheveled Vegeta, withdrew his energy, and calmly fixed his gaze on the blue-haired woman. He was no longer the same as before, with his power level surpassing 10,000, and after a year of rigorous training under King Kai he had become more mature and composed. As he instinctively sensed her energy, Raditz couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. The woman standing before him possessed an unfathomable power that defied his comprehension. Her energy was elusive, seemingly boundless, and impossible to fully gauge. If not for his current strength, he might have dismissed her as nothing more than a naive girl, yet his instincts and consciousness warned him that she was exceedingly dangerous. Who exactly was she? How could just a single word and a glance render him immobile? Raditz remained silent, pondering deeply within. The blue-haired girl, not dwelling too long on them, blew a bubble with a mischievous smile playing on her lips. She gracefully bypassed Raditz, who was staring at her, and with a few swift movements appeared before the others. To the astonishment of all the Z warriors, she walked directly up to Lin Chuan. Finally, we've met, Dad, she called out, her voice causing an uproar among those present. It was as if a thunderclap had erupted in their minds. Gohan stammered, you, your uncle Lin Chuan's daughter. Goku mused aloud, I was wondering why the aura felt somewhat familiar. So Lin Chuan, she's your daughter. It's hard to believe you have a daughter this grown up when you're barely older than me. Piccolo questioned, is this true, Lin Chuan? You never mentioned it. Krillin sighed in relief. So she's not an enemy then? That's a relief. I thought we were in for another surprise. Meanwhile, Raditz stood agape, speechless, while Vegeta felt as though he had sunk into an abyss. All his speculations were mere fantasies. She was the daughter of the traitor Talos. Everyone's eyes were now fixed on Lin Chuan with varying emotions: astonishment, envy, disbelief, and curiosity. Despite having such a grown daughter, he was still involved with Bulma. If Bulma found out their relationship? Krillin squinted slightly, his mind wandering as he felt indignant on behalf of his friend Yamcha. Now, with this revelation, he could already envision Bulma's furious reaction upon finding out. Based on his understanding, Bulma's temper would likely lead her to scold Lin Chuan vehemently, and a fallout seemed inevitable. What a strong aura! Lin Chuan's daughter is indeed formidable, but why did she say those things and save Vegeta? Goku wondered, feeling perplexed as he glanced questioningly at Lin Chuan. The scene fell into silence, everyone awaiting Lin Chuan's explanation and response. Lin Chuan was completely taken aback, utterly dumbfounded by the explosive news that had just hit him like a bolt from the blue. Was this some kind of joke? For the past 25 years since his transmigration, he had been on planet V3114, and he hadn't even caught a glimpse of a woman, let alone thought about love or having children. If dreams counted, perhaps he did have a daughter, but that was just a dream. as he carefully scrutinized the blue-haired girl standing before him. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The resemblance was undeniable. Not only did she bear his shadow, but her hair color and those ocean blue eyes were a spitting image of Bulma's. Even the clothes she wore bore the Capsule Corporation logo. Could it be that she was from the future, his daughter? This must mean that in the future he and Bulma ended up together and had her. Lin Xuan was slowly piecing together her identity and origins. There seemed to be no other possibility. But why had his future daughter traveled to this time period? Even if he had altered the original story preventing the future Trunks scenario, it shouldn't be happening now, unless something catastrophic had happened in the future that even he couldn't handle. Their eyes locked for what felt like an eternity, and Lin Xuan's gaze shifted from bewilderment to composure. He finally spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, you're from the future, aren't you?" His words sent a wave of shock through everyone present. The future? What did that even mean? This was Lin Xuan's daughter traversing through time from the future to the present. "Of course you're my father, even though you're not yet at your full strength. You figured out who I am in an instant." The blue-haired girl beamed, stepping forward to hug Lin Xuan's arm with delight. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace of such a beautiful girl, Lin Xuan was momentarily at a loss, but as he considered that this was his future daughter, he felt a deep resonance in his blood, which quickly calmed his mind. "Who's your mother?" "Wait, I don't even need to guess, it's Bulma." "Right." He initially intended to ask indirectly but realized it was unnecessary and spoke directly. "Yes, Dad, you're so smart. My name is Lin Shui because it snowed heavily on the day I was born and it lasted for several days, so you named me that." Lin Shui introduced herself with a smile. She wasn't the least bit worried about her arrival causing changes in this timeline, quite the opposite of the original future Trunks, who was anxious about concealing his identity only to have everyone find out eventually. "Lin Shui." Lin Xuan murmured her name. It was just like him to choose a simple, straightforward name without much deeper meaning. Surprisingly, given Bulma's strong personality, she hadn't objected to this name choice, which was unexpected. In the original, Bulma had named her children Trunks and Bulla. As his thoughts swirled, Lin Xuan was about to say something when he noticed Lin Shui looking at him with a serious expression. "What's going on?" Lin Xuan asked with a puzzled expression. "Dad, there's something dirty on you," Lin Shui remarked swiftly, her hand darting across Lin Xuan's neck with a speed so fast that even he couldn't catch it. A chill ran down his spine. If she had intended to harm him, he might have been dead just now. This future daughter of his was unbelievably strong. Without hesitation, he opened the system interface to check Lin Shui's power level. Target: Lin Shui Power Index 999.9 billion. Note: this is the minimum power standard. The host should quickly enhance power and upgrade the system level. 999.9 billion combat power, and it's the minimum standard. A level 1 system maxed out just like that. Damn, is this little girl's strength at the level of a Super Saiyan god? Based on the timeline, this should be the post-era plot, right? Lin Xuan felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. This was simply beyond belief. With such power, what was she doing in this era? Experiencing life. For a moment, Lin Xuan began to imagine his future self. If his future self was this mighty, what level had he reached? Or rather, how had the world developed in Lin Shui's future? His mind was filled with questions, but he dared not ask them. His gaze full of doubt, he focused on Lin Shui's hand. Her soft, pink palm opened to reveal a tiny mechanical bug resting in her hand. Such a small insect, even for someone like Lin Xuan, would be difficult to detect without actively sensing it. A mechanical insect? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. How could he have forgotten about this? Androids, Dr. Gero. In the original narrative, the ultimate android cell was created by collecting cells from powerful warriors using these mechanical insects as they traveled the world. Dr. Gero was hiding somewhere using special technology to control these mechanical insects and collecting cells from them. Uncles, you all have these bugs on you too. It's best to destroy them, Lin Shui kindly reminded them, crushing the tiny bug in her hand. It seems someone is plotting against us, Lin Xuan said, hinting without directly explaining. Listening to Lin Xuan and Lin Shui's warnings, the others present checked themselves and unleashed their power, creating strong bursts of energy. Consequently, tiny mechanical insects almost invisible to the naked eye flew out from their clothes. However, only a few emerged, likely because many had already completed their task of collecting samples and left. It appeared that during this time, someone was indeed hiding in the shadows, beginning to mass-produce powerful androids. Lin Shui clapped her hands, brushing off the ashes, and spoke. Androids? With Lin Shui's mention, Lin Xuan seized the opportunity to elaborate. This immediately drew everyone's attention. Having already spoken out, Lin Shui didn't hold back, revealing part of the android-related events that would unfold in a few years. However, these events took place during the first 2 years of her life, so the details aren't particularly clear to her. After some conversation that broke down the communication barriers, Lin Xuan finally found an opportunity to shift the topic and directly asked, "Can you now tell me why you've come from a distant future to this era? I assume you didn't arrive here for no reason, right? Is there a massive crisis in the future world or?" Lin Xuan left his sentence hanging, merely speculating. Lin Shui just shook her head with a slight bittersweet smile on her face. "Indeed, it wasn't without reason, but it's not something major either. Can we talk privately for a moment, Dad?" Hearing this, Lin Xuan frowned. This unusual request made him feel uneasy. Something was off, very off. What exactly happened in the future world that couldn't be directly mentioned? After all, she had been open about the future of androids. Observing Lin Xuan's expression, the two walked aside to have a private conversation. That should be enough distance. Lin Shui paused for a moment and then began to speak. "In truth, the entire future world has already been destroyed, and although my arrival in this time was accidental, it was indeed to come back to a certain point in the past to see you and, by the way, to tell you something. The future world completely destroyed." Lin Xuan was shocked, and at this moment there was also an eavesdropper, Piccolo, who was also stunned. What on earth had happened? He needed more details. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and seriously inquired. "In the future world, there appeared someone exactly like you. He was as powerful as you, Dad, and he personally destroyed the future world. Uncle Goku, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Raditz, Uncle Piccolo, and the remaining uncles, even the moms, all died at his hands." Lin Shui's words hit Lin Xuan like a nuclear bomb exploding in his heart. This scenario immediately made Lin Xuan think of the dark entity Zamasu. "Are you saying someone who looks just like me appeared and destroyed everything? Did I also die at that person's hands?" Lin Xuan urgently asked, "Does he have any distinguishing features, like a catchphrase?" He wanted more specifics to fully understand. If it was Zamasu, there would certainly be a divine tone. Lin Shui shook her head and continued, "In my memory, there wasn't anything particularly noticeable about him except that he was as strong as you, Dad. Anyway, you didn't participate in the battle. 5 years before that guy arrived, you mentioned that something was attracting you to a certain place, and from then on you never returned. During those 5 years, Mom also spared no effort in searching for you, even seeking help from the god of destruction and angels, but all attempts failed. It was as if you vanished into thin air, leaving no trace in any time or world. So, before the catastrophe struck, I disappeared." Lin Xuan felt a chill run down his spine after hearing his daughter's explanation. An eerie sense of dread spread through him. The future world, its events had unfolded in such a perplexing and convoluted manner. What exactly is it that draws him in? Why would his future self make such a decision? And who is that person who looks exactly like him? Everything is an unknown. "Don't worry, Dad, now that you know what the future holds, you can surely prevent this world's tragedy from happening again. As long as you, my future dad, don't leave or chase after whatever is attracting you, everything will be fine." Lin Shui held onto Lin Xuan's arm, appearing to chat and laugh as if nothing had happened. However, everyone was keenly interested in what Lin Shui and Lin Xuan were discussing. After all, they couldn't hear the conversation, but they could see the changes in Lin Xuan's expression. "Oh, I have another question for you, Dad." Lin Shui quickly shifted the topic, sweeping away any displeasure from her face. Her change surprised Lin Xuan. Despite everything she had been through, she maintained such a pure heart. "If you want to know something, just ask." Lin Xuan said, a newfound determination in his eyes. Now that he knew the outcome of the future world, he was determined to use every means possible to prevent it, as long as he became strong enough and didn't enter that damned unknown place. "Dad, at this point in time, can you already transform into a Super Saiyan?" Lin Shui's question caught Lin Xuan off guard. It also piqued Piccolo's interest, who watched intently. Back on Namek, the Dragon Purunga had said that with Lin Xuan's potential he would one day become a regular Super Saiyan. He hadn't cared before, but now things were different. Everyone heard Lin Shui's question upon returning. "Super Saiyan? What's that?" Krillin asked, perplexed, curious about everything he didn't know. "I've heard my brother talk about the legendary Super Saiyan before. It's said that every 1,000 years a Super Saiyan warrior appears among our Saiyan race. Could it be Lin Xuan?" Goku speculated boldly, a hint of anticipation in his heart. From their conversation, it seemed that a Super Saiyan was some kind of transformation, and he was very curious about what it looked like. Meanwhile, Raditz and Vegeta, who was planning to escape, were both stunned. What had they heard? Super Saiyan. Lin Xuan's daughter was asking if he could already transform into a Super Saiyan. Could it be that Lin Xuan was the legendary warrior of their Saiyan race? If that were true, it would explain his incredible strength. Raditz was filled with excitement, feeling both awe and a sense of expectation toward Lin Xuan, a Super Saiyan. That was the legend every Saiyan aspired to achieve in their lifetime. How fortunate to witness the birth of a Super Saiyan in his lifetime. No, it can't be. The one to become a Super Saiyan can only be Vegeta. Though Vegeta had somewhat recovered with time, he still stood unsteadily, filled with disbelief. He nearly stumbled to the ground again, his jaw clenched tightly, eyes wide with rage, staring unblinkingly at Lin Xuan and Lin Shui. His pride was at play. As a royal-blooded elite genius, he should be the one closest to becoming a Super Saiyan. How could it possibly be Lin Xuan, a low-class warrior? Upon hearing Vegeta's struggling words, Raditz couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, casting a look of pity at Vegeta. Living in his own world, he never realized how vast the real world truly was. Raditz, having already broadened his horizons over the past year, was different. Vegeta, you're both pitiful and pathetic, still living in your fantasies. Someone like you, I should have killed you, but because of Lin Shui you survived. You're no longer the pinnacle of Saiyan genius, it's time to wake up from this long dream. Raditz spoke with earnest conviction before shifting his gaze back to Lin Xuan. Damn it, shut up, Raditz. Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring the nearly shattering pain of his injuries, determined to witness with his own eyes whether Lin Xuan could truly become a Super Saiyan. Faced with his daughter's questioning, Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. This action once again stirred shock in everyone's hearts. Lin Xuan could indeed transform into a Super Saiyan. As expected of father, you can already become a Super Saiyan at this time. Can I see it? Lin Xuan could discern Lin Shui's ulterior motives but did not doubt his daughter. Alright, but although this transformation has been completed, it's still a bit rough to control. When I transform, a powerful energy and storm will be unleashed, possibly harming everyone, so please step back. Lin Xuan's gaze swept over the Z fighters, both answering and reminding them. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded without hesitation, retreating swiftly. With no more worries or obstacles, Lin Xuan was no longer procrastinating. Though his daughter was present, Lin Xuan had no concerns about affecting her. The sheer strength of 999.9 billion combat power was unshakable. If he were to transform, he might as well unleash his full power and let his daughter witness it, even though he was far from matching her prowess. Planting his feet firmly on the ground and clenching his fists, the energy within him surged like an erupting volcano. His forehead veins bulged and his energy began to rage violently. Crackle. White arcs of electricity surrounded him, an awe-inspiring, terrifying aura piercing the sky. In an instant, the sky within a radius of dozens of miles darkened, the ground trembled, and the atmospheric pressure continuously increased. A combat power of tens of millions was formidable in this era. Even considered mighty in the age of androids, in Lin Xuan's eyes a golden gleam flickered. The S-cells within him, stimulated by intense emotions, began to gather towards the center of his spine. The warriors around him, already overwhelmed by this terrifying aura, were left speechless. Your strength has advanced to such a level. Piccolo struggled to control his restless heart and trembling body. All this time, he had been undergoing grueling training to enhance his power. Often training alongside Lin Xuan, he thought that although he couldn't compare to Lin Xuan, his own strength wouldn't fall too far behind. But now, the combat power Lin Xuan displayed was 100 times greater, and it was still growing. Could a human truly emit such an aura? This guy was more monstrous than a monster. Krillin was already too shocked to function, his body lost control and he trembled constantly. It was as if an invisible hand gripped his throat, making breathing incredibly difficult. It's unbelievable. I thought that after training under King Kai I had narrowed the gap between us. In just 1 year, what kind of training did you all undergo? My power feels utterly insignificant. I've gained a new understanding of what it means to be strong. Lin Xuan's form was etched deeply into Goku's mind. Not only had his son Gohan become immensely strong, but so had Piccolo, and Lin Xuan was terrifyingly powerful. Super Saiyan, what does it truly look like? Gohan grew increasingly eager to see Lin Xuan's transformation. At that moment, Lin Xuan had planted the seed of becoming stronger deep within Gohan's heart. He yearned for Lin Xuan's power and aspired to reach such heights. Such overwhelming pressure. Is this the true power of that Talos guy? The gap is enormous. A truly unbelievable monster. Raditz felt the oppressive force emanating from Lin Xuan, gritting his teeth. Of course, without this level of power, how could one claim to be the strongest warrior in the universe, a Super Saiyan? This feeling that made his blood boil and the tremor that resonated from the depths of his soul were entirely new to him. And Vegeta, he had moved his body a bit away, but he was still affected. At this moment he was dumbfounded. He once prided himself on his 18,000 battle power, believing himself the undisputed unique strongest Saiyan. Now reality had harshly slapped him awake from his dream world. 18,000 battle power was strong, it was a joke from the start. He felt like a clown, utterly ridiculous. Clenching his fist, he felt unwillingness, confusion, fear, astonishment, and even a sense of despair. At this moment, with the S cells in Lin Xuan's body fully activated, his form began to change. His jet black hair swayed in the wind, alternating between gold and black with sparks flickering. Not only that, but his pupils and aura were also transforming to an emerald and golden hue. His rising aura swiftly shattered the battle power threshold of tens of millions, reaching into billions. Under the might exceeding a billion, the entire Earth was affected, with various natural disasters occurring worldwide. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. With a thundering roar, Lin Xuan unleashed all the energy within him. Boom! A golden light exploded fiercely, shooting straight into the sky. The dazzling golden brilliance was enough to engulf everything in the world, compelling everyone to instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes. Such was the brilliance, such was the splendor. Half a minute passed and the golden radiance faded. At the epicenter of this explosive aura, Lin Xuan stood transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan, Son Goku, Krillin, Son Gohan. Piccolo, Raditz, and Vegeta wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost, their mouths agape wide enough to fit several eggs. Could this be a Super Saiyan? The unfathomable aura, unbelievable. Was this Lin Xuan's true strength? Son Goku couldn't control the tremors overtaking his body. The image of a Super Saiyan was indelibly etched into his mind. To be honest, today brought many shocks, yet these shocks were not detrimental, rather they were infinitely beneficial. Witnessing a broader world and the existence of a Super Saiyan further ignited his yearning for strength, his desire to become stronger. Hey, monster! Krillin's face was etched with fear, his heart racing, his body out of control, his speech faltering. Piccolo's face was ashen, silent, yet the tightly clenched fists betrayed his unwillingness. The gap was absurdly large. Raditz and Vegeta were utterly stunned by the scene, cold sweat unknowingly soaking their bodies. A Super Saiyan? There was no mistaking it, this was a Super Saiyan. Only such power could be the greatest in the universe. Talos. Raditz gazed at Lin Xuan transformed into a Super Saiyan, shouting with excitement. The next second Raditz's gaze shifted, landing on Vegeta, who seemed lost in his own world. Hey there, Prince Vegeta, you seem quite shaken. What do you think now, having seen the Super Saiyan you've always dreamed of? Raditz teased Vegeta in a playful tone. Shut up, Raditz. Bloodshot eyes. Vegeta let out a cry of frustration. His face twisted into a snarl, like a wild beast driven mad. First defeated by Son Gohan and now witnessing the existence of a Super Saiyan. If not for his strong will, he might have already lost his mind under this double shock, turning insane. It seems our prince has been quite rattled. No point in teasing you further. Raditz laughed heartily and turned away, no longer mocking Vegeta. Earlier Lin Xuan had said Vegeta shouldn't die, and with everything that kept happening, Raditz had lost interest in killing Vegeta. Let this prince fend for himself. They were no longer people from the same world. Raditz was confident, he even envisioned a more glorious future. After all, he was now somewhat aligned with the Earth group, and although he hadn't had much interaction with Lin Xuan, as events unfolded over time, he found himself on Lin Xuan's side. Moreover, Raditz clearly heard that the Lin Xuan from the future also called him uncle. On Earth, when Lin Xuan completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan, the Northern Kai, located at the end of Snake Way in the other world, was closely monitoring the events unfolding on Earth. As the mentor of Goku and Raditz, the Northern Kai had never expected so much to happen on Earth, events that even involved the future in such an incredible way. At this moment, seeing Lin Xuan transform into a Super Saiyan left the Northern Kai utterly astonished, because if one were to truly calculate it, this power was enough for even a Kai like him to look up to. This Saiyan named Lin Xuan harbored unimaginable potential, a force that even the cosmic Emperor Frieza could not match. With the emergence of a Super Saiyan, the universe was likely to become unsettled once again. Conflicts between Frieza and the Saiyans were inevitable. The Northern Kai thought of many things, even envisioning the upcoming confrontation between Lin Xuan and Frieza. After all, Frisia was indeed one of the culprits responsible for the near extinction of the Scion race, even if it was under the directive of the god of destruction Beerus. However, it was Frisia who took action, and it was likely that even without Beerus's orders, Frisia would have destroyed the Scion race out of fear of the Super Scion's existence. Frisia, oh Frisia, one wonders if you'll regret not eradicating the Scions completely when you face defeat at the hands of a Super Scion? The Northern Kai eagerly anticipated this spectacle. His cunning mind even considered that if Lin Xuan were to eliminate Frisia as a Super Scion, it would be akin to slapping Beerus, the god of destruction, in the face. After all, Frisia was acting as Beerus's temporary representative, and the Northern Kai could only grin and bear it when Beerus had reduced his planet to such a tiny size. Meanwhile, in the higher divine realms, within the domain of the gods of destruction, the angel Whis, with nothing better to do, was observing the major events occurring in the universe recently. While on his usual patrol of the cosmos seeking amusement, Wiss's attention was suddenly drawn to a powerful energy that had just appeared in the universe. This force had an inexplicable familiarity to it. Who could it be? Wiss's memory wasn't particularly sharp, not because he was forgetful, but because the beings of the lower realms rarely left a lasting impression. Even if he contemplated someone a moment ago, he might forget them the next. However, his curiosity now piqued. Whis used his angelic staff to trace the source of this energy eruption. In no time, his angelic consciousness arrived on Earth, and he saw the target. Whis exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the projection within his staff. In the scene, Lin Xuan had transformed into a Super Scion and was confronting his daughter, which surprised him greatly. How much time had passed? This Scion had grown so much already. In just a few months, your power has increased to such an extent. Truly incredible. And this girl, she didn't seem to belong to this world of time and space. There was still the aura of the Supreme Kai of time on her, an inheritor perhaps, or could it be something else? He marveled at Lin Xuan's growth and transformation into a Super Scion, but after a brief moment of wonder his gaze shifted to the enigmatic blue-haired woman. As an angel he could discern that Lin Xue was not from this time and space. She bore a special temporal mark, the existence from a future timeline. How had she been permitted to cross time into this untouched dimension? Moreover, she had brought about such significant changes. Should he awaken Lord Beerus? The special person from the future world has appeared in this era. In his contemplation, Whis cast a glance toward the sleeping quarters of the god of destruction Beerus. Once something, or someone not belonging to this world arrives, whether they act or not, their mere presence would influence this timeline. Lin Xue's appearance had already altered the future development of this timeline, shrouding what was once a clear future in a veil of mist. After a moment's reflection, Whis decided against awakening Beerus. It wasn't a matter of neglect, rather he sensed a certain special existence lurking in the shadows. Additionally, he detected a familiar aura from another time-space world on Lin Xue. So that's how it is it permitted? Then let's pretend nothing was seen. This world has already been altered, deviating from its original historical course. Whis realized that Lin Xue's appearance might not be a coincidence but perhaps destiny etched in the fabric of this world. With a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, Whis smiled enigmatically, as if he had perceived something profound. On Earth, having stabilized his transformation into the first form of the Super Scion, Lin Xuan reabsorbed all of the aura he had released. His normal combat power had already reached 355588850 points at this point, and it was still increasing by +1 every second. With such strength, a 50-fold increase in power was now at his command. His current combat strength had reached a frightening 177,794,2500 points. The power increase after transformation from +1 per second had become +150 per second. Without doubt, the per second increase had been multiplied with the Super Scion transformation. Although the increase wasn't in his normal state but in this enhanced state, it was still good news. Because if the increase after transformation remained at +1 per second, it would be quite underwhelming. Feeling the full force of his power surge at this moment, if his daughter weren't present, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with excitement. After all, his strength was now indisputably invincible in this era, yet his daughter's minimum combat power was 999.9 billion, which, in an intangible way, left him with not a shred of excitement. I become a Super Scion, what should I do next? Calming the wild energy surging through his body, Lin Xuan with a graceful demeanor looked at Lin Xue and asked, "The Super Scion transformation inherently brings with it an aura of grandeur and an impressive heroic demeanor that makes Lin Xuan stand out so distinctly. In a word, it can only be described as handsome.